Market extending gains here this morning on potential progress coming from the U.S. and Iran. It looks like some talks scheduled could take place as soon as today to get some sort of arrangement worked out. We'll keep an eye on any comments coming across here this morning. Meanwhile, Intel taking the entire chip sector on its back here this morning and lifting everything to the upside. Look at a semiconductor. It's going to be higher. A better part of 30% move here for INTC to the upside. Overall, the market benefiting as well, both the NASDAQ and the S&P 500. Was reading this morning. For the month, we're still nicely positive. I mean, S&P could go green here for the week. NASDAQ is green for the week, but I was reading this morning for the NASDAQ specifically, best April so far since 2023.
Okay.
Better part 9.5% to the upside, a mere 9.5% in April alone here for the NASDAQ. And obviously we still have a week left, so things have been okay.
And that was like the beginning of the AI tailwind, right? ChatGPT, October, November 2022, and here we are 3 years later.
Still benefiting.
There's no bubble yet, Brendo, at least not yet. So good luck here.
Yeah, no, but I mean, this is an absolute monster report. I mean, the guys were talking about it after 4 o'clock last night. Absolutely just blowing out numbers right across the board. I mean, the EPS number is just almost laughable.
2,800%. 2,800%.
Like, how does that even? I don't know. And then the Tesla deal on top of it that we mentioned yesterday. Just everything is all signs point to the upside.
It feels like the ball is rolling in Intel's way here. Remember the 14A node? Everybody was laughing about it. This is a joke compared to Taiwan Semi. All of a sudden, they've got an anchor client in Tesla. We'll see if it goes through. But this is a fantastic report, guys. We're obviously going to get to it on the rundown. But just to show you here quickly, EPS came in at 29 pennies. The street wanted 1 penny. So that's a decisive beat there. As I mentioned, Brendo, 2,800%. Over $1 billion above on that top line. 13.58 billion, Brendo. The street was looking for 12.42. Destroying, and then it's lifting up all these other names. We got AMD rocketing up, ARM, Taiwan Semi hitting all-time highs. Marvell is rocketing, and Sean is back. So I'm sure we're going to hear a lot about Marvell in the next couple of days.
All is well in the world. Even the, I mean, everything tech is going to be positive. Here's the XLK. If you just go out to a weekly chart, it's parabolic at this point. The past couple of weeks here for anything tech related. It's been all about tech. I mean, oil had a pretty decent move down there about an hour ago, I guess it was, on these headlines that looks like some talks might come through as soon as today.
That'd be great. The whole Lebanon thing, I guess he met with a bunch of people yesterday in the Oval Office, extending that ceasefire, so good to see that. We'll have to see how the other part of the war goes. Obviously, that's the Strait. But there's more to talk about. President Trump using his favorite social media platform, of course, Truth Social, basically coming out and supporting CBD, legalization, and for certain purposes. That Truth Social came out yesterday. Nice move up on MSOS, but it's a bit of a different path he's taking here. He's taking it more from the healthcare path as opposed to the recreation.
And now that we have the medical side pretty much cleared for takeoff here, for lack of a better term, why not pursue some of the recreational aspects of this as well? So yeah, I mean, it's good to see. You and I were talking a little bit, I think it was yesterday or the day before, off camera. The simple fact that the legalization here has almost decreased the demand to a point now where, retail space specifically and rent for retail space specifically has just gone so high that some of these weed shops are now closing in downtown Toronto because there's too much competition.
It's almost a race to the bottom, right? Firstly, they had to drop their prices to kind of push the black market aside, right? Because they got to change people's habits and preferences. You don't go your guy anymore, you go to the store. So they had to push them out. And then it started becoming a competition between each other, the different stores. So just anecdotally, from 2020, when we really started getting a lot of these stores opening up till now, the prices, I would say like 25, 30, maybe in some cases 50% lower. So it ends up benefiting the consumer. Not a great business, though, if you're looking at from the marijuana space, whether you're producing, you're selling. It's a bit of tough.
There just can't be a lot of margins in that period, end of story. So a lot of different angles to look at this morning, including coming up at 10 o'clock, we get University of Michigan sentiment as well. So there's a little bit of an inflation portion to that can move the market from time to time. So We'll bring you all that. We'll keep an eye out for comments on anything Middle East related as well. As we mentioned, Sean back in the seat this morning. Great to have him. Good morning, guys.
Morning, and look at the tan in the house. You gotta tell everybody how it was. First of all, you're bringing back some chip love.
Not too much of a tan over here. Yeah, no, it was good.
So.
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, I got tan, a little bit of a tan. A little bit of tan. No, it's not. It's okay. It's okay. It's a little brown. But no, welcome. Yeah, it's nice to be back and welcome everybody to the show here. It's again 8:05 right now. Good little intro there. Yeah, we saw the weed stocks go crazy yesterday. No, but the vacation was fantastic. The kids absolutely loved it. I was telling these guys, I said, now my kids can't have T-bone steaks for lunch anymore. Oh. They're back to today's pizza day at school, and my son comes back to a volleyball tournament. But no rain. We were in lovely city Puerto Morales, just outside of Cancun. So it was really super nice. And I was telling Neil that we had, like, every night was a different meal. It was fantastic. And the beach was great, and everything was great. The pools were great. Everything was great. And Gia did get 2 little braids. I mean, if I can find a picture. They're out now, but she got 2 little braids.
You gotta do,
Yeah, so nice there. And we were getting really burnt the first couple of days, so I had to buy one of those sun shirts. So I think that saved everything, because then you wear these and there's like completely UV protected.
Yep.
So you wear it for half the day and this and that. And we went on a catamaran. I was telling these guys, we went to the island one day. It was really super nice. So swam with some dolphins, all this kind of stuff. So it was really nice. It was good, man. It was good, but not as good as this market's been.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess like you were saying, there's some stocks, some things. You know what I was looking at here?
I mean, on a day where Intel's up 28% and AMD's up 11% and ARM's up 8%.
The SOXL was 13 or something straight days up, or 19 days up, or something like that.
Chips are okay. I mean, not everything. Like, Apple's not doing anything today.
There was, unlike the movies, Marvell, the other one around there.
Hey, wait a minute.
Someone brought up in the back. I never heard of this company before.
It's up like 4. Why is it not? It's up 5%.
Is it up 5%?
No, but I swear to you, Marvell's. Hold on a second.
Look, I want to thank Joe for everything. I mean, Joe came through and it had a huge
4%, sorry.
But Joe always gets mad whenever we show this, because he really thinks he should be higher on this list right here. Here's Joe, 1.1%. I was looking at this. I thought I'd come in and be like, okay, I'm somewhere, but I didn't realize this. This is how crazy one stock could be. Marvell, 99%. It's like, I feel like I should just, imagine you picked Marvell, AMD, and like insert Broadcom or any other name here, right there. ARM would be a great one as well. But yeah, here we go again. So I was just gonna show, like, that 99% is insane. Like, you don't expect these stocks to move like that. And you have the AMD chart up at 12% again here today.
I mean, forget about the 12%. Like, look how long this was holding $200. You have to lean back, otherwise it's like too intense. That's why I'm leaning back on this. It's up 140. So you're talking about 70% from March, not the beginning of the year, from March. And then while absolutely nobody was looking, ARM from the lows is like, that doesn't even feel right. Like, it's up 230%.
Yeah.
From the low. Like, these things are insane. But look, the chips are leading the way. The weird thing about it is, if you looked at TSM.
Oh, really? Okay.
So TSM just the other day said that they are not going to buy, at least they're going to delay buying ASML's newest machine, which is double the cost. They say we're putting it off till 2029.
So what did ASML do?
So ASML came back a little bit, but it's what TSM does that because, like, you'd think they're being maybe cautious about spending too much, and it's like, so in the midst of that, like, TSM, the world's largest chip fab, they basically delay an important machine purchase for making advanced chips. Maybe they're a little bit concerned about spend, but what's crazy is the market doesn't care. We're just going higher and higher and higher. ASML, I think ASML bounced a little bit here, and how could you not? But yeah, it's absolute craziness. You gotta love it. Like, everything is booming if you're a chip name, because like, you come back and the market's doing good.
Is GV.
But like Tesla, oh no,
this is up 9%.
No, but dang, my charts have been.
There it is.
It's only up like 0.7%. My charts have been really bad this week. Apologies to everybody.
Something really weird's going on here, though, I have to say.
What? What's weird?
Why was Randy wearing a collared shirt when I just saw him? So there's two
Friday.
things.
He's dressing
there's two
up.
things that happen here.
He's dressing up.
A, it's Friday. Why the hell is Randy here? That's the first thing. That's the first question I have. Where is Randy? I gotta ask him this question when he comes back here. And then B had a collared shirt on, so I don't know if this guy has a date going on here. You got a lunchtime meeting, or
There's nothing wrong. Maybe it is a date. It's Friday.
Maybe.
Got to get out in the world.
How did Joe handle the all day? Like, Joe, man.
Joe put in work.
Thank you so much for all that work there, Joe.
All day.
You get 3 Intel shares from me, Joe, for that work. That was great, man. Joe just ate all week, so we really want to thank him for doing that. Plus the upgrades and downgrades, I assume, the options, all this kind of crazy stuff. So
it's like
Joe is an absolute stud, so we want to thank him. A Hyundai P. Sikino right now has nothing on it. I actually forgot to.
Oh yeah, there was an Amazon headline, I guess.
I got to watch Mania. Apparently Mania was crazy. I gotta watch WrestleMania over there. How's my Netflix?
See the Raptors aren't getting swept?
I saw the Raptors yesterday. What, were they supposed to get swept? No.
Well,
Cleveland is 4 versus 5.
It wasn't looking very good. Though.
Yeah, I know. Brendan Ingram finally got some kind of points over there. Oh, Netflix is back down to $92. What happened? What happened to this stock? I know they had bad earnings, but
the guide wasn't the best.
Okay, down to the 50 period over there.
And it's been sliding.
Oops.
It just hasn't really caught that bid yet.
Yeah, down.
Although it's a good it's at the level of you would expect it.
Yeah, I might buy some more of this. I don't know, but I don't know what to do with Intel, man. I mean, the last time we sold that was $56 or something like that. Now it's all the way up. It's all the way up, so we'll have to figure that one out as well.
Fast.
And there wasn't Amazon like another $260 or something like that? Yeah.
Yeah.
This name just keeps on going higher and higher, up another 1.5% today. Man, life is good. Portfolio is good. We're back in the business right now.
Before Amazon, Meta partners with AWS on Graviton chips to power agentic AI. So there was a volume spike just as we were coming on air. Around it, I suppose, for Amazon. But at least there's something that's non-chip related that's, there you go, like it's making a fresh break and a fresh all-time high. We had a poll earlier in the week. We were basically making guesses as to what would get to mega cap, would get to an all-time high first. And it was the one that nobody was betting on, and it ended up being Broadcom. Like we put everything.
Broadcom make the all-time highs?
Well, it just like other things smidged to it as well. But Broadcom was the one that I feel like almost everyone was sleeping on. Us included. We weren't really talking about it. We threw it on the list because anything.
Well, I called Marvell baby Broadcom,
but it had to be big enough. Like we only included names that were close to the trail or big enough, and that chart too. But look, absolute carnage for shorts, and then of course it was Car.
Yeah, Avis.
Yeah, Avis, which finally fell apart.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know when these Chinese names are going to get going again. Like Alibaba is still down here at 133. These ones,
who needs them?
These could be. Yeah, they had some DeepSeek news yesterday. These ones could be the sleeping giants. The next couple of names to go, potentially, some of these Chinese names that actually have.
Oh yeah, that's new.
Wait a minute, we got new music now every time.
So there's that, and then when there's a super chat, there's like a cha-ching.
See, I leave and all this production happens. This is like so great. Now apparently we have 2 watch. Okay. So does this happen every time? What happens when a Derek comes on? Is this what happens now? Oh, you got a new one, all aboard? I like the all aboard. Yeah. See what I'm saying? I've been asking for different sounds. Where's Fabian anyways? Okay, Randy. Here we go.
Huh?
Come on, man. Tariffs. Okay, tariffs. Yo, Randy, come here, man. I've talked to you. Here, put this mic on, man. I want to talk to you about something here.
We're just going to let it go. Just one grape.
It's pretty good grape. Mexican grapes are pretty good. All right, so everything all right? Looks like you got some sun, actually, now that I see you under the pullover. Were you working outside?
No.
Okay, good to know. All right, so I have a couple of questions. It's Friday.
I know.
So what, did you miss up the day? Sure.
You were on autopilot and found yourself at the office.
There's stuff to do, so I'm here.
Oh, okay.
All right, and then I was wondering about the shirt. The only time I see you in these kind of shirts.
We've had this conversation. I get dressed in the dark, and then you just grab something and go.
Sometimes you have a no shirt on.
Yeah, I've done that before. I wore my shirt inside out one day.
Okay.
But
I didn't know if you had like a court appearance or something like that today. You had something.
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
I do have jury duty coming up.
What? You got picked?
Yeah.
Oh no.
I know.
That sucks.
Enjoyed the time off.
I got picked. Nobody.
I got picked like 2 weeks or 2 years or so ago, and then I went and they just throw it out. They threw the case out.
Most of the time, you're not going to have to sit.
It was nothing. Well, because you have to go down here to university and sit.
Oshawa.
Oh yeah, that's right. You live.
Oh yeah.
All right. Well, Randy, it's nice to see you on a Friday, my guy. What was the lunch? What is the lunch? Or the breakfast, sorry.
It's
Is it eggs?
Espanola tortilla.
Oh, so tortillas? I just came back. Okay.
Kind of a tortilla.
All right. Thank you, Randy.
Okay. That sounds all right.
Let's get that headline music again. Can we get that headline music again?
I'll throw another one.
There it is. Okay.
Oh, that one's way too long.
Oh, God.
Let's get, no, that's way too long. I just hit the next story
Oh,
that was on.
anytime you hit it, it happens? Oh, no.
There's an option, so you can
Don't
do
give
it
us
this
the
way.
option to
No,
do
but
this.
there's one where I can send it, watch, and then you won't hear
I
it.
better refresh that thing.
There you go. Like I can send it.
Oh, you can send without it. Okay.
Just in case, like it's important, but I don't want to interrupt. You don't want to interrupt who's talking.
I get it. Okay, I get it.
There's options there.
All right. Sounds
Looks
good.
like Hims is on them.
All right, well, you can tell I'm back because we've already got unhinged over here. So, all right, let's throw it back over to the guys. Uh-oh, there's, oh,
That's right.
oh, Randy.
Oh yeah, the coffee machine was broken for.
I saw
a
that
half.
email.
Yeah, that sucked.
Wow, thank you, Randy.
That's really.
In Mexico, we had a butler, but Randy is 10 times better.
Jeeves?
His name was, and one was Omar and one was Harrison, and they were actually great guys. So that was a lot of fun. And not Jeeves. No, I don't know if they would have known about that. I got to get that page for the news. Oh no, I have it down here actually. Okay.
As long as you you have to. As long as you refresh.
Yeah, I got it.
automatic.
I got it.
Yeah, I don't know
All right.
what's moving Hims. We'll go to the desk in a second. What happened to Hims just now?
Meta teamed up the Gravitron. We have that story.
Raise the price target on Hims. They're up 5%. I guess that's all it takes for Hims to go up. Price target raise? This was a huge. Hims was a big mover.
Oh,
Like yesterday, it was like this was probably takes the cake for the reversals yesterday. Like
you had the
Hims
weed
went like
stocks.
28 to 32 and then ended lower. And then MSOS, yeah, the weed stocks did a similar thing too. But just complete insanity. Like it's one thing to give up the move. It's another thing to give up the move and then give up the other move and then end up even lower, which they did. They should have had the story on 420. They should.
Oh yeah, what day is it?
It would have gone on. They came to the story on Wednesday. It should have been Monday. Stocks, they would have gone twice as far. Like everyone was like, why wouldn't you just do this on 420? And it would have been a bigger squeeze, but it doesn't matter. Let's get on to the desk, everybody, as we got to mosey on. I think we should have Michael. It's Friday. Oh, we got a super. Wait a minute.
I don't see Michael Noss.
Hey,
Oh,
where was
it's
the-
only 8:17.
I just said we have a noise for the super chat, and then it didn't happen.
It did happen.
Did you hear it?
Yeah,
There it is.
I heard the register ringing over there.
It's a Bears.
Wow, we're
Bulls
working overtime over here,
Battlestar.
Brendan, with all this fancy stuff over there. Oh, and Brendan's in the quarter zip. I didn't even notice that.
The weather's nicer though.
Oh, wow.
It's t-shirt weather now.
All right.
Happy Friday, guys. Intel Straddle looking great this morning.
If only I knew what a straddle was. Yeah, no, it is looking. I mean, look, anytime you are making a play on earnings, and I guess I feel like the earnings probably, I wasn't here, but it probably was 7 or 8%. I don't know what the implied move was. It might have even been less than that. And now you're getting 28% move. I mean, it's going to be hard to have lost on anything if you had any kind of a position long into that. But did we get those BYD protein shakes yet, or what was going on with those?
En route, I think.
BYND.
The last I'd heard.
I just saw someone posted in the chat. Ooh, you might get a $1 break.
Not yet.
Here.
Oh, it already did.
Oh, it did already. I was just gonna look at it
Back
on the
and
charts.
forth.
Yeah, I went there yesterday. Okay, so now you're.
It was actually a $1 fail. Well, it was a bit of a short yesterday.
Now you're on the backside of that one. All
Sorry,
right.
Beyond Meat. Sorry, Beyond Meat.
Yeah. All right. Let's go back over the desk. See what these guys want to talk about.
Software names. If there is going to be an area of this market that's not necessarily all rosy, these got, let's just say sold off aggressively once again yesterday on the back of what happened to ServiceNow going back after the close 2 days ago. We are trying to bounce here this morning, but the narrative still not necessarily on the confidence side of things so far this morning anyways with some of these names. I mean, yesterday we were talking a little bit about cybersecurity specifically, and like maybe if you pull those out and like put them in their own little sub bubble, that might be a better way to approach this. But even those got hit.
They got hit hard.
Yeah.
They got hit real hard, and nobody was spared. Whether you were looking at Zscaler, Crowd, PanW, FTNT, they were all high single digits in the red yesterday, Brendo. So not a good look. Obviously, the precipice of that was ServiceNow reporting and the weakness there. The market is demanding monetization as just opposed to subscription, because we saw ServiceNow, their new AI product, had over 100% increase in customers paying over $1 million a year. That's defined by them as a large client, and rightfully so. But the market looked through that, and the market looked through it into the cybersecurity names, which had been quite strong. I think 5 or 6 days in a row, they all closed green, and that kind of their narrative changed a little bit yesterday.
Even Microsoft, I mean, it was ugly midday yesterday. We did recover some of that going into the close. I was just double checking here. Looks like Wednesday the 29th. So coming up next week, we'll get Softy earnings. So 2 days in a row here. Even Microsoft on the wrong end of the software narrative, guys. So hopefully that will change with their report.
Yeah, but it's like we were saying yesterday a bit. Like some of these software pullbacks, when you put it into perspective, they end up looking more like little mini bull flags and consolidations, if anything else, right? Like I'll look. I use a 15. Way more dark pool wicks today. If you use like a zoom out approach, like the real run happened last week, and this is still technically a consolidative week. Like we didn't lose this bottom here at 412. As bad as it got yesterday, you're able to bounce off it. So there's a few names that look exactly like this. So that they don't lose that shelf, you're in a pretty, I like to call it healthy consolidation. Would be the way I would try to approach it here on Microsoft. Now, Microsoft probably deserves to be in a different category from things like ServiceNow, because they stunk and they reported already, and the market already decided what they don't like about that report. And then the weird thing when we were doing the aftermarket show and ServiceNow reported, and every software name went down, was just how badly they were catching strays. Like everybody was catching a stray that night, whether it mattered or not. Like you had PanW, which had flushed in that aftermarket, and it had a very, very nice bounce as well off of a pretty key level. Like it went right to $170 where it ramped up before and bought in. And if you pull up the CrowdStrike chart, it was exactly the same thing. Like where they broke out the 2 days before, they both bounced off the same level. So you come in today and you're like, okay, well, 170 is a level on PanW, and there's a similar one going on CrowdStrike. And if we start to see this happen every single time one software name takes a little bit of a hit, there might be some great dip buy opportunities. Like I think when they report next week in Microsoft, you're going to want to look across the IGV for any potential move, because the sympathy moves were actually cleaner in terms of where they bounced after that, flush in now. Well, we still have Joey Options around because I see him already locked and loaded to give you some options plays. Let's head on over to the big screen.
All right, guys, good morning. Let's take a look into some of the options activity from yesterday's session. Guys, we're going to kick things off with U.S. oil. Open interest at this $440 strike price, guys, 7,930 contracts. 4,760 opened and closed on yesterday's session. But what we really want to focus on here is our implied volatility with an uptick to 102%. Now, our bid and ask sitting around an $8 spread, and our gamma exposure is relatively light. We can see that these are an out-the-money contract, considering our delta is only sitting at that $24 metric. Now, as for the contract in itself, not too much of a change. You do have a slight bounce in the latter half of the session. Yesterday, we've seen that it climbed to highs of the days in the second half, but nonetheless, nothing crazy from an appreciation standpoint on that specific contract. Next slide, Sharif. I'm sorry. Thank you. AAPL is going to be our next contract, guys. We are going to be looking at this $12 strike price. Open interest at that level. This is going to be at the money, sitting around 53,000 contracts. Now, this is substantial, relatively speaking. Volume sitting around 24,000 open and closed contracts on yesterday's session. Once again, we'll get back into our Greek metrics, and what we have is 31 delta here, considering we're at the money. You can see that increase, but one thing that I really want to note about this specific underlying and this contract is your gamma exposure is relatively high. You're sitting around $73. So that's substantial, all right? And an uptick due to earnings. Your implied volatility sitting at 74.7%. Now, a name that is continuing to climb higher. We're going to look at the whole chain here, guys, on Intel. But one thing that I want us to note is 56 days away. So I went through multiple expiration cycles, And then this just popped out. And this is what we're essentially looking for, okay? So what we have is a concentration through multiple strikes, 65, 70, 80, 85, throughout this whole cycle is where we see the most amount of open interest. I'm talking 27,000 contracts, 49,000 contracts, 39,000 contracts, and so on. That's a lot of size in 56 days. We don't typically see that amount of concentration and size that far out. So something going on here with Intel, and you can see that your delta and your at-the-money IV is going to be drastically increased just due to the fact with the earnings report, you're up 28% plus this morning. Guys, let's send it back to Neil and Sean.
7%.
I mean, there's nothing. I mean, when you're looking at a stock like an Intel, I think that's part of the problem. Is like it's such a huge move to the high side there that I'm even trying to write down. You know, like I want Intel's going to be the number. Yeah, it's going to be the number one name on the list here today. But it's just like I don't really. Right now I only have written down like an $87 break, which I don't have the time high enough here. That was right here. That was at about 6 a.m. or so this morning. That was 87 right there. We bounced off the 50-period moving average once we hit that, but we've sort of slowly been declining back down. So I'm not sure if we want to look at the long or the short here for Intel, the very first play, but I am interested if it does sort of get back up to this level, and you're going to see some people panic, I believe, when it breaks the pre-market high there of $87. And then if we zoom sort of in a little bit, it's been pretty flat, obviously, this morning, where, you know, up 28%, 26, like just back and forth, back and forth. You know, yesterday's little bump up there, maybe if you get in, but I don't think we fall down to here. So I'm just going to write down, let's be as patient as we can with this. Let's see where it winds up settling down. Let's see where this 200 period winds up going there around, 9:45, 10 o'clock, and we'll be able to see if we could trade some Intel off of that. I mean, Intel, AMD, and then, Joe brought up a couple different names. Even Bitcoin there, I mean, I know we didn't talk about that, but that's obviously an options play as well that people are looking at off that $80,000 mark there. So we can see if IBIT wants to continue to go upside. That's up at 1%. But like the Nasdaq's up 1.3%, and the ES is only up 0.43. So there is something more to go. Any takes? Oh yeah, MXL's on our it's max.
They reported as well.
That's only up 40% or so.
Well, yeah, they had a beat. I wanted to see the short float. There. Well, they beat on the top and bottom. They had pretty strong guidance as well, and they got an upgrade. It's 10% short MaxL. So Max Linear, it's a decent enough short flow, which probably helps to explain why you get such a gigantic move. The thing about it for day trade, and these aren't comparable, but Intel's at 13 million shares right now. Maxwell's up 50%. It's done 430,000 shares. At least that's what my thing says. The spread is 62 pennies on a $50 stock. So yes, this is like squeeze-ish as well. We were talking, AOI is a good one to compare it to. Like these have gone absolutely, there's a lot of parabolic nonsense, but look at the difference. Structured upside and parabolic upside. And parabolic upside is hard to chase. We said that with CAR. And ultimately, the weird thing about CAR is, if you look at we were first this has gone too far, it still went twice as far and then gave it all back in 1.5 days, which is insane when you think about it. But that's where the concern becomes when you get this intense. So for Max Linear, this is one of those great if you've got it, congratulations, but I would never know what to do if you're in something that's parabolic. For me, I'm just even when ARM's going crazy, and I'm I don't know, what do you do though? GE, Vernova, and those are stocks that are reasonable. This is only a mini squeeze. Some of this actually is structural and makes some sense. It's just gone seemingly too far too fast, and it's very relatively illiquid as well, which that cuts both ways when you don't have a ton of liquidity. Because it's great for the upside, but it also means the unwinds can get pretty nasty. Yeah, great. I mean, great if you got it. I wouldn't be chasing this one necessarily. 50% up. The shorts are definitely getting burned.
Yeah, all right, it's 8:30 right now. We can go back over to the desk and start going through. I was just looking to see if...
Oh, we got another super chat.
Okay, what's going on?
Oh.
Michael Nutt's not till 8:45.
There it is.
All right, Microsoft versus... hope you had a good trip. I did. Thank you very much. To Sunny there, Sunny Sharma It was sunny days over there. I don't think we had a day under 30 degrees, so I was very, very lucky. Hope you had a good trip. Bullish, Microsoft. Yeah, I mean, bullish, both of them. I was thinking about, like, when you're thinking about what's been happening and with all the space, right? It's been very much stock sell. It's been very much the chip space over there. There was, some stories where Anthropic is getting some more love, also from the Pentagon, right? And so that could be something for Palantir that's not necessarily a headwind, but obviously a tailwind. I'm not too excited about buying anything until it's kind of like what Neil was talking about with Microsoft before about how it's trying to hold that 410, 412 area. I just, I think you're a little bit off on Palantir maybe right now. I would rather see it break above this 50-period moving average before we really get excited. I just, you're seeing so many other names working right now, and I'd rather have Palantir because we know that once it starts to go, we can get right back up here, right? I mean, there's no doubt about it. This is very much a sort of a cult stock where it will just go on anything. We had Michael Burry sort of creating a shorts panic a little bit there for the downside. And I believe in some of the stories, to be honest with you. I think with, the way AI is moving, Palantir might have been the first one to sort of get into the space, but now there's so many more options available, and I am a little worried about Palantir's dominance moving forward. So I think they got to get some more commercial contracts and get away from some of this government talk. And today there's some news about divesting some Swiss.
It was
government divesting.
Swiss government looking to divest because it was.
So
there's activists that don't like their business.
Right. Yo.
As if they didn't know what they did.
What, my car?
Don't they usually email?
I don't have a key to my car. When are they doing that right now? Okay, I'll just go do it. Because I got to give you my phone.
Yeah, so just so everybody knows, like the building here, if you park, they do usually when they do the cleaning and tell everyone you can't park there. There's like some kind of a.
No, there was an email. There was.
There was an email.
Yeah.
Okay, well I don't drive in, so I probably ignored it. Yeah. Oh, there was we did a question. It wasn't Palantir. It was Microsoft, Tesla, and Netflix. Before you go.
Yeah.
No, because we did like a gun to head. I don't know why.
Okay, what was
Tesla
it? Because
of earnings. It was right here, right now. Would you buy Microsoft, Tesla, or Netflix?
I mean, was there a time frame, or was it just like to?
Let's just. I don't think we made a time frame on it, so let's just say for a year.
I mean,
So
the one thing that we already looked at was where Netflix had dropped into. So for me,
assuming you get it in this 90 range, yeah.
Yeah, like if I got this today, I would think it would not be Palantir. Palantir would be third. So I would say it would probably be Netflix because where we are. I still like the Netflix. I still like the live sports.
That's what I picked too. I picked Netflix too.
Yeah, I like the live sports aspect for Netflix.
I don't think it was a popular choice.
It wasn't? But people said Microsoft?
No, well, Tesla was an option.
Oh, Tesla was an option.
Tesla was an option too.
Oh, okay.
Tesla was an option.
Yeah, I mean, Microsoft's just been on too much of a little bit of a run. Tesla was the other option. I don't know, maybe Tesla. Tesla had a good report, right? But they faded back out pretty good off that. They bounced off the 200. Yeah, so I would think it would just have to be Netflix based on all of this stuff here.
Yeah, they lost.
Well, which one won the thing, the vote? Was it Tesla, Palantir, Microsoft?
I want to say it was Tesla.
Tesla won?
It definitely wasn't.
So many Tesla haters out there.
But we'll let you go move the car because obviously you don't want the power washers or whatever the heck.
I think I've left it there before.
All they do is do around it.
I got big deal. Okay,
I do believe we have Michael coming through. I do see.
Yeah, I see him.
I thought it was at 8:45.
It says 8:40. Well, he can come at 8:45.
Okay. Yeah. Whenever.
All right, let's go back to the desk, and then I'll be right back.
You probably have it set to
Pre-market. Yeah,
we're just don't mind us. We're just having our own conversation. We're talking about charts. Or the prior day or the current day. Like we're just talking about how charts or candles on a chart can be red or green based off today's open or yesterday's close kind of thing. So it gets a little bit confusing. So anyway, semiconductors are just absolutely insane. Right now, Broadcom just parabolic at this point over the past couple of weeks here. 13 days in a row, I was reading for the NASDAQ, just absolutely insane. Strength. Here's Tesla, meanwhile. Definitely not 13 days in a row, or even close for that matter for Tesla, but we did have quite the reversal off earnings as we talked about in depth yesterday. Ended up being basically a nothing day yesterday for Tesla, but I mean, more focus on the manufacturing side now, more focus on. It's one of those things, you get the earnings report and then the next couple of days, you get all the analysts coming out with their opinions on what they said.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, and that's typical of the earnings cycle. Today, there is a positive headline for those who are invested in Tesla, and it is a theme that I think can be quite accretive. Tesla has begun production of the Cybercabs. That's vis-a-vis Elon Musk. Of course, Cybercab is a car without steering wheels, without pedals. It's the key. It's the key vision here for Tesla for autonomous vehicles. They are looking to design the production line, Breno, to make hundreds of these per week. That's the standard off which Elon is saying. Musk said that the Cybercab could have material impact, obviously, on Tesla's finances. It's going to use full self-driving, not supervised, but full self-driving as a ride-hailing server. So let's find out more information on this. We know how Tesla typically operates. We start seeing things in the wild, and then those videos find their way onto X and TikTok and whatever else. And then we start, hearing about the why we're seeing them on the road in the weeks and months later.
We were discussing the simple fact that you and I are both excited for this, especially in the morning time. I don't want to complain. I mean, this guy was great, obviously, but 7 o'clock, 7:10 in the morning, I'm on my way here this morning in an Uber, and I couldn't get a word in edgewise.
I'm not ready to talk at that early in the morning.
No coffee yet, no nothing, and I couldn't get a word in edgewise.
No, but I we know Waymo's coming here. They already announced it. The mayor of this city was talking about it as well. My big issue with this is we have a fundamentally different climate than the areas where they're testing them. They're testing them in California and Texas. They don't see the kind of climate we get here. Now, we haven't seen them in the New Yorks, right? The similar climate area to the Toronto area. So I want to see how they do in the snow. I want to see how they do in all the other weather events that we have. We have everything under the sun. We have full 4 seasons. Yeah. So let's see how they operate.
I remember that one snow day we had, that huge snowfall we had on the way here. I even said it on the show, I think. There was 3 different Model 3s stuck in the middle of the road, just on those snowbanks that the snowplows leave when they go through an intersection or whatever. So, I mean, and that was a Model 3 with a person in it. So let's see what a robot one does. But yeah, Tesla higher anyways to start here.
Be concerned if you're not higher on a day like today, but I think this is one of those moments to remember. It's easy to get. We've been pretty exuberant all morning long because you have so much strength in the chip names, and everyone's always looking at the chips. And the Nasdaq's up over 1%, but the ES is up 0.3% today. Tesla is just sort of hanging out in the middle of the range it had put in yesterday's trade, and it wasn't like you couldn't call it anything bullish. Because pretty much to plan, prior support turned into resistance and then solidified that at the 80 range. And if we can't chew back through those low 80s, I had 382 to 386 is the range. I think it's the same thing today. If it cannot chew through that, Tesla post earnings is still in a little bit of a malaise. It lost the 50-period moving average. It was already under the 200-period moving average. So it sucks because I wasn't really expecting a resumption of the downtrend with Tesla. And there's at least one good thing that could possibly happen. I'm not drawing this perfectly, but oftentimes if you have a really long channel on a stock, then the channel can turn into, the resistance on the channel can turn into support. So I think that's what has to get tested post earnings. And I won't feel so bad if we can start bouncing off the top end of this channel. And it's one of those, with a trend line, when you see it, that's on the higher time frame. For today, I just don't see relative strength here. I see the same sell zone as what we had before on Tesla. I come in with probably the same approach, but there's a lot of things to be exuberant about in this market, just not necessarily Tesla here. They didn't like that CapEx spend, and we said this is an important point. Nobody has come out with big CapEx spends, we're increasing it by 20%, and then it's only a 1-quarter thing. It'll be multiple. I'm expecting that we're gonna get another big number in the next quarter, and I think the market's trying to price that in because they're a new entrant to the big spend game. $25 billion probably just a start. You could see it in the 30s next time, and I wouldn't be surprised by that at all. We are ready to have Michael Noss, so we're gonna throw it up to the desk, and our good friend the Noss boss in the house.
Yeah, we were talking with Michael Noss back on Monday a little bit about what has happened on the positioning side of things with this move back to all-time highs off of the pullback when the war started. So I just quickly, I have to preface this by saying, I just quickly ripped through some of these charts that you sent, and I'm a little bit surprised here, Mr. Noss. I thought it was going to be a lot more heavily on the short side than it actually is.
Yeah, and that was what we were chatting about, is that, is this a short covering rally, or is this a career risk rally, I guess you could say, where, maybe people didn't get short, but maybe they sold out at the lows, and now they have to kind of get back in and talk about, okay, I got to go to my clients, I got to chat with them about maybe why we got a little scared at the lows, maybe why we're underperforming the market a little bit. But the first chart I brought is just kind of showing the commitment of traders data. So just a brief explanation. I know I've brought this on before, but any new listeners, the idea is that if you have a futures account and you have a futures position open, that futures broker reports to the CFTC once a week on, I think, Tuesdays for Friday's action, and just says, this is our client's net positioning, and you get bucketed into one of two camps. You're either a speculator or commercial. Commercial means that, you work for, let's say, if an oil company and you're trading oil futures, that means you're a commercial hedger. Those are generally considered the smart money because they have a little bit of insider information for what it is they're working. Everyone else is a speculator. And these speculators are often mega wrong. And there are trading strategies that are just designed to look at when people get a little bit too crowded on one side or another. If everybody is long, maybe it's time to take some profits. And if everybody is short, maybe it's time to buy some. So this chart is just zoomed out going back to 2017. And I've just highlighted all of the times that these speculators have gotten very, very short. So the more under zero that line is, the more short they are. And you can see it happens generally right at or around bottoms of markets, and they don't flip long till way later in the trend. And you see it in 2020, you see it in 2022. And then also I remember being on here in 2025 saying, as long as these guys are short, I want to stay long the market. And we had this slow grind kind of lockout rally where if you're short the ES and it's up 10, 15%, then any kind of a downtick you think you'll be covering. And it keeps that kind of lid on what's going on there. So if we go to the next chart here, which is a zoomed in kind of version of it. And this is covering the tariff tantrum, is that first kind of dip, the tariff tantrum 2025. And you can see how short they were the entire time. Funny enough, just covering their positions up near the top before another drop came in. And yes, they have reshorted, but like Brendan was talking about, not that much. They didn't get too short. They are still net short on the ES, which is crazy to me, but they're not too short, not nearly like they were last year. So that might be a knock against a potential rally continuing and taking place, because you might not be having this short covering. But then there's the career risk angle that we talked about, where, again, career risk just talks about, I think it's even more important than short covering. It's people trying to keep their jobs. And, if you're a hedge fund manager, all hedge fund managers are competing with all other hedge fund managers. If you've got money with hedge fund A, hedge fund B and C and D want that money because that's how they get paid. So they're going to be kind of competing for this. So we may be in this area where we have a little bit of a have not, depending on this next chart here and whether or not you got out at the lows. So this last chart is of the QQQ, and this is net flows. So we're no longer talking commitment of trader data. We're talking about whether people are putting money into the QQQ ETF or whether they're redeeming money out of it. And this is also a piece of data point, just like the commitment of traders, that shows you a little bit more of positioning. People, generally speaking, are going to be investing their money each and every 2 weeks or a month or whenever you get paid. You have this kind of flow that's always kind of going into from the retail side into these ETFs, right? The SPY, the QQQ, VOO, that type of thing. So these flows are generally positive, just because, right, people are kind of dollar cost averaging into retirement accounts as it happens. You can see very rarely that these things flip negative. It's very, very rare. And, it happened a little bit at the end of 2022 and a little bit during the tariff tantrum that we start to see some outflows, but they just ran this time. These outflows in the NASDAQ and in the QQQ ETF was the biggest that you can see on this chart, going all the way back to 2020. So this to me is a little bit more potentially retail focused, Whereas futures, you could see that being a little bit more institutional, that type of thing. But we are getting this scenario in which I don't think people are really net short. So that might not, cause the explosive rally to continue. But I do think that they did get out of enough of, the Qs and everything like that, that if the market continues to hold here and continues to hold strength, they may be kind of reinvested. So generally speaking, I look at this ETF flow thing as more of an investment thing, and then the commitment traders data is more of a trading thing. So we may just be in that area where it's not really a short covering rally anymore. It's more of just, did people get uninvested at the wrong time? And then now they need to look to get reinvested a little bit later, again, when the war is kind of completed, and if the market shows a little bit of strength here holding for a period of time.
Maybe just go back through that last part once again. Like if anyone's hearing that for the first time, net flows, I mean, it's basically sells versus buys.
Yeah, so when in your brokerage account, you're just hitting buy, and that's all you see that happens. But what's happening there is that you're putting money into an ETF, and that ETF then goes and buys all of the stocks that it has to, and swaps and everything to maintain the performance to the NASDAQ. So if you think of it kind of more like a mutual fund, which ETFs are meant to mirror, you're either like putting your money into it or you're taking your money out of it. And when people are kind of putting their money in there, that's just showing that they are investing in it. So it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to go up or down based off this. And this is kind of a rolling type of chart. But yeah, it's just whether or not they're investing in the ETF or they're redeeming their money back out of it.
Yeah, and as you said, the thing that jumps off that chart glaringly is back in April of last year when we had the tariff tantrums. Overall, I mean, this was, I guess, something, but nowhere near what we're seeing right now.
Yeah, everything pointed to last time a huge win for retail. We saw institutions, like I showed in the COT data, just heavily shorting the market in that commitment trader data. But then retail just bought. So if you looked at, because there's a way to pull out the large speculators and the small speculators, and retail bought the dip during the tariff tantrum and institutions got out. And I think that's what kind of fueled the rally for the next year, is these institutions needing to buy in. What I'm potentially seeing here, and we need a little bit more data to confirm, is that it may have been the opposite this time. It may have been retail that got scared and the institutions actually kind of stuck in.
Let's see how what the buying power is like going back in at all-time highs here for the overall market and individual names as well. Fascinating. Let's see how you, as you said, how this plays out going forward. Thanks.
Thanks for having me. Have a good weekend.
Fantastic stuff as always by Michael Noss. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the analyst actions this morning, guys. We're going to kick things off with some downgrades. DraftKings on the top of the list. You're down about 0.9% here, guys, going from a buy to a neutral way, but also a reduction in price. $38 to $27 by MoffettNathanson is that price target. Flutter Entertainment also on the list, guys. You're down 0.68%, going from a buy to a neutral as well. MoffettNathanson, the culprit there, guys. And then no specific price target on Flutter. Now, as for Comcast, also on the downgrades, you're down about 2 1/3 here, going from a buy to a hold. Now, the price target reduction, only $1 or so, $35 to $34 by Deutsche Bank. Freeport McMoran on the list as well, to slightly positive this morning. Overweight to an equal weight, but a $4 reduction there, $70 to $66 by Morgan Stanley. Now moving forward, let's take a look at some of the upgrades. Polaris on the list, you're up a little bit less than 2% here today, but market performed to outperform with a price target of $66 by Raymond James. Now Intel getting the nod once again, guys, 28% this morning, going from a neutral to a buy, and almost a double in the price target, $48 to $98 by Citibank. Now AMD also getting the nod, 13% here, neutral to a buy, and then a substantial price increase from $220 to $375 by D.A. Davidson. And then we have Sun Life Financial up a little bit less than 0.5%, going from a sector perform to outperform, and a target of 109 Canadian dollars. Let's send it back to Neil and Sean.
Thank you very much, Joe. This portion of the show and those upgrades and downgrades brought to you by Prop Shop Trader, because if you're an equity trader that is looking to scale, Prop Shop Trader is a multi-asset prop firm designed to remove the typical barriers that traders face. You can trade stocks without the pattern day trading restrictions and no licensing requirements, while also accessing futures markets within the same environment. Prop Shop Trader offers both day trading and swing trading programs, giving traders the flexibility to manage multiple accounts and deploy different strategies. Why risk your own capital when you don't have to? Scan the QR code to unlock 60% off your first account, plus buy one, get one free. Get started today. Shout out to Prop Shop Trader. And just spiking a little bit here, and I can't make this one up, the trade desk with a little bit of a bounce. Why? Because Barron's came out with a piece outlining why they think the trade desk could be the next short squeeze. I guess they're going to all come out of the woodworks now after Avis. It's like, well, this is a squeeze, that's a squeeze. So, a little bit of a bounce here. Trade desk, decent enough volume. I suppose insert stock with a short float that's getting beaten up, and then someone's going to want it to be the next squeeze somewhere. That's just fair.
Gotta get some people to
and it's probably behind a paywall, the article, too.
Shout out to Pops Mafia there. Yeah, man, I'm sorry the Bills did that to you again, man. They're disappointing Pops Mafia again over there. Goes to the draft party, and there's no draft pick for the Bills last night. They traded back twice.
You know what, though? I think it was smart.
Yeah. I mean, it just sucks that you're waiting for a draft
It's a big
pick.
disappointment when if you're there. I get it. Trust me, I get it. I go to bed relatively early.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like I'm staying up looking to see who their pick is going to be. And
Yeah.
It's like, why did I bother?
I was ready for that there last night, and I hit that 11:30, 11:45, 12
you guys
o'clock.
get? I didn't even.
We don't have first round pick because Micah Parsons.
Okay, that's why. I'm like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, we don't draft till 50 over there. We already robbed them of that of getting Parsons. So okay, I was just gonna say DraftKings was on the upgrades and downgrades there from Joe. So thanks for that, Joe. And there it is, man, just bouncing off the 50 period. I think DraftKings, this is like a shelf that is. We talked about short flows, over 30% short on DraftKings, but no like sort of white save them yet on some sort of a short squeeze. But I was looking you break through. I don't know if it's going to be today, but the Nasdaq's up 1.5%, DraftKings down 1.5%, and this is looking like it wants to break this $20.50 mark. I don't know if it happens, like I said, today. That means it needs to get going, but I think that's a trade for sure on that break. You break that, you hold the short until maybe, if you're swinging it, you can hold it. It's only 23 is where your 50-period moving average is. We haven't been at the 50-period moving average all year. So that's mid-January right there. And it's just been getting, downside. We saw when it broke this little head, this little shoulder here, boomed back to the downside. We'll see if that becomes a head and get another shoulder. But right now you're kind of forming out that this does not looking great. We rejected the 50-period moving average there, went lower, made new all-time. It's not going to be all-time lows, but made new lows there. Came back up, is rejecting the 50-period again and looking to go lower, and then we get a downgrade on top of it. So, yeah, DraftKings to me looks like it's primed to go a little lower if you're looking for a short idea. And I might even add it to the list today for that short as well. So, look, man, we're really excited to be back and to start hitting the keys again here. So, want to thank Joe, obviously, for a bang-up show. I'll try my best to repeat the quality of the show over the last 5 days. But we're here right now. We're ready to rock and roll. I'm in on a Friday, so that was pretty nice. It's Friday today, that is for sure. We'll see what's going to be what's for lunch, see if it's a Friday kind of a day here today. Randy's in the building today as well. It's fried chicken.
No. We had
Was it
fried
good
chicken.
at least?
It wasn't as good as the time
Okay.
before. It was good. It's always good. It wasn't as good as.
What did Joe rate it?
He didn't give a rating.
He didn't give a rating. Okay.
He enjoyed it, but he ate it alarmingly fast.
Begrudgingly?
It was. Yeah, because he wasn't eating until we did the afternoon show.
Of course.
So, he has the plate next to him, and we're doing the regular thing. We come back from doing the segment at the desk, and then he starts digging into it. I look over, it's 5 minutes later, and his plate is just done.
Yeah.
So, he wasn't playing.
The one friend that we know eats super fast.
Oh, yeah.
One friend of ours. All right.
Don't always want to out people. Shriek's like, who's that? Like we're going to out somebody.
Yeah.
We know somebody.
Shreef eats quick, too. Shreef eats quick, man. He's got that little protein mix there in the morning.
Katina, man, back and
dude,
forth.
Okay, it takes you an hour to eat it, but how many eggs are in that thing?
12, baby.
12, okay.
Don't forget the mixed vegetables, too.
It looks and tastes.
Of course it takes you time to eat it.
Looks like it tastes great, I should say.
It would take me all day. Well, it wouldn't take me all day to eat that. I eat pretty quick.
Yeah.
No, there was something else. Oh, this is what I was going to say, because you were talking about DraftKings. the press that the bad press is some of the these I guess event betting markets are getting in the last week. Like you had the
Polymarket,
rest of
right?
a soldier. You had the rest of a U.S. soldier who made 400 betting on the Maduro capture.
Right.
He put 33 grand, and then there's some dude in.
Barron Trump too was doing something.
Well, there was some legend for that, but there's another gangster one. I think it was in. Okay, I think it was in France. It might have been in England. One of the two. It was somewhere in Europe. Some dude bet on like the high temperature. And then they left the station unguarded where they do the reading.
And that's what it was.
Brother just went up there with a hair dryer for long enough to alter it to make some money. Because think about it, they're not guarding that thing because there's a betting market on it. So there's all kinds of issues with some of these event betting.
We got back, all 5 of us went on vacation. I got back, I was sitting with Baxter, my 23-year-old there. And I was like, oh, what are you doing on your laptop? He brought it to Mexico and everything. He's running ClaudeBot on it. And he is right now, he has a program that scans all the prediction markets right now, looking for little things like that. He's talking about like false positives. And so something like that would have hit his board there, and it would have, given some sort. You know what else he's doing? He's got Claude right now, ClaudeBot, I guess, or whatever it is, the clause and all that. He has it scanning flights and some of those like Skyscanner and some of the flight, Google Flights he's using a lot as well for that. And what he's doing is the minute it sees something that is like way out of whack, like for example, a cheap flight to blah, blah, blah. Like if something is 80% off, it instantly flags him. And then he can either, pick that flight up or let some of his friends know or whatever. So because he's young and he was looking to travel. So that's part of the game for him is like, he's on there grabbing all these things. I was like, bro, why don't you tell me this when I'm trying to book a vacation?
Well, my pops uses it to visit my brother. It's genius because think about it, like if you're tired, you don't care when he goes, but he's going to visit my bro in Halifax multiple times a year. So he just basically is constantly scanning. And then
he's got this machine to do
it. But that's what he does now. He pays for Claude.
Yeah.
And it's just, you just go whenever it's cheap. Now, obviously, that doesn't work for everybody because you plan a vacation and
it's just fun to do.
It's amazing what you're able to. Of course, you got to pay.
And he can, the Polymarket stuff is if something goes out there that's a little erroneous, you can right away hop on the other side of it. And then you're one of the first ones to make the bet. So you're going to get a much better odds than as it starts to alter back and forth, right? So that's part of it. And that's where you get all the efficiencies, of these, these claws and everything like that go out there and do what used to take us, hours and weeks and months and years to do. It's just these little ideas that are coming through. But I always think about it. He's a smart dude. But if this is what he's doing as one man, that's 23 years old, I feel like there's big farms out there that are right now building all of these, and the future is just going to be so wild for everything that we look forward to right now. Okay, I'm going to get this out now. It's getting a little late, so we're to rock and roll, man, and it's gonna go back. We have our watch list out. We have Sharif's morning note out. I saw Sia's in the building. Adara's over here. We want to welcome Tiffany over here, running the 1s and 2s in the back. So yeah, we're really excited. The team is growing over here, and we're really happy to do that for everybody and just keep the show bigger and badder.
That's a new one.
Yeah, I think there's a couple new sound effects happening over here. But all right, let's go back to the desk. We're gonna get this all figured out.
The Maduro thing is interesting. Have you read that story? The guy that made 400 grand.
Yeah, that's just. I mean, come on, man.
But there was there's a couple of people making a good point in the chat. I was just noticing that. Are these regulated?
They are. So it's actually breaching one of the markets. I was listening to it on This Morning on CNBC. There's some sort of market. Yeah, exactly. That, and it includes.
It's not the SEC.
It's not the SEC. It was a specific legislation, something act. I'll find it in a minute. But there was. It includes the prediction markets.
I mean,
Polymarket. I think it was. Was it Kalshi or Polymarket?
I can't remember.
They suspended his account immediately, and they said there's no insider trading on our.
When the casino doesn't win, they kick you out, right?
Exactly.
Lilly downside this morning to the tune of, it's not great, $40 or so on the back of this new data showing their latest weight loss drug signed up a third in the second week of the people that signed up the first week, so that can't be good.
Yeah, the GLP one is a little hit and miss at the moment. You can kind of see that a little bit with the HIMS angle and the Amazon angle as well, to basically making that available. But I just want to go back for a second to the president to the insider trading thing. Did you see what President Trump said when he was asked about it? He's like, well, did he bet on himself? And then he started like eliciting Pete Rose and how Pete Rose was betting on baseball, but he was betting on himself as opposed to the other team. And
he also said, he's not a fan of all of this and has never been a fan of all of this.
I thought it was interesting there.
It's really complicated. It's getting to a point where literally anything and everything you can bet on.
Yeah.
Is it going to be sunny tomorrow?
And we have that on our platform too, Joseph and I, on our brokerage. Like, it'll just pop up these random questions in areas where you don't expect these random questions to pop up. Like, it's like a stock visualizer. And then at the bottom, be like, does the NASDAQ close above this level or this level at the end of the week? And all you got to do is hit one button, and all of a sudden you're betting on it. They're making it really simple, Brendo.
Crazy.
Removing barriers.
Let's have a look at the market here.
All right, guys, 708.5 is where we closed out on the SPY yesterday. We're up 1/3%. We're in that holding pattern. I'm going to zoom in here so we can kind of look. This is kind of the range that we've been putting in. As we mentioned, 705 has been coming in as a repeat support level on the day, with that 712, let's say 711.5 is resistance, and we're still within that pattern. We're at about 710 3/4 right now. So we're going to say the same thing, Brendo. We're looking at that 712. 712.5 as our area of support. If we start selling off for whatever reason, that same 705 we've been talking about as support, Brendo.
All right, if you haven't done so yet, as always, link is down below in the description right now. Second link, I believe it is, in the description will get you to the sign-up page for the watch list. Has everything you need to know every single day in the pre-market, and then you come join us at 8 o'clock. A lot of people with a lot of thoughts on Intel this morning, coming back in a little bit right now. What was the high there? 87, I guess, above 87, early this morning on some of these analyst notes. I mean, there's endless amounts of positivity around this report, rightfully so. I mean, not much in the way of negativity in the report itself. I mean, the EPS, as you and I were talking, just absolutely insane.
It was really good. I mean, we'll get to the numbers, but really it was what Lip Bhutan said on the call yesterday that really got me excited. The numbers are as exciting. 29 pennies are earnings per share. The market wanted 1. So that's a 2,800% beat. That's just absolute destruction there on revenue of $13.58 billion. That beats a 12.48, and that grew at a 9% bump, or sorry, a 7.2% bump year over year. The Q2 guidance equally as strong, guiding 13.8 to 14.8 billion. The street was looking for 13.07. So if you look at the high end of that range, that could be almost a $2 billion beat, give or take. With EPS, 20 pennies. The street was looking for 9. So that's a fantastic look there. And then if you're looking for the data center revenue, up 22% year over year, up to 5.1 billion. But Lip Bhutan was like saying, he's like, look, autonomous AI agents, they kind of brought Intel's specialty back. He called it the humble CPU, because CPUs have been a little bit out of favor for GPUs. He said the agentic wave is moving intelligence closer to the user end. And basically he was trying to give a ratio. He's like, before agents really kind of made their way onto the AI scene, you needed about like 3 or 4 CPUs per GPU. Now you're going to need about 8 because agentic workflow is very heavy in terms of CPUs. Last but not least here, there was one little area that could be of concern. Intel reported a net loss of $3.7 billion, but that was largely due to one-time charges related to its stake in Mobileye, and it had to pay the government a dividend because, well, they took a bit of a stake in there. But other than that, that was a one-line item, probably not going to reoccur.
That's how they do it now, apparently. So new highs and then some for Intel today, guys. What do we do here?
It's funny because last night we were like, okay, if it can just manage to hold on to like the prior all-time high, as I had to reload my chart there, if it can just hold on to the prior all-time high, I think it could be good to go. It's that wick that's bothering me. And it's so far above it that the gap fill could be tremendous. It was about 76-ish, somewhere around the $76 range was the all-time high. They still lost like $4 billion. Like it's worth considering. The run up into this has been, I mean, nothing short of amazing. So the growth, good, great, gap profitability, fantastic. This feels like sell and not profit take is what I'm getting at. I feel it. We've seen this with big time gap ups here oftentimes where it's just a little bit of an inside day or a slight flush to the downside. I don't think we see the 76. The overnight resistance was basically right here, so you've already pulled in that gap. I don't know if we get the classic pop and fade. Like when I was thinking that, we were sitting right at 86. I was like, okay, well, if it fails that top right away, just look for that gentle downtrend. Because I think it could end up being oddly disappointing today on Intel with this gap. We've seen that before, and I wouldn't be surprised. So I'm looking for that initial pop and fade trade. I think it's a great sign. The quarter is fantastic, the numbers and all that. I just feel like it's gone a little bit too far, too fast. And the exuberance, a sign of the exuberance is even how far it was able to pull up some of the other semis. Because that was another shocking aspect of this, in addition, was how far AMD went up, how far ARM was up on sympathy. Like ARM was up 7% when the stock had been insane 2 days going into this. Like I can see people on a Friday ringing that register. So I'm looking for that pop and fade trade. If it doesn't happen, there's plenty of other places that'll be fantastic to get to. Like I like IBIT today. I'm going to be trading some silver again. But yeah, Intel, I think you ring the register.
Yeah, no, I was, so here we go. So people asking, come on, man, can I get a day back over here? People wanting the sticky note out, so here it is. It is now out. I have Intel 87 long. I just wrote down if we break the top, right? And that didn't happen, so now it's kind of getting faded here, which means the next, well, didn't mean to close that. We'll look at the next stage, the 200 period on the 1 minute chart. That's generally been a good support area for me on trading, you know, some of these moving names where you can't really get in because it's moving a little bit or you're at all-time highs and the air is clear up there, you know, like there's nothing up here to say, oh, well, you know, this is what we're going to bounce off of or anything like that. So Intel, as Neil just mentioned with ARM, you know, both these names, I just looked at ARM, I was like, wow, over $200. It seems like it's getting a little carried away, but the numbers are there to back it up. So I had no idea where the 200 period was going to go, so now it looks like we're getting closer and closer to the open. So I would say $80. So you're $4 away from that top break there at $87, and you're $2 or $3 away now from a bottom area that's probably going to be support. So I want to trade names that are active. I want to trade names that are doing volume. I want to trade names that are at all-time highs, that have catalysts. I mean, you know, we go over some of these videos and we talk about what makes a good trade, and I think Intel's kind of setting up right now today for everything. Whether or not you like the shorts or the longs here, there's going to be volume. There's definitely catalyst. There's definitely surprise. So I like this $80 level. That's just where the 200 period is. I could see myself holding off on this until I almost, did I write down a time? No, I didn't. But I was going to write down like 9:45, 10 o'clock, like something where the first couple minutes we let the big money flatten this thing out, whether or not they want it to rip or they want to take some profits. Fine by me, but let it settle down so that we can, you know, as prop traders can jump in and take advantage of hopefully some sort of a support or maybe this is resistance, right? So I'm gonna wait for 87 to break. 87 was made at about 6 a.m. or so this morning, right here. Since I started the charts up at 7, the high's been 86.50. So we'll see if we can break back above there. But yeah, you gotta like Intel today, that is for sure. But either way, I could see it fading back out and being, you know, getting hit on the short side as well. So let's let it develop, right? Well, first look, it will be at 80 or a top break of 87. I like it when it's this easy, so we'll just do that, and we have a game plan. When we're in the trade, we'll discuss where our outs are, but I think $2 or $3 worth of risk on this name is probably pretty appropriate for a day like today, if not a little bit more. But you don't want to be holding the bag because just because you believe it's a long, like if it breaks through 80, then our support is gone for now. And then you look to see what was going on here after hours when they did report. So 78 or so. But I'm going to look at 80. If it loses 80, we can rethink about this trade. But that's what I'm going to do there for Intel.
Before we go back to the desk,
let's do this.
There's an IPO today, and not every IPO matters, but X Energy, it's a small modular name. So suffice to say that would be in a sector that we actually think has a little bit of hype, and it's 900,000. It's just shy of $1 billion in size. So it's a decent size. It's in our system today, and someone was asking what time do they open up. The best guess is usually between 11 and 1:30. Like if it's past, it's always before 2 o'clock at the absolute latest, and there was a couple that were before noon. While you were gone, like one of them like oddly early, like it was right after we finished the morning show.
Did any of them do well, or?
I want to kick. There was one of the best one, and it was the drone one. It was easy money, but it opened right in the wrong window. It was like exactly, you know, when you're like, just get up because it's not going to open until later. And then it did open at that time, and I wanted to break something. Okay. It doesn't really matter. But this one, because it's an SMR, like small modular reactor name, it's a nuclear name, I think it's going to have some hype behind it. That's XE. We'll let you guys know what the tap is. It's way too early for any of that. And probably will not start considering that it could open around 11 o'clock. The semis are open, and they are all flying, as you guys have already seen. The best way to think about strength in the semiconductors names is if you're not, if you own a semi stock and it isn't up today, you own the wrong one.
Probably, yeah.
There's probably none of them.
Precisely. What does this mean for the rest of the group? What does the Intel report mean for the rest of the group? I mean, there's an individual note on AMD this morning, just an absolute monster with Intel after the close yesterday.
Absolutely. You got to assume some of the move up obviously was in sympathy with that, but they got their own independent upgrade today. D.A. Davidson upgrading AMD from neutral to buy and boosting that price target markedly from 220 to 375. That's a major sentiment shift. Here's why. They say the core driver is the accelerating AI infrared demand, and AMD is really gaining credibility as an AI accelerator challenger to NVIDIA. Meta's partnership as well, a $100 billion build-out signals AMD scaling into that kind of gigawatt level compute supply. Their data center growth outlook looking at growing at 68% this year. So fantastic look there. Separately, I want to bring in Taiwan Semi as well, Brendo, because Taiwan Semi got into all-time highs. Reason is, at least, you know, partially, the decision by Taiwan's Financial Supervisory Commission to loosen fund allocation limits. So what they're doing is there used to be a cap on single stock holdings, either by domestic equity funds or ETFs, to a maximum of 10%. They boosted that up to 25%. So more inflows coming.
Why not?
Why not?
Just more and more people welcome. The day that NVIDIA is the laggard, guys, feels a little bit weird, but we'll take it.
Yeah, well, you know what? It's just we're getting used to it at this point. To say that NVIDIA has been left is an understatement at this point. I think, you know, there's only so many times you can mention it or mock what's the move now from 170? I don't know, call it 16, maybe 17% from the lows, and it looks god awful. It looks absolutely awful relative to everything else. There's just no other way to put it. NVIDIA has been an utter disappointment. You can say all you want about it being relatively true. It doesn't make a difference. I feel this. I'm not going to say that I feel the same way about AMD as Intel, that there'll be some profit takers, but I'd be utterly shocked if there wasn't. And especially, like, its ARM is the one that's getting me here. Like, when they said they're making their own chips for the first time, the idea was, and they immediately had said that this extra revenue was coming multiple years down the line. And it was a little bit of a little check back, and it looked like it was going to be structured like it's always been. Instead, you have a monster breakout. This is an absolute monster breakout on the higher time frame. Like, ARM held this range from basically the beginning of 2024, and it was always the same range. And now that you've got this breakout, the move was about $90 to $100, the range that it sat in. So I think the upside is to close to $300 here. I just feel like there's going to be some ringing of the register today. Probably a better trade over Intel, because I think Intel's will have so much volume, it'll give you multiple shots and much more opportunity. But if this loses shelf on ARM, I could see at least a pullback into the 210 range. And the shelf is about like 215, 216, maybe a little bit higher than that. That's just a dark pool wick in there. Lots of those. I mean, she's more like 217. But yeah, I think this one is also in the register. But that daily and the weekly chart on ARM looks fantastic. And we can't wait to see what this does in the next quarter. But today, I'm thinking it's a little bit too far.
I was looking at NVIDIA and thinking, like, it's too heavy to go. It's too heavy. There's too many traders in this name. I don't know if it's going to go or not, but we definitely like that move. I mean, it's had a good move. It's just, I don't know if it's going to go anymore. So this is a name that I'm a little bit, I don't want to say concerned with, but I just think there's too many people in NVIDIA right now. Like, there's no doubt this should be moving a bit more than maybe it has been. So I'm a little concerned about NVIDIA, and I don't necessarily want to get into that stock right now at these levels. I just feel like if there is a pullback at some point, obviously these other names are going to pull back more dramatically than NVIDIA, but this has already gone up so much more dramatically than NVDA, right? I mean, AMD, like again, like getting some out, it was not here, it was into here when we last got into 250. You know, that turned out to be a decent trade at the time, but then no reload there at the 200 period, and now you're just up and away for advanced micro devices. So I think you got to let all these things kind of calm down a little bit. I mean, if Intel's pulling back, I think AMD does too. It's up 11%, like that's a lot of sympathy there. I mean, I know there's always these little stories, but 11%, that seems too much. SOX L as well here today. I mean, going for its 18th straight up day, 18 straight days there for SOX L. Like, what are we even talking about right here? You know, you wonder why you trade the triple TQQs or anything like that. Like, look at this levered product right here. This was March 31st. So you're talking about like 2.5, 3 weeks. You go from 40, caught my throat there. Yeah. $40 to $130 right now. So, I mean, it's congratulations to anybody that got on this train real early, man. That break rate, I mean, whatever. This little bump up, I mean, you're getting gapped up here. So maybe if you're not in down here, fine. But there's our 200 period moving average chilling out. I mean, it just showed you what it looks like on AMD. But it didn't triple. This tripled. And then right into there, this break, I guess, would have been the trade, right? Of April 9th or 8th, something like that. Right around there, boom, to the upside. And there it goes. And you're up, I mean, the numbers are saying for itself again, up another 12%. So this just continues to get excited, man. Nice upside play there for SOX L today, just breaking higher. Yeah, this might be the thing to look at as well. There's your 200 period over there at 122. So I'm looking at the 200 period on basically all of these names. I'm not going to go, we already went over Intel, but it's these kind of plays. Let's see if it settles down. We've trusted this line for a while. Let's see if it wants to work out. I mean, even yesterday, I mean, I didn't look at it yesterday, but here's the pullback. Obviously, the first 5 minutes, pretty wild, but there's the pullback like I was talking about. This is AMD. Wait, and I said on Intel, I didn't even do this yet. This is the first time I pulled back from yesterday. But wait for things to come in, maybe settle down a little bit, give us the 200, and then we can go. All right, what happens in the afternoon happens in the afternoon, but that's what I'm looking for early, is pullbacks into key levels like your 200 period moving average. So I think AMD might find one here around, AMD around 330.
Back to the upside we go here this morning, back above 376. Currently trying to hold this area from yesterday. Ended up being an absolutely nothing day yesterday after the big move down following the earnings report. I mean, there's some manufacturing notes this morning. There's some positive analyst notes this morning. If we go back to the spend that we learned about on the earnings call, I was reading an interesting take this morning. It's actually, they're spending more than a Rivian. So it's the entire market cap of Rivian.
I believe that.
They're going to spend in a year. And as you were saying yesterday, potentially a little bit more than that.
I'm not buying that $25 billion. Just seeing what others are spending and how much they're having to fork over. And he wants to build an entire fab, not a data center, and having to buy all the AI tools. The chip-making tools that come along with it. We'll see. My guess is he's just pulling forward some of the initial spending, and then we're going to see the real spending down the line. But 3 headlines today for Tesla. First, they did begin production of the cyber cabs. We don't have an exact number of when to expect them en masse, but Elon basically saying on X that we're going to expect about several hundred of these per week. Secondly, Elon on the call, something I didn't cover yesterday, basically articulated how if you have version 3 hardware, meaning if you bought your Model 3 or your Model Y before 2024, you're going to be able to actually have FSD. However, there's going to be a couple of things, Brenda. First, they're either going to create these micro factories in major metro areas capable of updating the older cars with the latest computers, or they're going to offer you a discounted trade-in for a newer car. He didn't specify, though, if you had paid outright for FSD, whether you'd be able to move that into the newer car or you'd have to pay again. So we'll have to wait and see on that detail. And lastly here, an upgrade from DZ Bank, boosting Tesla from a hold to hold from sell, pardon me, and a $385 price.
I mean, it should be transferable, you would think.
I would hope so.
It should be transferable if you bought it outright, but not much action to look at so far.
I'm with you, Brennan. I think it should be transferable. It makes a lot of sense to me. But that being said, Tesla, you could call it a nothing burger yesterday, but there was quite a lot of action off that 385, and it was, basically just look to where the prior support was, and then you had a fade there. I think it needs to chew through that to look good today. So I'm looking. Everybody's looking at the chip names today, and I think at the open, rightfully so. Like you pick the chips that you're looking at. I mean, I like IBIT today, and we're going to get involved in that one almost for sure. But Tesla, if it does another one of these false breakouts in the low 80s on a Friday, I think that gives you an obvious place to go for a. Yeah, what's going on with Qualcomm here? Sorry, guys. Yeah, Qualcomm. You know the levels on Tesla, so I'm not gonna repeat myself again there. But Qualcomm. It's not that other things aren't going to, but this is a little bit unusual. Whereas I haven't seen or heard anything specifically. Like you're going to tell me that this is like some later sympathy, potentially? Like that's the only thing. Yeah, like the only thing I saw was some sympathy to Intel, but clearly in the last few minutes, that kind of went ham. Because Intel's actually been trending down pretty much all morning long, and QCOM now 13%. It's not that it's up 13%, it's more that it's been doing it in the last few minutes here. So I don't see or hear anything in particular with regards to them. We'll keep our ear to the ground, obviously, but yeah, QCOM, another name. This is a getting off the Schneid name. There have been some concerns about the handset space. In terms of their growth there. Like this has been a laggard for so long. Watch out for maybe 155, 156. That's a pretty big level if it gets up there. But yeah, we'll have to see if there's any news. I certainly wouldn't want to be chasing that. Oh, we got some super chats here from QuickieBot. Max Line, MaxL we did mention, OGN we have not. That's actually a little bit better volume than when we were looking at MXL, which was up big on earnings. I think it was like 50% the last we checked. OGN has a bit of a flat top. It's not a flat top, triple top breakout that it has set up for it. So it's a good look on OGN. Still curious about this Qualcomm news. It's doing it by itself, and it's doing it without anything too crazy. But yeah, like I said, MXL on those earnings with a 10% short flow does look pretty solid. And then OGN, what was the catalyst here? Did they report as well?
We have that on the watch list?
I don't think we had Organon on the watch list. We had,
we had CTNT.
Yeah, Max Linear was on the watch list. But, no, they did report. They reported yesterday. Why are they moving today? Yesterday in the morning. But why is it moving this morning?
That Max Linear was $17.
Yeah. 10% short flow with Max Linear, though.
Yeah, in April. Yeah, that's a huge move. So Tesla today, we've seen them come back in. Looks like it does have some bouncing areas here that we could potentially look at from yesterday. So, we will be looking at the chip names more specifically. We're going to have to go because we have a couple more names here to go through. But, what about just 370? Looking to get some of these bottom wicks here and see if those play. I'm a little nervous. Like I wrote down on the note here, the sticky note's now out. I'll post up again. Oh, yeah, here. I just post a little picture of the family here. You guys can go over to Twitter and have a quick little look right there, as we had some great days there. So it's going to be up on Instagram and up on whatever this is called, X. But yeah, I had Intel, NVIDIA, TQs, and DraftKings. But see, I have the TQs down here to 60, thinking that, we could get a little bit of a fade there today early. Like the NASDAQ was already started to come back in. We were up. This is just a 1 minute chart. We were already up like one and almost a half, I was going to say, maybe 1.4% at one point. So I was thinking that we could get a move back in also on the TQs, and that's where I was looking over here in and around the $60 mark where your 200 period moving average is down there on a 5 minute chart. It's pretty choppy though in and around this area. So I think that if, we've seen a stock like Tesla really move off the open, and I think that's a good dip zone there. So there's yesterday, right? We opened up at 376. Look how we went down $5 and then ripped $12 to the upside there before eventually retracing, right? So I think Tesla has the opportunity to do that again. And if it does do that, then I'd be looking in and around here, 372, 372.50 down there for Tesla. And don't be afraid to take it. I think there's some reasons in there to go long. For today, it's up 0.6. I like the stock. Any stock that's up today should, I think pull back a little bit, and then we'll see if we can catch a bid. But Tesla, not a bad story. I like the long. HIMS, Yeah, we just talked about that a little bit earlier with the GLPs and some of this movement there on him. So let's go find the story with the guys and we'll look at a chart.
Yeah, I got to go back 2 days, but what a move it was. About this time, in fact, in the pre-market on that note, we were talking about more products, more product lines coming to the website. I mean, this thing has been just, if you zoom out a little bit here, this thing has just been absolutely parabolic as well.
Oh, yeah.
20 up to 32 in the past couple of weeks here.
Yeah, that's what happens when you hitch your wagon to Eli Lilly. And by the way, Brendo, I'm seeing a lot of comments coming in from TikTok. So loving the fact that we're seeing a lot of TikTok viewers. Obviously, yeah, welcome. Growing on that platform as well. Shout out to everybody on TikTok, guys. But here's the deal: Bank of America today raising the firm's price target on Hims and Hers to 32 from 30, but they're keeping that same neutral rating. They're happy that they're offering access to Eli Lilly's Zepbound vials as well as QuickPen and Foundayo. They did note, however, in a footnote to their press release that there's no formal partnership. And that any licensed healthcare professional could actually prescribe to the Lilly Direct Pharmacy. Doesn't just have to be from Hims and Hers, but it is nice to have that sort of informal partnership. That's why they kept the neutral rating as opposed to a buy.
I don't know why this continues to be relevant, but apparently Michael Burry now owns Microsoft. If anyone cares. Just saw that pop up too, guys.
I mean, I own Microsoft. You own Microsoft?
I haven't bought Microsoft in a very long time, but I own Microsoft.
okay.
But it's like,
So welcome to the club, Michael Burry.
everybody owns Microsoft. If you've been invested for a long time, you probably at some point own Microsoft. Like, again, they've just been one of the longest running big cap companies in top 10. But look, Hims been extremely violent all week long. But I think if you're not trading it off of the range here, then I wouldn't know what to do with diddling in the middle. It seems like this is a fade. If it does that 32 push, it's gapped up, but it's not moving, and maybe you can find some support there. Like, just to pivot, because we only have 5 minutes left, I like some IBIT. If we're gonna go range-bound trading today, I'm looking for the dip on IBIT. It held at 43. It was about 43.5. It held that really well for a reversal yesterday, and then it was a good trend long before things got out of hand at lunchtime. It was trending long. All morning long it was trending, and then we had that big nasty turn in the market. So I'm looking for a dip buy here in IBIT. You've held on to 78,000, more importantly the 74,000. That run at 80, I think we can get another one. So, if it loses 43.60, I guess all bets are off there. But it's so far up that I got to be thinking about not just that dip, but the afternoon level of the 44. So there's a couple places I'll look to buy the dip there. Hims is probably a pass for me, unless it gets to the edge of the range. Too much diddling in the middle.
Hims is a 39% short float.
Yeah.
So that is available as well to those looking at that. There was another name on the watch list that I wanted to talk about, and I don't see it anymore. Sorry. It was a story related to it. It was just about Eli Lilly. Like, Eli Lilly's at this $900 mark, and I was just looking at it. It's a stock that obviously I like. I think this is going to be they got some more drugs in the pipeline. Their oral GLP drug there. I still think that's, sort of the way that technology works could be implemented into many different aspects. I mean, a lot of people are focused on the weight loss aspect of it, but there's still addiction, and there's a lot of different things that I think Eli Lilly is getting close and has already been there, looking at, solutions to adding possible names to their repertoire other than Ozempic. I don't even know if Ozempic's theirs, whatever theirs is, Wegovy or any of that. So we'll see if that can get going. But you're right, again, looking to buy good quality companies, which I believe Eli Lilly is one of those, at the 200 period moving average. So right around here, I mean, Novo Nordisk, I know, has been beat up a little bit as well. Let's try to make a move back. But I think Eli Lilly right around here, it's at a very dangerous level. I remember talking about this when we lost this shelf right here at 980. And we had a nice move down. But we lost the shelf, and now we've come into the 200 period, looking like it wants to absorb some of this. So for me, getting along around this $880 to $900 area seems to be something that we could support again. So Eli Lilly for the move higher here, in and around 900 for LLY. So that's something that I want to look at there. And we'll see what happens moving forward here for Eli Lilly. A good opportunity. All right, man, there's only one more minute. Let's go back there for Palantir.
Intel was a 1.1 million sell imbalance. It just paired off. So I put in the chat that it was a sell. They just paired it off like 5-10 seconds ago, and it just popped like $1. So this one's going to be a mover for sure. We also have Palantir sellers.
Yeah, ugly day yesterday. Kind of a strange note here this morning on this, but on the back of what happened yesterday, I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah, campaigners, that's what they're being called, Brendo. Campaigners from Minneapolis calling on the Central Bank of Switzerland to offload its $1.1 billion investment in Palantir. The chairman of the bank basically said no, but he did caveat that by saying, naturally, they work only with customers that don't hurt the environment, violate fundamental human rights, or produce banned weapons. So we'll see if that factors in at all.
Chopping around still on a daily chart, guys, but relative weakness potentially here for Palantir.
It's not that relatively weak. I mean, it's 1%. It's moving almost as much as the NASDAQ. But I think yesterday was one of those. I really did want this to break out the top, but you can will things into existence. The market went up and it went down. It was relatively weak yesterday. I don't have it on my note, but I suppose if I was really interested in trading it, I would consider this a fade unless it's breaking out 147. But it's not on the note today. I'm much more interested in chips and IBIT and silver, and it's just going to be one of those. Oh, and we have the opening bell here. Remember, Intel had a 1 million sell imbalance that paired off. So it's going to have probably a lot of volatility off the open. Be patient with it. This is not your regular Intel. It's up 20 bajillion%. So the volatility is going to be in full force with this. So initial pushes to the upside. We didn't really talk about what's going on with energy. USO is down because things are looking a little bit better, but it's right in the middle at VWAP. So first things first, I'm probably looking at that IBIT dip. We'll see if that's going to end up happening. Intel, the volume is insane.
Yeah, we were looking at that $80 dip buy opportunity for that. I mean, it looks like it already went to $80 and change. So that's the level that we wrote down, but it did not come through for me while the market was open. There comes the NASDAQ screaming in a little bit. We did want to look at $60. We'll see if that comes in. We said that there could be a move down early, and it looks like it's happening a little bit right now to the NASDAQ. We'll wait to see if we get a $60 bid down in and around there. What's our good friend Tesla doing? That was going to be another name that we potentially were looking at. That's having a nice move down into 374 right now as well. But I don't know if that wick happened, but we did talk about buying some 372s. Okay, market just trying to fade. Still up 1%. So we'll see if the NASDAQ wants to wind up holding that. But yeah, Intel still holding that bid and getting up to 84.50 right now. There goes Intel, bouncing sickly off that 200 period moving average, which is exactly what we had written down right there. Just too bad that it happens a little early. There's the Intel talk, looking near the 200 period on the 1 minute chart. So that hit perfectly, gave you $4 or $5. Let's see what winds up happening. We want it to settle down just a little bit right now. But yeah, things looking well early here, holding some bids.
We're going to go to Adair in a quick second. Remember Qualcomm? That's actually bouncing again. So it pulled back $6 and is now back to the upside. Still haven't found a particular story outside of just sympathy for Intel. Let's go to Adair.
I haven't seen anything on Qualcomm either. I was checking social media. It seems to mostly be social media hype as far as I can tell amidst the Intel run. I think a lot of people just confused as to why it's up. But I want to talk about the market here. A couple different pieces of news out of the Middle East already. Israel launching its second airstrike on southern Lebanon, even though, again, we heard that the countries are in a 3-week ceasefire. So if I get more details, I'll let you know. Also hearing that there are not going to be any U.S. and Iran talks taking place during the Iranian foreign minister's visit to Pakistan today. There's going to be apparently bilateral engagement. That's just being reported, and that's also coming from an Iranian source. So if I get more details from other sources, I will let you know. Guys, at 10 a.m., we get University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment prints. This is a number that can move the market. We know last UMich Consumer Sentiment was apparently the lowest reading that this metric's ever had. So we're going to have to wait and find out what happens next. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Derek. We have new all-time highs for the NASDAQ opened up, new all-time highs. You can see right here, Apple's saying what highs, as it's going a little lower here on Apple, down into 270. So we can wait to see what winds up happening with Apple down here, down 1%. Potentially the first fade play that I see right now. Like if we bounce to the high side, we'll fade it back down in as Apple's showing itself to be a little weak. On the note we did have, which of course I'm hitting enter on this, it's not going. We did have DraftKings looking at that 2050 level. That's going to the upside right now as well. The NASDAQ has bounced off some key levels. Intel, again, they already were down into this level, so we'll have to wait to see if we can settle down just a little bit. And probably Advanced Micro Devices is probably a rocket ship.
No, it's
trying to break through.
One that broke the high was actually ARM.
I was going to say
ARM hit $230. I'm going to go to my plan B for a pullback on a chip name, and the plan B is SMCI is only up 3%. Remember, I was like, if you're not up a lot and you're in the chip space and you're not breaking highs, then you should be like the other way. It's underneath VWAP, no breakout there, so like this might be a relatively weak one. Oh, and if there's any pops in energy, I'm doing the whole still short and boil. That's been downward trend forever. But nothing's really happened too much. We had that one headline, but USO barely moves. I don't think it's an energy play just yet. We're not really dipping on Bitcoin here. I don't want to pull the trigger. You're underneath VWAP, so relatively weak. I'll give it a chance to get into some lows. But the longer we hold out here, the more I start to think about just looking for the reversal and the long off the volume weighted average price. I was looking for the dip buy, but if there's no dip, then you just kind of got to get in. So I might end up taking a shot at this above the volume weighted average price, even if I had liked it pretty much significantly lower.
So here's the NVIDIA node here, 199 to 200 area long. Low of the day, 199. Current price, 203. I mean, 199 to 200, I mean, it's pretty vague, but again, it comes in right there perfectly, right at the open. And again, there was a couple of sell imbalances there, so that created some action like that. It doesn't look like 199 was the low according to our chart, although we have it right there. But anyways, it got into 199.50, which would have been good enough for a buy. And there it goes, ripping upside NVIDIA. So we definitely want to play pullbacks into this one as well, into 201. The market's just off a little bit right now, obviously back up to the upside there. Nasdaq's nowhere near its highs of the day yet. Tesla, wow. Good thing we talked about that down there at 372. Still going. Tesla, see you later. Looks like they want to take out the top side of this one as well. That's not a horrible break there. 378 for Tesla, maybe going higher. I mean, NVIDIA has a huge candle up like this as well. Everything right now is just Tesla, NVIDIA, AMD, like everything now starting just to continue to blast northbound here. What's my guy Marvell doing as well? My level 2s are pretty slow to change. There's Marvell 168, so that's a pullback for Marvell because they were up into the 174 area as well.
Level 2. The quotes on Intel are hilarious.
The quotes are just bouncing around everywhere.
How
much volume do we have?
Intel's quotes are insane. So I went into, well, I'm in a short and a long, but this IBIT, as it broke that VWAP, going to give it to the prior bar. Again, like the level I really wanted was the bottom. If you can't get it, you can't get it. And the backup plan for fade was going to be, well, is SMCI. I shouldn't say was going to be. That also held on a VWAP in the other direction. Rowan speed. So how to handle AMD after Intel lifting? Oh, okay, there you go. Read the whole thing first. When there's no punctuation, sometimes it gets a little.
It can be hard, yeah.
When it's all sympathy, oh, that's right. What is AMD CCO? That's the Canadian ADR.
Yeah, that's it.
The fourth thing on my drop down for when I type in AMD is the actual one that we want. I think when you have a sympathy play like this, if you're not paying attention to what's happening, and I'm not saying Intel is the futures, but look at these charts. So far in the 3 minute, these are pretty close to identical. So that's the way I would look at it. You know, they're probably going to follow alongside each other. Don't fight any trend that you see happening in Intel.
All right, enough is enough. We're back, baby. There it is now, $1.20 in the money right now as a chicken dinner winner. $1.50 in the money, going higher. I was just like, Tesla's got to be here. There it is, breaking through 378. We talked about that break. I actually didn't take the break. I waited for it to come back in. So there goes Tesla right now. Boom goes the dynamite on Where is it? I don't know. First trade, man, $2 in the money right now on Tesla. There we go. So we're absolutely doing it again here on TSLA right there. Now $2 and change in the money there on Tesla as we continue to go higher. Great to be back. Great to be doing this again here live with you. Thanks everybody for the continued support on the show. And there it goes. You're right, glass half full, man. We are back. We are back in the building. We are back ready to rock and roll. So, thank you so much for the support of the show. Thanks to Joe, Neil, and everything like that, holding down the fort. And then there's $1 right there on $2, on Tesla, the very, very first trade that we made there on our way back. So, yeah, man, we missed you as well. We missed everybody when we were gone, but we had a great vacation. We're glad to be back and trying to make back some of those pesos right now. $2.40 now in the money. There, $3 winner right there. Welcome back. It goes upside right there for this name as it just continues to get goes. And yeah, you are right, front porch trader, man. Who the hell does does come back on a vacation, from vacation on a Friday. But we are back, baby, and we're ready to rock and roll right now. So there it goes, man. Thank you for all the nice words. But it's $2.50. We're starting to clear a little bit out here. Don't want to get too greedy on this play. We've done quite well right there on it. So let's just start to cover. We're out of half of our Tesla trade.
That's that fade zone that it came into yesterday. I had 82 to 86. 86 is that top. I still like the topping tail candle on Tesla. So a great long, but I like that reversal if we're able to get it. And IBIT is looking like it's holding, but if we're going to the upside, SMC ISL, which was the backup plan, because I didn't want to be in Intel early, short and give it to the high. This one wants to take out that high. Take it, SMCI, yesterday, we got it a couple times late, and I feel like that might be the better opportunity. Like, it was early, not so much of a great trade, and then it was a better one twice late. Part of it was the market helping me out, let's be real about it, but we'll take the quick L on that one. And I'm going to go over to Tesla, because I didn't think this would be first, but it is first in terms of the actual, like, big-time parabolic move up. It was at 82 to 86, it got the curl, so any break of the high, and I'll look for that topping tail candle. And Intel has pretty much been, I don't want to call it a nothing burger, but it hasn't run the high of the day. It's very slowly grinding higher. I'd say rather, it's not boring because it's giving you a $2 range, but I'm going to call it disappointing. I thought there'd be a bigger gap fill, maybe to the prior all-time high range, which was about 76. So if there's no break of the high, then there's no fade. That's not going to be like a VWAP style trade. We'll just hang on to IBIT. That's just holding inside of the range for now. It bounced off of the lows, and we're trying to grab it into the high, see if we can run it into yesterday's top, and then look for an extension a little bit later. The NASDAQ bouncing pretty well as well here. That's looking good. You get USO, which is barely moving too.
As I look at real good over here. All right, so again, cleared out of it. We talked about being at a half. Here comes a pullback in now for Tesla, so a good call on the pullback. Just the NASDAQ still going higher. I don't necessarily want to drop this, so we'll get a little bit out there as we break back through 380, now back into the downside. So here comes Tesla right back again. We can get out, right, if this breaks lower. I think that's probably a good strategy right now to see what happens in and around some of these levels right now for Tesla. So 377, that's where your 25 period moving average is on a 1 minute chart. That's something that we look at. I'm just looking at some more charts up here. 376, 375 area or so, but coming right back in. And that's why sometimes you take advantage of it. Look at what the NASDAQ's doing. Not much right now, and this is pulling back quite aggressively. So let's go over and have a quick little look at Intel, see if that's sort of following. No, Intel's not really. Pretty boring so far for INTC. I'm going to take one more piece out there, make that dollar there on one more piece and get a little lighter now as we have about 30% left now on TSLA. Let's let it run there. We didn't reload it there. We could have. I was waiting for something a little lower there on the reload for that one there. But all right, there goes Intel. There goes AMD. See some people in the chat talking about it.
AMD and ARM.
Yeah, AMD breaking the highs now as well. So
it's not. Intel's not the one today.
No,
look, it's up 20. Look, whatever. Intel's up 24%.
So
Obviously, it's the one. You know what I mean when I'm saying that. Since the open, it's been like you're looking left, and it's like it's going right, and it's AMD and it's ARM. So I think you got to pay a little more attention to these two. ARM looks like it's pulling back first, so a hold of VWAP would be pretty key there. Keep an outside look on what's going on with oil here. I feel like if this breaks, if we break through VWAP and maybe resume this downtrend, I think then we're going to get back into those highs, especially if these chip names look strong. So that's the first place I'm going to look. And if we do, if there is ever a pop, I still have this notion of getting some free money in that boil, but it's not coming to the upside. This has been really, really distinctly, absurdly downward trending, but you need energy strength for at least a little bit, and then you can get some kind of a pop and fade. We didn't even go talk about car.
No, we didn't. What was going on?
No, it's a double bottom. Remember, this is going to be SSR today, and it's sitting on a major level on the daily. If you go back far enough, it's a prior high at about $217. That held yesterday, so there's a potential for a flat bottom break or simply an SSR bounce play. A 250 break on car actually looks really good, but it's 10% away from that. It could happen. This thing can move 10%, no problem. It's just not anywhere close. We have Radial Fossa. Day 2, Oklo earned 15% yesterday. Good luck, everyone. The nuclear name I'm interested in today is that XC IPO. It's a small modular reactor name, but don't get me wrong, Oklo was big time mover, so was SMR. But that IPO today should be pretty spicy.
Yeah, SoxL. Yeah, SoxL has 17 straight up days or so from what I counted. Yeah, not doing a whole heck of a lot. I mean, thanks for the look at SoxL right now. We talked about what Intel was doing in and around these levels, and it wasn't a whole hell of a lot either. So it looks like we may break actually a little bit lower right now. We had written down Intel if it does break through 87. I mean, there's nowhere, it's not near that. So I think we can probably scratch that. We said we look at Intel in and around now to see if and when we get a base for INTC. It looks like we're trying to get one right now, and it is near this 200 period moving average. So kind of like what Intel's been doing. I would have rather it kind of made a big move back in right now instead of just kind of barcoding like it's doing right now. I would have liked for it to make a run and then come back in. And it did that a little bit, but it's only moving about $1 and change right now for INTC. This is going to be maybe dangerous about breaking this level. I actually...
It looks like a short.
That's what I'm saying. I actually don't mind a short here potentially.
I should short this.
Here for Intel. So that would be something.
I wanted a false break of the high, but if it's not going to break the high, it's at VWAP now.
I'm getting another piece out here of Intel. Sorry, Tesla. It's just now trying to break through again through this 378 level. So we'll take another out at 379. Just trying to make sure that we don't hold the bag on the way back down. So right now I only have, like I was saying now, about 25% or so left on this trade, so we can have a look over there. Seeing silver moving, I know you mentioned it earlier. I didn't get too much of a chance to look at silver, so there's a little bit of a tag into VWAP for SLV right now. Not really hearing anything. Bitcoin's not, well, you're in IBIT. Bitcoin not doing a whole heck of a lot right now. Silver trying to break above VWAP, so that could be a decent look here for SLV as we continue. All right, Tesla just gave me one more out right there at 380.50. So again, $2 in the money on this one. This is the only trade I've had on so far as we continue to look around. We did have DraftKings potentially mentioned as a short there today, and that's
it wasn't the
upside. So there was a Joe brought it to us. There was an upgrade or downgrade.
Oh, it was a downgrade, but it wasn't a news story.
No, nothing too dramatic here to worry too much about.
This range is hilarious on Intel.
Yeah, so I don't know what to do. I mean, I know you have the trade.
So it's got someone flashing kind of back and forth 83.5 to 83. It's in a bit of a scalp range with VWAP sitting at 84. So it's just going back and forth. I'm trying to get reloaded on the offer and try to bid out. Because right now it's trying to decide what it wants to do, and the market's bouncing and looking strong. You know what? If it's going to get off the offer, because I see an uptick in the market, and if I see a downtick, get back in and try to get picked back up. Maybe just scalping inside of the range will be the way to go. Wow, they're really flashing all these buys. Our quotes can barely even keep up with this sucker.
Yeah, how many shares is that?
It's done. It feels like it's done more than this, but it's done 70 million in volume already, and it's only 946.
Yahoo!
That is insane volume. Yeah, there's someone auto buying this thing in front of 83. Are you kidding me?
Oh, that's
so it gets to 83.01, and then of course the second I scalp out, that buyer stops. They were flashing it back up 50 pennies at a time on Intel. It's complete insanity.
No, it's this market. Thank you so much, William. Missed you guys as well, man. And I mean, it's great to be back. There, we just got an 82 fill. We just got the high of the day. There's your face slapper there for Tesla. We're in one trade today, man. We're up $3.50, trying to bring the trades, trying to bring the energy. We're feeling pretty good, man, about being back here. And so, you guys really helped feed it to me there. So welcome back, everybody on the chat. Thank you for all the kind words. And, thank you, Tesla, for this one break trade. I mean, there it goes right there. Upside breaks that high of the day. I waited for it to fill back in a little bit. We had some support down here, so it was all good as we get lighter and lighter now on this trade. 20% left, but there goes Tesla, man. If you don't sit at the highs, you don't sit where you want to get filled, sometimes you don't get filled. So you got to put your offers out there, and there it goes for TSLA. So it's great to be back. Thanks, everybody, for the welcome messages. All right, Palantir, 141. That wants to bounce off there. Looks like fine, but still underneath, man. And we got that question Neil asked earlier about which stock, and Palantir would have been one of the least favorites of mine. And we did talk. Look, Palantir last year we put up 167% in that contest that we had, and it was pretty much all Palantir. We had the Dow. We had some other good calls last year as well. I think we had Google, Palantir.
Yeah, you were literally all Palantir because Dow and Coinbase basically canceled each other out. One was slightly stronger, one was slightly weaker, but it was pretty much all Palantir.
Yeah, so, and that's what I was saying about this year, is that it's like, just like Marvell now is 100% up since those picks. No, Palantir, I wonder if competition's caught up a little bit to it, right? We talked about those other LLMs and what's been going on there. So a little nervous hands there with Palantir. So we'll see if that one wants to break a little bit lower. But hey, man, no Palantir, no cry, because right now it is 1, it is 2, it is 3, it is 4. As Drake says, what did I miss? There goes Tesla right now, 382.50. We flying, baby. So this is the trade of the day for me right there, as Tesla now up $4 in the money. I don't know if you got this one, Joseph, over there, but there it goes, man. It's Tesla ripping. You've got IBIT. Let's see if this market really wants to fly bit here, but there it goes. Meta, 10% of workforce I saw yesterday laid off.
By the way, I'm going to continue to look for the pop and fade here on Intel. Intel is just slowly grinding lower. It's like someone is buying this up every time it dips, but I feel like you can just sort of try to get picked up on the offer and slide back down. I am out of it for now, but it is distinctly different from what's happening in the market. Again, slow grind to the downside. Even ARM is starting to pull back. Like, I know we were led, like ARM pulled into the volume weighted average price, and AMD is starting to turn. So I'm not really thinking about the longs anymore, at least not in the chip names. IBIT doesn't really go. I said we wait for 44, and I didn't wait. We took it at VWAP like we did yesterday. It is what it is. Like, if VWAP, this actually pattern held much, much better in yesterday's trade. Like, you get the dip, you get the VWAP rip, and it made the high. You get the dip, you get the VWAP rip. It's exactly the same setup. It's just that IBIT's not nearly as strong. But if Intel's going to go down, then I got to pivot to, and I can't get that offer, which we're still on, then I'm going to pivot to a trend break on AMD or ARM, and I don't care which one does it. Whichever one is going to give up the ghost at this point, I'm willing to take it. You've seen Broadcom is pulling back as well. It's weird because the market's bouncing off VWAP. Like, the Qs are strong, but you've got like Broadcom dying, Intel trend down, and most of the other big time chip names really pulling back here pretty precipitously.
There it is right there. Now we're $4.50 on this. We just take another out. Now we're $5 on Tesla. This name has gone absolutely insane. Let's have a look at Rivian really quickly here, just to see if there's anything else going on in this space. I don't know. I'm surprised at Oppo. I'm surprised there. Phishing report, shorting MSTR, BMNR, welcome back. Well, you're gonna have to fight Neil. Oh, you were just in and out of, you were IBIT, but shorting MSTR right there, BMNR.
Oh, you've been short all week.
Oh, okay, yeah. So
that's JKL. I know You've been shorting MSTR. Well, it's definitely looking better today than it was yesterday. That's for sure, because it was literally the opposite move in Bitcoin. It's doing the opposite, well, not really. Like, it's trying to do the opposite move. Like, yesterday, it was all up, and then we had that massive market turn, which changed literally everything. It didn't matter what you were doing. When we got that spike in USO, like, everything just turned into a short, and there was not much you can do about it. But MSTR is going to be that outside move that you're looking for. Do still want to keep those eyeballs on the chip names, at least for myself. As I said, the market isn't really doing much. Okay, here comes AMD trying to break the trend. So there's a double top, triple top, let's call it, and let's redraw the trend line because I did not hit save after. So that looks something like this. Like, you are confirming a break of trend. It just doesn't feel as strong as we did before. And I'm no longer getting picked up on Intel. Like, I can't even seem to get a pop. They were buying it on successive dips, and you can't even get it anymore. So I'm going to sneak in to AMD, just looking for a bit of a retracement here on that trend break. Up 12%. Like, obviously, it's having a great day, like the rest of the chip names are. But the way I saw Broadcom drop, just insanity. If we can get filled, it'll be about $1 to VWAP if I can get the fill on the volume weighted average price, then we look for LOD.
Yeah, let's look around as well for some more trades here. Okay, we just looked at Rivian. I'm trying to see if there's anything hitting. PayPal was a pretty hot stock before I left. We can see what's going on right now with PayPal. As you're always trying to find names that are going to give you some, $50, some kind of a juice. So right now the juice is loose right now on PayPal, up to $50. So nice little call there.
Look at the daily.
Yeah, there it goes right now, but busting around. It did get to 51 and change. So PayPal doing okay. Right now, as you can clearly see, that there's some love here for PYPL back now. Block XYZ would have been something else as well. Oh, come on. That's on New York. We can see what's going on there. $70 for them. So not a bad move there for... Oh, wow. You know what's moving right now? Netflix is mooning here with the NASDAQ pulling right back into decent level. There goes Netflix right now, 93 and change, taking out the day's high right there. The pre-market highs of 93 coming in right there for Netflix. And there it goes, trying to take out this level, 93.20s. Or so there for NFLX. That looks like that one trying to get going there as well. And then just to have a look at your BMNR.
People didn't like it. I'm telling you, Netflix.
Why, man? You asked me, it was almost right away.
I think it's just it wasn't sexy enough.
Okay.
And Netflix just isn't sexy.
Well, we got to bring sexy back then because that one is great. Yeah, there's BMNR, the short that you were talking about there, JK. That looks like your little printer on that one as well here today. Depends when you shorted it, of course, but nicely up 1% over yesterday, but nice little move lower there for anybody looking at, our good friend Netflix. I mean, we love Netflix. BMNR there with Ethereum. So a good little level there. Google's been a favorite of, many portfolios, and let's just see if it wants to get going here as well. There's Google, 339, did flash lower here today. Now looks like it wants to be a little bit better of a level here for for Google, coming back into 339. Nice little bottom tick, 335, 336, reminding me of that move that Tesla early had, and then the bounce back up. So Google looking pretty good. That's near some levels here as well. Yeah, Amazon's been an awesome
Amazon
stock.
had a meta story this morning. It's losing VWAP. Never mind. I'm a jinx. I'm a jinx. Amazon had been pressing the highs all morning long, but I guess no longer. The NASDAQ just lost the volume-weighted average price. AMD's doing a decent job of trying to hold it, that first buck. But there's a NASDAQ. I've done this all week. I'm pointing at the chart like it's an effect. You guys don't see it.
It's like a touchscreen.
I know, it's like a touchscreen. So the trend break on AMD just got to the volume-weighted average price. Gonna look for the low. And again, it's a bit of a double bottom at that 337. Someone just said, what's the TP? I'm assuming you don't mean toilet paper. You probably mean price target.
I would assume that's probably right, yeah.
Yeah, take profit, right? Price target, take profit, same thing. But I'm looking for the low. Like it's a trend break, and a trend break on an uptrend in the sector that is strong, I'm playing this into the support level. VWAP is the first. The second is right in front of this 336, 337 range that we're seeing. And keep in mind, this isn't even the strongest of them. The strongest of them had been ARM. Never mind. Never mind. ARM is right back into the low. So looking for that retracement. And if Intel continues any further, $76 on Intel was about that prior high if you go all the way back to the daily chart. I forget what year you had to go back to. It was so far back, it was in the 2000s.
Oh, no.
Oh, was it? Yeah, you know what? I don't even remember the date. It was a very, very long, very, very, very long time ago to go back to that prior all-time high. But I think that could be a good bounce zone for Intel.
All right, we got reloaded a little bit here on Tesla, so I don't know. Let's see what winds up happening. We did get something there a little bit at VWAP at 378.50. That's essentially, that's not essentially where we are, but that's where we're trying to get to, back to the upside there. And then we did get a little bit more there at 377.50. So I just put a little bit on, not really reloading this too much. I still want to see this 376. I'm looking at 375, and then honestly, if we break 374, I want to get out. I don't want to be part of all this, man. If we continue to break lower, we've seen, unfortunately, a couple times here where this stock has broken my back, so we don't need to do that right now. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening with Tesla. So we're long right now, going to get longer around 375. We have Michigan, right, coming out?
This is one of those where this is might look bad at the end of the day. But it's
getting out
whatever.
of AMD?
Well, look, man, it's an upward trending stock. It's a trend break, and it's to that opening range support level. It is bouncing off of that support, at least for now. But I'm just going to look for the next opportunity. It wasn't like an all-day trend break or anything.
There's Randy saving the day, man. There's Randy.
Thank you, Randy.
This guy's the
Thanks,
best.
brother.
Thank you, Randy. All right, what's up, Adara?
What's up, guys, is not the market as of right now. Obviously, we're still green on the day, but we are pushing a little bit lower here. It's worth noting yesterday when we had all of these wild volatile moves in oil, it started around the time we started seeing reports and rumors that the parliamentary speaker of Iran, Galibaf, would be resigning from the negotiating team between Iran and the U.S. Now, we actually now have Iranian officials denying those reports, saying that they were just rumors aimed at, quote, disturbing public opinion. So just be aware here, it looks like Galibaf is still going to be on that Iranian negotiation team. Now, he is a key figure in this team. With 3 minutes until the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment print, I'll send you back over to the guys.
All right, thank you, Adair. Yeah, we're getting that. That's coming out. So we're going to wait to see there what winds up through. And I don't necessarily, that's why we're not trying to like average in and go crazy here with the amount of shares or anything like that. Let these things settle down. Wouldn't mind seeing it. I mean, I don't want to see a 375 because we're long now, but it wouldn't surprise me if we do get a little bit of a move down here as we wait for you, Michigan. Expected 48.5. Right there for April. So we'll get that tick coming in just a matter of 2 minutes as we look for a little bit more action there. All right, so IBIT, I mean, still honestly, Bitcoin not doing a whole lot.
Is this small cap or halted?
I was going to say MXL.
No, not them. It's ENVB. This was a runner yesterday that gave up the move instantaneously, and it's up 35%, very light volume, less than 1 million shares, but it's a post-split breaker. Sometimes these can get out of hand for sure. So it's a 5-minute halt, or if it doesn't open in 5 minutes, ENVB should open in 10. AMD did bounce. Just heavy bounce off VWAP. That's a lot of
Really? Okay.
That should have been a long. Where's Intel? Maybe Intel's like a trend. Nah, Intel didn't even fill that gap.
Maybe this market does want to give this all back. I mean, I don't know.
All of it?
I don't know. The NASDAQ, no, not 1%.
That was just a lot of buying on AMD.
Tesla, so MXL right now, I was going to say, like, I want to look at Tesla because we're coming up into our 375 area that we're going to get pretty soon right now. So then we don't want that to lose. If this breaks 374, we're out of Tesla. So that's going to be a problem there. But that's why you got to take that profit early, and we don't want to average in too hard to it, but there we are. We're now in our final bit. So that's my average price, 377. We're going to roll with that. All right, so MXL, good move, man. Right off VWAP again. Big name bouncing off VWAP right now, MXL. So, all right, man, the number time. Let's go see what's going on with you, Michigan. We got 15 seconds.
So again, guys, the preliminary print for this number was a record low for the metric. That was 47.6. We are expecting, as Sean mentioned, 48.5. So a slight improvement here. 5-year inflation expectations, 3.4% estimate. 1 year, 4.8% estimate. 49.8 here for that UMich consumer sentiment. That's going to be above the forecast of 48.5 and well above the last print of 47.6. So better than expected. The 5-year inflation expectations a little bit higher than they were previously. So previous and forecast for that print was 3.4%. Actual print coming in at 3.5%. They're expecting a little bit hotter 5-year inflation, but the 1-year inflation expectation a little bit cooler, 4.7% versus 4.8% prior. So overall, guys, to kind of summarize these numbers, consumers are honestly comparatively much more excited and enthusiastic and hopeful about the economy than they were earlier in April. They are expecting lower inflation on a 1-year basis, but 5-year inflation expectations do remain pretty high. QCOM on watch. I pulled up this chart and not Intel because I think it just shows the breadth of this rally when it comes to these sympathy plays. But QCOM here up, I think it highs well over 12%. No salient news catalyst of its own that I could find, but trading in sympathy with the likes of, AMD, SockCell, as we have INTC coming out with a much better than expected earnings report and really strong guidance. TSLA, on the other hand, strong start to the session, now pulling back a little bit. Sean was involved in this name to the upside, so congrats to Sean on that trade. And congrats to Elon Musk and Tesla because they've announced that their Cybercab is finally beginning production. This has been long awaited. Also, day 2 earnings play, and they got the nod from Lip Bhutan, CEO of Intel, during their earnings call yesterday. So please make sure to like. Please make sure to subscribe. And please make sure to stick with us. We're going to send you over to the guys.
Tesla does break that 374. We get back in as it holds it, but still wish that never had happened. There's MXL there. Oh, here's Tesla again. It does break our level. We do get back in. So although this is up $1, we did lose on our last reload there. So not too much to go on there. We did talk about this earlier, and it's trade the pool. Markets have been extremely active lately. For traders, this kind of environment creates opportunity. Big moves means more setups, more momentum. But to really take advantage of these conditions, you need 2 things: discipline and access to, of course, capital. And that's where Trade the Pool comes in. Instead of being limited by the size of your own account, traders can access firm capital and focus on executing their strategy and managing risk. No more fear of blowing up your own personal account. No more moving your stop loss too early because you're worried about your own savings. This is what we call limited risk trading. So if you want to take advantage of the volatility in today's markets without risking your own capital, visit tradethepool.com or scan that QR code. Well, make sure you should scan that QR code right now to grab 10% off, and we all like those deals. So thank you, Trade the Pool, for giving our viewers that opportunity. So 10% off, scan that QR code, and let's get down with trade, the pool. So, all right, man. So we'll have to wait for that to go through. Ching, ching.
GPS reports, you can see the cyber cabs from the highway in the parking lot at the Gigafactory here in Austin.
Yeah. Oh, cyber cabs.
Show me. I also want to see the Optimus robots walking around, showing that they're actually doing things. There's some aggressive things that came out of that call,
right?
For sure from Elon. Although it was weird. He made aggressive targets, but he also was pretty tentative in some ways as well. A bit different from Elon. So AMD's bounced pretty strongly. Yeah, I'm gonna say I'm not sure this one's a short again. Maybe it is, but it'll be one without me. Like the buyers off of that higher low were just, I mean, it's intense. Like how quickly they were just coming in there. And Intel did not quite get to VWAP either. I think if this gets to the volume weighted average price, that could be a place for reload. I was just staring down for some reason, wanting to get back into IBIT if it broke the trend. Right, but it's not. Like it's still heading lower. It's like, well, you got to get VWAP, let it get down to one of the lows. Let it get to a support level and then try it. At this point, we'll just sit on the next opportunity for AMD or maybe ARM. Because if I can find something, ARM is too strong as well. Like look at how quickly these things caught a bid. Like exactly when it hit these bottoms. AMD did the same thing, it just shot higher. I feel like that's the wrong thing to fade. There's got to be better shorts out there. For sure. That'll lead me to silver. SLV could be an opportunity if it wants to load. Yeah, this was a good sell. This was a good sell off of 69, and it couldn't get there today. So I think this could be one. If the market's not going to hold, then this is potentially breaking trend underneath VWAP, underneath resistance. You're not getting any of those crazy edges either. And then the second I pull up saying it's a trend break downside, it bounces and goes higher. Go figure.
Tesla bleeding, it's going to break 373. So Tesla, I mean, we talked about these sort of V-shaped plays that Tesla can do. We're just going to try, okay, here it goes. Oh, there it goes. We're just going to try it against that low of the day. And so there it goes. We got to slap some fails on Tesla, man. I mean, gave back what we made there on TSLA, but at least it was at a good level. Like, I don't think, we didn't really average in too strongly there, but it was just this last one there, on TSLA. So, didn't absorb that play properly and it just fell back in. The problem is, like, I want to go long on things, but the Nasdaq's. Let's go back over to Intel.
USO's breaking down.
USO's breaking down. Okay, like I'm still not even really hearing that much news here about anything yet. We did get obviously with Adara back there breaking us that U Michigan number there at 50, so that was a little bit better than expected. But for right now, yeah, Intel trying to catch some bids, but like nothing really spiking up on the scanners there.
Oh my goodness!
Like Tesla might have found I don't know if Tesla found a bottom or not.
All right. This is not a name that we talked about, but I was just scanning through some things that were moving yesterday. SMR got woodshedded, and it's just right at, this all morning. This is exactly where it bounced. Yesterday, it dropped $2 from the highs on SMR, from 1460 to 1220, and it's at 1220 again. So there's support. If you like trend reversion trades, if this holds this bottoming tail candle, yeah. That would be a trend break. And that's an if. Like it has to hold a double bottom, break back this high, and then just look for a long reversion trade. So I can't find, like AMD's not a reshort, that bounced too heavily, so I'm not gonna get back into that. Could be a one and done, as strong as that's been. And similar thing with ARM. I thought maybe that could be a pullback. Intel won't get to VWAP, so I'm just looking at SMR currently. And remember, the IPO today is a nanonuclear. It's a sort of small modular reactor name, that XE. So you will potentially see some sympathy in the overall space if and when that does open up. I mean, it'll open up. It just won't be anytime soon. It's only 10 o'clock. Still plenty of time in the day.
Yeah, dollar lower. Yeah, no, lots of stuff going on here today. I don't just want to look at Tesla. It is trying to bounce back. I wonder if these are the lows may be in, but I don't know, like that cybercab stuff. I mean, there's not really a catalyst behind Tesla today. It was just that huge runner early, and then we stuck with it. So this is, we talked about this name getting lower. I was saying I was fearful of some of the Palantir stories out there, and just, Anthropic, and there goes Palantir looking to break through the lows as well. This could be a short. I'm thinking the market might just be a short now into Friday. I mean, it's a big week. We continue to go a little lower here on some big names. But all right, we'll go to Adara, and then I'm thinking about maybe shorting the Nasdaq with the TQQs here or something. So let's go over to Adara.
This isn't stock specific or necessarily market moving, but it certainly is sentiment, and I think it's important to note. ABC reporting that the DOJ is very likely to drop its criminal probe of Fed Chair Powell. Now, this dropping of the probe clears the way for the confirmation of Kevin Warsh, who had his confirmation hearing earlier this week on Tuesday, as the next chair of the U.S. Federal Reserve. If I get more details, I'll let you know, but it does look like DOJ reportedly expected to drop its probe into Powell. Back to you.
Hilarious. Thank you, Adair. I was just telling Sean, like, if things like Intel and ARM weren't going, I'd be, like, I sold like 80%. I held AMD for a long time. I sold 80% of it at 250. And if it wasn't for ARM and Intel, I'd be crying, probably. But the market, like I said, the market looks like it's trying to bounce. AMD just got back to the highs. Here, I'll show you like this. I don't want to get off this SMR because it could hold this trend break any second, but AMD is right back up to the top. Like that short pulled back into like this prior bar at the open, and then that was it. Unbelievable insanity that we're seeing in some of these chip names. But the market is not moving. You've got outsized moves in some nuclear names, you got outsized moves in some of the chip names, and you got the NASDAQ like narcoleptic, like it's falling asleep. Well, I don't know.
Yeah, the NASDAQ is trying to...
If you have narcolepsy, I'm not trying to dig at you. I'm just saying. No, I'm just anybody.
No offense taken in the back there. Yeah, so right here, TQs, it's just so crazy because like there's our stop out there on Tesla, and now it's right back to 375. So it's like all these buys at the lows, you know, seem to have been good, except for when they broke. And I mean, that's what, you know, if you're going to play off that and it does break the low, sometimes you want to give it a little bit more room. But I mean, we got out at 372, looks like 75. It does tick down to 372.30. So yeah, I mean, it would have been nice to hold out for a little bit more of a, I guess, a little bit less risk there. We could have waited. I'm just trying to think about like how to do better next time, like into yesterday's lows, but who knows? There goes Tesla right now back up to the upside. So, all right, I'm gonna give this one to 61.50. I mean, I don't want to put on back-to-back losing trades here, but we are short right now at 61.15 into the NASDAQ here. It does come up to VWAP. That's basically why we shorted it right into there. We got an average price of VWAP now, so we're doing okay. VWAP's right about here 20, so we're a little off on that. Our first trade was right into there at 61 when it came in there off to that upside, and then we get it just ahead of our 200 period, so that makes me happy at least that we're able to grab that price. And now it's trying to pull back just a little bit here with the TQQs. So let's just put a bid back sort of where we started this whole you know, position back down there near 61. We'll see if we're able to do that. Yeah, and then Tesla, we just said, rips right back up to the high side right now, looking to see what kind of damage they want to put on here, breaking back through 375. We're now hoping Tesla goes downside because why? We have the short in the market. So if that hits, that's good. Netflix went on a real good run early, man. We talked about that. And then it didn't do too much else after that. Similarly to Tesla, nice pullback from 93 back in. This could be, again, a nice little spot to look at if you are a Netflix trader right there, bouncing off of 92.70, now trying to go just a bit higher. We do have MXL was the looker earlier on today, as well as that name looks like it wants to keep getting higher here as well. 56 bucks. It was up to 74% right now. This could be a decent level. You're right at VWAP for MXL, so potentially something to look at there with that name. Yeah,
you can find that MXL.
Yeah, I was going to say
you can find it on our stock visualizer. Just a reminder, hey, Marathon Hunter, or maybe Carlos in the chat. Remember, when you're typing in symbols, not to call you out, I looked in the chat and saw a few. I make the mistake too of not putting the dollar sign in front. If you use the dollar sign, like say $MXL, because that's what Sean was just talking about, then you'll see that drop in. You'll get an extra vote in here. See how it just popped up and past SMH. You got Tesla, AMD, Intel. There's a shocker. SOXS, Qualcomm had that crazy move. Amazon we talked about. Ooh, see, there you go. This is why I love the visualizer. LIDR.
These stocks are off.
47%. There you go. I had no idea, and that's why we use the visualizer, so that we as a community can see what is interesting, what people are excited about. And as usual, the second I decide to look at it, it loses VWAP, the gapper. So once again, I am a bit of a jinx because I'm looking at it too late. So apologies there. But 47% for LIDR. Again, keep the symbols coming in and remember to use the dollar sign. So first area on this trend break on SMR is to just play it into It's 1245, but it's really this level in here. It's like there to that resistance spot. If it breaks out there, then I'll look at the 65 and then VWAP. And if it gets to VWAP, I am all out, almost 100%. I would get it. I'm just going to get on the offer. There's no chance I want to hold this through VWAP. Like, look at this. Look at the actual chart on SMR. That's a bearish looking chart. False breakout yesterday, lower highs. So I want to take this inside of the range or the bottom end of the range and try to bank the profit if we can. You got to be kidding me, AMD.
The market's just ripping. Is that
AMD
what AMD
just all-time high.
There we go. There we go. Yeah, the market is off here again.
Unbelievable.
I'm trying to go short, not working out here at all.
Microns of over 500 again.
Sometimes the best thing to do, man, is just to play the trend. I mean, we did think that Tesla was going to be something, but there's the market. It almost took us out, like right there, 61.50. Huge move higher. You're now above VWAP. You're starting to go again here on the TQQ. So either you believe the move or you don't. And it's just like underneath here, I'm thinking it's a short, right? Because we have, you know, the high there. We have a lower high coming in. We made the move back in. We bounce again off of, you know, the 50 period, come back in, try to get lower. I guess maybe the rejection of that low, but you know, pretty choppy early, and then just thought that, hey, if we do make a move up, maybe the retracement is back in, but it's saying no to that right now hard as the TQ's doing their little bounce again. Nothing's really hitting on the scanner, so I'm glad that we went over that little look there. We can go over to NVDA again, just to have a quick look. I know this is held in a lot of people's accounts, and this is kind of the choppiness again with NVIDIA here. 203.
It only needs to get to like
what is the all-time
$270 to make me feel better about
that versus AMD.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not going to be happening anymore.
No, I know it's not going to be happening.
But yeah, I mean, that goes to show you, right? PE is not everything.
It's not. It isn't.
PE of Intel.
Momentum.
And Intel, actually.
Intel's still losing money, by the way.
Okay, so we did it. Are they? No, no.
No, on a GAAP basis,
on a
that
non-adjusted basis.
It's on an adjusted basis. Like
right, because I saw
they
the
lost $4 billion.
Yeah, I saw the 29 cents there, but yeah, I don't know. That's good old Lip Bhutan over there.
It doesn't matter.
All right, there it is. Let's go, man. Let's ring a little bit of register now as we get some chicken dinner winners back. Now as the market does give a little bit of a pullback in here, so we're happy to see that, of course, coming through now on the old account there. We did have a super chat. I just heard a sort of little ding-ding action over there. Oops, maybe it's gone. Heard it, seen it, gone right now.
So. Oh, there is one.
Is there one? Okay. If you get that super chat back up, Andre, we'll have a quick little look over there. We want to welcome Tiffany to the group. We talked about that earlier as well. Okay. Oh, there it is. David, what's up, man? Not gaslighting, but the Beyond Immerse sending had to check some boxes. I'm going to send signature required. Yes, that's fine. I would say just message us at I don't know if you've done this already. Marketing at tradertv.live, and we'll be able to get you the right people that should, you know, be able to receive that.
When it comes, we're going to obviously be on the show.
Yeah. Just do that. Let us know. Send that out there, David. So marketing at tradertv.live, and we will be able to help you out with who to get that into there. All right. So a little bit of a cover there, but you know, we only got out of 15%, something like that on that move down, because I really do think that there's a chance this goes higher, but it's not a good chance, it looks like, as the market has bounced once again, clean off VWAP, and right there, right back up to the upside. So people saying, Shopify, what's up to you there, Barton? Again, there in the chat. Yeah, Shopify's been a decent name, I think, for many traders this year, but you know, downside, there's the bids. Oh, you're probably going short there on Shopify, I guess. There's the bids that came in there at 110. Nice move. This is why I say it was decent. Up to 133, but it's caught in a channel here, to me, it looks like, on Shopify. Obviously, when you go 135 right there, not really quite getting to your 200 period, and then caught back down there at 110 as well. So, yeah, some good trading there. I don't know which way you were there, Barton, but that's a good one there for Shopify. Caught in the middle, buying dips, selling rips there on Shop seems to have been a good way to do it there. So thanks, David. Yeah, want to make sure your box is checked as well. Sending email, yeah, perfect. Check, send it out. We want to make sure that we receive what you send, and we'll take care of everything from that side. All right, so Microsoft.
How the cheese is going?
Just the cheese business? Yeah, probably.
I haven't heard. We haven't heard from our cheese.
Must not be going great. Must not be going great. Yeah, Microsoft just with a tick down there for 418, gaps into 418 actually. So it was kind of cruising, then a little bit of a gap down there on Softy. We start to pull back. We did see Apple earlier was a snoozer down. Okay, well, bounce right back up off that 370 level again for Apple. So that had to move down there. So we'll have to see what's going on with Apple. That's now make a move back. Next week is full. I don't know if Adara has the. I actually have to go to TTV research.
It is a big time.
So it comes out, the weekly one comes out at 3 p.m. on Friday. So it will be released at 3 p.m. on Friday. We have, and I've never seen this before, 4 Mag 7 names reporting the same day. Most I've seen is 3. So that is actually going to be significant here. We
is that
do have
Tuesday?
4 Mag 7s.
Is that Tuesday?
That's going to be Wednesday.
Wednesday, okay.
It's
Wednesday.
4?
It is
I'm gonna
4.
be sick
I
on
was
Wednesday.
shocked as well, Neil. You're going to get Softy, Meta, Amazon, and Google, and then Apple as it does 4:30 p.m. on a Thursday because it likes to make us stay extra late.
Yeah, because we don't usually get all the hyperscales. Usually you'll have one of the, like it's Google and Meta are never the same because you get one of the like advertising heavy businesses and then you get to see the earnings. I think it's usually Meta first, and then you get Google after.
It's usually Google first, and Google sometimes will be a week early, Neil. Like last quarter, Google was actually before Tesla, which is the only time I've ever seen that.
Okay, well, yeah, it's a little bit of a surprise. But it doesn't really make a difference. Also, keep an eye on Sympathy and Snapchat. Remember, Snapchat's been getting some interesting movement.
Really?
They still think they need to get bought, but
Yes, that was the whole point. I used to be into Snapchat before that reason, and then it's never getting bought up though.
well, it's
Snapchat, $5.
Joe's actually he's a big Snapchat guy, so he's like the Snapchat fan.
My kids use Snapchat every.
No, but the problem is Meta's doing a
style.
competing product now. And
Yeah.
one of the bad things for Snapchat would be, well, in theory, if you think that they're going to get bought, who's going to buy them? Meta would have been a potential suitor. And if they're doing their own competitor, that's one less opportunity for them to get out of the bottom with a buyer. So if they throw cold water on that in the call and Meta, that would be a buy for Snapchat. If that ends up being not that big of a deal, this like Snapchat competitor. Anyways, back to trade for a second. There was a topping tail here on silver, but what I said was trade the trend break. So there's a topping tail, got in, it's kind of a rule break, so I should wait for the trend break. I end up getting it at a better price, but I'm not gonna give it to the high because I'm breaking the rule. I'll give it to the 90 and make it try a little bit more reasonable, and then it should be a trend break entry point. So again, I see the topping tail, you get excited. The market is looking like it wants to hold on to this VWAP. That's not the time to break a rule on a short and get out of hand. I'm completely, what's the word? I'm flabbergasted.
That's a good word.
With what's going on with some of these chip names. Like I came in thinking this was it was a profit-taking event kind of deal. AMD's at another all-time high, just another wick. It's completely insane. So, like I said, I probably broke a rule there on silver. So I'm just going to tighten up the stop, and if it doesn't break the trend, then I'm not getting back in. I want to see this break the trend, and then we can go into the short. Let's go back up to Adara. It's already time for the small cap recap.
I'm going to say a couple clarifying things first. So for one, I had mentioned earlier that ABC was reporting that DOJ is going to drop its Fed Chair Powell probe. They just confirmed they will. So Fed Chair Powell no longer investigation for the DOJ over the Fed building. Now this again does clear the way for Kevin Warsh's nomination as the new Fed Chair to get confirmed. TTD I'm also seeing apparently mentioned on a short squeeze note. A little bit of a pop here, but it's just Barron saying that TTD could be a decent short squeeze play, a la what happened with Avis, etc. It seems to be incredibly speculative, but the stock does seem to like it as of right now. Last but not least, Neil, that Snapchat competitive product coming from Insta, apparently that's only going to be rolling out in Italy for now. So it probably will not be this quarter when we get like a sense of how well it's done because it's only rolling out in one country. Let's start here with ELPW, E-Long Power. This stock has been on watch quite a few times. It's been one that has rallied on and off for the last probably couple months or so. $5 million market cap, no news on this name. Then we get FCHL. This is Fitness Champs Holdings, only catalyst I saw on this was back on Monday. Univest Securities closed the public offering for FCHL, but the news here in FCHL is going to be their float and their short float. So this company here, $210,000 market cap. So very small market cap. You've got a float here of 350, and I'm seeing a short float on FinBiz of 292%. So massive, massive short float on FCHL. I know not a ton of movement intraday, but given that stat, I did want to keep you posted. Last but not least, another one that's below pre-market highs, but has been moving a lot lately. It's CTNT. This is a penny stock, $1.6 million market cap, float here of 36 million shares. Back to you.
What was that symbol you said with the huge short float?
FCHL.
FCHL. Okay. That can't be that high. It's not even moving though.
FCHL. No, here's another one. We got a super chat. I want to say thank you. I don't know if we already covered it here. Enveric Biosciences, ENVB. There's Nike. Okay, there's ENVB. Thank you, Quickie boy. Oh, we did cover some TQQs down here at key level. We could talk about that in a minute. Dara, ENVB up 60% right here and absolutely flying. So this name, ENVB going, I can look, yep.
They filed a prospectus yesterday after the bell related to a resale of 6.8 million shares of common stock.
Okay, so there you go. With a short float of only 3.6% and a float of only 2 million shares. ENVB here. Giving it to you today. That's a nice move. A couple halts early as soon as we opened up pretty much. I mean, well, not as soon as, but 9:50. Nice little halt there, and then a halt again at 10 o'clock. And we're starting to go upside right now on ENVB. You always do want to sort of zoom out to see like what's going on with that. There's obviously some sort of a reverse split, 70 cents. Yeah, 10 to 1. Looks like they're on the reverse split. So watch out here. We've already been up here late last year in and around these areas. So you could be looking at a $7 potential slowdown there for ENVB. So I would, definitely look at that level. I mean, it's up to you guys what you're doing with it. The levels go back and forth here, but at least we zoomed out. We saw that $7 mark there for ENVB, and now we just, thank you for the super chat and wanted to make sure that we had a note on that one for you. So thanks, Adara, for all that on that prospectus filing. Okay, TQQs just came back in again. We didn't get the bid this time. I was at 61.16s. There, our average price, we were saying, I don't know what it was, 30, what are we at right now? We're at 30s, but pretty good there. We did take it early place there. We were not lucky, but it does come up here, give us a price just before 50s, and sometimes you get shut out, sometimes you don't. Just like where we got stopped out at the low of the day on Tesla. Fail on that one. We just missed it. We were bidding 16s. It went down to 16 and bounced off of us. We'll still sit there, see if we get that fill one more time there for the TQQs. As now, okay, here it comes. Hopefully it does come back in just a bit. We're able to get that. This is that low of the day, what I'm talking about on Tesla right there. It's too bad. We could have got, I was sitting here watching and I was like, do we get back in? Do we get back in? But you don't want to throw good money after bad. So we didn't do it, but good move early on Tesla. Able to take it on the second reload up there, but then gave some back there, gave it back when we lost through. So now we'll wait to see what happens with Tesla. I wouldn't mind the market coming back in. We're looking for that fill on the NASDAQ right now, down into here. Again, we're at 16s. There it is. We get this time, so there you go. So see, hands off. So at least I was sitting there. And then we'll wait now for 61 and then lower into the bid here for the market. So the TQs is the NASDAQ and it's triple levered. So it's not like trading the futures, but it's close enough. USO right there, just kind of doing its own thing right now. It looks like nothing right now on oil, but still really nice. I'm surprised that today we can come in and say the NASDAQ's at all-time highs and USO is minutes away from breaking its recent high. So that's kind of strange, but there's USO right now doing its own thing.
The chips are too strong that if it's not going to move, it won't matter.
That's the thing. It's either their chip names or it's not, I guess.
The chips are so, like, the strength is holding up in the market based on the chips. Like, as the chips pull back, I think you lose the entirety or the majority of this move.
I can see that.
Especially with what we're seeing. So two things are, one already.
Let's go futures.
That's going to be SLV and SMCI. So SMCI double topped. We let it fill in a little bit more of the gap into here and there. And now we're taking that one to the south side. And then also SLV, which I've done a better job of not saying silver because you guys always get on us for that, saying that it is not actually spot silver, but it's currently breaking the trend line. So I'm entering the shorts here. And if AMD loses it, if Intel loses it, if ARM loses it, any one of these like super strong ones, I just feel like we're headed back into some of those lows. And they're really starting to top out. Like, look at ARM. All of the volume is starting to taper off a little bit. The momentum's slowing down. Intel's actually holding a downtrend. AMD, similar. Like, it's getting a little bit top heavy, like it wants to turn. So it seems to make sense to me. If we flush from here, it should drag the market down. Because it's not as if there was an abundance of strength in other places. Like, we talked about Amazon with that Meta deal. I think they were the only non-chip Mag 7 that was looking incredibly strong, and it just put in a topping tail candle as well. So I'm thinking curl at this moment as we jumped into a couple of unrelated things, one of them SMCI, which actually is a chip name, and then silver. Lindenmeyer, will CAR retrace to 300 today? 300? It was at 220. I mean, I guess it's possible, but I wouldn't be betting on that.
No.
I mean, look, anything is possible with this stock, but $300, huh? Yeah. I mean, if we put a poll up, I'm pretty sure 95% of people would say no on that one. But again, who knows with this stock? It's completely insane. But there was a structural aspect to that squeeze because it was two firms that owned like 82% of the float. They soaked up the entire float, and then you had like some synthetic positions out of it. What was weird, and we were talking about this yesterday, is as crazy as that was, up until I think it was yesterday, it was free locates the whole time here at Real Trading. Until
which stock?
For Avis. Until things were going ham to the downside. That's when the demand for the shorts got too high.
Not to call anybody out over here, but here's, but I'm going to do it anyways. Here's Thantos. Wow, Trader TV deleted my question about Intel. Shameful. Okay, so I just looked up here, so I'm trying to find something out here. Just get ready for this. So here it is. So I'm trying to find out where was there a deleted comment here, right? And then here's Thanatos himself right here. You see what this word says? Message retracted. Bruh, come on, bruh. Bro, don't call us out and then let me find that, my guy. Right over there. So, all right. We're all about integrity, so hopefully you are too, Thantos. And you can put it back in. If there's a question.
If you accidentally.
We're not deleting anything, man. We're just, if there's a question that comes in, we would love to answer it. We just have to make sure that it's, not, and it's just whatever YouTube's doing. But it's just, it's an algorithm that scans for, you guys know, the bad words that you're not allowed to say. Pretend like it's, that YouTube's the parent and you're the kid. So you got to make sure that you are in line with all of that. But there it is, man. So, we could get rid of messages, but we're not. So there you go.
It would have to be super egregious for us to.
So sorry to call you out on that one, but maybe you retracted it by accident, or maybe it was a different one. I don't know. So that's what that is right there. And just put it in again, Thantos, and we'll see what happens, and hopefully it can go through. All right, so that's that.
Now people are trolling with bad words, just so you know.
Yeah. Who knows? Right there. All right, so that's what that is. We got some great moves down on the NASDAQ. So we couldn't be on the TQs again. So again, this is a triple levered NASDAQ product. There, nice move back in as we do take VWAP finally. We did get right back into the teeth of this sort of early support area. And then now we're just gonna wait a little bit lower. We're out of half, exactly half. So we've done really well to try to hold this. And remember, our stop was about 20 cents. We said it was 61.50s. So if that winds up hitting, that's fine. So right now we're just over 1-to-1. So, if we can get some more action, and I'm not trying to trade this 1-to-1, 2-to-1, 3-to-1. I'm just trying to look at some key levels. So 60.80 right there today. We can get something, maybe 60.90s or so. Where am I bidding? I'm actually bidding 60.90. So hopefully that can come in and we'll deal with that once that gets going right there. Microsoft, we did have, Brendan brought us a story there of Michael Burry and Microsoft. You could see a move down here today for Microsoft. A nice start to the day up to 420, 421. What up, Adair?
For what it's worth, CAR just halted to the downside. I think first halt of the day for CAR.
Okay.
Just a heads up for people, I guess.
All right, we do get, the now is making a move down. So we do get that fill at 90. Again, we were sitting there. So there's CAR, thanks, Adara. For Avis, there's the halt down.
I guess it's not going to 300.
But why did that halt down? Was that too much of a violent move? Was that I guess it must have been 630. This must be news pending.
There was a halt yesterday, a down halt that also didn't move enough. Yeah. At least one. Okay. I remember observing one and saying to myself, no, that shouldn't have halted. So I don't know.
We'll wait.
Sometimes the mechanism doesn't make sense to me.
While I was on vacay, though, we did get filled on some SoFi. So I got filled at 18, so I was trying to buy some more SoFi there. So it's just at the current level of 18. So no SoFi, no cry, because now we're into more of it. It does go up to 20. We are sitting at the 50-period moving average, put it a little bit higher. So there we got it yesterday, $18 there for SoFi. It started the day pretty good up to $18.60. A name that I like, I want to add that, again, more shares of that into the portfolio, SoFi. I think it's going to be a good one. Go Rams, who play out at SoFi Stadium, who take Ty Simpson yesterday to replace Bradford.
Tell me you saw.
I have no idea about. I have no idea who.
There was a McVay.
Oh, and he was loving it.
The head loving it.
I know, because he's smart, right? He wants another general. Oh, he did?
You could actually see. Like,
Why, because he wants Bradford?
It was awkward.
Oh, really?
Because they traded up, and it looked like maybe the head coach wasn't.
I thought he would have wanted someone because Bradford's done soon.
I think they must have
Maybe
wanted
he's not.
somebody that would help this year.
Yeah, maybe give him an O-line.
They're trying to go all in. I think he probably just wanted an offensive weapon, like another receiver or something.
I didn't see that.
But he didn't.
Our audio is off.
What?
There's something wrong with the audio,
Something wrong with
Fabian.
the audio, everybody.
Fabian, something's wrong with the audio right here in the chat. We will work on that, guys. Be patient with us right now, okay? All right, so we'll wait to see on that one.
Oh, it's for me, left speaker short, somebody said?
We can hear only the right side of the audio. Who knows? All right, I don't know if it was just multiple people complaining, so.
Yeah.
Okay, it's fine. All right, thanks, guys, for the refresh. We're hearing and we're getting told to refresh. Right there, if it's not right, okay? Left speaker, we're being told. Okay, good move down there on the TQs, man, bouncing right off of a nice little level there of 60.80, 60.90. We'll see if this continues to move down as, day 2 and NFL draft. And we say go Raptors as well as they beat the Cleveland Cavaliers there. And then Seattle with the 31st pick overall got Prince, right, that running back. So Jadarian, is it Prince? I think it was, out of
Price.
Jeremiah Love's backup, right? So that one is, so now Notre Dame getting rugged themselves.
Oh yeah, by the way.
Losing some talent.
Remember who I said was a sleeper in an NBA?
Minnesota?
Timberwolves.
Who are they?
They're up 2-1 on Denver.
Oh, on Denver. What was the rank? What was the thing on that?
I don't remember what the odds were.
Okay.
It was I don't know what the actual Vegas odds were. On
I mean,
Kalshi,
you were picking. I mean, to
on
win
Kalshi, they were
NBA.
like 3%, or they were like 3 or 4% to win the NBA championship.
The funny thing is, that's not even changed. You could probably go on and bet it right now.
But Kalshi doesn't update like that?
They will, but that doesn't matter. They won't, because they're still not beating OKC.
No, of course not.
Right, so that's the problem and that's the thing with making future bets, you can't get out of them. Like, it has to win. You can hedge against every other team, but it's impossible.
Other betting platforms allow you to be able to cash in on certain bets, like in-game bets and that.
Yeah,
kind of
that won't move enough yet there. All right, guys, there it is, man. Everyone's saying the audio is now fixed, so that's great. All right, thanks, Fabian, and everybody. Oh, that's a phone ringing over there. Okay. I was like, is that a new sound? All of a sudden, we got all these new situations happening around here.
We're hearing that.
No, there's a phone going off over there. Okay, so right in now. Let's check out MXL quickly. You know what? Actually, here, let's check out MXL quickly. I wanted to look over the broader market right now because right into here, we've had a decent day, as Neil and I was just talking about, where the NASDAQ has been going. Thank you to NVIDIA, up 2% there. Tesla's pulled back into 373. We're short the market, but Amazon still bouncing, man. I mentioned Walmart as being like one of those names that is a tech kind of play as well, as they're building out their website. We do have logistics there going for Walmart. So we talked about that. That was around 121, 122. Obviously, as the rest of the market goes, oh, yuck. Eli Lilly, we said this could be a potential buy. I add some sort of a buy zone, but it doesn't look like it right now, as Eli Lilly down another 4.5% there today. And this is where I want to get more interest in some of these names. Maybe John Deere being down 3% gets it to us. GEV and Caterpillar, all these names just continue to climb every day. So a little bit of pullback there today. AMD, Intel's only up 22% now. So we've sort of been sleeping on that one on this market pullback.
NVIDIA just broke the HOD.
Yeah, but look at NVIDIA, look at Intel. Intel's kind of getting faded a little bit here. I mean, it's hard to say that when you're up 22%, but watch out for a potential low break of 80.50 right now on Intel. So we'll go over to Adara, see what she's up to.
Yeah, for one here, another stock in that chip space, not at highs, and actually breaking down intraday, is Qualcomm. So these chip names really seem to be kind of having a bit of a divorced move. They're not all moving together as they were earlier. NASDAQ, though, and oil going to be on watch. We get a post from the foreign minister of Iran, Argachi. He's saying that he's going to be touring Islamabad, Muscat, and Moscow for, quote, regional consultations. He said their focus is on their neighbors within the Middle East. Now, this is significant because when we first started hearing reports earlier today, we were hearing that, okay, he's going to be arriving in Islamabad. We know that because Pakistan's a mediator for Iran and the U.S. This was viewed as really exciting initially for the market and a bit of a bad look for oil. But it's not going to be talks with the U.S. It's purely just with Pakistan. He's making it very clear that this is going to be a regional tour regardless. So either way here, sounds like if you're hoping for some kind of U.S.-Iran negotiations through this visit to Pakistan today, unlikely we're going to get them, at least right now. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. And then maybe NVIDIA has taken them higher, but SMCI broke the trend and then broke the high. And I just feel as if the chips are so, well, some of them, because Intel's really actually not at the high. It's only up 22% now. It was up 28. But NVIDIA now taking out the HOD. AMD's actually pulling back. So it's weird. Like, AMD's not as strong as you would have liked. ARM is still adjacent to that top. Just crazy, crazy price action. Intel actually did tag VWAP. Now you've got a bit of a trend trade on Intel. Here, I'm going to forget about
El Guapo VWAPO.
and only pay attention to from the open and then see if we can respect the trend line. SLV is still working with the same like trend break, waiting for it to get into the volume weighted average price and then work on whatever is next there. Oh yeah, I could have given you guys the tap on that IPO. I thought I saw it.
Oh, that's it. Was that what someone was asking before? I thought.
Shoot.
Where's it supposed to go? What's it supposed to? There, it's at the bottom. I just saw it. It was there.
If I sort by time, it'll go. It's only 170,000 on a buy and balance and only 1.8 million so far. So not a huge open interest on it, but certainly a good one.
Energy.
Oh, we just had a spike.
Oh, the cap is 30.
Yeah, $30.
What was the indicated thing there?
Yeah, let me go.
Okay, we'll find it. What's in our notes?
It was 23, low to mid 20s was the actual IPO issue price, and then the auction price is 30.
I'll take a little bit more up here. So the market, just so you guys know, we only have a third left of the NASDAQ.
USO just broke some support.
Yeah.
Getting out of the short.
I heard that Kevin Warsh possibly now going to get through. So I don't know if that's part of the move up. We'll try it at the 200 period here of the TQs. But yeah, the market starting to go a little upside right here. What's up
I think
there?
the market would like that certainty with the Fed.
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, basically the second we got that confirmation from U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro that they're going to be dropping the investigation into Powell, it became very, very likely Warsh would get confirmed because the Powell investigation was basically the only thing barring certain senators from wanting to confirm him in the first place. Now, it's worth noting here, Jeanine Pirro also said that she will not hesitate to reopen the investigation into Powell, so this issue could come up again, but as of right now, the White House recently commenting that they said they're confident the Senate will, quote, swiftly confirm Kevin Warsh's Fed chair. Let's talk about the sector board, because it's really mixed. I mean, health technology, poor Eli Lilly, as Sean mentioned, trying to hold on to 875 right now, down 4.5% amidst some reports and speculation suggesting that its newest weight loss drug not performing as well as the company might have hoped. You've also got weakness in the likes of Regeneron, BSX, Boston Scientific, and Gilead. Consumer services, lots of weakness as well. Comcast, massive day one earnings move to the upside. Day two pullback to the tune of 7%. Health services, you've got HCA well off of lows, but still down 7% here on earnings day one. So again, you're continuing to see these earnings names really moving their sectors around. You've got consumer producer manufacturing, a little bit mixed here. AMAT and LRCX, they're both to the upside. Tech services, Meta and Microsoft, both strong here. Microsoft getting purchased by Michael Burry, and Meta with that team up with Amazon. But a lot of these software as a services names continuing to pull back. Oracle down 2.5%, AppLovin down 4%, Finance red as a group, and last but not least, Electronic Tech. Now, a lot of these names have pulled back from their intraday or session highs, but Intel still up 22% today, really leading the sector to the upside with strong performances from the likes of Qualcomm, AMD, and Micron in sympathy. Do make sure to like and subscribe if you enjoy the content, and stick with us every day the markets are open. Back to you.
You as always, Adara, appreciated. Well, with the market getting this like NVIDIA-led chip bounce, and it is very much NVIDIA looking strong. I've got this little trend line from the open. So there's the open on Intel. If it can break above, I think this can also join the party. But AMD led the way, and maybe we're passing the baton. Gosh, I hope we're passing the baton to NVIDIA. It would be nice Wouldn't it be nice if NVIDIA got the baton for a little bit and it went insanely ham? It hasn't had a red candle. The chip names have been, some of them strong, some of them weak all morning long. And like I look at the indecision, like AMD's pulling back as NVIDIA is extending higher. So it's probably a mess if you're looking at the ETFs. Just understand, it seems like it's only NVIDIA that's going. Like Broadcom was relatively
NVIDIA's going nuts.
Yeah, like this, Broadcom's turning, but it's literally at the lows. If I had to make a guess, rotation.
Sorry, I think I accidentally muted.
I'd say it's like maybe some, there's so much volume in Intel and so much volume in AMD right now that there's probably some take profits on those names, and then where's that money gonna go? We still believe in chips, AMD, or NVIDIA.
I mean, you had mentioned earlier about that, right? And it was about the fact that you're saying, oh, only so many dollars left to go before we get there, right? And I was just gonna say, like, that's part of the problem, really, is the fact that there has to be some sort of a rotation. I said to Neil, like, don't worry, NVIDIA will eventually get there. And I don't know if it will, who knows? But I was gonna say, like, there's gonna be a time where NVIDIA eventually decides to go up. And, you know, that day is hopefully soon. But yeah, so you guys asked about XE before. Look, man, we have no idea when this thing's gonna come to market, but its expected move was $23 to come out at, and now it's looking like $29.90 right here for XE. So as we get closer and closer, I mean, I don't know, for some reason, man, like I thought I made this little imbalance locator much bigger than I did, but I'm gonna have to go find, it shrunk down on you, so I gotta go get that, as I don't know if we went to a new version there and something changed, but XE right now, $29.90 right now coming through. So we'll have to watch out for that one. And then Adara dropped the news there, Michael Burry interested again in Microsoft. I'd like to read the story there about that. I mean, because I do know there's a lot of people excited for Microsoft and potentially seeing where that one's gonna go out at, and where this one's possibly going, because there's been so many new highs. Like, okay, so we need to get, like, I'm on the NASDAQ, which is obviously going higher here as it starts to breathe against us there. But there you go, man. I mean, NVIDIA just straight fire in the booth. Up now 350 off that low. That was 205.50, sorry, 202.50 right there. Gave you a nice little level. And then it was just like, see ya. So I don't know, man. And there's the reload here on the TQQs. We're gonna get stopped out where we do at 50. This is gonna be a good trade, you know, at the end of the day. It's fine. So we're gonna reload a little bit here because we don't wanna stand in front of what is a freight train. I mean, if other names start going similarly to NVIDIA, then we wanna sort of stay a little bit away from that name. So we'll wait to see where it goes. But yeah, NVIDIA right now, up and away, and the TQ's trying to go as well. So just be careful with what we're trying to do here.
Yeah, and you're definitely, oh my God, DJK just said Intel 100 times earnings, NVIDIA 20 times earnings.
Yeah.
But remember, Intel is going from not profitable to profitable on an adjusted basis, and they actually still lost money. And when you're in that like part of the curve, you're never going to have reasonable valuations anyways until it starts to stabilize. But I get it, it is expensive, and maybe that's why you're seeing some of that rotation. But this is threatening to break an all morning trend line here. It just doesn't want to do it yet. And the thing that's working, I think that will be working for the longs too, is USO is trying to break the shelf. And if it breaks the shelf in there, that's just another reason maybe to pop out of the shorts. But I'm looking for this little trend break here on Intel if it can get higher. Maybe there'll be a bit of a pullback in NVIDIA and some of the money will come back in, but it's just an all morning trend break that I'm waiting for next. It's just absolute insanity. I know cars halted again, but I'm not terribly interested in Avis. Like it halted down, it halted up. It hasn't done anything insane. And maybe if it broke like $200, it would be a bit crazy, but it's going to be SSR, I think, again, because it was down another more than 10%, and you couldn't get those flat bottom breaks. Yesterday's trade, like if you were getting the obvious even dollar breakdown shorts, it would have been much, much better. But catching fills was nearly impossible, unless you sat there and let it run you through, which was not desired.
What is the all-time high here for NVIDIA? Like, we're not
look at our chart's kind of.
Yeah, I'm going to try to look at e-signal here because I know there was an all-time high close. Yeah, 212.19 back in October.
Yeah, we got
October 29th. So we still got room. up there. But yeah, there it is right there. I mean, those are wick highs. You know, you're looking to see if we can break through this level. Okay, there it goes. The TQs is going to come out. There it is. We just broke the high of the day on the NASDAQ. Wow, great trade for these longs. 208 right there, you know, breaking out on, I mean, NVIDIA is just absolutely ripping right now to the high side. Potentially a pullback at some point here for NVIDIA. I don't know to say that, but so far so good there on NVDA, up huge. As that XE, man, it keeps on bouncing back and forth. Now the tap is 28 bucks. So we got to wait to see if that hits as well on XE. But there goes NVIDIA up to 207. Might have got our first little candle higher right there. But okay, let's go back over to Adara.
We're going to have a new segment coming up soon, so I want to get through this money talks a little bit earlier and just give you guys some information because we do have some news specifically with our good friend, or he will become our good friend, potential Fed Chair, Kevin Warsh. Let's take a look here at this U.S. dollar. I mean, this is literally giving up the exact same move that we got to the upside yesterday. Yesterday, our third straight green candle. Low of session here, 98.5, high 98.9. Now today, again, literally almost same high and same low. So very much range-bound trading compared to yesterday's session range for that DXY. We did get University Michigan consumer sentiment well above estimates, 49.5 versus the prior print of 47.5, and the estimates of 48.6. So good look here for the University of Michigan consumer sentiment print, trying to bounce here off of the weakest print in the metrics history. One-year inflation expectations are a little bit, I believe, kind of in line with estimates, same with the 5-year, but for the 1 year and 5 year, you had like slight differences here. 1 year, slightly cooler than expected, so 4.7% versus 4.8% expected. Looks like there's a little bit less near-term worry about inflation, but slightly more long-term worry about inflation as the 5-year inflation estimate comes in 0.1% higher than we were looking for. Here's a look at the FOMC, and I bring this up because we're going to get some changes to this calendar, or not calendar, but image pretty soon, I think, because Fed Chair Powell is going to be out. His term ends in mid-May 2026, and we actually had the DOJ, specifically U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro, announced this morning that the DOJ is closing its probe into Powell and the Fed Reserve renovations for now. She said they're willing to reopen them at any moment, quote, should there be information to warrant doing so. So we're going to have to wait and find out what that means. But either way, this does pave the way for Kevin Warsh's confirmation because we know certain senators were holdouts saying they wanted to wait until the investigation into Powell was cleared. White House already said this morning that they're confident that there's going to be that investigation, there's going to be that clearance here. Senators will, quote, swiftly confirm Warsh, and White House also saying that they think there could be potentially more investigation into Powell and the Fed as well later down the line. So interesting stuff here. If you want to see this updated infographic once Warsh gets confirmed, you can always check this out on X at TTV Research. Back to you.
Just a quick overview on Intel's earnings. So the stock is up 120% year to date, also 233% year over year. About the 14A terafab project with Tesla, it's funny, but in an interview with Bloomberg, they said that they haven't even begun considering the profits coming in from that project. We also had CEO of Intel, Lip-Bu Tan, saying that they're embracing their roots as a data-driven, paranoid, and engineering-driven company. Also, CFO of the company, David Zinsner, said there's an unprecedented demand for AI chips. Now, taking a look at this as well, we had comments from CEO Lip-Bu Tan saying that they're working very hard with the team to deliver, but they're short on supply due to the increasing demand coming in from customers. And finally, the stock is at an all-time high since the year 2000 when they did go down here a bit during their dot-com bubble. Its foundry business is also way ahead of expectations, along with 18A and 14A chips ahead of expectations. Sending it back to you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you, CF, for that one as we review some earnings plays. All right, so we'll take a little bit of an NVIDIA trade here and see what winds up happening with this short call. Up to 207.50, man. We'll give it a little bit of breath, see if we can get into there right now. But here it comes back in, now 30 cents in the money, but it's trying to get a little faded as we try to take, okay, here it goes. Okay, a little bit of a back end move there. Now 50 cents as we continue to try to go lower. We just got 70s there, so that was not bad. Let's just wait to see what happens now. We actually took it and we punched out at 207. Then it was starting to go back up to the upside a little bit. We took a little bit more. We're going to get to 207.50, man. So we got to take a little bit off there as we come back in. We just took a quarter out for that 30 to 40 cents as we wait to see what's going on there with NVIDIA. As Abdera mentioned, a lot of social media going flying about this name. And I just think it's the catch-up trade, right? Whether or not you like mustard or relish or ketchup, whatever. But that's that trade. And you could see AMD did take a little bit of a break while people ran to NVIDIA. So maybe something going on there as well. So we'll wait to see if there's a little bit of a rotation there. And then Intel coming in from its lows, $80.50. We were looking to see if it was going to break that. It does not. And right now, Intel doing 130 million shares today. So big time shares going through there on NVIDIA. So.
Both of them, NVIDIA and Intel.
Yeah,
well, Intel just broke the trend line.
Okay.
But also, like, Silver rebroke the trend line down, Intel broke the trend line up, but then Intel's it's been counter trend to the market for most of the day, so I guess that makes sense. It's been one of those days where, like, you're not having complete correlation anyway.
There's some news there.
So there's trend break, there's prior bar, there's VWAP at 83, so that puts a target in there. EU and US form agreement on essential minerals.
That's not gonna be good. I'm short here. Damn it, I don't want any more agreements.
Usually that would be good agreements, but as I said, like, I end up in the long and the short at the same time. Like, I've been in twice, and I'm not giving this to the HOD, which is usually the way I want to go with. And now the VWAP trend line just broke. So again, I'm going to give it to the prior bar above 90 and look for that flush back. It just doesn't, Silver just doesn't want to break the highs in the point where the NASDAQ's been going up. I feel like I have to stay with this thesis. Like, you're breaking higher, SLV's got some relative weakness, so I just want to play alongside of that to explain, like, why I'm short when things are looking long. But VWAP's here in front of 83 even on Intel. I keep having to zoom back in and out because the Intel has this one crazy wick there, and every time I try to get rid of it, the cat came back the very next day. No, it's seriously, like, sometimes I get rid of it. Like, when you get rid of yours, like, they seem to go away, and then on my chart, it just pops right back.
Keep coming back in, eh?
That's not what you can do. So VWAP's at 83, just to give you an idea where we're looking for it. I thought we had a super chat that we missed, so I'm just gonna double check. We only have about 5 or 6 minutes to go, and we're never intentionally missing super chats. But this is from T. Brucker. The one sitting on the sidelines with cash, waiting for a crash, even a small dip. Any advice? You know what? Like, I can only tell you how, when I have no clue where the dip is going to be, what I do. The stocks that I want, I just start, like, I either do one of two things. I throw, like, some stink bids in there, or you suck it up and you buy the dip that you get instead of the one that you're hoping for. Like, I got a horrible dip by price on Meta. In retrospect, at the time it looked horrible, but it looks better now. But I remember when Meta was looking like poor, and I'm like, okay, well, I don't own a lot of this one. It's actually, I think I own the least of Meta in all the Mag 7. And when it was load up more than that.
Well, that's part of it. It's hard to make calls when it's...
No, so, like, when we're in that crazy dip, like last year, and then again in here in the beginning of January, like, they don't look all that good, and you just sort of stick it in when it does, like, a trend break like this, and that seemed like it was a good enough bottom for me. And then it looked good for a bit, then it looked terrible. But if you're holding it for the long term, you just want to get that cash in. Sometimes it's just about deciding that if you like it, maybe getting 20% one place, and, you know, the next quarter get another 20% or something along those lines can help. It's not an easy thing. But what we have learned is that if you buy, in the long run, when you buy quality companies and you're holding for the longer term, you zoom out far enough and it looks much, much better.
Yeah, so I make.
I do that looking at the stupid Intel chart.
Yeah,
as if this is indicative of what the market should be like.
You got to just get your shopping list out, right? We talked about, you know, like I was saying, even when we talked about Sharif there with Broadcom versus Marvell, I was like, well, Broadcom's a great company. Like, eventually there's going to get, you know, some pushback for companies. And just like Tesla went down to, what, 320 today? Or not today, back in the day. And now all of a sudden it's back up to 380 again. So, you know, you just got to try to, Tesla might be a different beast because they're kind of changing the game a little bit. But there we go with Tesla, right now, 376. So as you can see, like, there it was, maybe not 320, or maybe it did get there, yeah. 320, 324, something like that on TSLA as we continue to go.
That VWAP, though.
This is an interesting name here. That's what I was looking at. That's why I actually thought about it. Bouncing. I was thinking actually maybe about going short, but this market is just took out the highs again right there. So you got to watch out for this market. Just keeps on climbing, as does I'm still short on the TQs right into these levels here. Just thought that NVIDIA would slow down, but it did not. So NVIDIA continues to go higher here as well. It's IBIT that's sort of been disappointing today, I feel like, for most. I mean, it's kind of been pretty flat considering the market went up and down and around. This actually came into yesterday's sort of support areas there. So maybe IBIT on a lookout as well. There could be something going on there. But yeah, that's just what's going on now with this market. And still, Microsoft's interesting. I want to see what Michael Burry was saying. We did say that Palantir today was not the most, best looking name out there, but Microsoft still trying to, or sorry, Palantir trying to rebound, down, still almost down that 1% there at the lows. Nice battle back, must have been more than 1%, still hitting under VWAP. So it kind of looks like that Tesla, right? You have VWAP right into here, it's really absorbed it all the way through into 147 and change right now for PLTR. Sorry, 141, not 147, right there with VWAP. So watch out for that one coming into play here. Palantir, maybe a short during the midday, but they may be on names like MXL, which is starting to go there. Just broke, just broke the highs there, MXL.
You trading that?
Well, he's just sitting down now, so he'll see if he's going to be on that soon. MXL, and there it is, man, $62 taking out MXL at the highs. And then there was a few other ones that we got. We got ENVB was quite a nice little runner there. And Enveric Bio, now halted.
Again?
Halted the downside right now, ENVB, so Enveric Biosciences
And then,
halted.
of course, there's everyone's favorite squeeze stock, which, remember when CAR was halted down? And it halted up, it's now through VWAP, it is now green on the session. Avis is back in the green. Well, when I said I didn't think it was going to 300, what do I know? It bounced off $200. Anything is possible. Anything is possible, although I'm still feeling like that's a little bit unlikely, $300.
Although not that possible.
You never know. It's only up 1%. It's down a bajillion percent from the highs. I do that tool thing and show you, but I don't think it's worth it. There you can
trust the tool.
$850 to whatever 200 ends up being the total retracement on Avis. So that all day, there you go. That all day trend break dipped, and then we're trying to get VWAP in here at 83, and then SLV is I think it's only two things I'm in. It's trying to dip into VWAP, which I thought I was bidding, and obviously I am not. So I'm going to get some bids down in front of the volume-weighted average price here on SLV. And if it breaks VWAP, then look for a next target, like 68.3, something along those lines. You just mentioned that Tesla at VWAP. There's a topping tail candle. This looks like it could be a bit of a reversal. That holds under VWAP, but that might end up being a short. And just for an update, that XE, still says open at $29, the indicated auction price. The buy and balance is minuscule. 320,000 shares on it here. I can show it to you guys. 320,000 shares to buy. I mean, that's good, not great though. I feel like the best ones have had, like a 1 million share buy and balance on an IPO. But it's a nuclear name, so it's in like the hype sector. The only issue with that is it's not like that sector's been that great today. Like SMR has had a huge pullback. Either way, I think it's going to be an interesting IPO. We don't know when it'll open up. Sometime between now and when we come back at 2 o'clock, I promise you it'll be open. We've never seen one. Well, I don't think we've ever seen an IPO that was after 2 o'clock. It's been close, but I don't think it's ever been that bad. Oh shoot, we didn't do what's for lunch.
I don't have the menu.
I do.
So we could do it. Okay, let's.
I was doing it all week.
NVIDIA must have news. Let's go. What's for lunch? Because
Well, I have the button now. Thank you, Ramin. I finally got the button, and give me a second because I actually have to pull the email back up as I already hit the button, and hopefully I saved it. Right one? Yeah, this is the right one. That's breakfast.
All right, there it is. There's no flags on that one?
Which is
Do you have it or what?
There we go.
There we go.
Well, that's the wrong one.
Japanese. Oh, okay.
Oh, that's next week.
It better not be Japanese.
Why am I
If
looking
it's
at-
teriyaki,
I just had next week's up.
It's teriyaki tilapia.
No, my bad. I have to search for it because I just had next week's up. It's this one that I want. There we go. It is a Canadian flag. Okay. We can deal with that.
What was it the last time? Last time we got sandwiches or something was Canada, wasn't it? Like sandwiches.
This is not a Canadian dish. Roasted salmon with creamy lemon butter.
That's what it was.
How is that Canadian?
Salmon, man, salmon.
And then we have honey roasted potato.
Okay.
The salad's a Caesar salad. I'm not a huge Caesar salad fan person. The problem with Caesar salad is I feel like everybody that does Caesar salad puts too much Caesar dressing, or it's just too.
Comes on the side.
No, but the dressing, it's too heavy.
It's too thick, yeah.
It's too thick. Like a good Caesar dressing is supposed to be a little bit lighter. You go to a good restaurant. Anyways, that's just nitpicking. It's past 11 o'clock. You know who's next to us. It's Joey Options. It's Sharif the Professor. Katina Man is back in the house. We're going to get some salmon, which is an incredibly Canadian dish. We're going to enjoy, and then we'll be back at 2 o'clock.
Thank y'all.
Bro, YOLO. No, but like in a literal sense.
Boom. Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. I don't know what this is. I think this is money.
No.
Is it? What is that?
It's it's the Korean heart.
Korean heart. Is that how they do it? They don't go like this?
No, I go like this. Yeah.
Okay, well, the heart looks like this, so we should just be like, there's the heart.
Yeah.
All right, let's say hello to everybody. Happy Friday, everybody. The Bash Brothers are in the freaking house. Energy's about to get lit right now. Shout out to Churs Live.
Look, you're long.
I'm long Intel and short silver, apparently. No, I'm not. Hangry. We got Varun, Canwin, the auspicious turtle, Mr. Janky, frickin' stock, Mike Learn. How about Pedra? The real Gary. We got Brett Green, Joey, and SE 45,008. Clint Hamilton. Happy Friday, right back at you, brother. We got Derek Thompson, Anon Purse. Who else? I want new names, people. Derek Thompson. We got Jacob Savage. He's a savage, Joey. Outlawed, freaking traitor. Dirch. We got Indy. We got Kirk D. We got Texas Boy and Manifest. Codes now, as opposed to before. You want to be doing it now. Rise and shine, right? Like that name, Honky Kong 25. I like that one, man. Honky Tonk. Maximilian, we got Backbone Video. Shout out to Ted Ease and Boosted Ret Sport. Saul, Papacito, Mike P. D. Ryder. Who else? City Boy 305. We got Frank Trades 99. Peter King. Gray Worm Options Deep. And one more, Joey.
Yeah, one more.
I'm trying to look for a good one here. Digital Good Time. You are here. I see your name. He said here, question mark. Digital Good Time. I interpret that in many different ways that I can think of anyway. There's a lot going on. MXL is into the high, but before we start, let's see what your boy Joey Options is up.
Yeah, let's get right into things. What we're going to do is I'm going to pull up social media. We're going to take a look at what we got going on from the people from TikTok. Bravely, thank you very much. We got Mr. Newman, Power Up Publish, Randy, Talent, Sherlock. In the chat again, it's Eli, Jeff Jerzik, Singh Gur, T-Rock. Man, it seems like there's a lot of people in there. We're going to have to pop up into that chat. For some reason, it doesn't let me sign into it sometimes. I'll open up the screen. It'll say too many attempts on the login. I haven't even tried yet. Yeah, we don't know what's up with that. That's the only reason why we're not in there. Anyways, Joanko, P. Chen, what's up? Jose, Maya, Annabelle, what's cooking? A couple more, JR, Tia, and Lee Fiodo. What's going on, everybody? Hope everyone's having a fantastic day. It is Friday. Market continuing to climb higher. We have AMD around 346. I'm looking at when my scanners hit, I'm like, what is actually going on here? We were talking about a bear call spread on AMD at 315. See you later. Those are absolutely smoked, unfortunately, but it is what it is, and I highly doubt that it's going to close south of that by the end of the session. Nonetheless, guys, couple attempts here on the TQs. It was just chopping around the first little bit. Boom. That was it there. 1, 2, no go. We thought we'd get the breakout. Eventually comes back in and continues to climb a little bit higher. Same thing here with AMD. We're like, oh, okay, nice, inverted right there. See if we get that breakdown after that massive gap up. No, off to the races it goes. So AMD and the TQs, that's it for me here today. Only those three guys. So we'll be patient. We'll see what we got going on. It is Friday. Bitcoin starting to come back in. Market looking pretty strong. Not too bad of a look whatsoever. Let's actually, before we send it back over to Shreve, let's pull up those contracts that we were talking about the other day on Thursday, I believe. All right, so we're going to head over to AMD. We're going to head over to that 315 mark. And we were collecting about $115, all right? All right, so we're collecting $115 at those 315s. Those are now, what? Okay, that's got to be joking. Okay, no, yeah, we got to go over to today's expiration. May 1st, no, it's 7 days. It's not giving us, okay, there we go. 24th, be patient. And those are worth a substantial, holy smokes, $31, so $3,100 from a couple hundred. Let's watch the appreciation of these here over the past couple of days. Absolutely insane. Oh, great. This thing is doing that still. What a fidgety
Embarrassing.
Yeah, it is. Look at this, Sharif.
Is that the IPO? Oh, I thought that was an IPO. I'm like, where's that price action?
4,700%. Yeah, AMD off to the races.
Unreal.
Absolutely insane stuff right there, guys. Disasters if you tried to write those.
Can you imagine? Imagine taking puts on that. I'd be like,
no, it's not even puts would be horrible too, but the writing of the call.
The writing call, you'd be substantially out of the money on that, yeah.
You would be destroyed.
You'd be destroyed.
Something that
just
you would
give up, bro. It's all over for you.
So you would collect. So what the spiel was is you collect $116. So the max.
For writing the call.
Yeah. So you make $116 max.
Right.
Now they're worth $3,000. So you just lost $2,900.
No, that's not funny, man.
No, it's not.
I don't mean to laugh, but yeah, sometimes it's just things are comically, volatile in the market. Let's get right down to work, guys. There's a couple that are going here, so let's look at them. MXL, it's very expensive, okay? This is not typically one that we're trading on this side of the desk for small cap gappers, but certainly moving like one today. Let me tell you that, baby. All right, so it's up 80.5%. It's basically $62, $61.87. It's not strictly a small cap gapper. It's $5.5 billion, but this thing, from the closing print yesterday, which closed at around 34.5 bucks, we're up big, and I'm assuming we added substantial amounts to the market cap as a result of that move up. So MXL, loving the chart pattern, loving it, right? Respect a lot for VWAP, for the 10 EMA. It's generally holding higher lows and higher highs, generally holding structure as well. Support at 60. Look at that flat top there at 60 once, twice. OB, he is the one thrice. Couldn't break 60. Then right at 1050, right when we sit down, as the Katina man was calling it out, it ripped above 60 and into 62.86, essentially $63 or thereabouts. $60 looks beautiful, but you're gonna have to likely give it about $1 worth of room for the stop because it could wick below it, right? The spread is quite okay. Right now it's 13 pennies on a $62 name, not too bad. Done 16.8 million shares on the day, so ample amount of liquidity. But I gotta tell you the truth. Based upon the price, and I might be a little bit hesitant to punch into this one. Poet is the other one that I'm looking at here. Poet's a repeat offender. It's been locked up many times. 1450. I like this level. That is the pre-market high. Sorry, the implied balance high. Look at that wick rip in about 1440. So let's just say 1450. And then the 10 EMA is also holding up at 1450. And when you look at these bottoming tail candles, I'm talking about the 1040 candle and the 1045 candle on the 5-minute chart. All of them find support at 1450. So we'll see if Poet can hold up there. And then Bovin was telling me about ENVB. I'm going to cover ENVB when we get back from Midday at the big desk.
We have a whole host of comments here coming from Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel. So keep an eye here on the market and also in USO. Here's the market pretty strong. USO, though, also making a little bit of a move here. So he's basically saying that, quote, we have retained full freedom of action to counter any threats from Hezbollah, but adding that they have actually begun, quote, a process towards achieving a historic peace between Israel and Lebanon. That being said, he did say that they will attack Hezbollah today. So lots of different emotions coming across the gamut here, truthfully, from Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel. He did also say that Israel's working with President Donald Trump of the U.S. in full cooperation. So yeah, lots of comments. Some of them are peaceful, some of them are not as peaceful, but we'll keep you posted. Back to you.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Let me just keep going here, Joe, if you don't mind. So ENVB, Bovin, I want to trade ENVB because it's a multi-day runner. We've been seeing this one on the scanner. You can see it broke out on the 20th, had a decent day yesterday, at least initially, then kind of faded off, couldn't break VWAP. So it's a repeat offender. It showed up many times, and it's up a very respectable amount on the day, 52 going on 53%. Problem is, it just lost the volume weighted average price. Now there's clearly a buyer at $6. Look at that. That halt up at 950. We gap up big right above 608. Then look at all these bottoming tail candles that breach 6, but the closing prints are what is always important for me. And all those closing prints are above 6. But I don't know if this is going to be a Christmas tree retracement. In other words, green on one side, red on the other, and all the way right back down. Let's see if it holds up at 6. There's clearly a buyer there because the prior 2 candles, 11 o'clock, 11:05, all have support at 6. That's the good news. The bad news is they keep putting in lower highs. So the buyers are not stepping up substantially enough to be able to outdo the sellers. So watching ENVB. Sorry, Joe, a couple of more here. SCNI. This looks like a dang sound wave over here. It does look like a compression pattern. We are putting in lower highs, but on the other side of the coin, we are also putting in higher lows. So let's see which way this cookie crumbles, okay? If it breaks out above the trend line on a decisive closing basis, we go long. If it breaks down below, we'll look over to Neil, we'll find out how much the shorts are gonna cost us, and then we'll assess our situation then. Last one here, MX. This is pretty above it. I want to hear what you have to say about this. 26%, barely any breaches of the 10 EMA. You get 1 and 1 only. That was at 11 a.m. It did breach the 10 EMA on the 5 on a wick basis, but was able to get bought up right above it. And here it is again, taking out prior bar high. We have about 9 pennies or so to the high of the day. 547 HOD showing 538 at the moment. So that's what I'll be looking at there. And then City Boy 305, shout out to my man. He was pointing this one out. This is CTNT. Sub $1, in fact, sub 50 pennies at the moment, but sub $1. Try sub 10 cents, bro. I read that wrong. This thing is 4 pennies. Okay, so maybe we'll reassess here. In any event, though, it's breaking trend. It's trying to make a move above the volume weighted average price. It did take out that 9:30 a.m. high, the implied balance high, but it was way higher in the pre. So it looks like it's failing right now below the volume weighted average price. So I'm hesitant to jump into this one. Joey, I lied. I got one more. MSOX. So this one flushed, all sorts of flushed yesterday. So a big move up there on the news at legalization or not legalization, sorry, the rescheduling of marijuana in the United States. And then it basically sold the entire news. Today, it looks pretty good, man. We're not even close to where we were yesterday, but we're recovering a little bit. 319 high. We're at the day's high as we speak. So this one will be, one to watch, but we'll see. We'll see about this. ENVB just lost $6, Bovin, so I think I'm going to take this one off the side chart. Joe.
All right. Good stuff there, Sharif. This is what we're going to talk about. NVDA only about $3 off of its all-time high. $212, you're at 209. Watch by probably, let's call it Wednesday next week. We'll probably get a gap up coming into Monday, and then boom, off to the races it goes, new all-time high. Why? Because we have AMD in that woods, right? All-time high. What a gap up. Okay, so it's so comical, right? Like, you have to just sit at it and essentially laugh. It's like, this is an absolutely insane run. Watch what happens after, right? Like, it doesn't matter. You can be the best in breed. You will see some form of a pullback. So don't feel FOMO and start chasing. Eventually, you will get that move. And I'm not saying you're going to get 268 or it's going to drop 30% or anything along those lines, but you could probably get 300s because this is just like pure exuberance. This is everyone getting giddy and just like, okay, we're climbing. And if you're looking to invest in it, and longer term, maybe not so bad, but if you're like, hey, I'm looking to make a quick buck, swing trade this, just be cautious because this pullback can be absolutely pretty dramatic, right? Like, so just keep that in mind regardless of what happens. Where did we see this before? Oh yeah, the same name multiple years ago, back in March of 2024. Okay, so you just have this consistent uptrend. Sure enough, boom, off to the races. Is it the same sentiment? Is it the same narrative? No, I don't think so. Slightly different, but it doesn't matter what the stock is or where it is. Eventually, you'll get some form of a pullback is what I'm getting at, regardless of the name. Even in Intel, you will, like, this is a massive gap up. At some point, you'll probably get a move back into $70 or something along those lines. I'm not saying that's going to happen next week. I'm not going to say it's going to happen next month, but at some point, I believe you will. It's just how the nature of the beast is and how the market just continuously goes up and down. Here's the NASDAQ, right? Probably putting in a new high, all-time high right now. So 551 off of that low, 556 is going to be that level. You're up 20% in the span of a month. So good stuff over here. Are you going to get a retest of this previous high? At some point, I believe you will. Did we think that we were going to break down a little bit more and be down more than 12%? Yeah, I think the majority of individuals did. Are you still short? I hope not. Because things broke. What I think is going on right now is the market is just pricing baking out the war. So once that comes to a conclusion, I wouldn't be surprised if you see a little bit of an uptick.
Look at the 4 hour.
Then that pullback on 4 hour on what?
On what do you got there? The Qs?
Yeah.
Yeah. Pull up the 4 hour on the Qs. It shouldn't be that much different.
Yeah.
No. Okay, pull up the SPY then. Sorry. Yeah, the SPY. Because this morning we're in a bit of a holding pattern. There it is.
Yeah.
So look at that, kind of a bull flag, consolidation, waiting, right? The market kind of moving sideways until hopefully the end of the war is near, and then I feel, boom.
Off to the races you go. And or it's like, hey, you get an uptick in the financials. Like if the financials start to become strong, right? Like because it's the second heaviest weighted sector within the S&P, then off to the races it goes, like 720 and continuing to climb. So are you going to be chasing it all the way up here? I'm not. Are you going to miss out on some potential gains? Absolutely. That's just the nature of the beast. And a lot of people did. This is a big time V-shaped reversal. It's like, who thought that we were going to just recover that quick? I don't think the majority of individuals did. So don't feel any type of way of it because there's going to be plenty of opportunities. Guess what? The market's going to be here indefinitely. It's not going anywhere, and you're going to find some good chances there.
All right, Bhavin, I'm watching 15 on Poet. I'm not ready to punch yet on Poet. It's dilly-dallying. It feels like a bull flag that's undecided whether it wants to have continuation. 15.27 high, but I'll submit to you that there's real resistance at 15. So I'm continuing to watch that. People are yelling about MX, and they should be, because here it is. My concern here with MX is it's on the way to the $0.50. I missed this. I should have been getting in at around the third of a dollar, but here it is, 47 high. If it breaks through 50, this could be a little bit, if it breaks through 50 decisively, I'll get in. But I got to tell you guys, I'm not loving anything right now. I'm not going to trade MXL. It's just, it doesn't fit my parameters. It's not like a multiple halter like Skills yesterday where it's expensive, but we can punch in because there's an obvious trend. And it's just, it doesn't fit my parameters. Also, LiDAR, though, I want to mention LiDAR. LIDR is making a move here. I saw Mike P. DeRider talk about it, so I put it up on the side chart. This one initially I didn't want to put on because it was below VWAP, but it's recovering here above the volume weighted average price. So definitely interested in that. We'll talk about more when we get back from Adair.
Heads up, this is pretty minor, but I do want to let you guys know we're seeing more posturing here and I guess signs of potential escalations in the Middle East. Iran reportedly saying their missile stockpiles, their missile city stockpiles are so full that their surplus could be gifted to enemy bases and nearby territories. So again, more tensions here. Iran indicating they have quite a few, I guess, stockpiles. Back to you.
I'd say that too, wouldn't you? You're like, yeah, I got everything. I got tanks, I got helicopters, I got it all, baby. Yeah. Don't with me, but. Yeah, we'll see what's in reality. There goes MX through the $0.50, 553 high. Okay, let's watch now. Let's see if this can actually hold above the $0.50. And this is why I didn't want to get in. I didn't want to get in because of the $0.50 resistance, but this one doesn't really look like it's concerned at all with that $0.50 resistance. So watching here, MX looking decent. No, right down below the $0.50 again. Let's watch for continuation. That's what I want. I want that move clearly above the $0.50, and then we can start looking to 3/4 and even the whole at 6. So nothing for me quite yet, Joey. Anything on your end that you're interested in?
Yeah, absolutely. Just going through the chat. Sorry, I thought I had it up here. I couldn't find anything. A lot of people agreeing. I mean, yeah, we'll be patient, man, and we're going to find some high-quality opportunities. Good things come to those who wait, as they typically say. So, I mean, it's obviously fast and furious, and it's like, oh, no, what do we do? But nonetheless, I like where we're sitting. I always like it no matter what. Guys, if you want to go over some things, let's put some names in the chat, what we can go. I don't know. This is, it's driving me absolutely through the wall. All right, so let's pull this up. We had AMD, INTC, continuous uptrend right here. Boom, higher lows, nice look. Same thing with the NASDAQ. We can head over to the SPY on the 1 minute. IBIT starting to come oppo the overall market. Second largest holding right here. I'd like it to participate a little bit more than what it's doing, considering we have some of the tech names just continuously climbing. But what can we really complain about? 19% off of those lows. We'll take it. It's better than nothing. It's better than it going. Did you get that in your ear?
No, I didn't.
Oh, okay.
No, what happened?
Market reestablished now.
Oh, yeah, I didn't get that.
Okay, I just got it there, yeah, but it went fired back on.
That's funny.
All right.
Yeah, I get it when you get it, right?
Yeah. So 20% off of those lows, pretty good. But what was this bounce relative to that previous pivot? I mean, you get 18% there, so very similar. And this is something that I was just keeping an eye out on. I was expecting that we would have a little bit more stronger of a recovery. Not necessarily the case, but maybe we need to be more patient and wait for more participants to get trapped. And that's probably going to be the short. Sailor, I think, in my opinion, is essentially the one moving price right now as he's continuously buying this stuff up. I mean, obviously, we can't call it a market cap, but the value of total Bitcoin is substantial, and it might not be all him, but a lot of it has to do, like 34,000 he's allocating. He's grabbing it by the tens of thousands each individual time, and sure enough, you start to see these upticks. So what we have really is a transition from the whales into essentially sailors' wallets, which I find somewhat funny. And then sure enough, we got...
I like how you put that.
It is essentially what it is. That's essentially what's going on, is the whales into sailors' wallets. And then, who was it? I think it was somebody else is launching their ETF relatively soon as well, a pretty big fund. Ackman, yeah, he's releasing.
He's already shopping it around.
Yeah, exactly. So he's releasing his Bitcoin ETF. I don't know how that's going to compare to the iShares, but hey, that's just showing that more of these larger participants are getting involved in this thing.
Sorry, I didn't know you were talking about Bitcoin ETFs. I thought you were just talking about ETFs.
No, it was somebody.
Yeah,
it wasn't blocked. It's a Bitcoin ETF. I forget who it is. I can look into it and find it pretty quick. But there goes just more of these larger companies getting involved with this stuff, with IBIT being the most successful ETF launch of all time. It's unfortunate that it's still down 40%.
Yeah, sad. Guys, I'm thinking about punching here into MSOX. I'm not ready to get into Poet. It's still putting in lower highs. It's still south of 15. It's going to be MX, at least for the moment. It's going to be either MX or MSOS. MSOS has been awfully respectful of the 10 EMA on the 5. I'm going to give this one the old community college try. We're going to give it to the breach of, I'm going to give it a couple of shekels below the 10 EMA into 12. So let's see over here. Let's see what we got. All right, so there we go. Let's go ahead with that. And we're going to punch into right on time. Okay, good job there. Looking for, so I said I was going to give it to 311. So let's go ahead and put that there. So what do we get? We got 18s. Oh, boo. I thought I had 17s there. Okay. So if it loses the 10 EMA on the 5, which currently is showing me 14s, we're gonzino. And here comes Poet again. Poet's making another move, try to above 15. Poet is breaching prior bar high. And here, there's a good, nice squeeze here on Poet into 1506. So prior bar high was 15 on the dot. So this is breaching 15 and breaching prior bar high. Bit more expensive, but not too bad on Poet. 1527 high, so we're pretty close. So let's just say the $0.25-ish, right, is the high of the day, a couple of shekels above it. But I don't know, man. I'm still a little suspicious here of Poet. You give it maybe to 15, but then that's probably not a sound trade if you were to do that. Let me switch up here on my risk calculator. Let's see what the Poeted one would. Yeah, let's go like this. I'd have to give it to like 97s or something. I couldn't give it. No, see, it's coming back down to 15, man. I don't know how I feel about Poet, Joey, at these levels. And there it goes, right back down below 15. No, man. Breaking 1527 will be a new all-time high, says Bovin. I didn't even realize that. I need to be putting my multi-time frame analysis on as default on my trading screens here. I was talking to Joey before we got on. I'm like, I think I'm going to change the layout of my screen so that I have a bit of a different layout. You guys will be able to see my scanner and my charts at all times, and then yeah, we'll be able to kind of offer a bit of a different look there. So MSOX, my price is what on this? Give me a second because I have to do my 317.15. Okay, so 317.5. All right. So my 1R on MSOX is going to be just shy of the $0.25. 1R. 2R will be 330. So we're showing 18s. That's going to require a high of day breach here because high of day on MSOX is 22s. So we'll see what we get on that. There's Poet again above the $15 area. We've opened up a new bar now. So the 1120 bar, 1507 high. The 1125 bar, the one that we just opened up, also a 1507. No, 1509 now. So we've breached prior bar high. Let's watch now. Can we get through that 10 penny area? If we do, I'm just going to give it to below 15, okay? Because Poet could be on its horse here, and it could rip up into 15.27. So I want to watch. Over here. Let me flip back to my, yeah, perfect, 14.90. So we're just going to continue to watch here. Let's see if we can get through 15.10. If we can get through 15.10 and start moving on up, I'm going to get in and give it to just below 14. There's a seller here at 15.10. Bigger than the 9 and the 8s, but I think there was also a hidden order there that we need to concern ourselves with, and there it is, dropping right back into 15. So I'm not gonna punch here above it until we get above 15.10. I see LiDAR living in color. I love that. It just broke above the volume weighted average price. I'm alive to that. Thanks to Mike PD Ryder for calling that out. But I'm not quite ready to punch in on that one yet. And there goes Poet, right down below 15 again. Yeah, I'm not getting involved in Poet. It's not complying here. Darth Trader PM. I have a similar trading style. I put multi-time frames in another tab, same screen as my side charts, works well for me to lock into a stock and not get distracted. Yeah, which is what I have over here, Darth Trader. Let me just show you. So look at the bottom tabs there. See where it says multi-time frame? And that's what we were trading testosterone replacement therapy yesterday. Who remembers that one?
Fire.
Right? Fire. So as soon as I click, 1 minute top left, 5 minute top right, 15 bottom left, and hour bottom right. But I want to have this up at all times. It's just that you run out of real estate, man, with all these different charts and screens that you have on here. How's the lunch, Katina, man? What did we get, brother? You got salmon? Is that everybody gets salmon? Because I know you're special. You get salmon on your own. Because I took one of your salmons last week. That's how I know you get the salmon.
Everybody gets salmon.
Everybody gets salmon today.
I had salmon last night.
You had salmon last night?
Again, man, I'm on the Maple barbecue.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
All right.
Can I pull something up here real quick? You got something? All right,
no,
man.
go ahead,
Let's talk a little bit about this market as NVDA is going to continue to climb higher. Now we're up to 209. We were talking about 208. Is it going to squeeze in the latter half of the session? I wouldn't be surprised if it did, right? Like, this is a massive bull flag breakout. Shreve was talking about the one on the SPY, just consolidative, and then boom, off to the races it goes as it opens up in the middle of the range and then continuing with the high of almost around 210. I'm not going to put it past this market to climb all the way up to 212, right? It's going to be a lengthy leg, but it can happen. If AMD is just absolutely gone parabolic, we were talking about yesterday, Neil and I, the next company that can potentially hit the $1 trillion club. We know that JP Morgan is the closest, around 800 billion. But, I mean, this stock needs to double, and we were talking about it at 308 or something along those lines yesterday when we needed it to double from a market cap standpoint and from a price standpoint in order to hit that $1 trillion club. I don't know. Has AMD ever split? I don't think it has. That's a great question, Joseph. Let's figure it out right now and see what we have going on here with AMD. Have you ever split?
Ask it, Joey.
No, according to what I see, it has not. Right? So, I mean, it gets up to that $600 mark. Is it going to? Is it going to split before Meta? Potentially, but I like what Meta's doing here, continuing to climb high. 672. We were talking about like, oh no.
7, huh?
Yeah, 672, brother. Only about like 15% or so off of that all-time high. Let's see if we can get this to work for us. Yeah, 16.5, so we're pretty close, just doing math off the top of our head. 16.5% off that all-time high. You have a lot of the other names, Broadcom, Apple NVDA only a couple of points. Google's on that path if it hasn't hit it already today. Let's see, we're at 42s. Yeah, so we're, again, now like 1.5%. So it's only a matter of time until the Magnificent Seven are once all great again and hit that all-time high. I mean, I don't think they've ever left being great, but nonetheless, you had that 20% pullback without the exception of AAPL, and then now we're all at all-time highs. So strong market, and I think a lot of it has to do with CapEx, man. It's a revolutionary change, in my opinion. It's a fundamental change just with the use of AI and the build-out, and sure enough, the market pricing that in, man.
Well said, Joey. Not going well for me here on MSOX. We're about 4 pennies out of the money. It's about to lose the 10 EMA. And this is the first time, I'd say, since basically 9:30, man, that we have been below the 10 EMA. So continuing to watch that as well. MXL just also lost simultaneously the 10 EMA for the first time on a closing basis. The candle at 11.25 just closed below the 10. Let's see if it holds up at 60. We were talking about this level being an interesting level here on MXL for a possible 60 hold. Let's go 59, let's just 59.98 area hold. That would be, all right. Okay, so might give this one the old college try at around 60 to give this one an opportunity to hold 60. There it goes, losing 60 in a hurry. But the spread is opening up now as the buyers and sellers kind of duel it out below the 60 area, current bar low. Come on, dude, don't do that to me. 59.71 or thereabouts, that's current bar low. So that's getting bought up here. Let's see if this holds up above 60. It doesn't look like it's holding up above 60 here. Yeah, the ask is above 60, bid is below. Just continuing to watch. So if this ends up finding support at 60 and wants to make another move back into the highs, I might participate in this one, even though it is expensive. So we're gonna think about that one, and then in the meantime, we're sending you to Adara.
Crypto time. Let's take a look at the daily chart for BTC now. We've not been able to get past that 80,000 level, but of course we do know on Wednesday we had this rally that got us to 79 halves as far as I'm seeing on the TradingView chart. Now Ethereum continuing though to be slightly relatively weak when it's compared to Bitcoin. These two initially were moving in tandem, but as you can see, Bitcoin actually, or Ethereum, started getting a lower high on the daily chart. Let's look at the weekly charts for both of these as we end the week. So Ethereum, 1, 2, 3, 4-week green streak is what we're poised to have here, up 2.5% on the week thus far. But some of these topping tail candles looking a little bit concerning perhaps on the weekly. Bitcoin, meanwhile, 4 strong green candles to the upside and a decisive push, still staying near week highs here for BTC, up 5.5% in the week. Currently trading just shy of 78K, and again, high of week, 79 halves. So let's see if we can break that 80 before Sunday, which is when the week ends for these BTC charts. Back to you.
All right, in MXL at the fifth of a dollar, breaching through the half, looking for 2/3. It's holding up generally at 60, got stopped out. How did I risk that much on MSOX? How did I screw that up? I think I screwed up my calculation there on MSOX. Got stopped out of MSOX. It's losing the bid. Focusing now on MXL. Let's see if this holds up above 60. I've given it to a barely below 60, so that will risk about, 25-ish or so pennies. But I'm looking for support at this level. I'm just hoping that the support doesn't come with bamboozlement, right? It breaches below 60, stops me out because of the spread and because of the volatility, and then moseys on up. Here comes 55. There's 63, 64. Looking for the move into 75 here. 69 showing up. Let's watch a little bit more. There's a bit of a bid coming in. Don't want to take out too much too quickly. Let's see if we can mosey up above 70. There's 70, okay? Good move. Nothing really to write home about yet. Would like to see $1 or $2 in the money on this one, given the price, but we're not getting that immediately here, and the buyers are not stepping in that aggressively, quite frankly. So we'll continue to watch here, Joey.
Good luck. Oh, I thought I just deleted that whole thing. Yeah, I mean, here it is. We'll pull up some other charts here, guys. We'll run through our watch list and see what we got going on. We'll start at the bottom. We always start at the top, so let's go bottom up. Lockheed Martin. We'll take a look at this name. Ooh, ouch.
Get it, Joey.
Yeah, I mean, that's a tough look there, Sharif. Down 26%.
LMT?
Yeah,
they reported
LMT.
yesterday. Right?
Yeah, they reported.
Go MXL.
Go NXL. You want to talk about it? Or
No, we're about to get into 61, though, Joey.
Okay.
So close in.
CVNA, Carvana, we had that short report curled over. It was selling for quite some time, but then a solid recovery right here. Hims and Hers falling into the headlines as well. eBay, I mean, we don't really talk about this name too often. Chewy, we'll probably get this chart off of the list too. Procter & Gamble, a PG, with a massive gap up, giving off of that report here, guys, but giving back most of its move here today. Yeah, it was a pretty strong stuff. Not doing too much here today, and we don't really talk about it often enough, but there is some liquidity issues. UNH starting to recover, but Walmart all the way back up to $130 coming off of this high. So hopefully what we don't do is fail to break through that previous high. We're only down 4% off of that level. Now, as for Costco continuing to climb, I said, hey, this might be one of the next names, considering we have Walmart in the $1 trillion club. Costco sitting around $600 billion or a little bit less than that, I believe. Let's actually pull that up right now and get more accurate with our, okay, get out of the way. Like, why are you even
Tell it,
there?
Joey.
Like, why is this even here? Like, move. Oh, my. It's the one that I want to hit. Anyways, aside from that, Yeah, that's annoying, man. This thing's driving me nuts. JPM, not doing too good, man. These banks, I'm telling you, once the banks start to trade aggressively and climb higher and make that push for the all-time high, that's when you're going to see the SPY just continue. Right now, it's a rotation back into the tech trade. The AMDs, the Broadcoms, the Marvells, NVDA now starting to break up. It's like, hey, what are you doing at AMD? NVIDIA is like, we are the best, and we're going to start to continue to climb and be some of the best price action. Goldman Sachs, all the banks across the floor. Even XLF is just down substantially. But we do have a primary trend break right here, right? So we sit on the backside of it, off to the races it goes. And that's what you want to see. So some of the cruise lines here, RCL, CCL, and CLH, not doing too much either. We talk about the airlines coming off of the highs, UAL, BA, DAL, all not really doing anything. So tech, 110% back in vogue, man.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You just need to look at the semiconductors and you have that idea. Guys, I'm about to get stopped out. I do believe I did get stopped out. Yep. For more than break even. We moved up our stop. Maybe a bad idea by me, but I saw resistance at 61 on MXL, which also happens now to be the 10 EMA. So if you're a mechanical trading system, and look at it flushing, right? That was a good out. If you're a mechanical trading system and you're looking to the moving averages as areas of support and resistance, as we've seen, MXL found a lot of support at the 10 EMA when it was north of it, trading above it. Now that it's trading south of the 10 EMA, especially overlapping with the whole dollar at 61, there's resistance there. So out of the trade, positive trade for me. We're negative on the day because of MSOX. I think I screwed up for whatever reason, my risk calculator there, because I ended up taking double the amount of risk that I wanted to take, but that's fine. We can get right back into Greensville here on MSOX. We're not that much out of the money. Where is my MSOX trade? All right, so that's frustrating. So it looks like it's going to be a 20 EMA hold here on MXL, and it's right back into 315, breaching prior bar high. In fact, the candle that just closed, the one at 11:30, is a bit of a doji candle if you're looking at it on the 5. So continuing to watch that one. Here it comes into 16 again. Now, I have to think about this one. I just have to make sure that my risk parameter is right on that one, Randy. I don't know how I took double the risk that I know, I didn't mean to. Don't do it. Randy's like,
man.
He's like that, you know. There's, you ever see those?
That?
Yeah. What is it called? Like when you have the devil and
the
angel there?
Yeah, you know which one's
Randy's
talking
the angel. He's like,
which
don't
one's
do
talking
it,
to
bro.
me?
Which one?
Both
Oh,
of them,
yeah.
my boy.
They both talking to you, eh? What's the devil saying?
He's saying just do your thing, man.
Just do your thing, huh?
Same with the angel.
And the angel, they're both saying the same thing? How can you tell them apart then?
The color.
I like that, attaboy. Way to respond to that one. I was like, how can you tell? All right, anyway, we're having a good time. So MSOX, right back into 16 here. Looking for another entry on this one. Now, I did have trouble clearing that 18 area. So if 18 clears, I'm going to get back in MSOX. And I'm also seeing that MXL, bad out there for me, is right back into trend. So if this one clears 61 and gets above the 10 EMA, I'm going to get back into this one. Simple as that. But it's having trouble clearing that 10 EMA. It's having trouble clearing 61. So I'm not ready to do anything with this one quite yet. And also Poet, Bovin, look, topping tail candle into a new high of day 1536, but look, it's failing again at 15. So to me, this is either going to be a loss of the 15 level, or this is a gnarly looking bull flag from which we're going to rock it up, maybe into 16, maybe more. The length of this bull flag, let's just say 12.5 at the bottom, and let's just say 15 at the top. So right away, you got about $2.50 worth of range there. That's not too bad. Right, so we can kind of project that upwards. If Poet really catches a bid, it could double the percentage up on the day into maybe, what's Poet up here? 27 could be up 50% when all is said and done. So I'll continue to watch that, Joey.
All right, good stuff. Yeah, so we have our eyes. Tesla not really doing too much. Intel slowly starting to curl over. Are we going to be able to find a buy opportunity? The NASDAQ putting in some topping signals just around the pre-market high. So, yeah, let's be patient, wait and see if we can find anything here. Bitcoin not doing too much on today's session. Looks like it wants to continue to be weak. We had yesterday that all-day fader on SMR, right? Like SMR not doing too much either. So, I mean, Intel, we'll get this garbage out of here. One of my least favorite stocks. There goes Micron to the downside. Are we going to continuously sell in the Qs? Maybe we'll find out. I think at some point we'll get some form of a pullback. What was I going to pull up? SMR. I don't know why I typed in SPY. And see how that's been performing. Additional sell-off day, right? Like, so you had this yesterday. Katina Man misses. Boom. We take that move. Hit the reload right there, and then off to the races it goes, now breaching this previous low of the day. Exactly. Yeah, yes, you should have seen the reload on SMR yesterday. I seen Neil trading this today, but that was a nice one there, Katina Man. We're reloaded on that. Now, 1234, finding somewhat of a bottom. I thought that we'd see a little bit more strength within in New Scale Power. Doesn't seem to be the case. Primary trend, or this trend has been broken, but the deeper you pull back into this zone, the less I like it. So you want this prior to act as support, and then maybe you can continue to climb higher. I always say this, a guy from work. His name is literally a guy from work. I mean, we have to be patient. $10 seemed to be a good buy, but right now it's Bloom Energy, and essentially more Bloom Energy from that aspect as it clipped into an almost new all-time high today at $241 and been on an absolute monster run. Are we chasing this bad boy up here over 100%? Probably not. No. I mean, we'll wait for a pullback. Maybe you get $200. You slowly start to grab a little bit more, and you take it from there. Same with like the AMDs, the NVDA starting to break out, the Marvells, the Broadcom continuing to climb. So a lot moving, the NASDAQ and the SPY. With a lot moving, with that being said, we be patient, let some people to get trapped, and that give you some good opportunities from a swing standpoint to grab around the lows.
All right, man. Right back into MSOX. It broke 18, so now it has to breach high of day into 22, showing 20. I've got 20s on. Let's see how this cookie crumbles. Also, back into MXL, looking for, it did breach 61. It's holding prior bar low, but it's turning into a bit of a resistance level at 61, so maybe we're not catching the cream of the crop here in terms of the best part to trade MXL, because it was rocketing up and now it's a little bit weary here. So we're giving this to about the $0.50. We'll see how this ends up going, but 60.81 is where we're showing now. It's dropping a little bit here, so I might lose the bid on MXL. Continuing to watch MSOX, seller at 20 now. So it's a hidden seller. You can kind of see that because there's barely any size posted on the gateway. In fact, when you look at the amount on the bid, there's not too much either as a backstop. So that should be an interesting look there. Nothing else for me to watch here, man. I'm looking at MX as well, in addition to MXL. Don't want you to confuse those two because they're completely different. One's $5, the other one's 60. So yeah, that's all I'm looking at right now, guys. If there's any interesting small cap gappers, just small cap gappers though, guys, because I don't have the time right now to kind of look at other names, non-small cap gappers. We'll just stick to those. If there are any good ones, let me know. But yeah, that's kind of what I'm looking at right now, Joey.
Okay, good stuff, man. Let's head back towards our watch list. I have a couple of names on my radar. I was looking at the Qs up here around those highs. Can we get a dip buy at the lower end of the range? We have AMD starting to come back in ever so slightly. I think you have to go smaller on this one. A nice inverted up here around this level, and then maybe we can start to find somewhat of a low. If it breaks that high, then you just get out of dodge. So let's rock and roll. Let's get involved in some AMD here. See if we can find a potential move lower. It's strong. I mean, it's a completely against the grain play, but it's all right. I feel like it's slightly extended. Started relatively light, and that's it. So let's see what we got going on AMD. Did you catch that foo? Boom, boom, boom. AMD. All right, let's go as it continues to climb. We're at the top end of the range. We like that. If it breaks it, we could just hop out a little bit early. 348 looks like it wants to climb a little bit higher, but that's okay. We'll be patient. We'll allow this one to cook up for a little bit. If it wants to go, then so be it. Continuous higher lows. This is the trend. So if we happen to sit on the backside of it, then by all means, we just continue and look for that move back into VWAP, which I think we have that bounce, right? Like it's up, it's back into VWAP, it's up. So now let's be patient and wait for that pullback back in. AMD all the way up here. Yeah, it's like a really slow mover. I mean, we're in at 37. You just climb. It's already like 80 cents OTM on that one as it punches through this level right here. You need some. Yeah, you're telling me, Dean Allen. Trust me.
What happened, Joey?
Bro said I need some sun. You're like, yeah, you don't got to tell me twice about that one.
Some sun right now, baby.
I'm not buying.
I would not mind.
Oh no, I love the sun, man. Yeah, it's him. But
know
come
you
on, man. Yeah, I love the sun. Catch a tan real quick, man. Off to the races it goes. So much for that short back in on AMD, up 14.4%. So yeah, that's crazy as it climbs. The Nasdaq putting in a new high of the day. Whole market moving right now, guys. Keep an eye on it. With that being said, USO probably moving to the downside. So Nasdaq putting in a new all-time high here today, brother.
There you go, man. We're in Poet here, looking for the move above the $0.25. I'm giving this to prior bar low. Poet's going. It's about to take out the $0.25. So is MSOX. Good look here on both. Let's wet the beak on MSOX in a new high of day at 24 as we wet the beak at 23. Let's see if we can get into the $0.50 here on MSOX. This is a leveraged marijuana ETF. The unleveraged one is MSOS. So be on the lookout there. There goes Poet Katina, man, into 2R for us. No, that's 1R, excuse me. We just took out 1R. We're looking for 2R just south of the $0.50. That will necessitate a new high of day. We're showing 29s. The high of the day is 36. There's big selling at the $0.25. Watch out here, guys. There could be some resistance at this level. I'm looking for 47s to be my 2R on this one, but we got to get through that high of day, 1536. Watching. We're going to Adara.
Guys, it took a while for the headline to populate on this, but it looks like we have this drop in the USO and the market pushing higher, at least temporarily, as CNN reports that President Trump is now sending Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner to Pakistan for Iran talks. Now, we know we already heard news that the foreign minister of Iran was headed over to Pakistan today, though reports were suggesting that he was really only just going to speak with Pakistani leadership. It was not necessarily going to be a negotiation with the U.S., but either way, it looks like they're sending some envoys and some negotiation team members to Pakistan as we get news that Iran's foreign minister is going to be conveying Iran's considerations to end the war to Pakistan today. So it looks like we've got both Iranian and U.S. negotiators headed over to Pakistan. Let's wait and see what, if anything, comes of this. Back to you.
Stop. Poet is ripping, guys. Oh, sorry, not Poet. Adam, sorry. Shout out to the OG Buvin, always. My man Buvin, other pair of eyes, I call him in the chat. Looking at the scanner. Guys, Poet is really on its horse here into 872. Great breakout there for Poet, man. 872, watch, or sorry, Adam. Why do I keep calling it Poet? Sorry. ATOM into 861, 872 high. Be on the lookout there. But there goes Poet. Right back into high of days. Can we breach high of day, Joey? We're showing 35s. 36 is coming up. Can we shake the seller there? I'm waiting in the low 40s. We're not going to be able to shake the seller. There's 36 again. So there it is again. We're going to take profits there likely, as people do take profits at the high of the day. There's 37. That's a new high of day. Looking for a little bit more. There's 40. Looking for that move. For that move. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to take it out here. So let's just go ahead and do that. Cancel the order above. Let me in, please. There we go. Nice. That's generally 2R here on Poet. That's a breach of the high of the day. Good look there. As Poet rockets up. We're out of the money again, man, on MSOX. I'm hating this stock now. I'm not going to trade it anymore because it keeps stopping me out. But there's Poet again into another high day. Here comes the $0.50. On Poet, 1546 is showing up. That's the high. 47s, 48s. Boom. We'll take out one there. We're looking for the $0.50 on Poet. 1505 is what we've got. We're looking for a little bit more, but no more is showing up, Joey. Let's go ahead and post.
Smoke, AMD.
What happened?
You got to get out of this bad boy.
Go.
Yeah, I mean, the second we get into it, off to the races it goes. Bad idea. You're all out of that one as it breaks through the high of the day. Holy schmoly, that was ugly as AMD continuing to climb. Man, don't stand in front of these freight trains as it's continuing to move here, guys. So yeah, there goes AMD up 15% on today's session. Yeah, dude, Choo Choo is right, man.
Is back.
Yeah, he's back. He's back in better than ever, as they say, with the tan.
The energy too, my guy, and he's got the tan.
And he's got the tan. So like the whole complete package. No, nonetheless, there it goes AMD. Thought you would get a little little bit of a pullback. It's going to squeeze through that high and then probably start to cool around a little bit later. So be patient on that one. Get out when you're supposed to and see if you can find any of the opportunities. I seen that Katina Man was short Tesla at the volume weighted average price. Nice look there. Bitcoin starting to come in. Volatility, USO starting to tank, but I wouldn't be surprised if it starts to climb a little bit higher. XE IPO. Yeah, we can take a look into that one actually a little bit more. Let's pull it up. XE IPO. No, this is what I want. I got to call these people over there. Like, why is it doing that? It's driving me absolutely bonkers.
It keeps going above?
Yeah, it keeps getting pushed in front. I don't know. Has it ever done that for you?
All the time. Certain window though, not all of them. So what I would say is the window that gives you trouble, switch everything in that window into a new one. So show me the window that's giving you trouble.
It's every single one.
It's every single. No, I only have one of them that gives me trouble.
You see how it does that?
Yeah. I told you to ask chat.
I did. It brought me the thing, and I fixed the setting, and it did absolutely nothing. Yeah. All right, back into this overall market. Let's see if we can find anything on the IPOs. Economic IPOs. Yeah, there's a couple I think here today. Friday, April. Oh, there it is. April. Okay, that's not it. It's not showing me anything.
What happened?
Oh man, don't you love it? April 24th. All right, we have a couple. So everyone's saying we have Yesway Inc. on the IPO. Okay, Encore Medical.
What's the name of the IPO again, Joey?
XE. Yeah, XE.
Thank you. On
okay. Oh yeah. Sorry, XE is the only one here. Yeah, XE. X Energy.
I got top 31 on that one, Joey.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's not too bad.
Yeah.
We can find a little bit more detail.
Expected is 23. Okay.
Okay, so there you go. That's why Katina Man's probably sticking around looking to play this
That's what I was saying. Yeah,
he's
what's
usually
Katina Man doing here? He's got to do taxes.
Bro, I thought you said you were done. Oh, they got to be done soon. Yeah, I gotta get mine all clicked.
I love tax season. It's such a pleasant
Katina Man, you said TurboTax is free, right? Well, the $9 isn't free, my guy.
Bro, I mean $9 is essentially free.
No, $9 is $9. I'm not saying that
he's got greenbacks there.
All right,
oh no,
man.
Greenback.
Greenback. How much that one worth there? 100.
Show him the back of that, Katina.
Yeah. Because that's where you were the hedge fund, right?
There you go.
All right. AMD high of the day. Tesla getting that breakdown. Nice work, Katina Man. We haven't hit anything all day.
Ooh.
Okay, I didn't think I heard anything there. Yeah,
Katina Man is short Tesla.
Get that breakdown, my G. Let's go. IBIT not doing anything either.
We're going to Odera. Breaking news.
Speaking of high of days, GeoOGL just rocketing higher here, seeing reports the company is planning to invest up to $40 billion in Anthropic. Again, GeoOGL on watch, planning an up to $40 billion Anthropic investment. Back to you.
Commodity King, PD, into the high of the day. PD, Commodity King, calling that one out. It's up about 9.5%. Pager duty, they still make pagers?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, well, yeah, we would know that they do definitely make pagers if you get my drift there in the Middle East.
Oh, yeah, I get where you're getting.
They definitely still make pagers.
Beep, beep.
Says MF dangerous. Yes, of course. Watching, pagers are very reliable, says Ichiro. I used to have a pager in high school, man. And like you would text people, you would hit numbers, and the numbers were denoting different letters. And depending on the numbers you put in, it was like you had to know how to read code, essentially. It was pretty cool. That was before text messaging. Yeah, I know I'm old. Leave me alone. Continuing to watch here, Poet hanging out near highs. I've moved up my stop to a little bit above break even. I'd like to see a $0.50 break on Poet. It's hanging above the 15 EMA, sorry, the 10 EMA, pardon me. But I've really got nothing to do on this one other than wait either to get stopped out or to get through that $0.50. And if it gets through that $0.50, I could be interested in adding, but not at the moment. The other one I wanted to mention, ATOM. ATOM is ripping up, and it is up about 38%. It's trying to hold here that 8 1/3 area. It's got a bit of a consolidation area look, but there's a good amount of volume. It started the day with a good amount of volume as well. Then there was basically a drop-off below VWAP. People stopped caring about it, and for whatever reason, it's back in vogue here as of 11:30 or so. Today, I'm not really sure how to trade ATOM at these levels. 872 high, it's above the $0.50. Let's load up ATOM on the trading screen. Are we going to take off MX? I'm going to take off MXL. ATOM. Let's see, is this on the NQ? Yes, it is. Here we are, back into 858, 859, showing up current bar low, just for your own reference purposes, 836. So you're at the half dollar here. This is 836 right here. That's current bar low. I don't know, 143. Yes, Anu, you know exactly what I'm talking about there. Yes, she knows exactly what I'm talking about. 143 meant something. Small vol, but similar WLDS as Taylor. Let's look at WLDS. See here. That's a former runner. Yeah, into the high of the day on WLDS. Not bad. $1.20 high, showing 119 right now. I could definitely be interested in that. But yeah, Joey, I don't know how to approach ATOM here. Here comes 60 pennies again on Atom. It's on the NQ. Half dollar generally holding up as support. It's not strict. It's also about a 3 to 4 penny spread at times. Bovin saying 860 could get in on Atom. Yeah, we're right there. We're right there, Bovin. It's 860 as we speak. I'm not interested in giving it to below the half dollar, just below, because I think that's a recipe to get wicked out. Prior bar low, as I mentioned, is 836. Let me put ATOM over here instead of MXL, ATOM. So we want to give this that much. And then what we want there is 836, so 835. Yeah, okay. I don't know how I feel about this one quite yet, man. And what's it called? Poet is coming back down, so I have to manage this here. Keeps coming back down. Where did I move up my stop to Poet? Let me just have a look. So Poet, our stop is still as before, so that's not going to work out for me. So we have to move it up. We're going to move it up to 15. Let's go 15.15, and we'll just give it to like 15.10 for that. Okay, not a bad look. Oh, sorry about that. FJ88X, been calling out NVTS to you from 1690 and you haven't seen mess. I'm sorry, brother. There's so much to do.
So much going on, man.
Yeah, I do apologize. It's tough. It really is tough to trade and to do the show and to, try to follow the news and stuff like that. But let's look at NVTS. I just looked at it up top there. It's not something I'm interested in, to be quite honest with you, because it's trading below VWAP. So I can see why you'd want to get into this for another move back into VWAP. I know that a lot of people trade that way. They find an area low. It's kind of like OB, right? When OB when things get into an area high, OB loves to short them. It's a mean reversion trade. It works in the contra positive as well, especially when it's preceded by your favorite type of candle.
Yeah.
Take a look at that.
Bang.
Take a look at it.
I see.
You see it, eh?
That one.
And then, so I see your point there. What was the name? FJ. I'd be wetting the beak at 1820 to 1810, just in case you do encounter some resistance at the 10 at the volume weighted average price. This ticker, by the way, guys, I apologize for not putting it on. It's NVTS. It's not going to work out for me, right? It's negative on the day. 1850 is how it goes green, but I see the validity in the trade. It's not for me. No. Now I'm focusing Joey on Atom, because we're in a bit of a consolidation phase here on Atom. We're putting in the consolidation component of the bull flag. The bull flag started breaking out around 11.15. The $7 breakout with an 8.72 high. It's losing the half dollar now, so we'll keep an eye out on this one. If it breaks out, I'm definitely interested in it, but if it doesn't, I'm not going to trade this one.
All right, good. So welcome to...
Welcome.
Yeah.
Try saying that name, Joey.
No, I wasn't going to. Well, I did already. Ustan.
I'm willing to bet he's probably Turkish-ish.
Ustan
Turkish-ish.
Ustan Kaya. Yeah. I mean,
because I just know, there's
all that stuff. Yeah, welcome. Enjoy.
Yeah, welcome.
Yeah, I mean, there we go. Rock and roll. Streets rolling on today. He's got those trades. Joined earlier. You see Sean and Neil trading throughout the session. A couple good trades on that front. We tried there. Yeah, he is Turkish. Yay. Hey, what's going on? Welcome, by the way. Hey, man, we try and go into the short side here on AMD. Bad idea, so we'll stop the fail on that one. After the races, it continues to go, and it's not getting a breakout, right? So that's why you just, essentially, you get in and you get out at the breach of the previous high, and you're not going to get any form of a pullback. This is insane, right? Joe, look at VWAP projection on LIDR. All right, let's pull that up.
Oh, Adam's taking off.
Or is it?
46.
LIDR. Let's fill it on the NASDAQ ladder. VWAP. What do you say, the rejection? Oh, okay, yeah, on multiple occasions. Good call out there, Luis. I mean, boom, you get that pullback into the volume-weighted average price and then a clean flush establishing a new high of the day. So hopefully you caught that short. It's not Wednesday, so you won't be joining us, but that's unfortunate. But I'm glad that you pointed that out, and hopefully you had the ability to take advantage of that trade there, Luis. Good stuff. Now, Tesla just continuously putting in some buying pressure, right? Like, I'm going to get AMD off my chart because this is going to continuously grind higher. Like, this thing is going to be an all-day grind. And then in the latter half of the session, typically when the reversions are, so we'll note that down and essentially be like, hey, we're not going to be taking any form of a short or aggressive move until after 2 o'clock, okay? So there's Tesla not participating in today's rally, right? Yesterday, pretty weak. Not doing too much, especially after that massive gap down inside day, we can call it, I guess, but then also not participating on today's rally. So Tesla, once again, being a little bit disappointment from an intraday standpoint, but it is what it is. We remain forward-looking. I'm gonna put my money where my mouth is, and Elon said a million robo-taxi. A million Optimists by the end of 2026. Let's go, Elon. We're betting men. You can do it, and I have faith.
Come on, Elon. You want to see?
Man. Do you think he's going to do that? I know Adair does.
A million robo-taxis?
No, a million Optimists by the end of the year.
No. No. No, I don't. But I don't care. I already, bro, if you understand Elon, if you're investing and you understand how he works, you understand that he is quite ambitious with timelines, but he gets done, okay? He's an achiever. He does stuff that nobody else can do. And quite frankly, you know, you're just going to have to allow him the space to just be himself. Otherwise, you know, just don't hitch your boat to him. All right, I understand, bro. I understand. We're still talking. We're going to Adara.
Get it? Got it.
There is no lesson of the day today, so it'll just be me here with what's happening right now, the latest and greatest in these market moves. And right now, S&P 500 near, basically at intraday highs. This has been a great push up in the 15-minute chart. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and maybe going on 7 candles to the upside in the 15-minute chart. That's an hour and a half of green, guys. NASDAQ here looking pretty similar. So let's see if this strength continues or if we see a little bit of a pullback in the market. Now, this most recent pop to the upside was happening at the same time we got a pullback in oil. Now, that's because we had a couple of reports came out basically simultaneously. CNN reporter posting on X that Trump is going to be spending special envoy Steve Witkoff along with Jared Kushner to Pakistan to participate in talks with the foreign minister of Iran. J.D. Vance will not be attending, not because he's no longer part of the negotiations, but because the individual that they view as his Iranian counterpart is not going to be there. So they don't really want to, I guess, bring J.D. there if his counterpart in the negotiations won't be attending. At the same time, we hear that the foreign minister of Iran, who, as mentioned, is also attending Pakistan this weekend, he is reportedly going to be talking about some considerations that they would need to end the conflict. So we'll have to wait and see. The point I'm trying to make here is we got not one, but 2 signs that the conflict could be easing or coming to some kind of resolution at the same time, leading to this big drop in oil and a big pop in the market. Now, speaking of big pops in the market, let's talk GeoOGL because Google here, reportedly, according to Bloomberg, though I did see also some indications they did announce this properly, they're going to be investing $10 billion in Anthropic, though they could be investing an additional $30 billion should certain performance targets be met by Anthropic. So good look for Claude company there, Anthropic. And last but not least, INTC. Big earnings beat and strong guidance last night for the company. You've got revenue growth in most of their segments other than the other revenue segment. You have growth with double-digit growth in 2 key areas here, Intel Foundry and data center and AI. We're going to send you back over to Joe and Sharif for more exciting trading.
What about the exciting? You might have something exciting on. I don't have anything exciting.
I just got stopped out of Adam. This is frustrating.
So that's
but it was, I don't, not for me, it's not. You suck, Joe. I got stopped out of there. It breached prior low, but it's still putting in the consolidation phase of the bull flag. So I'm not quite ready to do anything with this one yet. But we're getting a couple of super chats here, so let's get right down to them, Joey. David Jiang dropping 5 in the chat. We're thanking David for that. It's diabolical that a CEO said, I don't know what's going on in the production line, Optimus, in the call, no way Tesla can mass produce by 2028. I wouldn't say no way. But I do understand your skepticism, David, and I think that's rightfully you are justified in being skeptical because, you know, weren't we supposed to get full autonomy like in 2019 or 2018 or whatever year it was, right? We still don't have full autonomy yet, but I get how this guy works, right? And if you've been following him for a while, you kind of get it too. If you don't like him and you don't like how he operates, don't hitch your wagon or your trailer to his wagon or whatever the expression is there. Just stay away from him. Stay away from Tesla. Stay away from the SpaceX IPO. Forget about him.
Oh,
For those who
no,
like,
no, I ain't staying away from that IPO.
I'm not staying away from it.
Hell no.
I'm not staying away. But I am concerned a little bit about the debt that SpaceX is taking on through XAI and a lot of that. I think that, you know, there could be some headwinds there a little bit with some of the debt.
I mean, like, do we have to take into consideration it's going to be mainly like government contracts with SpaceX?
What do you mean, dude? He's got crazy launch cadence. A lot of people are putting commercial satellites. Through him.
Yeah. Very, very true. Very true.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's got a good commercial exposure there, but it's not the best in the world. Don't get me wrong, but. Guys, MXL is curling. Oh, do you want to cover this super chat as well, Joey?
Yeah, absolutely.
Quickie boy.
We cover any super chat as now AMD is up to 352. Bang, bang. All right. EOSE. Never heard of this one, but hey, you learn something new every day now, don't you? EOSE. Energy Enterprise, $7.77. 777. We like that. Let's make this a little bit bigger here so we can see what we got going on from a daily. Okay. I mean, gap down. You're now entering this gap. That's positive, right? You're off that $4.53 high, 71%. Climbs any higher into $8. You're almost at 100% return. But one thing that we do have to take into factor is that we are substantially off of that high with 62% to the downside. I heard Adair, but I didn't get any. Okay, there we go. Let's send it off to Adair.
It's calling my phone. Nokia is to the upside right now, getting a spike after Citron Research, which is of course led by Andrew Left, announces that Nokia is a $20 stock today, not someday, because of, I guess, their comparison. So saying that, I guess, this is a strong stock in their opinion fundamentally, and NOK's stock does like this catalyst for now. And I do want to mention another stock as well on watch. This one, not really a market move as far as I can tell, specifically on this story, but I want to keep you guys apprised. Intercept reporting that Palantir is getting a, quote, massive scale data mining contract here with the IRS. So more government contracts with Palantir. When I get more details about said contract, I will keep you posted. But I'm just letting you guys know I actually am working right now on a massive deep dive into all of Palantir's government contracts. So expect that on TTV Research within the next couple of days. Back to you.
Oh, it's four, man. Yeah.
We can't get dinged, Joe. We can only play a couple of seconds there, my guy. I don't want to get in trouble with YouTube. CTNT is ramping up. Okay, I said very little, but okay. So number one, MXL is changing trend, and CTNT has just recovered VWAP quite aggressively and is on the move. Now this is a 5 2/3 penny name, mind you, but the chart looks pretty good. Okay. This is not bad. So decided trend break there, but CTNT up 67.67%. I didn't mean that, but that literally was 67.7, 56, sorry, 0.568, so 5 2/3 pennies high, okay? Keep your eye out there. MXL is changing trend, so it's back above the 10 EMA, it's back above 61. Let's see if this one kind of, moseys on back to 63.5. So MXL is up 80%. It's $61.50, but it's up 80%. That's a big move. So I want to execute on this one. There's a lot going right now, guys. Everything is in sort of a consolidation phase, but ready to go. I feel Poet is one of those. MSOX, possibly one of those. MXL, ATOM, CTNT. So there's no shortage right now. It's just the structures are holding, but the moves are sort of in pause mode. How do you trade that, right? And that's the tough part there. You're going to have to pack your patience. There goes Adam right back into the area highs. Adam looks like it wants to take off here, guys. Right into 67, 72 pennies is the high. I don't know how to, I know how to. It's just, it's a bit of a range. I'd have to give it all the way down to 8 1/3. And that's just more than I want to give it. Joey, I'm going to send it to you so I can throw out some orders, brother, if that's all right.
Throw them out, man. Yeah, absolutely. Of course it's all right, man.
There it is, right in the high, man. Right in the high.
ramble on. There goes Tesla as it's starting to break down. Maybe he did go off to the gym there. I mean, he was on vacation, want to get back in there and back into routine. But there's IBIT inverted right at the volume weighted average price starting to come back in a little bit. The market's still holding up pretty strong around those highs. Let's head over to the SPY and see what we got crack-a-lacking over there. I mean, a little bit weaker, right? We did have that strong move up. That's on the 1 minute time frame. So if you're looking to get into a little bit more detail, you can see the strength in the volume really start to uptick. 5 minute, pull that up here, and then now you breach the pre-market high. You run into 714. I think that's going to establish a new ATH for you. Yeah, blue sky territory. You have that punch through now starting to come back in a little bit. How far off the lows are we actually on this? So you have that consolidation. Sharif was talking about it on the 4 hour. As we break out, you get 13%. So typically what you're expecting a 10% return, an average return, I guess, annually in the SPY, you get that in the span of a month. Right, so 30th to the 24th, 18 bars, 25 days, 13.7%. So yeah, some good stuff going on, man. The market is back to roaring. I thought we would have more of a breakdown. We were talking about respectively down to 8% and 12%. Did we head into the bear market territory? I guess there's not enough bad things going on aside from the war, right? I know what Adam James was talking about the other day. He's like, man, outstanding debt. You have the conflict in the Middle East going on, this and that. But I guess when you're spending billions and billions of dollars, nothing else really matters. So a lot of money funneling around these markets, and it's good. This is what we want to see. The long-term accounts, just the other day, we were all like, oh no, what are we going to do? The sky is falling, the sky is falling. And then sure enough, now you're starting to climb. What I'm waiting for here is Bitcoin to start participating, and you see that big time move. Even though we are 18% off of those lows, I want to see more, right? Like, let's cut that 50% in half. Let's continue to climb. Let's head back into that $100,000 mark. We're only down 26% off of that previous. If we do eventually get there, but we're struggling around that $80,000 level. We can't breach it just yet. 77,000, 78,000. So what we need is maybe a little bit more of a flush, and then we can punch right through and then breach that $80,000 level and head into 85. One step at a time. You got to walk before you can run. Ooh. Even though it's nice to hit the ground running, I don't think that's necessarily going to be the case in Bitcoin just yet.
All right, man. 880 high, 882 high now on Atom. Let's see if this can kind of mosey on up into area highs. You get into that 880, 890 area, you start thinking, $9. And then
it was reported like the way I could.
Sorry, I was just hearing my ear. 880, you start getting into that level, you start thinking about 8, or you start thinking about 9, and if you breach through 9, then you start thinking about 10. I'm gonna give this a super tight stop, smaller position this time around, guys, on Atom. So because I'm getting in at the highs, I have to get in a smaller position with a view not to adding on the dips. That's not going to be my move. I need this to go in the direction, but I will add into a winning position at higher levels if it continues to go, okay? So continuing to watch that. There's 82, here's 85, waiting at 88, selling here at almost every level, 86, 87, boom. Continuing to watch. Let's see, 95 now into the high. Here comes 9, okay? If we break and decidedly break through 9, I'm adding into the position. No buying here, though. At around, just got stopped out of Poet. That's not even break even. We made money on that last remaining amount. It's a trailing stop. In the money on MSOX. Watching here for a possible add on Atom. We're in at 80. Get it to my man, Bovin, who wanted me to get in at the $0.50. Should have been listening to you, Bovin. There's a seller here at 96. We can't shake him. Continuing to watch. They're going to kill him here, Joey. They took off. 97s. 99s now, Joey. Continuing to watch. Big move into 9. Nice move here. Continuation. Looking to add now. We've taken enough profits here. Looking for the move above 9 and a sustained push above 9 and using general 9 area, not the $9 exact level, but that level as support. Big candle here on Atom. Looking to push through a little bit more. There's 904. Can we add a little bit to this one, Joey?
Yeah.
Let's see. There it goes into another high of the frickin' day. Let's watch now a little bit more here on Atom. Looking for that squeeze into 10. This one could see 10 quick as you like. Adding into the position here. Looking for a little bit above the $0.25. There it is, Joe. Right into 26. Added into this winner, like I said. And there it goes again into 30. Looking for the third of $1 to breach. No continuation. Yeah. Anything below now 15 ends the trade for me. This needs to go because we've adjusted our position on this one. Looking for the
Yo, do me a...
You kill me, bro.
No, you gotta do me a solid.
Ending the
Pull the screen back. Pull the screen back up. Please.
Hold on, man. You're killing me, bro.
Yeah, okay. Do me
Move
a
up.
solid. Like,
Yeah, man.
all of this is irrelevant. Get over there more so I can
What,
see
man?
more. Yeah,
What?
I want to
Like,
see more.
hold on, Joey, it's still going, bro. Can I
get in so I can
concentrate?
see? So I can see.
What do you need? What do you need?
See all this information?
Yeah.
Irrelevant. Get in over here. There we go. You see what
like
I'm getting
that.
at? Yeah,
see,
man.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah,
okay, my
exactly.
man.
It's all
Okay.
good. Respect, man.
Joe, bro. All right, man. Shout out to Spiro. Looking for a... Actually, not a bad idea at all. Joey, it's going to fill... What did I say, bro? I didn't even say anything bad.
What did I tell you about how many halts did you sit through yesterday before you got
You were right.
All
You were right. I was
All
wrong about that. I
appreciate
didn't
it,
have the
man.
key set up, bro. I mean, I don't usually use these market on open, market
It's
on...
all love. I'm looking out for you.
I appreciate you, man.
All
All right, guys. Failing right now, topping tail candle. Let's watch. I don't think this is the end of the trade. Let's look for 9. Again, let's look for 9 as support. If 9 holds up, I think we could see 10 here, guys. So there's a lot of momentum right now in Atom, up about 48%. I got to wet my beak, though, Joey, on MSOX because I've done nothing with that one. Where the hell is it? There it is. Okay. We're holding shares here on MSOX. Let's just wet the beak here as a quick liquidity tester, my man. I'm looking for about a move into the third of a dollar here on MSOX. It feels like it's going to disappoint me. We've got 20. It's showing 23s, but I don't know, man. We'll continue to watch. All right, back to Atom, because this one is the one that's actually moving. MSOX looks like it's, pausing there and doing its thing. So there's good support here, Joe, at 9, man. This is not a bad look here at 9. We're going to think about this one. In the meantime, we're going to send you to Adara with breaking news.
Keep an eye on crypto, guys. CNN reporting that the Trump administration has frozen $344 million in crypto with regards to potential links to Iran. So again, $344 million in crypto reportedly frozen by the Trump administration due to concerns over Iran ties. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara.
I'm watching the tape. Let's go.
Got it, bro.
Let's go.
Here we go. We're holding. So 940 high, Joey. 940. Stop, bro. 940 high on Atom. Guys, we could see 10. There it is. Again, into 38. Seller at 38. Let's see if we can breach prior area high. I expect somewhere there it goes. Looking for resistance now into the $0.50. Let's see. Let's see if we can kind of get up and mosey on up into that $0.50 or what's the situation. Usually you do get into these levels and you are going to see the $0.50, but there's no hard and fast rule about that. Seller in the mid 40s over here. Let's see if we can kind of continue up into that one, Joe. What are you looking at, my man?
Yeah, I'm just watching your time of sales, having fun with that, man. Yeah, 352. Don't short that bad boy like I did, man. It sold off. I mean, it ripped an additional like $5 off of that level. So yeah, good stuff. We'll go over a couple more names here, guys. The Nasdaq, AMD continuing to climb. Tesla doesn't know if it's coming or going at this point, but heads in towards the low. Can't break this 5-minute opening drive. So essentially at 372, you're having that level hold, and then it bounces right back off it. But Bitcoin looking like it wants to slide a little bit more here, guys, all right? So we'll head back over to our watch list. We'll get into the middle of the pack and see what some of these other names are up to. We're on the scanner right now. We gotta close that down, but we'll head back into the watch list. We went over some of the airlines. Now, Starbucks performing good for Adara, actually. I believe she has this as one of our picks, up 13% off.
Correct. And it was the one I was the least confident in.
Yeah. But see, the thing is, Adara, last time I checked, you're only a couple percentage points in the red on Boeing, and then therefore all your picks will be green. Right after you have that Boeing start to climb higher. I think that's going to be the narrative. TKO Holdings right back up to 187, bouncing off of that 180 low. Still down here a bit. So maybe we get a discount on the WWE and the UFC. Obviously, UFC signing a major deal with Paramount Plus for the next 5 years. Mixed bag of feelings on that one, right? Not the best necessarily, but apparently, so what the objective is, so what's going on in the UFC is obviously fighter pay has always been at the forefront and like kind of controversial. But I think what Dana was saying, or what Dana was stating, is that the bonuses are now going up. So something that was like a $10,000 bonus or a $50,000 bonus is now $250,000 and $100,000. So for all my fight fans, if you get a KO or a fight of the night, it's $100,000 instead of $50,000. So a double there. And then as for your purse, I don't know how much that's changed. There's no more pay-per-views, right? Everything's on Paramount Plus, so you're not getting that pay-per-view money. But I think there's a little bit more going for headline events, like the main event and the co-main event. I think it's like base $1 million or something along those lines. I could be mistaken, but there is some increases there, which I find was a massive issue with the UFC. These guys should, yeah, I think they should be fighting. Like, even I understand the roster is big, but I think if you're a UFC fighter, you're in the Ultimate Fighting Championship, you should have a base fight purse of at least 6 figures. Not like some of these guys, surprisingly, Sharif, are getting like 50K a fight. That's show money, right? Like if you win, then you get another 50K. So it's like, come on, Dana, you're worth how much, and you can't even fork these guys up a little bit more. Oh, okay. So what it is in a lot of, I think NBA, it's like 49-51, right? Owners, players, right? NHL 50-50, something along those lines. Relatively same in the NFL. It's like 2.5%, 98% management in
really?
UFC. Yeah, it's really low. It might not be 2.5%, but it's significantly lower.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
That's actually interesting. I didn't
Yeah.
know that.
Yeah.
All right, guys, stopped out of the remaining amount here on Atom. 945 high. Let's see if this can break the $0.50. If it does, we're going to participate into the move into 10. So not going up in a straight line, which is fine, but packing the patience on this one with a bias that if that $0.50 breaches, we're on our way to 10. We've said very little about XE, and XE is an IPO today. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about this one. Allow me a minute to load up exactly the information so that we can give you a little bit of a better look at what to expect on XE. I'll have that information for you when we get back from Midday.
Unfortunately, more bad news for ORCL. Now, this came out about 20 minutes ago in tandem with this spike to low of days below that 169 level for Oracle, but I'm just seeing it circulate now. Financial Times reporting that investors are pushing for higher yields on $14 billion of Oracle-backed data center debt tied to a 1 gigawatt project in Michigan for OpenAI. Guess they've got concerns here about construction risk and Oracle's ability to backstop the deal should problems emerge. So some debt concerns here, at least higher yields on this debt is what people are reportedly looking for ORCL. Back to you.
So the name of the company is X Energy, all right? They're going to basically gains for Aris Management. X Energy set to go public at a valuation above $9 billion after previously scrapping an IPO with renewed investor interest driven by rising electricity demand, of course, from AI. That's reported by the journal's Gregory Zuckerman. Early backers, I should say, the very well-known Ken Griffin and Aris Management are poised for significant gains, reflecting a sharp turnaround towards, okay, that tells me bupkis. I want the price. I want a lot more information than that crap. Let's see if we can get some more here. There we go. Street Insider will have it. Let's take a read here. Close this. How's my MSOX? It's fine. Okay. So here's what we're looking at here. Let's have a read through this. Attracted demand for more than 15 times the available shares following a late increase in the size of the deal, according to Bloomberg. The Amazon-backed nuclear SMR, small modular reactor developers offering drew significant demand from long-only sector-dedicated and existing investors, said the report. X Energy Management was heavily involved in allocating the shares. According to the report, 1/3 of institutional orders received 0 shares. Really? That's how much demand there was? That's crazy. The company priced its 44.3 million share IPO at $23, which was above the marketed range. Okay, so this is interesting. 16 to 19 was the range being floated, and they ended up selling it at 23. The top 30 frickin' one, okay? Shares expected to trade on the NASDAQ under symbol XE, JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, Jefferies, and who the hell is this? Moelis & Co. are among the banks working the offering. Who is this Moelis company? Who are these people? Independent investment bank providing confidential, unconflicted strategic advice. Yeah, thank you for the vague explanation there. Anyway, that's who's involved in this IPO. This is an interesting one. And Neil's sitting down, and he's sitting down for the IPO. That gets me interested immediately in it, okay? Because the big boys, they don't sit down for these IPOs unless they be big. So shout out to my man there, Neil. Lele, shout out to Leanna in the chat. I love your new name, Leanna. Chief. My name's not Chief. And Joey, 2,500 freaking dollars. Thanks for your teaching. I cashed out INC, Joey, this is probably for you.
Yeah.
INC, $68 calls for $1,200. Took $5K to $9,500, so close to $10,000 in 3 weeks. Thanks to y'all. Much love, Leandra. Or Lele Love, never Leanne. I'm sorry, I didn't know.
I didn't
Dude,
want
her
to interrupt
Instagram
you.
name was Leanne, so you can't fault me for thinking.
It used to be that.
Shout out to
Well, I mean, in the
Leandra.
chat as well, too. I think she meant INTC. Maybe we just forgot the T, but nice. 68 call for 1,200 smackers. We like that. Took 5K to 9,500. So close to 10K in 3 weeks. That's what we're talking about. You know what I say.
What do you say, Joey?
Don't spend it all in one place. Don't do that. You want to diversify. No, but congratulations. Those wins feel great, man. I know what that feeling is like. It's just like, oh, wow, you have this. But just be careful because, I mean, the inverse can happen, right? Like the opposite can totally happen. So you want to be cautious on that one. FES says Mike Peter Ryder probably shouldn't have said that, but I mean, at the end of the day, that's what you get, Chief. Yeah, he's a chief, man. Maybe that's what she meant. Sharif, MF dangerous. But no, Lele, nice work, man. And you're going into the weekend with that? Feels good. So go enjoy the outdoors or something along those lines. Stay active. Do some analysis essentially on how you got there, and then just be prepared to come and repeat that come Monday morning because there's going to be a lot going on. Now, as for SMR, guys, we'll head back into our watch list. We were talking about some of the some energy names, right? We had NNE not doing too much here today, 5-minute time frame. You can see that we're running into liquidity issues big time. OKLO, what's that been up to? Straight to the downside. You had a couple of sessions where you're continuing to climb, right? So it's like boom off of those 47. What? Okay. Right, 70% on Oklo here off of those lows. But I mean, if we're looking at the bigger picture, you're still down 61%. But what Neil and I discovered is it doesn't matter essentially how far off you are off of the highs. If you're up 20% off of the lows, bull market territory. All right, so keep that in mind, guys. It's I think, and Neil, I think we feel the exact same thing. Like you can drop 50% and climb 20 and then still be down. So anyways, aside from that, neither here nor there. Moving forward, how has Caterpillar been performing on the daily? Oh, yesterday, an additional all-time high, Sharif. Didn't hear you mention this
Yes,
one.
I did. Yes, I did. I mentioned all of them. I mentioned all three that made all-time highs. I looked over to Neil. I'm like, can you watch Caterpillar?
Brother, I'm good at rage baiting.
Yeah,
right.
Caterpillar's been ripping.
No, it has been. It's been really good, man. We talked about that from an industrial play. It's been really good, but Alibaba not so much. So if you're looking into some of these Chinese ADRs, Figma just getting destroyed out of the IPO. We climbed, right? Like pretty high, up to $144. You're now trading at $16, so that's like 90% plus. To the downside here in Figma. I don't know if that will ever recover, but I'm not going to compare it to this. We talk about IPOs. Don't forget that Robinhood was absolutely destroyed not too long after its IPO. Webull in the same boat. I don't know if we can categorize them as the same or fundamentally, but it's the same narrative, right? Like you climb up to $85. Oh, okay. So we're right at the IPO from 2021, 5 years ago. Right, 2021, we're right at that level, but then you lose the majority of your value. You head right back into $8. So you lose 90% and then manage to claw back. It does take multiple years, but can Webull pull the same cat out of the hat, essentially? Let's pull up Webull as it's down pretty, like I think more. It might have been like 95% on Webull off of those IPO highs. $4.44. I mean, how much bad can it get? I'm assuming it can go down to like pennies on the dollar essentially, but if we're looking at some of these names, and then obviously we have the catalyst backing some of these brokerages, the fact that there's no PDT. Lifting that rule takes 45 days for that to come into play, but nonetheless, I think that's good for the Robinhoods, it's good for Webull, and it's good for other names as well. So a lot of brokerages get a surge, essentially, a big wave of retail investors and traders coming into the market when this rule is lifted. Right, so 90% still off of that high. A little bit tougher of a look there on Webull, but hey, could be a good potential buy. DraftKings catching a downgrade this morning. $48, you're now down to $22 here. Let's see, let's actually pull up some of the news on this one. DraftKings and Flutter C ratings cut by MoffettNathanson. Intel, there's a lot of Intel going here, cut the neutral wave from Moffett. So yeah, we were talking about this not too long ago. Las Vegas Sands Corp falls 6% off of that earnings. Penn Entertainment stock climbing 16%. So okay, Davey Day Trader, let's pull up Penn. Not a name that we talk about often, but okay, not too bad. Right, so $11.66 roughly, 43% off of those lows, and you have a high of around $17. So Penn Gaming, not too bad of a look. There's another one that, it's not coming to me right now, but I'll remember it momentarily once I stop essentially rambling on. But there's another potential gambling play. I think the Canadian stock, I'll think of it. My buddies used to trade it way back in COVID, which was pretty good. APLD, we've been talking about that one, the trade desk. I think Neil was talking about, hey, could this be the next name to have that big squeeze? It's still down big time. If we head over to the weekly and see what we got going on there, where was our previous high? When was this one? When did this peak essentially? 140, all the way down to $23. You have 83% to the downside. We'll have a look at the short float. We'll figure that out momentarily. CoreWeave, how's it been performing off of its IPO? It hasn't completely broken down. You see somewhat of a pullback here. You're still down about 41% off of that IPO high of $186. I mean, that's weekly. After a couple of months of trading, it continued to climb, but then it gave back the majority of that move. Obviously, we're worried about the cyclical revenue between NVDA, CoreWeave, and a lot of the other hyperscalers. What was it between Anthropic? What was that other one that we were talking about the other day, Sharif? I know you're busy right now, but
fine. I'm listening.
The one you mentioned, was it between Google? Amazon. Amazon, yeah. Anthropic's money back into AWS.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So you have that kind of just that circular revenue, which some people are worried about. And that's where I think the bubble talk comes from. A lot of it anyways, but I don't think that's necessarily the case because Amazon actually seeing positive cash flow coming in from its spend. So it's spending all of this money and then finally starting to turn a profit. And it's going to be one of the first names. There goes AMD right back up to 352 highs.
All right, there's stuff moving. What I did was I put my, look at this. I put the XE on top because I want to know when it's open, right? Because the big boys might not be around to take it. So usually they're the ones that yell it out. So I have an order on XE. Let's just quickly look. I'm going to get to all the other ones in a second. XE showing 31.50, the top, the theoretical auction price. Let's also take a look at the paired volume. So this is on the NQ. So let's go ahead and have a look at this to see, try to gauge really when to expect this one to open. So let's go by size. XE, it's not showing up, so let's go by paired volume. There it is. Okay, so top 31.25, very small size here, 17,000. Okay, 22,000. The paired volume is already 5.5 million. What does that mean? That means the exchange has paired 5.56. What is that noise?
I don't hear anything. I'm tapped in.
Running on. Something's running. I'm gonna have to figure it out. Something's making a noise in the background, but in any event, XE up 5.569 million shares paired. So while we're waiting for this to open up, there's basically kind of like a halt, right? We trade these small cap gappers. What's happening during the halt? You're getting paired volume. So buy orders and sell orders are being paired together by the exchange. And then there's usually an imbalance one way or another. So if there's more buy orders than sell orders, or more sell orders than buy orders, you're gonna have that reflected on the screen here. So see where it says side, buy. So basically, there's about 28,870 shares that are looking to be, that are shares for buys that are still unpaired. And see how it dropped down to 5, now 10? So the exchange is pairing these buy and sell orders behind the scenes. Now, what happens when more sell orders come in than buy orders at any one point in time? So this right there is a side, it'll flip to S like it is on NVDA here, right? And so that's what we're trying to keep a lookout for. The paired volume, the amount of size as well, and whether it's a buy or it's a sell. So keeping a close eye on the IPO for that reason. Now, the reason I'm bullish on this IPO, a couple of reasons. One, the range that they were speaking about at the institutional level on a per share basis was like $4. It was well oversubscribed. They ended up selling it far above that level. Number two, the TAP, now the theoretical auction price, is substantially above that institutional level price as well. I think it was 23 bucks or something. Let me just double check it here. 31, it's indicating $31 a share, but it was $23. That's how much they bought it at the institutions. But before that, at the, which we saw on the Street Insider, the range that they were looking at selling for was 16 to 19. The institutions ended up buying it at 23, and now it's showing a tap of 31 and change. That's why I'm bullish on the name, okay? Nothing is guaranteed. It could absolutely tank, and, you know, that would be completely normal as well. But we are, you know, that's what we do around here. We try to put the odds on our side. I don't know what is happening here. Joey, take over because something is running.
Maybe you have a tab or something.
I didn't open anything.
Oh, okay. All right. We'll
Find out where the hell this is.
Someone said you're hearing stuff.
Oh, it's Sean. I can hear Sean. Oh, it's Katina, man. Can you cut that, Assassino? Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. Yeah, because I hear them. They're shooting in the background. For some reason, I hear them, though.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
Joey, what would happen
Thank you, Assassino.
Yeah, what would happen to Microsoft? Thank you for that. Jedi, Dominican pesos. Joe, what could happen to Microsoft ahead of earnings? Well, we can figure that out, right? And a lot of that is just going to lead into the expected move, right? So we'll pull that up here for you. MSFT, here it is. With an expected move leading into the earnings report. When is the date? I think this is. When is the date on this? All right, so that is April 28th. Yes, okay, so it should be by then. Anyways, we'll get the exact date. So you're looking at it. No way. Okay, yeah, 2.8% expected move. 6.2 makes more sense, okay? So 6.2% expected move. I mean, you have an up and down of around $445 or a low of $393, okay? So that can happen. You're going to see an increase in implied volatility. Now, are you going to get the move that we've seen in Intel, in Microsoft? I don't know. I don't know if that's necessarily going to be the case, but just be patient and wait and find out. Now, if you were a straddle individual or you're playing the strangle, I've seen somebody post in the chat that, like, hey, the strangle on Intel was absolutely insane. Of course, like, nice trade, up 28%, and then after the bell opens, you're still holding on to the majority of those gains. You're going to see a substantial increase in your call contract on that, and then you'll also see a little bit of an increase on the put side. You may lose some premium, but with that implied volatility increase, you're gaining not only intrinsic, extrinsic value on the call side, but you're going to gain some volatility value on the put side, even though it's drastically out of the money. So great stuff on the strangle great strangle, great strategy on the Intel move, considering it exceeded that expected move. Okay, so really nice work. See what this bad boy's been up to here on the day. I haven't been paying too much attention to it. I didn't think that we would get this continuation like that, but watch out for this to close around the lows. What happens at that point? An inverted hammer, and I think it's going to give us that vibe of like, hey, we moved up pretty quick. Let's pull back a little bit, some profit taking on this one. I mean, I was scrolling back. We're back into 2001 levels, I'm pretty sure, here on Intel. So 26 years, 25 years, you're finally back into that neck of the woods.
Good job, Joe. Adam's ripping. Here we go. 8 1/3, 845 is the high. 36 showing up, looking for the move back into 40s. We've got 24s on, seller at 35, local seller at 35, multiple rejections at 35, guys. Continuing to watch. Stop out below 9. So selling here, no continuation. Get it, Bovin. Bovin's in at 860, so Bovin's ripping on this one. Shout out to my man, Bovin. Looking for continuation here at least to test that 945 high. Let's see what we kind of get on that one. Just packing the patience over here. There's the move up back into the 30s. Nothing into the 40s, though, sadly. So let's just post. liquidity tester just right around these levels. It will have to be a high of day breach, obviously, to get through that 9.5, but that was a gnarly recovery. But the shorts are going to be looking at this level too. That's a thing, right? Because they know that there was selling there before. So it kind of sets up perfectly for them, right? So it's just going to be whether there's more buyers and sellers at this point, quite frankly. So continuing to watch that. MSOX just popped up into 27s. I had to end that trade because it was just far too, doing nothing. Atom coming back down now. It's losing trend. It's turning into a topping tail candle. No continuation, sadly, through 9. So we may get stopped out here if this one does breach 9 to the downside. Continuing to watch on this one. MX doing all right. It is doing all right. It's like almost right back into the highs I can see there on my side screen. But have to focus here on ATOM as I'm looking for another attempt here at the $0.5. Multiple rejections already at the $0.5 from the earlier candles, 12.10, 12.15, and then that big red candle at 12.20. We couldn't shake any of the sellers in and around that level. So we know that there's going to be resistance around here. Sadly, this ends up putting in a lower high. The current candle, the 12.35 candle, has a high of 9.34, right? The big red candle that sold off all the way into VWAP has a high of 9.36. So now we know for a fact that 35, 36 seller has been there for quite some time. So we need to be alert to that level. That 35, 36 seller is a bit of a problem here. So continuing to watch there. And then also definitely keeping a close eye here on XE. The tap just lost 31, 30.80 is what the tap is showing now. So we'll have to see how that ends up opening. I've loaded it up on a top screen there on my top, I've loaded a chart on my top screen to kind of get an idea of when this is open. So we'll see how we do there, Joey. Moving back into the 23, 24. Now the sellers are coming down here. So that's how algorithms work, right? When you start stair-stepping down, they start selling at lower and lower levels to keep the price with lower highs, right? And that's what they want. They want the trend to maintain lower highs. So if there was selling at 35, that same seller could set up again at a lower high level. And that's the concern now I have. It looks like we may fail this level, especially if we breach prior bar low, which is right at $9. SST, Bovin says moving up. I can't look at everything, Bovin, and that one's a little bit too light on volume. So I have to keep my eye here on ATOM, as well as the XE trade that I'm waiting for there. Could come any minute here, Joe. It's about 20 to 1, so you never really know when this one's going to open up.
All right, man. Davey Grant fighting this weekend. All right. Good stuff, guys. I was looking at, I wouldn't be surprised if come 3 o'clock, NVIDIA hits that all-time high of $212. We're not too far off it, about $1.40 or so. You're seeing a slight pullback in AMD. Are you going to break down? I don't think that's necessarily going to be the case. As long as we continue to climb, what does that lead me to? We'll head right into the options chain, 210, 53,000 contracts. We're now sitting on top of that level. And you've seen somewhat of a concentration here through that 202.50 all the way up into 210. There's nothing essentially at 212.50. Right? There's nothing really there, so I wouldn't be surprised if we absorb that. We have to go out into a further expiration. There's still no key resistance. And I mean, we talk about this all the time, and surprisingly so. It's just so once this lifted, if you monitor this a little bit more closely, you can see that like there's typical resistance zones throughout the strike prices of 90,000 contracts open, 100,000. So we can classify those as supply zones, but there was none of that in the past week, right? So off to the races it goes. It was only a matter of time until it started to participate with AMD's rally. That's how I felt personally. And sure enough, we're only $1. Now at this point, we're back up to 210.63. So yeah, we're $1, up to $11 on the session. So be patient, wait for that to hit. I wouldn't be surprised if it's after 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock or so. Now moving forward, let's head back into our scanner. Intel with 185 million shares traded. SOX S, the inverse here to the downside. I heard Sean talking about SOX L this morning as it was just absolutely going crazy over the past couple of days. You can see it on the daily. Yeah, big time. All the way up to 219% in the span of 25 days, 18 trading sessions. All right, so good stuff. Poet, I know Shrieve's been looking at that one here today. Yeah, AMD, we no need for us to continuously milk that stone. Shreve, Tesla continuing to hover around the backside of this trend. Can it hold? I would like to see a bounce at this level. If you don't get it, then watch out for some more downside plays here. Ondas was on the radar as well. That one's looking pretty good. You got something?
No.
Oh,
I thought it
okay.
was open, but it wasn't.
Sorry,
my
oh,
bad.
XE or
No,
your
it's
your
not.
halt
It's
your
not.
halt
Yeah.
there? Okay, yeah. Just let me know. You can obviously just do your thing once that opens up. How many more minutes you got approximately there, and I can ramble on.
Oh no, it's
here.
XE. It's the IPO, brother.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
you
yeah,
thought okay. I thought your
thought it
Adam.
was
I thought
open.
yeah. I thought your
no,
Adam was halted.
it
Okay.
didn't open, yeah.
Yeah. SoFi. It's unfortunate with this one as we continuously sell off here on the daily. How have we been performing? A nice bounce off of the lows, $14. You do get 30%, but starting to come back in. We had a high of $32. You're at 16, so you're still down 44% off of the high on SoFi. Qualcomm, never was in love with this name, but it's starting to find some signs of strength. It was on the downgrade list the other day, but you're 22% off of those lows, so not too bad of a look. Bitmine Immersion, how have you been performing? Yeah, all right. On to the next one for poor old BM&R. I shouldn't say that because the yield that they're generating, like they're up there in total holdings for Ethereum. So what they got going on is they're staking this stuff, generating like over $100 million in yield alone. So, I mean, we can't really complain. That treasury play. As for an appreciation within the stock itself, not looking too good, all right? So that's a tough one. BM&R, hopefully it can start to rally. And we were talking about MSTR as well, right? Like MSTR essentially doubling what Bitcoin's return is, but that's how we're looking at it, is that leveraged treasury play, and that's how it's supposed to be approached. So be prepared for substantial downside, but then also you get a little bit more of an aggressive recovery when Bitcoin does start rolling.
Adam has a big seller at 925. They moved down from 35 into 25, and now we're going to fail 9. So bit of a tough one there. Yeah, no continuation. We just opened up a new bar, so prior bar low is going to be 904. And the bar before that is 9. So here comes 9. Yeah, we're going to get stopped out here. That's frustrating. But hey, you know, can't win them all here. That, especially that seller, he's stair-stepping down. That's why we have lower highs. So this could be a flat bottom break, right? Because we have 3 candles that are just basically holding up Katina, man, at that $9 area. So ATOM dilly-dallying here, but trend is not looking good, quite frankly. I got to be honest about that. At least until we take out that 25 penny seller. We're trying to move up a little bit now into the high teens, but it could just be, you know, false hope above that level, because we need to breach prior bar high to regain trend. Prior bar high, as I mentioned, is 24 because there was a seller at 23. Then the bar before that is 34 because there was a seller at 35. And so that's the problem here. Moving back up into 19s, let's see if we can take a quick look at that 25 penny seller again. I feel like, you know, putting my stop below 9 is going to get me in a little bit of trouble there because it could wick right below that and then mosey on back to test that high of the day again. Let's take a quick look at XE. The tap is dropping here. So it's 31.5, the highest that I saw, and now it's 30.11. So a little bit of, a bit of a drop there. Let's take a look at the imbalance locator. We still have a buy side, but barely. I saw 200 something there, now 3,800 buy side. XE's open.
There you go.
Yeah.
Oh, did you mark? Yeah, there you go.
Wait, bro. Let me just concentrate for a second. There we go. All right. We're in the money on this nice. All right. What do we got? 30.11. Oh. There's a 30 seller. I'm out. No, not going to get that. Oh, right back up. Let me see if we can get right back in. Let's see. On this one, 30.25. Let's see. Kind of get that continuation. Take over for a minute, please.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Let's pull this bad boy up here. I don't even have it on this yet. Okay, there it is. Let's see if this opens.
37 seller, 40 seller, big seller.
Yeah,
on that.
big time
big
seller. I
at
can't even pull it up
40.
on here. So.
Killed him. They killed him.
He's gone. There you
dead.
go. Nice
they killed
work.
him,
nice
Joey.
work. He's gone. He's destroyed.
They killed him again.
XE is open.
Yeah.
Katina Man's in it there. He's biting the nails. These boys are
go.
rocking and rolling. There we go. He's biting the nails, man. Let's rock and roll.
Get it, Katina Man.
Nice. Sharif's getting it right now. So good work there, guys, on XE as it's continuing to climb.
82 seller.
82 seller Sharif's talking about. Let's pull this bad boy up over here and see what they got going on. The tape is key. So XE Energy, there it is, up to $30. Opens up at 30.76. Not bad. Not a bad open. Oh, this thing's crazy. 30.02.
Anything below
with the high
30,
30.80s. It did have that clean flush down. So XE Energy continuing to climb here. Let's see if it can hold on to this and break through some of these resistance zones that is now established. I mean, we don't have much data to go off here, guys, but XE open and ready to rock and roll. So there it is, bang. Oh, come on. That's not halt. Okay, no, it isn't. It's very, very spready though right now. You can see, but not too bad of a print. It did flush down, like so. Right off of that open at 30.20, drops 20 cents right out of the gate, and then off to the races it goes once again up to 30.80s. So there it is on XE, a good IPO here today so far, guys. Maybe it can continue on the path that it's at, but not too bad of a look. Shreve, are you out or are you back?
I'm out.
All right,
Yeah, we got some top wicks there, but I'm gonna get stopped out of Adam as it's coming right back down into 9. Unless there's a monster 9 buyer here, then we're gonna get stopped out of this. Yeah, there we go. It's dropping down into 9. Let's just let that one do its thing. If it ends up popping up, Back to XE. There's no continuation on this one. What is the high there? The high, I believe, is around almost 31. There's definitely a 30 buyer. You could very clearly see that. There was a 30 buyer, an aggressive 30 buyer. So maybe we can get another wick down there in or around 30 to see kind of what we may be able to pick up at that whole dollar level. But quite frankly, this is not looking that clean, at least not yet. So continuing to watch this, Joey, dropping down now into about $0.33 here. I think there's better trades out there, quite frankly. MSOX just got into the highs. That's frustrating. Here comes 30. Okay, so let's watch now. Let's see what we can try to pick up at that $30 level. Nothing doing quite yet. There's a buyer here at 24. Big buyer at 24. That failed. Here's 30. Yeah, that's what it feels like. Hidden buyer at 30, though, Katina, man. Hidden buyer at 30. There we go. Popping right back up, but there's no real continuation. Oh, into the $0.33. So you did get that 30 buy again. Unreal. So there, that big buyer there at 30 is backstopping the price action right around the whole dollar. Got stopped out of Adam. It lost trend. Continuing to watch this one. There's 30 again. Is there buying here again? Let's see. Let's see. Continuing to watch. What do you got? 13s on this one. I'm going to flatten out. If we lose 30, we're going to lose 30. Oh, we didn't lose 30. Wow, this is all over the map. Joe, take over for a second.
Absolutely.
Let me trade this.
I'm just reading a couple of things here. NVIDIA, based on NVIDIA, midday trades jumped 5%. Euro 210.30 there. I'm impressed with the Intel's demand for central processing CPUs, which are critical for companies offering AI services. Yeah, so I'm just going a little bit over the earnings report yesterday from Intel. Let's send things over to Adara right now.
Keep an eye here, guys, on GD and LMT. Both of these companies, General Dynamics and Lockheed Martin, being announced as companies that are going to be getting up to $3.2 billion in Golden Dome contracts. Other companies that are not publicly traded that were named include SpaceX, which of course will IPO later this year, and Anduril. So again, Lockheed Martin, General Dynamics, both getting contracts for the Golden Dome project. Back to you.
Perfect. Love hearing that. Katina Man probably still short Tesla. No reason for him to get out just yet. There's support level at 376. So how many dollars? I don't even. Can we even count that? That's $3 with the Stone Cold. 376.50 on TSLA for the short for Katina Man. AMD finally starting to come back in. Has that trend been broken for good now? I don't know about that. Just be cautious because buyers can step in at any given moment. It's going to be a little bit tougher of a trade. We were thinking about it significantly earlier, but around that 1 o'clock hour is when those reversions and when those retracement and pullback plays are really in full effect. So be cautious on that. NVDA is still hovering around those highs. Just go to it already. We know you're going to go up to 212, tap into it, and then maybe pull back a little bit. So get it over, rip the Band-Aid off, and then sure enough, we can be rocking and rolling as the highest market capitalization name is market cap, though. Okay, yeah, let's head over there. Let's actually pull this up.
Pull up.
Damn, 5 trillion. 5.1 trillion for NVDA, Sharif. So back in that $5 trillion market cap, we almost have 2 almost on Broadcom. Okay. All right, I see you, Broadcom. Good stuff over there, man. This market is absolutely strong. Almost 3 on Amazon as well, too. 2.8 as the market is continuing to climb. Like, hey, we're over here talking, I don't even know if Elon can get to these levels. $10 trillion in the next decade in some of these names. I wouldn't put it past it. So that's ambitious. A double. Pardon me?
That's pretty ambitious.
10 trillion on NVDA?
In the decade? No.
It's a double.
Possibly.
It's a double, right?
It's a double,
It's a double, so I mean.
Double meat.
I don't know.
All right, continuing to watch here. We're in exit at 9. We're scalping a lot. Looking for a bigger move here. Anything below 30, there was just such a monster buyer at 30. There it is in the 50, Joey. Looking for a bigger move here, scalping out little at a time. Let's go, looking for a bigger move above 50. Monster seller at 50. Can't shake the seller at 50. There's a big seller at 50. My days. There's a lot of churn at that level. There's almost 13 million shares traded so far. Look at that 50 level just get defended to no end. Let's wet the beak there. Let's see if we can ride up a little bit more. Looking for a bigger move still above that 50. There it is, Joey, into 65. We've got 9s. Looking for more. There's 75, Joey, frickin' options.
Nice.
Let's see if we can get a little bit more here, Joey. We're looking for a bigger move into the dollar now on XE. Showing up 75, 80 seller, monster 80 seller. Can't shake the 80 seller, at least not yet, but it keeps popping back up. That means there's a lot of buying coming in. Good move into 81, looking for a price spike up into low 90s. Again, sellers showing up at 80s, but it feels like the longs have the shorts on the rope now. The ropes, sorry, not one rope. Into 81. 81 keeps showing up as a big resistance level. There's a monster seller there at 81. Look at all the churn taking place there. So no continuation, Katina, man. Above that level, that's fine. There's a big buffer between where we are and where the price is, so we can rest a little bit easier now. Looking for a big seller, or sorry, a big buyer to push out that 81 loser. Move. He's not moving, Joey. I'm going to need you to talk to him there. Where's Joey Hands at when you need him, man? Come on. Oh, all the way back down. Here we go now, losing the third. We're going to flatten out here, take out break even on the last remaining amount. That ends up being a positive trade, but there's a lot of shares.
You were turning there, man. You were turning there, my boy.
It is, man. There was a lot of churn there, but I did pick up the bottom, so that does feel
smart.
good.
That's a smarter play.
Well, dude, there was a huge buyer at 30. You can feel that was like an institutional buyer accumulating there at $30 because there was a ton of shares coming in at sell order at 30. But there you go, guys.
Bounce off of it. Yeah. Yeah, Sharif and Sean both. Yeah, they get hype, man.
Yeah, we do, man. Between Sean and I on this channel, there's no tranquile at any time, okay? We got a lot of energy. Shout out to my man. Joey,
yeah,
we're back up into this $2/3 of a dollar,
Why are you
half
back
dollar.
in it, my boy, if that seller's at that 30 mark?
That seller's at the 30.
The buyer's at
the buyer is, yeah. Well, it didn't quite make it all the way down there. But watching here, I want to move above 31. 31 gets me back into the trade, baby. Let's see if we can kind of shake the seller. And we know for a fact there was a seller at 81. So he kills me. I just love it. All right, so there's a seller at 81. I'm not going to get in until we take out the seller right here. I can't even do this, bro. I'm not going to get back in until we remove the seller at 81. So let's continue to watch MXL breaking out as well, guys. Good look there on MXL. Watch out that one. Mike PD Ryder, your boy's making noises while
It's not even that. It's like when you say something of substance, Sharif and I were always like, we used to do it way back. Yeah, like it's like, oh, whoa, watch out for that guy. Like you just go, ooh.
And then he does it with Neil too, and I'll be like at the big desk with Brendo. I just start laughing, and nobody understands why.
Yeah.
We like no tranquile. Shout out to my man Tom, man. Yeah, look, bro. That 81 loser, says M. Kelsey. Yeah, that's how I feel about the 81 loser as well, man. He's in our way. We need him to
get that guy out of here.
Yeah, get that guy out of here. It's almost 1 o'clock though.
Yeah, man, let's fire it up. It's fired up, man. It's Friday.
Yeah,
let's get this party rolling.
She's getting locked and loaded for the news. We're going to be doing that soon. There's a whole lot to talk about, as you can imagine. There's going to be a lot of microchip semiconductor names in the news today. Well, as there should be. One of them was up like 30% here to start the day, or whatever it was, 26, 27%. First thing I said to Neil this morning. The first thing I said to him, he came in, he was smiling ear to ear, right? I'm like, okay,
why was he smiling? AMD.
Well, usually on a Friday, you're not smiling ear to ear, but Neil was certainly smiling ear to ear today because he has a huge investment in Intel. He's been holding that bad boy for a long time. And I happen to have an idea.
What was the idea?
Of where his cost basis is, because we know Neil's a technical guy and he adds at key levels. So if you look at those key levels, you'll be able to make that educated guess.
Smiling like that.
Oh,
There's my man. Stop.
People up around you, man. Trust me. It will serve you in the future. Continue to watch. Here's 81. There's 31. Oh, it's ripping now, Joey. This is a big move. Watch for the hold of 31. We're going to Adair.
Just beware here, guys. HIMS pulling back a little bit from these highs. Now, JP Morgan giving this stock a positive rating this morning with, I believe, a $35 price target. But either way, keep an eye on this name. Wall Street Journal, I guess, just issuing a report about concerns about peptides coming from doctors. Now, we know HIMS is usually on watch with these peptide catalysts. Again, nothing massive, nothing stock specific, but something to maybe be aware of here for HIMS as it kind of tries to hold on to this high of day. Back to you.
What are your thoughts about this whole peptide thing? I do have mixed feelings. Somebody was asking me about it in the chat yesterday. He's like, are you taking peptides? I'm like, no, not yet. I'm looking into it, right? I'm still in the research phase, seeing exactly, what to expect and kind of, what the research is showing in terms of side effects. What are your thoughts?
You know what, Truth? I was never really in that world, man. I just put my head down, I hit the gym, I ran, and I just hit the ring. That's it. I don't really have an opinion about it. Like, obviously, people are gonna get it. Like, if you're really into that world, then by all means. But I can't say that I have any big opinion because I've never really been in that realm of like can we classify it as a performance enhancer?
I not really.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, so
but I want to kind of give the idea that you're not looking at like steroid-like gains or growth hormone-like. That's not really how it operates, right?
Yeah.
And it doesn't substitute your body's own signaling. Like, when you're injecting testosterone, you're supplementing your body's own test with artificial tests, and they can actually pick that up on tests.
Okay, so what is the difference?
Signaling your own body to
make more
of whatever the peptide
is concentrated with.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Well, I mean, hey, man.
I like this. All you need is bread and water. Well, you're not wrong. I do need protein too, but
I don't know about bread. Yeah, but all you need is water at the end of the day. How did we lose it? Steroids, man. I never.
No, man. That's Mickey Mouse stuff, in my opinion.
No, it was how I
Did you
lost
see that, Neil?
Steroids.
Are you watching this? It gets into 31. It lost 30. That huge buyer, the institutional buyer, just got
this
decimated.
Even caught up. Like, this isn't even caught up to that.
I know. This is look at this chart.
What do you got there?
I got nothing. I got nothing. That is a big drop there. What a move down by XE.
Ooh,
it's bleeding its own blood. This one could see 29 very shortly here. So you got Neil slipped at 50, but you do have top wick there. I do see that. Yeah. A bit of a drop there though. That was eek. That's ugly right there. But that is IPO trading, man. You're gonna have to be quick with it. Use the hotkey, set up levels. But continue on.
Neil,
what you were saying there about peptides. You had
no, I was just saying
natural thing going there. Yeah.
Well, I mean that's what I have been, dude. Like I honestly.
So then then
I never.
Why do you look favorably upon creatine then? You know what I mean? Like
I haven't taken it since that last time. But yeah,
about that creatine life.
But in my peak performance, in my prime, I never even took that stuff, dude.
I respect that.
Yeah, I didn't even really know about it, to be honest with you, right?
You know about creatine?
No, not really, man.
Seriously,
Yeah, not really. Like, I was just like, hey, protein, let's take our ISO XP, throw this in a shaker, drink that, and then go run for a little bit, go hit the boxing ring and go lift weights.
Yeah, just regular stuff.
So I worked out with this guy. He was older than me.
Let's hear it.
For some time, and he wasn't really about it. Like, we were just hitting the gym, like going to LA Fitness right in the junction and stuff like that. But other than that, for the most part, outside from when I was a teenager, in the middle of my 20s, I was just going to my condo gym, working out on my own. So I wasn't really exposed to that stuff.
Yeah, you weren't in the gym culture.
Yeah,
hearing
like
about
aside from being in the boxing ring. I met some guys in LA Fitness, but like they were all doing that stuff. I just never really participated with that stuff.
Yeah, no, I respect that. I completely respect that. I just look a little bit differently upon it because, I think that
I'm not saying that I have anything against it.
Hormones
I just
have
never was
very
involved with
deleterious side effects, right? And we know, well studied, they've been around for decades and decades.
Yeah.
The only kind of thing holding me back from this peptide things is we don't know what the long-term deleterious side effects would be, right? And that's kind of like, GLP-1s are considered peptides too. You realize this, right?
Yeah. So I
they
mean,
work off
like,
certain
I
hormones as well.
I don't know. I'm cool with how it is. My buddy always uses the analogy. He's like, oh, he's talking about, oh, why don't you go on Anavar and on Trembolone and all this stuff. He's like,
no,
how
that
about
is
you dig
so Mickey Mouse.
Let me finish it. And he's like, yo, why don't you? Well, it's like comparing. It's like, why don't you dig a hole with a spoon and I'll dig a hole with a shovel? I'm like, well. He says that to me all the time. I'm like, well, the reward of me finishing that hole with the spoon is going to be much more satisfying than yours with that shovel that you cheated.
I like the analogy, bro. That was quite good. That was quite good. I do like that. Do you guys have news on CR on CoreWeave? It's getting dunked. I'm looking. CRWV. Dara's looking as well. I'm seeing the price spike down. I do see what you're saying. So it's getting clipped here. There's mixed option sentiment. This one came in at 1240. I don't really know if it's this. Option sentiment shares down near 110. Options volume roughly in line with the average of 174. So you're not really trading above that. And calls leading puts for a put call ratio of 0.86 compared to a typical level near 0.77. Go ahead, Adara.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any news on this. Decent amount of social media attention, but again, no news, nothing to directly explain why this is down. Probably a lot of the social media attention, people just wondering why it's dropping.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. And this options thing is not really helping either because it's kind of more bullish than bearish there. So, all right, see ya. See what time it is? Start the news, baby.
Time to start the news segment. We're talking about, you guessed it right, Intel. Look at that chart. Intel has reported a sales of $13.6 billion for the March quarter, beating analyst estimates by 11% and rising 7% year over year. Current quarter sales guidance has also been raised to a range between $13.8 billion to $14.8 billion, well above the $13 billion analysts projected estimates, and data center segment revenue has reached $5.1 billion, far exceeding the $4.5 billion as customers are upgrading servers for their AI workloads. Now, CFO David Zinsner has noted that the ratio of CPUs to GPUs needed for AI has shifted from 1 to 8 in the past 1 to 4 today. So Intel has reported a net loss of $3.7 billion, largely due to one-time charges related to its Mobileye stake and the U.S. government derivative payments. Excluding these one-time charges, Intel has earned a $1.5 billion per share, which is, 29 cents per share. CEO Lip Bhutan has also stated that the agentic wave of AI is moving intelligence closer to the end user, requiring more Intel CPUs. Now, Intel up a whopping 20.47%. Adara, what's your take on Intel?
I do have a take on Intel. I'm seeing some headlines out of the Middle East right now, so expecting that, according to Iranian officials anyway, being cited in the New York Times, expected that leader of Pakistan will be meeting with Witkoff and Kushner of the U.S. in Pakistan to continue these negotiations. So you've got Iran meeting here in Pakistan for negotiations, the U.S. meeting for negotiations, all in Pakistan, and White House also telling Fox News that Iran has reached out for an in-person meeting. So tons of headlines here in the Middle East. I'll keep you all posted. But I want to talk about Lip Bhutan for a minute here, if I may, on the topic of INTC, because I have to say, this man just continues to kill it. Like, August 18th, we get that SoftBank deal. A couple days later, massive investment from the U.S. government. Then you've got NVIDIA literally a month after that. And then, of course, this tie-up with Elon Musk. And some of the comments we got from Lip Boo on Elon last night were pretty interesting, saying that, quote, I can think of no better partners than Elon Musk. Now, what's interesting, too, is that 14A situation. We know Elon Musk, during the Tesla earnings call the night before, indicated they were going to be using these 14A processes with Intel. But now Lip Bhutan saying they have no plans to announce the customer unless the customer wants to announce it. Now, another line that I love here from Lip Boo that I think is really significant given his partnership with Elon Musk, because their styles are very different, is Lip Bhutan saying here, quote, usually my style is under promise, over deliver. Now, we know one person who really loves making promises is, of course, Elon Musk. So I kind of like the idea that they're going to be interesting partners given how different their styles are on this. We're going to have to wait and see what happens here. But I really love that kind of yin and yang, that contrast that you have with these two guys. And I'm really curious to see what Lip Boo does next, because he's given Intel investors just so much, especially compared to the abysmal performance of the company and stock under our man Gelsinger. Yeah.
Shout out to Patty G. Look, I'm going to cover two things here. Firstly, with respect to why CPUs are back in vogue, because as Sia was mentioning, AI, the CPUs to GPUs needed for AI shifted from 1 to 8 now in the past to 1 to 4 today, okay? So you're gonna need a lot more CPUs, the GPUs. The rise of autonomous agents, according to Lip-Bu's, Intel brought Intel's CPU kind of humbly back into demand. He said that the agentic wave of AI is moving intelligence closer to that user, to the end user, and that requires more CPUs. So I like that shift. I like it because obviously it makes Intel's core product, which are CPUs, in demand. Now, let's look to the future. 14A, that's what Tesla's Terafab is going to be building off. So I just checked with the AI to see what was said yesterday by Lip-Bu about 14A. And here's what he said. They noted that 14A, the maturity, the yield, and the performance are currently outpacing where the 18A node was at the time. So based upon when they started, 18A and where they started 14A, 14A is ahead of 18A in terms of yield. Why am I looking at yield? Because that was Intel's problem with 18A. That's why AMD said, no, thank you. That's why NVIDIA said no, thank you. And many other customers also said no, thank you. And they had no anchor client. And so when they had no anchor client, all of a sudden the money started drying up for the fab being built out in Ohio. Now that's not the case here, or at least it's a little bit different. So that's what kind of keeps me positive. Moreover, the 14A node is the first time Intel is going to be using that high NA EUV. EUV, obviously, the extreme ultraviolet lithography, that's ASML's most cutting edge system. So I do like this. I do like the fact that CPUs are back in vogue, and then their latest and their most advanced product is ahead of where they were with their second latest and second most advanced product. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, a couple of things here with Intel. I think what really was really attractive to the street, a couple of things. Obviously, the fact that Elon Musk is going to be their first hyperscaler customer, but also the improvement in gross margins. But the foundry business still operating at a loss. Revenue up 20%, but you're still operating at a $2 billion loss. Now, my question is, before we send it over to Adara quickly, is do we see the latter half of this? We've seen on her infographic that Masayoshi Son at SoftBank, $2 billion stake, and then the United States government taking a 10% stake as well, too. Do we see the latter half, like the Jensen investment, and then also the partnership with Elon Musk after that, considering we had the push from Donald Trump and company? I think that's a good question to be asked. Regardless, it's happening. But at the end of the day, I don't know if everything is amplified, and I don't know if we'd have that energized push in Intel if it wasn't for that 10% stake. Let's send it off to Adara.
Yep.
Now we have a couple of Fox News interview with White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. This actually might be her last week in the role for now because she will be going on maternity leave. So just keep that in mind here. Apparently they're going to switch up how they're doing these press conferences going forward. But regardless, talking to Fox News, saying that she hopes these talks with Iran will be, quote, productive, and that basically J.D. Vance is going to be standing by, along with President Trump and Secretary of State Marco Rubio, to see if they need to send them into Pakistan for negotiations. We know we already have Steve Witkoff, Special Envoy, and Jared Kushner. They're all both going to be heading into Pakistan already. They're going to be leaving tomorrow morning. She's basically saying that Iran asked the U.S. to have talks, so that's why this is occurring. If I get more details, I'll let you know, but it seems like things are moving towards the path of negotiation and hopefully resolution. Back to you.
Let me put this question to you, Shereen.
Yeah, man.
Now, in just regards to Lip-Bu, he's been doing a fantastic job. Now, is this kind of turbo boosted by the stake with obviously the government, obviously? And would he be doing as good if that didn't happen?
What was the first thing I said to you?
Yeah.
And I said on the show, when the U.S. government took that stake in Intel, President Trump is going to shop around for an anchor client. The first thing you do when you invest in a company is you see, is there upside going to get my ROI? Am I going to get money out of this investment? How are they going to get money out of this investment? They're betting the farm on foundry. So the only way to actually make sure that the company did good is to get an anchor client for the foundry. You didn't get that right away.
No.
But you felt the political winds and the geopolitical winds specifically were blowing in your favor. Why?
Absolutely.
You want to reshore chip production. Why? Because most of them are made in Taiwan. And Taiwan is a throw stone away from China and may or may not be independent in a few years. Who knows? Right? So the nearshoring or the home shoring, let's call it that, of chip production made absolute sense, right? So to me, it was just a matter of when you got that anchor client, not if.
Now, One more question before we move. We don't want to milk this too much. Does Patty perform as good as Lip-Bu if this was the exact same scenario that he was fortunate?
I don't know, brother.
Right?
I have no idea.
Right?
Like, I like Pat Gelsinger. He's a religious guy. He's a good dude. He puts good Bible quotes on X, and I appreciate him for that. But as a CEO,
so we're just gonna. So I'll put it like this: Lip-Bu was at the right place at the right time, essentially.
I don't know about that.
Right?
Well, yeah, you could make that argument because
right? Like,
whether or not Patty G was at the helm or Lip-Bu, President Trump comes in, he takes his 10% stake in Intel.
Bang.
I think that's what you're getting at. Go ahead, Dara.
I want to throw one more thing here, though. The only reason that we had the meeting between Lip-Bu and Trump in the first place was because President Trump went on Truth Social and said that Lip-Bu should be fired because we know Senator Tom Cotton went off about those comments about Lip-Bu's ties to China. So I think we might have gotten a deal had Pat Gelsinger still be in charge, but I don't think it would have progressed as quickly as it did because, like, the time between Trump calling for his firing and the U.S. government investing in Intel, literally a matter of weeks. So I don't think it would be that soon, and I don't think it would be as accelerated as it was, nor do I think the performance would be as great, but that's just my opinion. I do think we have to factor in that whole Truth Social engagement because I do think that kickstarted their relationship.
And that was going to be my next
I just
question.
think, President Trump, his negotiation tool is to tell you, he'll fire you so that you can do what he wants. You know what I mean? Like,
exactly.
So I think that the deal would have been struck either way, whether Patty G would have been as easy to deal with and given up a 10% stake into the company as Lip-Bu was. Maybe not.
But from a performance standpoint, wouldn't it, like, it would have been smart for him to do that?
Patty G?
Patty G, right? Like, why would you not do
I get that. Yeah, exactly. I mean, you want to stand up to President Trump, then you're going to make yourself a target. It's really that simple.
Exactly.
What do we got?
Well, look what Costco did, right?
We're talking about a very, very important story here. The FDA is fast-tracking psychedelic drugs research following the U.S. President Donald Trump's executive order. So FDA has announced a series of measures aimed at accelerating and development of psychedelic treatments for serious mental illnesses. This also marks a significant shift towards supporting psychedelic-based medicines for conditions such as treatment-resistant depression, post-traumatic stress disorder, that is PTSD, and other substance use disorders. These are comments coming in from the FDA. But what I really, really like over here is that as a part of the announcement, you can see here in the article, the FDA has said that it would issue national priority vouchers to companies studying psilocybin for depression and methadone for PTSD.
All right, so as much as I am bullish on this because I am invested in it myself, as much as I have to be honest about how this kind of has happened in the past, there is a long history of recreational drugs failing short on promised medical breakthroughs. A decade ago, cannabis was studied for, chemotherapy patients to ease nausea. A bunch of money was dropped in to kind of pursue that objective, and the money poured into the stocks, and basically nothing came out of it. I'm not talking about weed stocks, I'm talking about this specific thing. As much as I do want this to do well, especially because this is targeting people who specifically other regular prescription drugs has failed. So, I don't want to say a last resort approach, but look, I'm willing to follow this through. I'm willing to see where it goes. As long as the science shows that there is progress, I'll stay invested. As long as the technicals on DFTX show well, I'll stay invested. I don't know enough on a molecular science level to give you any sort of kind of educated.
Yeah, I mean, the way that we could look at it is as an alternative to obviously your basic, some of your pain medications that they offer and stuff like that. So maybe more organic one. Again, I don't know enough about the space. Is it going to be anything in the realm of what we've seen in the cannabis and the marijuana space here? No, I don't think we're going to get that massive kind of recreational aspect things in the psychedelics. But PTSD, a lot of veterans using it. Scientifically, I think more data needs to be collected in order for us to really get a grasp on this.
Can I say something to you?
Yeah.
Like in DFTX, I don't even want them going down the recreational route. You want to know why?
Why?
Look at cannabis. Look at all the recreational cannabis prices. They're falling off a cliff. The margins are in medical cannabis right now. That's where you can actually bill insurance companies who cover it. You can charge, different prescription fees and stuff like that to get it. So I personally, from an investment, I want a higher margin business. I'd rather not take on the volume and compress the margins down than have everybody else competing with me. That's just my personal take because of how the cannabis industry split between the medical and the recreational.
But see, like, again, not to get too literal with this stuff. I don't know what the difference between recreational cannabis and medical cannabis is, to be honest with you.
There's probably not much. Probably maybe some tips.
You have different concentrations, Sharif, but other than that, right? Like, you know what I mean? It's like one's a little bit more CBD weighted.
Even if there isn't a price difference, the fact that you're getting it covered, you're having it dispensed as a prescription, makes it coverable by insurance. You can claim it as a tax offset at the end of the year, whereas recreational cannabis, you can't, obviously. So to me, you can charge more.
The difference is the prescription.
Yeah.
Right? Like it's literally like, okay, you go to the doctor, say you need it, and the other ones you just go to.
Okay, you want to hear something funny? All right. So sometimes doctors write OTC herbal things on the prescription itself, and we deal with this all the time. And then sometimes they're not covered by the insurance.
Yeah.
But if we were to bill it as a prescription, we would charge you $11.99 for a dispensing fee. We could mark up 15% on the product, where we wouldn't be able to do that on the OTC. So sometimes insurance companies cover OTC items, and so we'll bill it that way, and we clean up versus what we would have done OTC over the counter. So there is that aspect.
My old insurance company gave you $2,500 annually.
There you go, bro. There you go. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
You just go, like, you go to their provider, obviously, how it typically is, but $2,500 annually they would give you.
All right, just going to cover this one super quick before we go back to Sia. Thank you very much, son of Daniel, for the $5 super chat. Before I got into the stolen cheese business, back when weed was rumored to cure glaucoma, I made a mint of selling stolen glaucoma sunglasses. Why are you like this, son of Daniel? Why are you like this? But you're hilarious. Keep doing what you're doing, man. We love you. You're funny. You have a hilarious sense of humor.
Yeah, I like his sense of humor.
Let's go back to Sia.
Let's talk about TSM. TSM shares have surged to record highs following a decision by Taiwan's Financial Supervisory Commission to loosen fund allocation limits. The cap on single stock holdings for domestic equity funds and active ETFs was raised from 10% to 25%. JP Morgan has estimated that this policy change could attract more than $6 billion in fresh inflows into the stock and lift the TAIEX index. Now, Taiwan Semiconductor is currently trading at new 52-week highs, sitting 11% above its 20-day SMA and 17.8% above its 100-day SMA. Technical indicators like the MACD are in a bullish posture. Next major catalyst for the stock is also estimated to be on the 16th of July of this year, where the earnings report. Analysts are expecting an EPS of $3.67. Revenue for that quarter is estimated to come at $39.61 billion, which is a massive jump from the $30.07 billion reported in the prior year quarter. The stock carries a P/E ratio of 32.8, indicating a premium valuation, and recent analyst actions are also coming from Barclays and Needham, suggesting raising their price targets to $470 and $480 respectively, keeping the buy ratings currently TSM up in the green by almost 6%.
Yeah, this is actually really interesting. I'm going to make a comparison here, but just okay. So just before we can continue, we're going to go to Adair with news.
I have a couple different headlines, all of which are coming from comments from the White House, and I believe specifically White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. At least I know she made some of these comments here, saying that they've seen progress from the Iranian side in recent days, and that Iranians want to talk in person. Now, she also talked about the Fed Chair Powell investigation. She said the case is, quote, not necessarily dropped, and that it will continue. So we know that this is a pretty big issue, because the whole thing we had a lot of senators saying is we're not going to be able to progress and proceed here with the Kevin Warsh nomination and, you know, allowing him to be Fed Chair. They're not going to vote for him unless that Powell investigation is dropped. Now, we heard earlier that it was dropped from U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro herself. But now that we've got the White House coming out and saying, specifically White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt saying the case isn't dropped, that could throw a bit of a wrench into things. If I get more details, I'll let you know. But these comments certainly of interest. Back to you.
Much for that, Adair. All right, so here's what we're talking about. Basically, if you were an equity fund or you were an ETF and your home base was Taiwan, you couldn't own more than 10% of one stock in your portfolio. That's moved up to 25. So to me, this is almost like an addition or deletion to an what's it called? To an ETF, or sorry, to an exchange. So here's what I mean. Like sometimes we see a company getting added to the NASDAQ 100. So that's an addition. Why is that good? Why is that accretive? Because a lot of funds that track the NASDAQ are going to start adding your stock to their ETF. That creates net buying as opposed to net selling. It's not the exact same thing, obviously, I do realize that, but this to me means that funds can increase their exposure from 10 to 25%, so an increase of 15%, and they're likely going to be adding this. Now, how big are these Taiwanese ETFs or these Taiwanese equity funds that they may actually affect the price of TSM? That's kind of where I don't know, but I do like this because that just means more people are going to increase their exposure. I'm assuming to Taiwan Semi. It's one of the best companies in the world, and it's above $403. It's up 5.5% today. And you want to know what the market cap is?
Yeah.
1.8 billion. This thing just cleaned 1.8 trillion.
Yeah.
This thing just cleaned $1 trillion. I think like what, 4, 5, 6 months ago, something like that. Now it's on the way to 2.
Yeah, exactly.
So
I mean,
to me, this is good news.
Okay, don't look. Out of the total value of the Taiwanese market, how much from a percentage standpoint is weighted in TSM?
From the Taiwanese market?
From the whole thing, the whole market.
I want to say 35 to 45%.
Oh, 40% exactly.
Pretty close, huh?
You're very close. You were right in, you're smack dab in the middle there, 35, 40. So yeah, good, exactly. So this thing is the value of 40% of the market. Like, talk about, I think, was it Novo Nordisk, something along those lines with that specific country, obviously, as well, too heavily weighted, 20% or something along those lines in one name. And we're sitting over here, or the Americans are sitting over here complaining like, hey, it's too heavily weighted. Like you have 8% in NVDA and so on and so forth. But 40%, almost half of the value of the market is in one name. So if you talk about something breaking down, this is the last case scenario that you would ever want to see. Like, it would absolutely destroy the value of that stock market if you see TSM shoot down 50%. I'm not going to say that's necessarily going to be the case, but we talk about concentration within one name. It's there, 40%, but it is one of the names that the only name that meets the requirements in order to go through.
One of the best companies in the entire world.
I'm not saying. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
like,
that's what I'm saying. It makes sense to me that why they pile in so hard. You know.
Exactly, but it's the only name that meets those requirements. So, in order.
Amazing. That's actually great information, brother. I didn't even know that. See ya.
Important story here today. The DOJ has dropped investigation on Fed Chair Jerome Powell. This removes a key obstacle for the confirmation of Kevin Warsh, who was U.S. President Donald Trump's nominee to replace Powell, via a post on X today. U.S. Attorney for Washington, D.C., Jeanine Pirro has announced today that her office is closing the investigation that had been launched in January of this year. The Fed's Inspector General has also agreed to examine the significant cost overruns at the central bank's ongoing multi-billion-dollar renovation project at its Washington, D.C. headquarters. After the Inspection General completes that report, Pirro has said that in case and if there is any criminal probe still required or needed, she will restart investigation. But I do want to hear from Adara. What do you think about this?
Yeah, I have some thoughts on this. I want to let you guys know, too, BAC trading near intraday lows just got a catalyst here. Apparently, some actors are claiming to have breached Bank of America's records, apparently millions of records with highly sensitive financial and personal information. So keep an eye on BAC, reportedly breached. Worth noting as well, we've had confirmation that Iran Parliamentary Speaker Galibaf, who's the leader of the Iran delegation for negotiations, it's yet to determine if he's going to arrive in Pakistan. He's not going to be there for tomorrow's talks, nor will Vice President Vance. So again, higher level negotiators have yet to arrive or have their date confirmed for Pakistan. But let's talk about the Fed. So a couple things here. I have a theory, especially kind of confirmed by those comments we got from White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt a couple minutes ago. I don't think that they're going to drop this for very long. And you could even argue that if they've even dropped it at all. And I say that because I have a theory that the second we get that Fed Chair Warsh confirmation and Fed Chair Powell is out, I think they're going to reopen this all over again. I think that they've realized that if they want to get Warsh confirmed, which they do, because if not, Powell, from a statutory perspective, could stay as Fed Chair until that confirmation happens. They've realized the best way to get that confirmation through and get Powell out the door as Fed Chair, at least, even if he still stays as Fed Governor, they're going to have to drop the investigation. I do think they'll probably pick up the investigation on May 16th, the day after Powell's term ends and Warsh's term begins. There's also the ongoing issue of Lisa Cook, Fed Governor Lisa Cook, who was fired by President Trump in August of 2025 over a Truth Social post, and the whole issue of whether or not A, this firing was lawful, and B, if she can stay in the Fed board until the issue with the alleged mortgage fraud is resolved. So I think there's still a lot of questions in the Fed. If anything, I think this maybe brings up more questions than it does provide answers to you.
That's great. Sending it to the guys.
All right, so the way I look at this is, I personally wouldn't be going after somebody just as a personal decision for excessive spending, but this project was supposed to be $600 million. Now, to be fair, that estimate was given before COVID and before the huge inflation that we saw subsequent. So 600 million to 2.5 billion. That's the first thing. And this is not criminal, but it's a little tone deaf as well. When there's there's a cost of living crisis. Why are they spending so much on a building? Thirdly, anybody look at the JP Morgan in Midtown Manhattan? Didn't cost as much as the Fed building. I don't understand what's happening there. But it's not something that I would be filing criminal charges against. But this is President Trump's moat, right? He threatens, Lip Bhutan to get 10% stake. Then all of a sudden they're buddies. This is what he does. He throws the gauntlet at you so that he can gain a better negotiating position, and and then see what the result comes from that. So I don't like the fact that it costs so much money, but I don't think it's a reason to criminally charge somebody.
They did the same thing with Lisa Cook, essentially, right? Just throw that investigation into her. All her files get pulled. Yep. As per Jerome Powell, it costs a lot of money. Shreve made some good points. It's like you have to take into consideration. And I think the big issue is just everything along the lines of his rate hike, quantitative tightening, and then falling into easing. So, I don't know, man. I think Jerome Powell, we can call him too late. He was too late to the ball on a couple of occasions, but other than that, I think
that's a fact.
I think he's been, he allowed,
cut.
Yeah, the increase, he was way too
late, man.
So what did it hit around 11% or something along those lines? So he was extremely late. I don't know, data dependent, but that's the thing. That's what he said throughout.
He did
this
have
whole
the data,
thing.
but he said it was transitory.
I think the big issue was that he was data dependent and wasn't proactive in the kind of game and being strategic, right? Like, hey, are we going to anticipate an increase in this print, in that one, and then cut rates pre-hand or increase rates in that case in earlier 2022 or whatever it may have been. I think that was the bigger issue, but nonetheless, it's been somewhat stable as of late, right? Yeah. I don't know. See, and we were talking about does the Fed need to increase their target of 2% just due to the fact of the amount of money that was printed before?
Canada, right? So they have like a 2 to 3% inflation print. The Fed doesn't, the American Fed, not the Bank of Canada. They just want 2.
Exactly, and that's the thing. Do you have to be more flexible due to the fact that of how much money you printed during COVID?
This Porsche man, he's coming in with an agenda of what he's calling regime change. And there's a lot that falls under that regime change umbrella. Perhaps this is one of them. We'll find out when we get there. But I want to read Tom Train's comment there. I think it's fair. Original estimates of 1.9 billion grew by over 30% due to factors like unexpectedly more asbestos, toxic soil contamination, and difficult foundation work near former wetlands. I think that's fair. Anybody going into a construction project knows that sometimes unexpected expenses happen. It's just, to me, if you're saying the original estimate was 1.9, what I found here was 600. Maybe we're looking at 2 different sources or from 2 different times. But I see your point. I think that's a fair point. Unexpected costs during renovation would not surprise you. It would not surprise me.
But that's why
either,
I don't understand. I get things. It's the same thing what Elon Musk is doing. Why don't you quote higher than what you're actually looking to get in? Because then if you come in under, then you look so much better, right? I understand it's substantially higher, but if you quote something that's higher and then you come in lower, then you look smarter than what you're doing. Instead of we're going to think this costs X amount of dollars, and then you end up spending double, you look like a complete idiot at the end of the day.
I disagree. Yeah.
We had a couple headlines from Microsoft yesterday, and I have one more for you today. Microsoft reorganization and the AI-centric workforce. So Microsoft is offering a voluntary buyouts to long-tenured employees. This is a first for the company since it's reorganizing around AI. The voluntary retirement program is part of a broader shift to alter performance system and how the stock and bonuses are rewarded in the company. The criteria also for an employee to be eligible for this is that they must be at a senior director level or just below, with years of employment and age adding up to at least 70 CEO of Microsoft, Satya Nadella, is pushing to simplify operations to move faster in the intensifying AI software race. The company has, as we know it, laid off more than 15,000 employees as of last year across sales, Xbox, and other non-core departments, and Microsoft is set to report its next quarterly earnings this coming Wednesday. The company is also facing pressure to prove that its massive investments in OpenAI are generating tangible real-world business value. Currently, Microsoft in the green, up 0.676%. Just want to send it to Adair real quick.
Yeah, we've got more stories here out of the Middle East. We have Iran, so Iranian news here, specifically Tasnim news, reporting that Iranian officials are not holding any negotiations with the U.S. in Islamabad. So the way they're, I guess, pausing this is going to happen is we're going to have U.S. officials and Iranian officials both meeting in Pakistan at the same time, but not talking to one another. So unclear how all this is going to go, but interesting stuff here. Again, Iranian news sources reporting that even though the U.S. and Iran are going to be in Pakistan at the same time, they are not holding any negotiations directly with one another. Back to you.
So what I noticed immediately here goes as follows. Program targets workers whose age plus years of service equals 70 plus. Structured retirement style cost reduction. I don't know, maybe I'm a little cynical, but I think they're trying to get rid of the people who won't be able to adapt to AI and use AI in the workflow, in their everyday to-day life. I think that's just, quite frankly, the way that I see this. So it's like, okay, well, if you're above a certain age, on average, you may not be as employable anymore because you're not able to use tools A, B, and C. Let's offer you a package and let's move you on. It sounds, it's mean, right? But that's what reality is. 228,000 employees as of June of last year. 125,000 were in the U.S. So a very global company. Almost half their workforce is outside. And they need, I think they need the money, obviously, to redeploy into data centers. And I'm assuming that probably has a lot to do with it, the cost cuts there and the reallocation of capital.
Yeah, I mean, last year laying off more than 15,000 employees, multiple cuts there. We were talking about it's just more or less the tenured individuals, all right? The stock has been down substantially as well, too. I don't know if that plays much of a factor. 51-year-old company. I think that's the narrative of what's going on right now, Sharif. Is just like, hey, you've been with us for quite some time. Thank you for your service. Take the package now before we actually just lay you off and you don't get it.
And you want to just let's just get right down to if that is the case. If they are letting people go because they don't think that they can adapt, it's blatant ageism, right? I mean, that's just the way it is.
Yeah, it is.
I don't know what the laws are in the States, but there's a duty to accommodate in Canada. Yeah. I don't know if they have the same duty to accommodate in the United States, but it's not nice.
It's not nice. Think about it, especially if you've had that stability and that comfort for however long, right? So you said you get to combine your age plus your years of service have to equal 75. So that means you've been, or is that what you said, 75, right?
70. Same difference.
Right? So that means you've been there for a while. You've been there for a while. So that's your source of income. It's tough. But unfortunately, Sharif, the world is cruel and life isn't. The world is cruel and life isn't fair. And so you've been employed, you've been working there for a long time. You're gonna have a big structural life change. But it's not fair. Life's not fair.
Joey, I just want to read this super chat from Minnesota Trader. Thank you very much, Minnesota Trader, for the $5 super chat. Just want to make clear, Fed building is $32,000 per square foot. The most expensive property in New York ever recorded is $10,000 per square foot. We are being robbed blind, says Minnesota Trader. I don't know if the facts you're stated are correct. I haven't had an opportunity to look at them, but thank you for your opinion. If they are correct, then that's a real eye-opener. I'm assuming that's kind of why we're having this whole thing happen here. So we'll have to wait and see how it all goes.
I'm going to give a quick example. I'm going to give a quick example of that. So I remember years and years ago, I read an article, a place called Hyde Park here in the city. Nice little area. You have cherry blossoms, and it's a nice place where you can go and hike and walk around. And there's a couple of trails. Anyways, there's these steps that needed to be repaired. The city quoted about $250,000 to fix these wooden steps.
Okay.
Buddy lives across the street, has a little bit of cash. He's like, you know what? Why is this being quoted at $250,000? Goes and fixes it himself. He said it cost me a total of $50,000.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah. So there it is.
Government is so efficient.
Yeah,
Wouldn't you say?
Yeah, exactly.
All right, see ya.
Talking about Alibaba, now this is a bit of a detailed story, so please bear with me. Baba's Qwen AI integration in vehicles. Let's take a look into this. Alibaba has announced its Qwen AI model will be integrated into vehicles from BYD and a local Volkswagen joint venture. The system combines on-device processing with cloud-based computing, the purpose of which is to interpret voice commands and plan multi-step tasks. Other major automakers integrating Qwen include Geely, Li Auto, Changan, Dongfeng, BAIC, and Great Wall Motor. Select certain models will allow drivers to order food delivery, book hotels, and track packages through just simple voice commands. This is really big. This rollout is coming because Chinese automakers are seeking to make a difference through software in the slowing domestic EV market, and Qwen AI model will run on NVIDIA's automotive chip system designed to function even with limited network connectivity. Again, a big thing. Earlier this year, FAW Group's Hongqi brand had debuted Qwen integration in its HA6 plug-in hybrid model. Audi, as well, in China, is replacing its four-ring logo with a wood mark for an electric SUV called the E7X. Now, let me give you a dive into Audi. It's not replacing the four-ring logo on all Audi models globally, and instead it has created the China-only electric sub-brand called AUDI in all caps. So that does not use the classic four-ring emblem at all, including on the Audi E7X electric SUV. Cadillac as well has shown a new model at the Beijing Auto Show with voice assistant capabilities powered by ByteDance's Daobao AI. So Baba's position right now in the market up in the green 3%. Thanks for bearing with me.
Thank you for that. So there's a car show happening right now in China. I think it's Auto China 2026 at the Beijing International Automotive Exhibition, kind of like the car show that we have here in February. What I do like about this, I don't know if you guys picked up on this, but this is combining on-device processing with cloud-based computing. So I like that because we've seen kind of companies take one or the other approach. We see Apple doubling down on on-device inference, and then we've seen all the others kind of really rely on the hyperscalers for their cloud and all the neo-cloud AI services that they're offering on their cloud service. So I do like this. I do like the interoperability of the software as well, the way that they will be able to kind of mass produce it for all their different companies, the Chinese EV companies. We have Li Auto in there, Geely, Changan, Dongfeng, BAIC, Great Wall Motor, everybody's included in that. There's obviously a lot missing, Xpeng. What's that one called? I forget the name of it. It owns Geely, guys. What's the name of the company that owns Geely? I just have to find out.
Type it in.
What's the name of the company that owns Geely? Hurry up. I think it's like Harry something? No, not Volvo. I know you're thinking. It's no,
Zeekr.
That's not the one. Zeekr is owned by Geely as well. No, that's not the one I'm looking for there. But
not Xiaomi, is it?
It's not Xiaomi. No, I forget the name of it. Anyway, we'll get back to it. But we have to go to Sia because she's got news for a second.
All right.
Yeah, just keep an eye out on the stock here, SEGG Media. It's entered a sports prediction market via sports.com. Stock is reacting pretty well to it, currently up. It's down 1%, but I can see an uptick in that. Just take a look.
Thank you very much. Cherry, that's the one I'm thinking about there. So that's the name of the company. We're likely going to see those cars in Canada. So my takeaway from this is it's scalable, where you can kind of sell it to other cars, and
software.
It kind of gets you in the door with these car companies in the way that maybe Android Auto and Apple CarPlay kind of have, where they're native systems almost.
I like that. And getting involved in the transportation, I was just reading a little bit on the fact that they're partnering up with China Eastern Airlines as well too, are going to implement that and integrate that into the app where you can get the full booking, you can do seat selection, change your flight if you have to. So, and they also have the video generation, right?
Yes,
the video generation is something that we don't really talk about too much in regards to the LLMs and some of these AI tools that we have here, but they're willing to spend. Why? Because the token, it costs a lot of tokens to generate these, and they don't care about building the build out there, right? It's just approve everything. You were talking about the other day how 60% of these data centers are getting denied. they're getting a lot of check marks over there in China.
And I was just reading, because look at this. So it says it's going to basically run on NVIDIA's automotive chips.
There you go.
So I want to know which NVIDIA chips we're talking about here, right? So it looks like it's going to be the
that SMCI sold to.
No, those are for data centers. But yeah, that is nice. NVIDIA Drive AGX, as well as NVIDIA Drive 4. That's the next gen of this AGX Orin. So those are the chips they're going to be using if you're looking at doing your research on that. It is an NVIDIA chip. It's not one of the ones that's restricted like the H20 and the H200. It's not a China-specific chip either, but one of the ones that they don't have problem selling there. So Volvo and MG also owned by Geely. Yes, I know it's like a conglomerate that Chery owns, but yes, you're right. Thank you for answering back there. Chery Automobile does not own Geely. They are separate independent companies that are actually direct competitors. I'm pretty sure. Well, actually, I think it said Zhejiang Geely Holding Company. Yeah, you're right. That's what Zhejiang Geely Holding Company. That's what the LLM is saying. But I thought it was Chery that owned Zeekr and owned Geely. Maybe I'm wrong on that. We'll have to double check it. But thank you for pointing that out, Tom. Any more comments, or should we go back to
yeah, send it back.
We're talking about Procter & Gamble. P&G has warned of a $150 million hit to its annual profit due to higher input costs related to the conflict in the Middle East. The company is expecting a fiscal 2026 earnings to be at the lower end of its target range. Higher costs are driven by oil price surges impacting plastics, paper, and transport. Consumer giants like Nestle, too, have similarly been warned of higher costs due to the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. Management is expecting a more of a substantial impact starting in Q1 fiscal 2027 if current conflicts persist. PG's quarterly sales have risen 7% to $21.24 billion, topping LSEG estimates of $20.5 billion. Excluding items, earnings per share of $1.59 have beat analyst estimates of $1.56. Organic volume risen 2%, is led by 5% growth in the beauty segment and a strong demand for premium hair care. PG is maintaining its expectations of a $400 million hit from tariffs imposed under the International Emergency Economic Powers Act. Currently, PG up in the green, almost 3%.
Off right away. Tariff hit $150 million. They have to cut their 2026 fiscal EPS to the lower end of the range. That's one. But organic sales as well, they're struggling. Expected at just 2%. They had guided prior 3 to 5, so a major miss there. And what they're saying, the consumer is increasingly trading down, and PG is kind of leaning on pricing, but there's obviously elasticity risk rising. And the key implications to me are that the consumer is getting squeezed and they're trading down into maybe perhaps house brands, kind of stepping down a little bit and looking at saving a buck or two. So these margins are already not great on products like this. Usually like they're 20-30%, and this is probably just going to get squeezed a little bit more. I mean, how do you feel about this?
Yeah, I mean, organic sales increased 7% year over year, but the rest of it, I mean, seems pretty modest. For a 2.8% gain, volume was up 2% during the quarter. I mean, the margins you're talking about, extremely compressed. They did come out on a double beat, though, Sharif, which I think the street is what is essentially what they liked. But as for P&G, I think it's the third largest in the XLP in the Staples holdings. So, I mean, it's not too bad of a look. We'll take a look at some of the technicals. We haven't done that with any of the names here today. Walmart is definitely a lot closer. You're down 11% off of the highs in Procter & Gamble, but a double beat here. Guidance, probably the issue for why we're starting to get back a little bit of the move here today.
Yeah, so I just wanted to clarify the companies that are owned by Chery. I'm just going to give you them here in a second, because I remember a Jetour. A lot of these, obviously, we don't have here, but I don't know if this rings a bell for, what the hell? All right. Jetour is one of them. Omoda. You have Jaku, Exceed. What else? There's Icar, Lepas, Luxeed. Like, we don't know any of these because none of them are here. But none of them are the ones that I was thinking there. So I got that one wrong. It's the Zhejiang Geely Holding Company. They own Volvo, Polestar, Lotus, Zeekr, Aston Martin, and Mercedes-Benz. Li Shufu remains one of the largest individual shareholders of Mercedes-Benz. He holds about 10%, so obviously they don't own Benz. They just have an investment there. That's interesting. They own Volvo 100%, and Volvo owns Polestar as well. So direct ownership of that. That's quite interesting there. All right. Want to clarify that to you.
Let's talk about the federal rescheduling in progress for the cannabis sector. The DOJ and U.S. President Donald Trump's administration have moved to reclassify marijuana to Schedule 3 under federal law as of yesterday. This change will replace cannabis alongside certain regulated drugs with recognized medical uses like Tylenol with codeine. Previously, marijuana has been a Schedule 1 drug and has been considered to have no medical use and high potential for abuse. Sorry, that rhymed. Previously, the DEA will evaluate whether to extend Schedule 3 status broadly in a hearing which is scheduled to take place on June 29th of this year. Let's understand that this move does not legalize the drug at the federal level. It's more viewed as a major step towards decriminalization. Prominent firms like Tilray, Canopy Growth, as well as Curaleaf have seen double-digit gains after the announcement.
So this is impact. This is interesting. It removes that tax burden, whatever, on 280E. That could, that was crushing profitability. Apparently, they could see significant inflows in their cash flow, their margins, their balance sheets could all be positively affected. But to me, they have a bit of a fragmented regulatory system in the United States. We don't have that here. Cannabis and drugs in general, for medical purposes, regulated the exclusive competency of the Fed. In the States, it's fragmented. You have FDA and then you have state regulated as well. So it kind of creates, a two kind of jurisdictional approach to the regulation. I think that probably could be a bit problematic if you're, state by state, but I think you guys are used to that there. It's not legalization though, but the banking, the capital access, the federal legality issues, they all remain overhangs. I don't know how you feel about this. I know you don't really care for these stocks that much. I don't think you're really that impressed, but what's your take, Joey?
I mean, like we're talking about something that was in the same scheduling as heroin. I don't know.
Yeah,
I think
I don't like that either.
That's insane. But then you're going to classify it and say something like codeine and testosterone is equally as addictive. Like, why isn't that an inverse? Like, why isn't codeine in Schedule 1, essentially? I don't know. It just doesn't make that much sense to me. But one thing here, though, Shreve, is that I didn't expect this from the Republicans, right? Like, you didn't.
No, I didn't.
Right? Like, you know what I mean?
President Trump is a wild card, bro. You don't know what the hell he's going to do, when he's going to do it.
You would expect it more from a Democratic Party than you would from the Republicans.
But to be fair, we had cannabis legalized by a liberal government here. Your favorite Justin Trudeau was his government was responsible for that.
Yeah.
But even the Conservatives, when they were asked, they were like, we're not gonna roll back. We're not gonna roll that back.
There's bigger issues.
Yeah, exactly.
But then Dougie
did it as well, and he's allowing them to open up at 7 a.m.
But
now.
remember when? Oh, really?
Yes.
It's not like it mattered to me. No, it honestly doesn't matter.
I know it's not.
But what Dougie did, though,
That's
I
the
think
premier of this promise, kind of like the governor.
He implemented that lottery, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Yeah, right.
Just in the beginning.
Just
in the beginning. Now everybody and their mother can open up a cannabis store.
Well, that's what I was saying.
Yeah.
Every other store here in the city is a weed store, essentially.
It is
literally like if you walk down Yonge Street, there's equally as many weed stores as there is like.
There's a lot, guys, especially downtown.
Yeah,
especially near my campus.
Yeah, on every corner.
Well, yeah. Shout out to Ryerson. I mean TMU. My bad.
Oh, Rye High. You don't like Rye High?
Rye High. Is that what they called it? I didn't actually know that. I didn't know that. All right, Sia, what do we got next?
Talking about XPEV next. XPeng is in discussions with overseas automakers for production partnerships and facilities outside China. So there's a lot of this I'm seeing today to reduce logistics and tariff friction. Chairman He Xiaopeng has confirmed a meeting with the CEO of Volkswagen to discuss their smoothly processing 3-year collaboration. The car maker is also eyeing new or upgraded EV plants starting from 2026 in Europe, Southeast Asia, as well as in Latin America. Localized manufacturing in markets like France and Germany is a priority for the company due to overseas demand and trade barriers, as we all know it. XPEV is joining hands with foreign automakers to commercialize its advanced driver assistance systems. The company is also investing in heavy in autonomous driving, robotaxis, humanoid robots, and flying cars. And who else do we know in that same competition? Anyways, the stock is up 3.2%.
Get it, see ya. No, here's what I have to say. So this is an industry I follow pretty closely, the Chinese EV industry. And look, it is a race to the bottom there now. All of them are competing with the others. They're all competing with one another, and they're all cutting their prices, so much so that it pissed off the Chinese regulator who told them to, quite frankly, cut it out, stop cutting your prices. So what are they going to do? They got to expand outside of China, and they've met so much resistance in doing that. Not allowed in the United States. Here, they can only sell about 50,000 cars per year, max, and they have to be below a certain price. And in Europe, Europe's taking a very interesting regulatory approach to Chinese EVs. They said, look, we know that the Chinese government subsidized your build out. So what we're going to do is we're going to tariff you. But we're going to tariff you based on how much subsidy you received from the Chinese government. I think the best one so far has been BYD. That has the lowest rate. Some of the highest, XPeng, NIO, they have a lot of the higher rates, tariff rates by Europe. Now, what I want to get your opinion on, this is a very interesting topic. The Chinese never allowed American car makers to come into China willy-nilly. They forced them, Joey, to partner 50-50 with a Chinese automaker. Number one, there was two reasons for that, so that they could boost their own industry as well as getting technical know-how. See exactly how you're doing things, and then they learn and they adjust and they do their own thing. So basically, they said to you, you want access to our markets, you're going to have to split 50-50 with our companies. How come we're not doing that to them? Like, for example, right, we want more jobs in the United States. We want more factory jobs. Get the Chinese EVs to build in the U.S. Get them to build in Canada. Why do they have to build in China? You see what I'm saying?
100%, but I think a lot of that has to do with the union, right? Like we talk about the union.
But the unions are in Ford, they're in GM. You can't tell companies not to come here,
but
like if they're going to build here.
Then you have the issue that's happening. So let's talk. So then we have the issue what's going on with China. It's a race to the bottom. So if you have that full-on exposure of these Chinese EVs in the Western world, then what happens to the legacy automakers?
Oh, so the consumer can get rinsed as long as the legacy automaker is okay.
Yeah, exactly. Well, has it not been like that? How many times have they been bailed out? You know what I mean?
You're not wrong, bro.
Right?
You are
like
not
they've been
wrong.
bailed. And I mean, let's be serious. Like we have the Chinese.
Is getting lit over there.
Right. It's only like, so you're bringing in 50,000 of these vehicles. It's only 3% of the total addressable market, essentially, right? So it's nothing substantial, but it would be a complete race to the bottom, essentially. If that's just how it's been. They've been bailed out.
I'm not saying you're wrong.
Yeah, they bailed out the airlines. Obviously, it's going to be passed on to the consumer. What's up, man? You got your mic on?
Go get it, Katina.
Of course, I got my mic on. Come on, I'm a professional over here. Is it muted? No, okay, fine. I was just going to say, while I was in Mexico, just to your point, I saw two BYD dealerships.
What'd you think?
I mean, I didn't go in them when we were driving by them, but I thought that, just to your point, I think that other places other than North America, well, I know Mexico's in North America, but here in Canada or in the United States, there are other markets for cars like this, especially at the lower end. So I think BYD does have a good footprint in some countries, and I just want to note that there was a few that I had seen there in Mexico.
Yeah, I mean, didn't Assassino say they're in Brazil? Like they're
all over.
Yeah,
he says
Brazil,
they're a lot.
There's a
They're
lot
all
in
over,
Brazil,
man.
right?
I mean,
So I mean, they're just not allowed because it would be horrible for what we got going on.
Hey, but then we have to pay an average price for a new car is over $60,000 in this country.
Yeah, dude. Listen,
Come
like,
on,
yeah, I know,
dude.
I know, dude. But it's just a rinse fest.
Dude. All right, we gotta go back. We gotta go to the next story. Let's go to the next one.
Amazon-backed X Energy has raised over $1 billion in IPO. Look at that chart over there. X Energy has said as of yesterday that it has raised $1.02 billion in initial public offering in the United States. What we do know is that nuclear power is drawing renewed interest as electricity needs are surging, particularly from hyperscalers that are running energy-intensive AI and cloud infrastructure. Amazon had invested about $500 million in the company back in the year 2024 to support the rollout of its SMR technology because Amazon had been seeking carbon-free power for its growing AI-driven data center footprint. X Energy as well had previously planned to go public through a merger with a blank check firm backed by Ares Management, again, back in 2023. But later scrapped those plans because their market was unfavorable for that. JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, Jefferies, and Moelis are acting as the lead joint book running managers for this. X Energy has begun trading on the NASDAQ today under the symbol XE.
This is what the chart looks like.
Yeah.
It failed. It failed 30. There was a big buyer at 30. It looks like there's a buyer at around 28.5. Joey, I don't know anything about this company because it just IPO today, other than what they did at the IPO level. But I like SMRs, small modular reactors.
Yeah.
We're building them in this province, north, so that we can kind of help with the northern communities have, kind of similar living standards to what we have here, and I think that's a noble thing.
Yeah.
But I do like them for their scalability, Joey. You don't have to have a big output, gigawatts. You don't have to have terawatts. You can scale. You add one modular reactor, you add another as your demand rises. So I do like that. I think there is some drawbacks. I know the chat's going to chime in about some of the drawbacks of SMR. I get the ickiness or the desire to stay away from nuclear because of what's happened in the past with Chernobyl and the I forget the name of the Japanese one with the tsunami as well. But I think that the technology's changed since that time, and you learn sadly from these disasters. Right?
Yeah,
and you improve and you try to take more safety precautions.
Fukushima is
Fukushima. Thank you, Joey, for that. So that's what I do like nuclear. I think it is one of those ones we need to be pragmatic about.
Yep.
We're not going to have solar and wind take over anytime soon.
No.
That's the goal. And then if you're really looking down the road, you're thinking fusion. That's the next part of the century.
I think that's the next step. I'm not surprised by this because we already think about some of the names that are already established in the market. You're just talking about new scale power SMR, then you have the AAPLs, and then you have the nanonuclears. But I don't know how much of a factor, just because Amazon has its ties with this name, is it going to be a major player within that game, right? Like you talk about this,
helps.
right? Like absolutely.
And Joey, they're probably going to use it to bring your own power. Like when they build out these data centers, there's probably going to become
that's where it's going to work better for them in that place, right? Like, so you have that investment. It's kind of like what Apple has in the project that Amazon wants to buy via satellites. I can't remember. Global Star as well, too, right? So something along those lines. They raised over just a little bit more than $1 billion. They were expecting that to come in at $700 million. That's why the opening price listed at $23 there. It was more or less looking to come in around 16 or 19, but that's not the case.
All right. It's 1:59. We got another minute. Thank you, Sia, for the news. All right, let's just do a quick trade review. Sadly, this will be my first day negative on the week, but we will go 4 for 5 on the week. Not bad, but we will go a little bit negative today because of some boneheaded trades, but we were definitely able to come off the bottom there with that nice trade on XLE. ATOM had a decent look. MXL just bouncing off VWAP here. It's kind of the same look with MXL and MX, where MX is also finding a little bit of support at the volume-weighted average price. SCNI, how's this one doing? Looking for that. That's below VWAP still. MSOS, this ended up being a bigger loser for me. We took a big position on this one, and then it ended up losing the 10 EMA. I got stopped out right there. It ended up taking out some highs into 329, but didn't really get a much on it. Poet as well was a good one. It's very bull flaggish, but has basically done nothing into the afternoon, Joey. A little above 15, a little below 14, brother.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, it's 2 o'clock now. I hope everyone had a fantastic one. Man, just keep on keeping on. I forget who said that.
Joe Dirt, my boy. You got to keep on keeping on.
Yes. So just keep on keeping on. It's only a couple of days until Monday, and the market will be open once again. So, yeah, let's rock and roll.
I hope everybody has a fantastic weekend, man.
Let's go.
Sending you to the Katina Man that way.
Joe Dierte is right.
Hey, everybody, great midday show there. Thanks, Joe and Sharif. And we come into a market that's like almost up 2% here on the NASDAQ. We did also have the ES right now pulling back a little bit. I'm actually long right now into Tesla, as you can see at the bottom. So we'll talk about that as we get going. But as many of you know today, let's redo that again here. As many of you know, an exciting opportunity to trade are IPOs. And there's no more, as a prop trader, of an opportunity that we're looking for than excitement with an IPO. So let's go over to the big screen and find out exactly how you can profit trading an IPO.
It's all about excitement and momentum and FOMO. But remember, if you get the IPO issue price, you're likely to be right in the money. And buying an IPO early usually isn't the best investment because sometimes they head right back down. So how do you take advantage of it? Well, we'll tell you how. By understanding what you need to be focused on and what makes a good one to trade, when you need to get out, and how nasty it can be because of lack of liquidity. A lot of IPOs do not have a lot of shares that come to market. So immediately, there will be liquidity constraints. One tool that we use is going to be the imbalance locator, which will show you before it opens up in the middle of the day what the interest is. Now, XE, which came out today, you're going to see at the time it opened, there was about 6 million shares paired off and a slight buy imbalance. So it was a buy imbalance. There was 6 million shares that were going to take the opening print, and we get the actual indicated auction price was over 30 bucks. Issue was at 23. So in this particular case, you have something that was a little oversubscribed that kept raising the price, and it's going to open up already in the money. So there is some hype off of the open. But there's one thing to remember. We talked about liquidity. If this is a momentum trade, you've got to respect it. And in this particular case, you might have had a good opening rush. It opens, it ends up holding 30 even. There's a strong initial push, trend reverses. There's a secondary push into the top. It holds the low of the open price. And there's a final break. Now, when these turn, you need to understand there's a lot of people looking to use the exit at the same time. Would be great if you can get out on trend. But regardless of whether you have 5% or 10% left, the slippage, when it breaks that even dollar, where there's going to be a lot of stops placed, because there was a refresher buyer there before, is pretty nasty. But 50 pennies in this particular case. So if you're going to hold it back through, you got to make sure that you're getting enough out that if it does that little bit of a rinse, you don't give up all of your gains. The key is liquidity is a concern. You want to get out on the way up if you can, because once it starts to retrace, the floodgates can open up.
Look, and why is this so important to understand how to trade IPOs? Simple. It's an emotional atmosphere. You're waiting for it to open up. Your hands are sweaty. You're sitting there waiting for that trade. So what do you have to do? You have to game plan. You have to understand the timing of an IPO, when they're coming out, what to look for, how to use that balance locator, order types. I think this is very important. You have to have a game plan and you have to be ready. So let's go find out what the game plan was here with this IPO.
Well, it's like you said, the game plan and the open order. You can take it if you want, but the other thing to remember is you've got all of those big banks and they don't want to get embarrassed on day one. There are two places that often get defended. One of them is the open price. It could just be the even dollar in front, and the second one is going to be the issue price. In this case, the issue price is nowhere close. Right away, you're going to be able to see there was a floor at $30 even. It opened at $30.11 as we showed you over there. There was a refresher buyer off of that 30 level. So whether you're someone that takes the open price or just try to play off the momentum, you're essentially just parking yourself in front of that buyer. Now, I'm not saying that that's one of the banks that's sitting on the bid, but we've seen that be the case. Sometimes it's just generic support at the even dollar level. But oftentimes that is what you are playing in front of. And understand, as I said before, if that's the liquidity that you're playing off of, it is nasty when it gets there. Smart money is exiting on the way up, understanding that when that shelf goes, it's the only thing between it and a little bit of a dump fest. So understand that it's all about momentum. Oftentimes, a lot of traders can't short it, so you're only looking to go into the long trade, and it's tricky. You want to time it, make sure it's one that has enough interest and enough excitement that you like the open, and then remember, slippage is a big deal. So if you're going to hold back through to where that support is, you can't get left with the whole bag. Because in a normal trade, whatever you think you're going to get past your stop zone on an IPO, I promise you it's going to be more. So preserve that capital, make sure you exit some on a bulk on the way up so that you can take advantage of that momentum.
Look, lesson here is very, very simple. Game plan your trade on an IPO, and not only can it make your day, it can make your week, and if you're lucky enough, it can even make your month. All right, yeah, so today was, for me, almost the exact same chart as Neil's there on that XE IPO. So just to talk about that real quickly, to go specific on this one. Today we had small modular reactor name, right? XE. We've seen SMR, we've seen Oklo. Oklo's off a 15% day. SMR there yesterday and today, some movers. So we know that this space is at least some interest here, right? So as we continue to look at this stock, I didn't actually take the opening print. I wanted to see how it reacted. I didn't want to see a flush right through. So it comes out at $30.11. We take a couple shares right here, right off the open as it holds in around 30.30 club, and then all the way back down in. Then we get 30 and a quarter. We get a little bit out. We actually were able to get the majority of it out as we started to go higher, and noticing that we got out at 30.80s, kind of where those tops were. Then it busted through 31, and we thought, okay, here we go. Not only have we held the $30 level, we've got a couple wicks down here where we clearly saw buyers. It popped up about $1 and change, and then there's that slippage that Neil's talking about. All of a sudden, we get that top fill. Don't even really know how we got that, to be honest with you. We're just put out orders. I waited at 31.25, trying to wait at the quarters. That's a 31 fill. That's 31.25. Then boom, jaga-laga-laga, like an NBA jam. But we're not heating up. We're going the opposite way. And there it goes, breaking back down. And we basically have the exact same trades. We get stopped out as soon as it breaks 30. It looks like you get about 50 cents or so of slippage. Boom to the downside. And then you can see it hasn't really recovered from that marker there yet. So, for me, this is a pretty simple structure trade. And, we really do mean that. Like, if you can have a big trade, like when you get Anthropic coming through or SpaceX or something like that with maybe a little more oomph to it, hopefully this continuation will happen. And, you got to be ready for slippage. Net will be flat on the stock, actually, on the day due to some of that. So, we take 40, 50 cents, $1 and a bit, lose 50 cents on a little bit more than half, and that's your trade on XE today. I mean, you can get rich off these things, but today it just didn't profile out for me.
I'm so not used to Randy. You're still here?
Randy, has a problem with your car or something? What?
Everything good?
Who's going to take your car?
Yeah, I know you're going to try to take my
You're
car.
going out in the city tonight, aren't you? That's why you're
He must be. There has to be something going on.
Yeah, you got something.
Randy. Hot date, the wife coming
Friday,
down.
weather's getting better.
The weather's not that good outside. It's now it's not very good.
Well, tomorrow, but it's not raining today. Oh, seriously? It wasn't early.
Yeah, this is South Carolina have everybody.
Boo.
What's your NVDA?
Now it's your NVDA? I thought you were I thought you were XOM and Rivian Randy. No, you're
Volkswagen and NVIDIA.
Okay.
What I'm
XOM, Volkswagen.
Well, this is what NVIDIA is doing.
1 more week. Ooh.
5% today. That's quite the pop. But look at the daily.
Randy is rich.
We're almost there. Living on a prayer.
I'm only taking Randy's picks next time, man. I only got Marvell going.
What up
there? But
Randy.
Yeah, shout out to Randy.
That's a great shot. Why don't we ever use that shot when Randy's here?
What shot was it?
No, look right now. Look.
Oh yeah, it's a great one.
And Randy only comes every day.
There's Randy. Hey, what's up,
Great
Randy?
look.
I love that how we have the board at the back. Yeah, surrounded by the quotes.
All kinds of stuff.
He's wrapped up into there. But yeah, welcome everybody. Friday afternoon, so we're gonna have some fun here.
Yes.
Today I got my Tim's, no roll up the rim over here. Yeah, where is your Tim's anyways? We had this.
There's a
yeah. Oh, I went for way earlier. This
fired,
coffee is this coffee is
anymore,
done.
I think.
All right, thanks, guys. Thanks, Randy. Be safe. Have a great weekend if we don't see you. And let's put this back in my ear now. All right. Well, I mean, we can look. We'll do a broader look at the markets in a couple seconds here. But USO today down, so that's nice, man. Maybe we'll save a little bit at the pumps right here. I'm not sure what's going on right here. That was a nice little dump off there midday on USO. There was some talk there about a convoy going back in with Pakistan to sort of resolve some of this ceasefire and extend it, and or some sort of an agreement being made. So USO goes to the downside on some nice volume spikes there. You're now right at the 200 period. The only thing about USO, and I mean this is the way I'm trying to trade it, I'm not really trying to look at this thing as a technical play at all. I mean, it's very, very news-based. So if you wanted to short it, I think you're using technicals, that's fine, like a VWAP or the 200 period moving average. Just respect those, because next thing you know, it could blast one way or the other, and just get out with your timing. I mean, I think we just did a thing there on the IPOs. And if you don't have that stop order in, then forget about losing or making your day or your month or your week, or you know, it's you could lose that much. And you just want to make sure with oil you do have some of those stops. And look, sometimes you'll get a bad price because the action is so fast, but it's better than being caught. And just get out and then regroup, right? There's always another trade, but that's what USO is doing right now, down 2.5%, with the NASDAQ up another record all-time high here for the NASDAQ.
Well, you could insert a lot of things you want to talk about all-time highs today. Like, who are we giving it to? Broadcom. You already said the NASDAQ.
Oh, here, I have my here.
Marvell. Do you have one that just says all-time highs?
Of course.
Or 52, maybe 52?
Yeah. I have all of that.
It's insane.
Here's our trade rate right here. So these are week highs. Intel, SPY, AMD, Amazon, the Qs, Micron. Who thought Micron was back? The SOXL, of course. Taiwan Semi, now $390. Okay, all the inverted are all lowest. What's CHN? Whatever that is, that's downside there as well. There's XLK even. That's, again, the technology ETF, right? Making all-time highs. An interesting name was IBM. IBM got hit on earnings last week, right? Down there, down to 230. So this is just...
software names got moked.
Here. New yearly highs. There's actually a scanner right here on eSignal that will give us new yearly highs.
So is that MXL?
Yeah, MXL is on there, of course. Yeah, ARM is another name that we're seeing right now at all-time high. I mean, there's going to be so many there. We already talked about TSM, obviously SMH, and that's where it ends. A lot of these are kind of, you know, lower names there on that one. But yeah, that's what it is. So new yearly highs, man. You can see names above VWAP. I like the trade rate feature here. So that gives you names that have been going off on their scanners today. AMD, SPY. I mean, Amazon is such a nice story, man. Oh, Schlumberger. There we go. We get another oil name right there coming through as well. So yeah, man, lots of stuff going on here today. Welcome to the afternoon show. We'll have a lot of fun. We'll talk to you guys in the chat. Put your trade ideas in there. MXL, you mentioned that. That was a halter a couple times here early. I don't know if it's halted since. Right now, we have any names on halt. That's CHSN. That was one. CHSN. Oh, Chanson International. Is it a Chinese name?
Obviously.
All right, so that's halted about every single minute in the 12. Oh.
What the heck is this?
I don't know what the heck this is, but this halted over and over and over again. Got up to $3. Now it's down to 20 cents. Come on, man. Why weren't we short up here? What were we doing? All the way back in, now down to 20 cents. So, hey, if you're a little bored, maybe you take this one long right here. You got some nice little bottom pick here, and we'll find out the news on CHSN. But 62 million shares with a bottom take right now of 15 cents.
That's insane.
Something to look at.
You know, it's that one wick that you're like, well, if you happen to be looking at it, it looks like it goes right to $3 and then slams back through and halts at 2 after being previously a penny stock earlier. Yeah, that just screams of anybody that could have shorted that candle. That's insane. The only trade I'm in is BMNR, so I'm just going to show you the why. I like all-day trends. In this particular case, I'll go with markets at the highs, Bitcoin's at the low. Hello, Bitcoin is weak today.
Hello.
So BMNR has been trending down. So I shorted, when it made the higher low in here, I just sort of shorted the trend break. And then when it came back up, I'm like, well, the trend is going to correspond with VWAP. So if it gets in there and puts a topping tail candle, I'll reshort that. I'm out if we break volume weighted average price in the trend line. So that's what I'm watching. The XE, maybe not be anything that. Yeah, the IPO is probably not going to be anything if you're looking long this afternoon. It's actually breaking the low of the day. If it gets to 23, that's the issue price. If somehow it gets to 23, I think you got a chance at a long there. AMD has made a high above 350. That seems like it's possibly on the other end. Oh yeah, I still have.
I'm only long Tesla.
I still have that stupid wick on Intel. Well, that Intel reversion went into VWAP. The only thing is it should have been a short at VWAP. And that is now only up 21%, unfortunately. Terrible Intel. You got to do much better than that. I'm looking at Micron here. That's weak and under VWAP. It's so interesting that we find ourselves at the highs when I showed you AMD's pullback, Micron's under the volume weighted average price, Intel, which is supposed to have led the way here, that's near its afternoon lows. It's not as much strength as you would think out there. So I'm still looking for something that, like, we're still trend up. Like, I'm looking for something that looks like a long entry. I really don't want to touch that IPO gonna get that one out of there.
I mean, the IPO is not really moving that bad. I think we could probably get away with a little bit there.
The trend is just so weak on it, though.
So we just started, I mean, it was long Tesla early. We talked about getting dumped out there. Then I mean, look at all of these shorts off VWAP, right? Like here's VWAP short, like there's VWAP short. Like this is 376.50, this is 373.30s, you know? So like this is $3 right there down. Like this is another move down. Finally, we broke it. And this is where I decided now to go long. Like I thought, okay, a break of VWAP here now the market's, it may fade out here, you know, which is what it's trying to do right now. So that's not going to be great for this. I just thought finally a break of VWAP, we could have got going. It's too bad that it really didn't get going. We did have a good fill rate into here of 377 when it broke a little higher, so we were able to make 60 or 70 cents on that one. But now we're trying to average in and we're watching out for this 200 period. We don't like that break. And I have a stop through 374. So I'd like it to come down, look a little bit here at the 200 period moving average, and we'll see if we can get a little longer. And then we're going to get out if it breaks through 374. I just want to, you know, in case this market does go for a little bit of a run here, I don't mind Tesla. I think there's a little bit of a get up coming through that name. It's definitely not strong like we had an NVIDIA strength or anything like that. But, you know, to Neil's point, waiting to see if there's any pullbacks coming in here for NVIDIA. We're well away from VWAP. Now, could we get to it? Yes. I mean, we get to 207. I heard Joe on the Midday show call it early that, you know, NVIDIA could drift up into that 211, 212 area, and that's exactly where it went. So shout outs to my guy back there. But there's 211 right there. And if you're going, okay, the Pakistani delegation, the Iranian delegation, I guess, arriving. But this is Tesla. I want to look at NVIDIA just real quick just to show you guys. So there it is right there. We talked about this old previous close. We may, if we can close above 208 or so, then we'll have a new closing all-time high. But these wicks gave it into 211, let's call it 212. We have right here, 212.19 as the high on E-signal there. We were $1 away from that today. So we'll see if we can get back up to that side. Obviously, some positive turns in the market would be nice, but you don't necessarily need those for this space. I mean, I thought Micron was a little, not cooked, but I thought Micron did have some pullback into it over the last couple of days, and yeah, that was wrong. There's the move back into 320. Like, can you believe, again, Micron just a month, not even a month ago, two weeks ago, was down here in the mid to low 300s. Now you're at $500.
But it goes to show, because remember the earnings?
Straight fire.
We were on the desk talking about how we turn around. We actually had the regular format for the aftermarket show, and it was about how great and epic the Micron earnings were. And they still dropped like 20-something%, or almost 25%, maybe even more than that, off that bottom. And so if you see something that has a good report, sometimes you just wait out that dip, and eventually these things get higher. What's crazy to me is SNDK tagged 1,000 this morning. Now, it hasn't regained it, but my goodness.
Is that the highs for SNDK?
No, they report next week.
Oh, okay.
I believe I want to say Thursday. Okay.
Darryl will be dropping that.
I was talking about this, like sometimes all last week. Anytime something like that would happen, I'd give that little bit of a pause to let Adaris say it so that I could be sure, just completely leaning on the fact that I knew she'd remember. No, so Thursday of next week, the expectations are super high. And the crazy thing is, doesn't it feel like even if they meet them, will it matter? What has this stock done going into earnings? This is ludicrous mode. Okay, at the beginning of the year, this is $240. When we had the March dip, this was $570. This is going to be at $1,000 going into earnings. Like, what could they possibly tell us? And then you look at the Intel chart, I say it with a chuckle, because you could have said all of those same things about Intel, and then they went 20% anyways. So it's pretty intense. SK Hynix has been going ham. If you look at them, they could be an interesting one to watch in sympathy. But we'll see. I mean, ultimately, right now, it's like ride the wave in the chip names that are strong, and if you doubt them, then you basically just get burnt. All that said, like Intel is still, for all of them, it's still trending to the downside. I don't know why. Yeah, it's one of those you flip. The market seemed bullish. That's the excuse. I'll give you the excuse. For some reason, I went from liking short to liking long. That was just not the Intel's been profit taking the entire way. Well, this is the other new thing. I love this whole give us a side look.
Oh, I'm actually on
the
Hey, what's
chart,
going on?
and then you can put both of us in there.
I like that. And there goes
all
Joe.
these new looks.
There we go. Oh, look at all these new looks. Fabian on the 1s and 2s there.
Taking his lunch away. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. You didn't like the salmon, my guy?
Oh,
Okay,
he's
he
already
did, yeah,
finished.
he likes his
Oh,
salmon. Neil and I both. Niels, I think you were mentioning that you might.
I did
go
today.
sans tilapia now.
Not that I might. It's just that the tilapia had been getting better, and I haven't had the salmon in a while because I get the tilapia every single time. And man, the salmon, it's like a good, healthy. You get more protein for like easily 50% more protein. It's just you get more, and it was delicious. So bump that. I'm done with it. I like that. I'm over to I'd say the dark side, but I feel like the dark side is the tilapia.
Okay.
What do we have? No.
Now what, Chilean nightmare?
No, I'm getting on the. Don't you steal my moment? I was gonna do my train whistle. Oh snap! That was even better.
We're trying to be a little bit.
This guy's crazy.
This guy's good. Yeah, I mean, this is what we're doing here on a Friday night. So
Friday.
We're really happy for everybody to be here today. And I mean, here's a quick little look, and we'll get into some trading ideas in just a couple seconds. Here's a look right now. I mean, when they show up, and we got to look for some trades. A little disappointing with the healthcare technology space today. I mean, Thermo Fisher's up, Merck down, Eli Lilly down, AbbVie down. Space not very healthy here. Healthcare technology. It's these services names, man. The Google, the Microsoft, the Metas, the Palantirs, Salesforce. Nice to see Salesforce getting off the schneid a little bit. Adobe up 2% as well. Synopsis, okay, Oracle down 2%. That's an interesting one. Potentially we'll look at that as that goes oppo today. ServiceNow with the report on it, maybe potential short squeeze opportunity now for ServiceNow, and there was Trade Desk as well moving there. And then here we go, man. This is the big guy over here. Look at AMD, up 14% right now, just shrugging off Intel. Intel still up 21, but Intel helping lift AMD high there. Qualcomm, we saw that get going earlier as well. That's up 10%. Lockheed Martin, story about Lockheed Martin, I think maybe canceled government shipment there. Some Lockheed Martin, we'll get that details. And LMT down 4% and RTX both down there. They're saying they got a contract there, but again, with potential ceasefire talks, which are already on, and potential deal making, we will see potentially pullbacks. And if I use potential one more time, cut my mic, on RTX and LMT there. So those are just a couple more names going. And then, you know, one thing that we haven't looked at too much today, I bought some more SoFi yesterday at 18 bucks flat. I don't know what it's doing today, but there's JP Morgan down 1%. We'll take a look at SoFi. And it's the dark red ones that we're concerned about. Capital One, downside there, PNC. I saw Robinhood was over 80 again. I don't know oh, there it is right there. So Robinhood up today, so $84. So that's going to be good.
I like that it's relative strength to crypto and the space.
Yeah, so with, what is Bitcoin? 77.5 right now. So Bitcoin's, not.
Oh, we had another
fun going poll. A little bit. There goes Tesla, by the way.
We had another fun poll that was which company is going to get to the 1 trillion mark next, but we excluded a few. Like we didn't allow Eli Lilly to be in there because it got there already.
It was already there.
It was there and then came back. We didn't allow anybody to pick JP Morgan because that's too boring. It's like JP Morgan's just going to slowly climb and eventually get there.
Yeah, that's fine.
Right? So I think it was like AMD was very popular and that had as of yesterday it had to double.
It had to double from this current price?
Because it was at 500.
That's not winning then.
No, it was about what would get there first. Ultimately, we didn't allow any of the IPOs in there.
So Meta, all the Mag 7s are already there, right?
Micron was on the list.
Okay.
It's an interesting.
I don't know, I'd have to see a list of the names that are potentially up there. Right?
By the way, this Atom stock, Atom, not Adam, Atom.
Don't at us.
Exactly what I'm pronouncing wrong. I was already told I say out a strange way, according to someone in the chat. Maybe it's like a Canadian thing.
Say it again.
Out?
Yeah, you say it strangely. Okay. No, I have no idea. What you talking about?
What are you talking about?
What do you want about over here? The worst is South Park. South Park really does Canada dirty, man. Like I don't ever hear.
They did us so wrong.
I don't ever hear anybody talking like that. Do we even have an accent? I mean, come on.
And then first of all, just the fact that they even have like the heads on the Canadian characters are different, like they're not human beings. Although I died laughing in the South Park movie.
How do you say out if we're saying it wrong?
I think I say it
out.
Fully.
You're out.
You're out of here.
Is that not right? I mean, speaking about going on vacation, like running into tons of Americans. I mean, come on, man, you can't talk about Canadians having an accent. Like in America, it's very regional based.
Yeah, very.
Instantly, like there's a whole bunch of people from Boston and everything like that. So, you know, you could hear that. That accent all over the place as well. Okay, so I'm only in, okay, so we're BM&R short, we're Tesla long. I'm just waiting to see if we can dance with this devil here, you know, through VWAP. So we'll see if it can hold. It looks like it's trying to hold. We get some good bases right here. I'm trying to get a little longer down here, dropping it out if it breaks 374. Like, I mean, it'll be a $2 hit if that's what winds up happening, but I really do think that there is a good opportunity. We get out some a little bit there at 377, which was the high at around 11 o'clock right there. Gonna see if it wants to continue to make a move higher. We're hearing both in our ears here, KITT. This is that
Knight Rider.
And Knight Rider, so shout out to Kit. They should do something with Knight Rider again.
That should be
I know Hasselhoff is not the thing, but
just
you know, there it goes. This was the underwater mine thing, wasn't it? Weren't these guys trying to get those underwater mines going there and, you know, taking them out, like, you know, the technology to find them? It's Kit, Nauticus Robotics is the name here for Kit, and that's starting to go here as we get a little bit of action.
They're underwater drones, right? Effectively.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, maybe they're out there to take out the drones. I think it's like a defense name.
That's kind of pertinent these days, or important.
Pertinent.
Especially
okay, Neil,
I don't know. I'm trying
fancy
to
over here.
No, that wasn't good enough. So every single time this pops up, I gotta move my stop because the trend line is the trend line. So I just tighten the stop on BM&R, so that's gonna stay at 22. I haven't reloaded on this push up. It needs to get a little bit tighter, but it's close to looking for a bit of a reload. And then if I get a couple legs out, I consider reloading again. But I just saw IBIT come back a little bit. Like that had broken the low, and that's coming back in. If that regains the bottom, I might not like the reload as much. Just looking for a chip name that's still looking okay. They're not looking good.
I mean, I like the story with Amazon today.
He's already back down at VWAP.
I mean, Amazon today expands its partnership with Meta to deploy millions of its Gravitron processors. So I think Amazon has a great story. This is another absolute banger, man. And I had that piece which got, I don't know, 12,000 views or something like that on, which is not that much, but just on X, when we talked about it once it came back in. I can probably go find it, and saying that I thought they got the story wrong on Amazon down here near 200. So we were able to pick some more up in the long-term account again. So we're happy to get some Amazon down here in and around $2 on this level. But again, we had to, I wasn't super aggressive because we broke through the 200 period moving average, but once we were making some bottoms, we basically did like the 3-day rule on earnings. So I think it was in and around 204, 205, does go in and against us there, down to 198, but then here's the pop on Amazon. And you know, if these, and we're gonna get it next week, right? If the spend is still here, you're finally starting to see some of these mega spenders and mega CapEx guys come through with software that hopefully can become profitable and give them back some of this CapEx spend. So we're looking to see if Meta is one of those names. And wow, what a bottom that was, down near 550. Nice move higher right there now for Meta. So we'll see if that one wants to get going. I'm actually excited to see what Meta's report is. Like, I know we're well away from its highs, but if Meta can just pull back, like if we can get, well, earnings are already next week, so, but if we do get a couple of days of pullback there on Meta, depending on what the earnings are like, I think right around here, this $600 mark should be a decent one for Meta. So we'll see if that can play out. That's an earnings call that I'm very, very interested in for next week, just to see. I mean, Meta can move a hell of a lot there on earnings. We are getting a dump off here.
It's been getting smoked mostly. The one thing that's happening is USO is right into, look, oil futures closed now.
Right.
Well, it's 10. Well, it's 229 in 50 seconds. You know what I mean. You get the idea. But we're right at VWAP. Like if they push through, I think that's like if we push through, I think that's going to mean probably some downside for the market. But you could reverse here, and that could give a little bit of strength on this recent dip. It just feels like the last little bit. And this has happened in the afternoon until we get like some kind of headline. This has been happening where you get the drift, and then the drift just goes along, or I guess counter to what's happening in energy futures. If that doesn't change with some kind of a headline, I think go from there. So I'm going to watch that USO at VWAP. If it starts to curl, then I want to take some out of BM&R and look for some longs. AMD's at VWAP-ish. It's adjacent to it. So once I see some weakness, hopefully this can get into the volume weighted average price. There might be something better. I don't know why I'm pigeonholing myself to only AMD. Like, there could also be a nice higher low there on Intel. NVIDIA was stronger for a lot of the day. Oh, that's, wow. AMD still $2 from the volume weighted average price. Iran State News Agency, IRNA, whatever, reports that at the moment, there is no planned meeting between Arakachi and Trump's envoys, Witkoff and Kushner. I probably pronounced that dude's name wrong, according to Axios.
So we already kind of knew this, but because we got a little bit of a spike in oil and it's being circulated, oh, my bad, a second here. There we go. Hi, Mike. Sorry about that, guys. So yeah, given that, like, we did get a little bit of a spike in oil, I wanted to mention this. It's being recirculated. A lot of these headlines are being circulated over and over, guys, so just be aware. But this one is one that is getting traction again. So yeah, it looks like we're not going to get that meeting between the foreign minister and the envoys, though, again, this was reported like at least an hour ago already. So just be aware, be careful of the recirculation, and just keeping you guys posted in everything I see and hear.
News, as Adara just mentioned there, we're sort of getting stories, on the hour, every hour, any minute, something can break somewhere. So stay here with us at Trader TV Live. We've got all the news with you. Adara's gone through so many of these stories that if there's anything that catches her eye that maybe stands out, we'll get that to you ASAP. But yeah, there goes XE, by the way. It just broke another shelf right there. So back down through $28, makes a new low of 27, and just another failed IPO. Yeah. We looked at Figma there, and it was making new lows when I left. I mean, I guess there's probably been a little bit of a battle back in the not really. Well, in the IGV. There it goes, just taking out new lows today. So brand new 52-week low. We just said we couldn't find much that was 52-week lowish, but there it is right there. And unfortunately here in Ontario, the Ontario government has now limited. I mean, StubHub. What the hell? StubHub is $7. Okay. Wow. This is just another one of those names that came to market. It was actually I think it was a decent, maybe day one play. I don't remember making that much money on it, but it looks like it wasn't.
I don't think
it opened at $25.50 or so. No, because
I think we lost money on it.
It would be the close of this candle. Yeah.
So there's only one or two that were bad. I'm pretty sure StubHub was
yeah, because this would have opened at $25.50. The most it went to was $26.30. So we might have made a little bit and then got out. So yeah, playbook bad. But yeah, here the government's banned selling tickets for more than whatever the face value you paid, but I don't know how they're going to figure that out. So Ticketmaster apparently was removing posts yesterday of people selling their tickets. I have no idea how that's going to work out. But StubHub, nice downside play, and then also LYV is Live Nation. I guess so. I don't really know too much about Live Nation, but again, the concerts and everything, it's more the Ticketmaster and StubHub and SeatGeeks and all that kind of stuff that are potentially in a problem here. But there it goes right now. Nice little, that's just in Ontario. Just little levels there, 150 holding for Live Nation. But yeah, just an interesting thing there. And then we had DraftKings was a short potential that I was looking, again, it's not, there's nothing hit, but on radar as we opened up today around this 2150 marker. So DraftKings going upside. And this only sparked interest to me because when Joe brought this to our attention early, it was because it was downgraded. So this is why it's like, how is this downgraded today? When it's just upside straight. So I'm gonna try to find out maybe who downgraded that and give them a little bit of a warning shot for. Can you get that DraftKings story for me again, Adara? Because potentially I might have misunderstood. Maybe it was an upgrade after all that, but no.
It was not an upgrade after all that, Sean. It was a downgrade from MoffettNathanson to neutral, and they cut their price target to $27. Before that, it was at $38. So DraftKings, I guess, becoming a draft peasant with that downgrade.
Yeah, so, okay, so that's what I mean, like, good call there, Adara. But that's what I was trying to get at, is like, okay, why did we go completely reversed on that play? Okay, we did it's not a reload, it's anyone says, I'm averaged in, right there on Tesla. So we mentioned it coming, I mean, this is part of the patience game, and it's just like, it comes in. We didn't put on a whole heck of a lot down there. I could actually try to find out. Let me actually find out exactly what percentage we put on. Okay, we put on a quarter more. down there. So it was decent. A quarter more down there, get it back up into VWAP. But, if we just wait and we put on full Monty, we only have one unit down there, then completely different story. We may be looking to take not only the majority of it out, but we would definitely have a dollar club winner right now. So, but where you got in and what's going on now, we're just trying to make a little bit of money. So let's see if this can get back to the upside. Let's put an offer right around here, 376 30s. We'll see if we get that. I do have it. There it goes. I was gonna say I do have another order at 10s, so we do get that as that spikes through a little bit. I'm gonna go to 376.25 now. We'll put out 15% if we can get that, and then we'll see if it wants to just sort of float a little bit higher now on Tesla. So a decent average in down there. We'll see if it can get going now for that. It's very good to see you, RMIM. We're excited to be back right now. I think we decided on pizza night at the house because we're gonna chill out a little bit more there. And it's funny because the kids yesterday, they get home and they're like, all right, where's the buffet line? Where's the menu? And we're just like, no. We're opening up the cupboard and whatever's in there, we're gonna have. And then tonight we'll do, there's a movie on Netflix. It's another one of those crazy, stupid shark movies where the sharks invade.
Oh, I know. I know the one you're talking about. I forget the name.
So I
there's
said
there's a tsunami thing that comes in?
Yes, it's a tsunami in Boston or something. And all these sharks, they start to live in people's houses and all these kind of things.
It's got the dude from the brother from Gladiator.
Okay, so I sort of, Marissa and I said that maybe that we would just watch a little bit of that.
It's not Sharknado.
No, because there was another one that was in Paris that we liked. It's so
I know that one. I know the Paris.
They're so funny.
No, it's just
something fun to watch.
Silly action gore type movie.
I don't know.
Oh my God. There's another shark movie. It's called The Shark Boy and Lava Girl, and I think that movie's really good. Do you know?
I know Shark Boy and Lava Girl.
Oh, that's the kid.
I've seen that. I've seen that.
Yeah, that's the guy.
All right. See what you got for us.
Let's deviate from the sharks and into the news now. Eli Lilly's obesity pill is setting a record for its second week in competition with NVO. Pill that was launched earlier this month called Foundeo has been prescribed 3,700 around times in the U.S. in the week ended April 17th, according to IQVIA data that's shared by Wall Street analysts. And while the news is great, it's also good to take into consideration the fact that the figures are lagging behind NVO's oral Wegovy, which was logged 18,410 prescriptions in the first full week and 3,071 in the first 4 days after launch, compared to Foundeo's 1,390 days. So 1,390, in its debut week. So LLY in the red, down 4%, and NVO is up in the green, down almost 6%. But about that IPO as well, XE, I was looking at it. Sorry about that, wrong chart. I was looking at the chart today, right now. He's right. It is another failed IPO, but you honestly never know your luck with IPOs. So maybe hang in there or maybe don't, but it's all dependent on your luck.
Well, it's
there's strategies. Yeah,
it's a timing thing.
But as if you're going to close your eyes.
I got one. Thanks. I think
you asked for some
you
meds. What do you mean? I have Advil right here. These are the best Advils right here. These are the gel caps.
You know what? I would swear that didn't you run out?
I refilled. This has been here all week.
Yeah, you know what? I didn't even know, because I remember you had ran out. I just didn't even think about it. Here, I'll take the Advil.
Don't do drugs, Fabian. Oh, I'm trying to give some good.
All
right, now we're probably gonna get demonetized.
Why are we gonna get demonetized? Are these extra strength or just regular?
It might say on them. But they're the gel caps, so they're a little bit stronger. But they'll hit you quicker, my guy.
Whatever.
Man, you're a grown man.
Unimportant right now. Well,
thank you,
appreciate it.
I'm gonna see.
I didn't see you reload it.
Yeah, it's reloaded.
We're reloaded. Okay, so I'm not going to reload because we're under VWAP on USO, unless we lose.
Come on, Tesla.
All I did is tighten this one up, really, because here's the trend. It's not really reversing off the trend line, so I just want to be patient with it. But you know what? Everybody, speaking of patience, we should all be patient with the updates from a company like OGen, because it's such an important thing that they are trying to accomplish. And it's OGEN on the NYSE American. And they've now activated their phase 2A clinical trial in Australia with its first site fully operational and patient dosing expected next. They're developing ONP-002, an intranasal treatment targeting concussion and mild traumatic brain injury, an area where there are currently no FDA-approved therapies. Alongside that, Origenics has spent the past year strengthening its balance sheet, raising capital, resolving liabilities, and restoring exchange compliance. The focus now shifts to execution, with clinical progress underway and additional CNS assets under evaluation. Shout out to Origenics and appreciate them for sponsoring this portion of the show. AMD looks like it's trying to make a nice bit of a curl.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, AM Dizzle. All right, looks like AMD wants to make a bit of a trend break. So this is going to happen first. Confirm the trend break, going to go into the long, give it to the prior bar, like that kind of a, yada, 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 same old. You probably heard it a million times by now. Intel's not looking exciting. Micron wasn't really looking exciting. So I'm going to focus maybe on AMD. It would have been NVIDIA, but NVIDIA is nowhere near a reasonable pullback level. We're close to power hour, but we still have a good amount of time. Still got to watch out for that. Just make sure you keep an eye on USO. Because in the back of my mind, any spike can put a kaput on any technical trade that you were looking at. So if I see that sucker flashing to the upside, I'm canceling bids. But we haven't closed above the trend line, so I'm going to stay pretty much patient with it, kicking myself for not wanting to be short that IPO. I think one of the things about, it's like how many times, look, the long strategy works. I'm not complaining about it. It's just that so many times this year, it's ended up a better short and not flipping short. I think I flipped short once out of like 15 IPOs or whatever the heck it's been this year, which is a disappointment. I think that's a bit of a mistake.
Yeah, I mean, that's the other play. That's what I was sort of thinking about when we talked about Anthropic and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Was I think there could be a reversal if it gets a little bit too hot.
The short was.
Oh, remember about this the short was very good. The thing about this was this road showed at 23. So, they got the IPO price was 23. It opened up at 31. So that's 30.11, I believe it was, that opened up at. So that's part of the problem. The story here was that it was a little too excited to begin with right there. But we got excited because we did take $1. Holla at $1, which was actually $2. Our average price is $1, but that was $2 from this move. That's 375. That's actually it doesn't break 377. We got 376.85 there on that move. So that was a nice move all the way back up to the upside. We just take a little bit out there as it breaks back down through 50. And I'm thinking about exiting. Let's just exit a little bit now so that we don't have to worry about it if it does break view up, which actually it's looking. See, that's the problem. You offer, now you have to punch down to get some more shares out. So we'll see if we can offer out. There we go. We get some 15s there on Tesla as it looks like it's trying to break back down. But we're still here for it. We did have a story there about Trump, but Derek keeps going back and back with us on that when we hear something.
Yeah, I've been trying to keep the headlines I give you guys light and basically just looking, do we get a response? If not, I don't really want to inundate you guys too much, but Axios reporting that Trump spoke with the Sheikh of Qatar. I was already seeing that earlier, and the oil and the market don't really seem to care. But yeah, I guess they did speak again. Not the first time I've seen this reported. And again, guys, be aware of just the constant recirculation of these headlines. So a lot of times you're seeing headlines that we saw first like an hour ago. This one I think I saw at least 20 minutes ago. So yeah, just be cautious, and that's why we're here.
There's been a lot of that this week.
Valid.
We keep getting, it's just let's regurgitate something that has already been out, which in this cycle, that's just how it is. And you got to be able, that's why we have a Dara, and I think it's fantastic that we do. So that was just a fake out candle on AMD. Here, I'll go back to why I ended up not pulling the trigger. So I remember I drew the trend line and it was pressing the trend line. Then you get a topping tail candle and now it's already heading red. So zero confirmation that it even remotely wants to look like a long breaking that. It just didn't break the trend line. At the same time, BMNR kind of held its, God, I still got to draw this line. There we go. So that kind of held its trend line with a topping tail wick. So it already moved the stop in here. So if it breaks 22, it's a pretty tight stop. I'm not caring about VWAP. I'll go with the trend for sure. I was looking at Poet as a small capper with a chance to go. There's like double top, volume starting to come in here. There's really not much that's threatening a high break. Poet, blue sky setup, all the good stuff you want to see, and then a chance to take out this high at 1550. So I'm throwing that one up on one of my level 2s. I'd rather get some inventory going into the break. I just like the fact that volume picked up here. It was doing nothing, and can I do this so you can see this better? There we go. So you get a bit of a volume spike, and if we can continue that, try to play this into the 1550 breakout on Poet, which I believe Sharif was trading. I would make the assumption that he was trading this one.
Yeah.
60 million in volume on the day, above VWAP for most of the day. Looks like that's one of those small cappers that did the right thing. I don't know what they do.
So we'll see.
Don't even care.
No, we'll see. Okay, so there is a move coming back in a little bit here. I'll reload a little bit at this 375 clean mark there. If it does come back in, we're out of more than half of our Tesla position as this started to climb back there to the upside for Tesla. I mean, we were waiting up here at 377. We took an 80 fill instead. So we'll try it one more time to see if it wants to come through. But ultimately, this 374 was where I was going to, think about dropping it if it was wrong. So I'd like to see this extension sort of happen just a little bit more for us here on Tesla. Dying of a slow death, it seems like right now. And it's had a big day, so let's not get too carried away. But NVIDIA. NVIDIA right now is giving it up. What looked like a darling early, we tried to go short in and around this area of 207 when we thought it was getting a little dried up there. We were able to make money early and then got taken out of it. So, net down on it, but nothing to cry about. Right now, you're looking about getting into VWAP again, just trying to break the shelf rate here of 208. So it looks like we're doing that. And there it is right there on your 1 minute chart. Looking to come into VWAP. That's the only time that I would think about doing anything with it. There's the break there. There's the hold of VWAP also with 50 period, also with 200 period support. But right now, you don't have any support at all. You got VWAP by itself. And that's sitting here at 207, and it may not want to hold that, right? And so this is a very, very risky trade. If anything, I like to short on NVIDIA right now. The 208 there, 209, you got some nice areas of support, I would think, or resistance in this situation, but support for your short, pushing down, levels starting to turn over just a little bit right now. Like 50 period sloping, everything trying to get lower. Okay, so that's what's going on there. A name that's been getting hit, my kids, if you saw that, you wouldn't think it's getting hit at all, but Roblox, just bad, right? Right into, again, another level. They're at $52, $53. The 200 period moving, I was gonna say, is up here somewhere, but there it is right there, 95. So definitely a broken stock, turning downside, bouncing off the 50 period. I don't like it, but watch out for this kind of a break in Roblox as well. And it does have memory. We go back down into here into $45, $50. Roblox getting hit there as well. Going to be another name down on the day, which you're not going to see many tech names that are like that. We missed an opportunity to get some more there, but we were 50 cents away. Let's see if this can get back going. Right now, trying to break through VWAP. Hey man, let's take out 2% if we can, which we do right there at 10s. We'll offer that out. Now we'll see if this one wants to mature up into those levels of 377 and change. Thanks to Sia for the report there. As Eli Lilly, though, all right, hold on a second. Where's market red? There it is right here. Not good to the downside. What was the story with Eli Lilly anyways? Because this just continues to bleed. I want to buy more.
So basically their weight loss drug, their new weight loss drug, I don't know if y'all can hear me, but their new weight loss drug, that oral, the Foundeo, I believe. No, and again, this is not confirmed. It's just like literally rumors. It's speculation, I guess, based on some data there, the IQVA data, I believe. But they're basically just saying that, yeah, this is not doing as well as Novo's, is what's the story is there.
And that's the oral. That's the oral.
That's the oral, yeah, the Foundeo,
Okay.
the new one.
Okay. So,
Well, part of their advantage was supposed to be that their oral was cheaper.
but the whole thing is like, if these are just, this is what I'm saying, like, if these are rumors or what people are talking about, like, I want to see some, like,
There was
studies
also a
done
story
before you
in
kill
India,
this
I
thing.
think it was, where like supposedly it would have been a good market. They already have a ton of knockoffs in India, which suppresses some.
Okay, but the
demand.
knockoff is one thing, because the thing is that in India, it's not an insurance game. Maybe. You guys tell me. I don't know if there is big healthcare insurance over there, or drugs and all that kind of stuff. But like right here, if you're trying to claim something, you're not going to be able to use some of these knockoffs, right? I know it's very expensive, but many people that are on some of these GLP-1s I assuming are a little more affluent, because this is a very expensive drug to take.
Hollywood, dude.
And then, yeah, look at Hollywood, right? So, and then at the end of the day, I think that there's going to be some opportunities for some of these healthcare to. Oh, Iran wants to talk now, according to Trump, but whatever. Puff, puff, pass on that one until it's real. All right, where are we going to? All right, Adair in the back.
Yeah, so here's the news. This is kind of, I like this story too because it summarizes, I think, a lot of the headlines we've seen back and forth. But ABC reporting U.S. and Iran delegations are going to separately meet with Pakistani leaders this weekend. Now, this you could easily infer by some of the stories we had where they're both going to Pakistan, but they're not going to talk to each other. Yeah, they're both going to talk separately with negotiators in Pakistan. Now, apparently, after these separate meetings, if they go well, U.S. and Iran delegations were going to meet directly on Sunday. So on Saturday, they each have their little private tete-a-tetes, their private talks. Then they all come together on Sunday. Apparently, this Iranian delegation has already arrived in Pakistan. U.S. delegation expected to arrive Saturday evening local time. So probably, I guess, midday Saturday our time, if I'm doing that math correctly. Back to you.
Okay, here we go. I mean, it's not USO's not really moving around, so I think that's we've said this before. You know when the headline is going to be new and a big deal. Because if you have oil futures up, or just even the overall market, like the SPY or the Qs, kind of instantly you get that reaction. I hopped out on BMNR. I'm not reversing long. Usually in the afternoon, if it was an all-day trend break, I'd go the other direction. But crypto's not really doing anything. So we took one reload when it failed, but then left the stop at the prior bar. So we'll be out of that. That Poet stock, all right, let me just actually, Poet Technologies is what they are called. There you go. And I didn't even look up the short float on this, which we usually do. It is 8.5% short float, decent size float of 150. It hasn't even turned over the entire float, but a little bit of a late afternoon bull flag, let's call it. So it dipped back in, so sort of fill in this candle, and bought the dip on the higher low, gonna play it to the high, but it's a 1550 breakout. I wanna take some out. So whenever you ever hear the term, if I say inventory into 1550 or into the high, I'm stealing that from Obi, which means instead of taking the breakout, if it dips before it makes the breakout, just buy the dip on trend and then hold into the break. That way, if it makes the high of day break, you're not having to punch 1551. Like I'm in here at 22s, shocker, it's me and I bid 22. And I can just put a trailing stop in, and it'll end up being break even if it loses that breakout top. Let's go to Adair. Looks like we have more news, apparently.
No.
More news, and it has to do with President Trump apparently speaking on Iran, telling Reuters reportedly that Iran does plan to make an offer that will, quote, resolve U.S. demands. Apparently, I guess they're negotiating with Iran. They're dealing with the people who are in charge now, because President Trump has said a lot of times they're dealing with the people who aren't in charge. They're dealing with a different faction of the regime, if you will. Now he said at this point, they're actually negotiating with the right people, I guess, in his eyes for getting that deal resolved. So again, President Trump seemingly very optimistic, as he tends to be, about how these negotiations are going to go with Iran and the U.S. Back to you.
All right, sounds good there. And as we said, the more stories that are starting to come through, the more we will be able to identify with, exactly who are the leaders over there in Iran, and if we can get that going through. But with Pakistan on board, it seems like that's going to be part of the, building that sort of tie together, which is really nice to see. And oh boy, here we go. It's back into the dollar club, baby, the club that we like right there. But look at ServiceNow. That's Tesla. But look at ServiceNow. Yesterday down 18%. Yesterday on earnings. ServiceNow's been getting smoked. Obviously, as we see, that's a split. So unfortunately, we don't have the charts to show that. But right into here, $85 right now for ServiceNow. Big move yesterday on earnings, or sorry, 2 days ago, I guess, on earnings. And then just trying to give itself a new range, I feel like. If this is going to be the bottom, then you're getting a little bit of a move up. We'll see if we can withstand that. But there goes ServiceNow. I looked it up. It's only the short float is only 4%, according to Benzinga. So we're not really getting that huge move that we had thought due to a short. Oops, that could be possible due to a short float. Yeah, TTD was the one with the actual short report out there.
They're 18
report about a short float getting going there. But this is what ServiceNow looks like. So this is a better chart. It has not been great, right? As we worry about ad spend and all that, and we worry about these LLMs and where the money's going, and but you could see it did have a nice recovery right back up into the 50-period moving average. Now wash back down there on earnings. We'll have to wait to see what happens with ServiceNow. But yeah, good call out by everybody in the chat. Make sure you do hit the like and subscribe to get part of the chat. So for me, this is the 200. This is the 25-period moving average, is making a move higher, and then this is your 50 50 period moving average as well. We've sort of respected the 25, which is right there. So if you want to go long a little bit now, I mean, that's been good. I don't think I would hold it too far past the 50 period moving average on a 1 minute chart. And we're kind of running out of time. We're getting into the power hour here in the last hour of trade. So right there, $90, sorry, 90, 89 would sort of be the area which is coming back in. So I mean, you can just be patient. Don't even, maybe you don't even take this right now. I mean, we're not have to go crazy. Just you wait for it to come to 90, 89 bucks, sorry. Take a couple shares, and then, you know, there's a drop-off zone right there, 80 to 88.50. So 50 cents worth of risk might be something to consider for your take there.
Give me a fifth name for this. Here's what we're gonna do. It's 3 o'clock. Look, the chips are in play today. So which chip name would you swing till Monday? Basically means you just have to hold. Which would you prefer to hold over the weekend? Like, they're all up. And so NVIDIA,
well, I mean, you don't have Broadcom, but
AVGO. I'm not missing any.
I mean, we don't want to go with SMCI or anything.
No, not SMCI. And you don't get to pick the stocks. Let's just leave it at this. If you do more than 5, I think it gets out of hand. So we'll just start this one up. I want to see what the viewers think. I feel like NVIDIA is going to be good. So which chip name we feel the best holding over the weekend till Monday? Let's say Monday at the open. NVIDIA 1. Type 2 for AMD, Type 3 in the chat for Intel, Type 4 in the chat for Marvell, Type 5 in the chat for AVGO. Oh, we could have done ARM. That doesn't matter. I'm not doing 6, and it's already started. Sorry, guys.
ARM would have been good.
Because I forgot how much they were up.
Reset it.
You want me to get rid of ARM?
I want ARM in there. I want ARM in there.
Okay, fine.
Because NVIDIA, AMD is fine, Intel's fine.
I'll do it.
Marvell's been on a run.
We'll start it again. Which
start that again.
Chip name would you?
Oh, now you have to redo the whole thing. Okay. I'll let Neil do that, and we'll take this thing over right now quickly. All right, so just to look here, you know, Tesla came back up. We did exit out a little bit. We talked about that, man. It does get to 376.50, and, you know, perfect timing as we refresh that. I'm going to get another water, and we're going to go over to SIA for a small cap recap.
IWM in the green, up almost 1%. Taking a look at a couple individual tickers for today. CRDO in the green, up 7% on the board. TTMI up almost 11.21%. BE Bloom Energy, however, my favorite stock. I will stop boring you with it, but having a day currently down in the negatives 1.14%. But they, again, do have their earnings coming up next week on the 28th of April. So excited about that. Then Cocoa, we have the Vita Coke.
Not to interrupt you, can I ask you a question while you're still talking about Bloom?
Okay.
It's your favorite stock. Do you own it in your TFSA?
I don't hold it yet because that's actually a very good question. I don't know why I don't own it, but I currently just have ETFs in my TFSA, Canadian and US ETFs, but they're mostly high dividend yield ETFs. Okay. And the one company I think I do have is NVIDIA. And I want to, yes, NVIDIA, thumbs up, but I do want to expand into Apple and BE for sure.
There you go. I was just curious, thought I'd ask.
Oh, okay. One last stock to talk about, then I send it right back to you. Cocoa, the Vita Cocoa Company, my favorite non-natural coconut water company, has released its environmental impact report for the year 2025, and that could be the possible push up in the stock over there, stopping up by 6%. Sending it back to you.
Thanks. And okay, I asked for a start. You're young, you can take chances. It's a lot easier to be in speculative names if the base of a portfolio is in indexes, it's easier to have some more upside speculative plays. And it's way better to start that kind of thing. When you're young,
you're right, but it's
so
like
much room for it to
with
go.
Bloom Energy as well, it's just that it's been having so much of, it's been on the up and
it's
up.
It's expensive.
It has been on the up and up. And I was talking to Adira with this off camera too, like that stock is bound to come down at some point. It can't just be going up. So, yes, it's a risk, but I don't know. I want to wait until the earnings. I've signed up for the earnings call. I'm very excited for it. But yes,
okay,
we'll see how it goes.
See, I'd love to hear that. You're already listening to earnings calls. I'm going to get to the poll, everybody. We're going to redo the poll. Fine. ARM should have been on there. It's up way too much for not to be on there. But we got to get back to the trade first. Because if my entry is I want to take inventory into the break, there's the bottom tail, there's the curl. You know how I roll. I'm not looking to average that one in. I'm not going to hold it against me. If it decides to dip, maybe I take another shot at a bounce a little bit lower. But once it loses the prior bar, I'm just going to try to keep the risk pretty tight in an afternoon. I doubt anything's going to be better than the early morning AMD trade or the IPO today. So you don't want to get too frisky on a Friday afternoon in a power hour when the volumes are dead right now. So here's the redone poll. It's all the same. So again, which chip name would you hold until Monday? NVIDIA 1, AMD 2, Intel 3, Marvell 4. There's a lot of options. Broadcom 5 and ARM 6. So ARM's up a boatload. It obviously deserved it. I'm still going to vote for NVIDIA. And one of the things that we always talk about here is when we do these polls, it's important that you don't just sit there spamming a single, just don't spam one number over and over again, because that's just rude. Like, you want everyone to get the chance to see them all run through. That's a terrible thing to do. Don't do it. I didn't just do it. So we'll leave that one up, at least till closer to the close. The early leader, oh, look at that. NVIDIA, 50%. There's 6 options, and half of you want NVIDIA. That's unbelievable. You got AMD at 18%. This is early, too. Intel at 7, Marvell at 9, Broadcom at 2. It's a good thing we put ARM in there. Really, nobody likes... There's a certain disrespect for Broadcom, I find. Like, really? Really? Broadcom, huh? Nobody ever wants this thing. It's like whatever, I don't own shares of Broadcom. I own indexes, and that's my only exposure to Broadcom. But yeah, that seems a little bit disappointing. No one's a huge fan of Broadcom. That's fine. Keep your votes coming, everybody. I don't think it's a surprise to say that NVIDIA, actually it's a bit of a surprise. I didn't think, with 6 options, I wasn't thinking it would be 50% NVIDIA. But given the fact that it has so much room to run relative to everything else on that list, I think that's why it makes sense. Like, everything else has gone stupid parabolic, and now it's NVIDIA's turn. It's NVIDIA's turn to show us $250, or more importantly, $270. Because actually, get it. No, it would be $240. That's that price without AMD making a new high, and then I no longer can say I made a bad decision. Very specific about that.
You are very...
No, it doesn't.
NVIDIA will go to 270.
Oh, I know it's going to go there. It's a matter of how long it takes to get there and where AMD is at that moment. But if AMD keeps on going, then it's irrelevant, and I still made the wrong call. But it doesn't matter at the end of the day. No, NVIDIA is such a beast.
NVIDIA is a monster.
But literally nobody ever picks Broadcom, man. Nobody.
Yeah, Marvell did pull back a little bit today, I noticed as well. Okay here, I mean, this is the watch list that I have up for myself. These are all kind of the stocks that I'm trying to look at in my own portfolio. I don't own all of these, but definitely a handful of these names I own. All right, if we just sort of sort here by change. So this is what's going, let's just go on the downside today. Can you zoom in on this, Andre, or is that too much of a deal? Okay, that's good, yeah, thanks. SMR down 4.5% today. USO, obviously oil, we talked about that. Texas Instruments, interesting name. That's down 1.7. Energy with XOM. Apple's kind of an interesting look today because as in Nasdaq's up 2%, Apple down 1.4%, something that's definitely not used to seeing for AAPL. JP Morgan down, Oracle down today. Disney, there's our Marvell. Marvell started pretty hot again. Marvell got to all-time highs today of 174 or something like that. They're down a little bit there, Marvell today. Uber down. I really like Uber, man. Boeing had earnings when I was gone. That was a good work for them. They're down a little bit today as well, to 232 and change. Now let's flip it to the other side here and look at Intel, man. Up $80. Oh, Intel's actually breaking. That was that 80-50 area that I wanted to look at there as well. ARM, SoxL, Qs. There's DraftKings up 5%. Amazon up 4%. We definitely like that name, Baba. I was saying this morning that I thought Alibaba is the next potential one to move on some good news. We just need to find that good news. And Intel already broke. Sorry, I thought Intel was still looking at that $80 level, but it already broke. Okay, so we'll wait to see what happens there. Tesla, we got a little bit out there at 376.30s or so. What's up, Adara?
Been an eye here on USO. This is going to be on watch here as we get reports from Iranian state media that Iran has not made a request for an in-person meeting with the U.S. So we heard reports from, I believe, ABC suggesting that we were going to get a U.S. and Iran in-person meeting in Pakistan on Sunday, should their individual negotiations with Pakistan go well on Saturday. But Iran basically saying, hey, we're not part of this, or as of this point, we have not requested this. So again, this headline in and of itself doesn't really contradict what we already know, because what we already know is they're only going to get the in-person meetings if it went well. But I guess Iran trying to make it very clear that, contrary to what certain U.S. officials, including Caroline Leavitt, have kind of implied today, Iran is not the one who first wanted to start these negotiations. It's still the U.S. trying to push for this. Back to you.
Yeah, thanks, Adair. And I just saw in our chat, we just had a TPS report saying Broadcom is a really well-run company. You've seen it up close. And, I don't know what it is, to be honest, about Broadcom, why it never seems to be all that hyped or popular. I'm just talking about amongst people I know, amongst our chat. It never really seems to get the respect deserved. And I say that as somebody who's never owned it either. So the thing about it is, you look at like the SOC stats, you look at all of these chip names. There's so many good ones out there that really you can't own them all. But if you own none, you can't. You have to. It's just a space that you have to be in at this point, because it's a nuts and bolts. We're gonna go back to Sean. I was hoping we get a trend break on IBIT so I can make another trade here, but even that just failed breaking the all-day trend.
Well, we'll check that trend break in a matter of seconds. But volatility right now creates movement. And as you guys know, movement creates opportunity. Beta Pro by Global X offers Canada's first and longest running suite of levered and inverse levered ETFs built for sophisticated investors who understand the risks of leverage and the importance of precision. Its triple levered bull and bear ETFs tied to the NASDAQ 100 index are designed for daily tactical trades, providing amplified daily exposure and giving traders tools to engage with both upward momentum and market pullbacks. These strategies are currency hedged, seeking to offset US dollar exposure back to the Canadian dollar. For those navigating short-term market moves up or down, Beta Pro offers the flexibility to act with conviction, whatever that looks like for you and your individual strategies, objectives, and risk profile. Trade tactically and learn more about this product at betapro.ca. And let's go learn more from Sia.
Not learning more now. I'm just curious because we did talk about BE. I started a poll that's on my screen. Now, will BE have an earnings beat? They are expected to report a pretty good earnings report between roughly $531 to $558 million. Well, 1 is yes, 2 is no, and 3 is what is BE? I'm waiting for your answers. Sending it back to you.
It's a tough one. I'm going to go. No, but if it's just a beat, come on, I think they beat. Whether it goes up or down, like whether they go up or down is a different story. I'm going to say they beat. Yeah, you're talking about beat expectations, man. There's one way to vote for that almost every single time. It almost doesn't matter what you're talking about.
It's 84% of the reported companies that beat.
I was going to say, Neil, it doesn't matter whatever you're talking about. I think it does matter if you're talking about the name you've recently called SMCISL, because I think you're more likely to win than not if you say they're not going to beat. Though, again, I know they're trying to turn themselves around, but we got to be real here.
Well, SMCI belongs in its own category, okay? That's, yeah.
Well, it's not like there's any controversy around it.
Well, some companies don't get the benefit of the doubt. SMCI would be one of them. But that's an easy one. We just had a super chat from Danny Boy Fade Runner, if we can throw it up and we get the funny music that goes with it. Ching ching. Danny Boy, I've decided to put the $50 I had left from holding 5,000 of skills overnight and lay it down on a black Success Monday. Viva Las Vegas. Gentlemen. Okay, first of all, skills didn't have that bad of a day today. I haven't looked at, I have no idea what this was. That ridiculous, not ridiculous, but these guys got I want to say, close to $500 million settlement in the lawsuit, and then there was another, it was like 420, and then there was like another $600 million that the judge would be ruling on. Obviously, they need insurance because Papaya is not nearly big enough to be able to pay that one off. It didn't lose that much. How bad could it be? Unless you literally bought the top. I know it's down 34%, but it caught a bid at 7. This is an interesting one because it's not chump change. If they get a good sizable, if they get a sizable piece of that settling, it's like game changing for a company this small. But like anything, papaya is appealing, and again, papaya is not that big. Like you can get their assets, right? But like, what does that amount to? So there's a there for sure, but it's not so bad. Let's go back to the desk, I believe, with Adair.
Yeah, so first off here, we do have more comments. So we know that Iran has reportedly said they've not decided to directly engage with the U.S., but it looks like really what Pakistan's trying to do is force this engagement more or less. Seeing reports now that Pakistan is trying to get Iran to be open to a trilateral meeting with the U.S. and Pakistan during its meetings today or tomorrow. So we're going to get Pakistan trying to force Iran to come to the table with the U.S. Now, you got to wonder what happens if that does not come to pass. But either way here, seems like things are getting increasingly desperate for Pakistan, for lack of a better term. They want to end this conflict. They're apparently very willing to sit down with Pakistan and try to get them to re-engage with the United States of America. Before we send you back, speaking of the United States of America, Palantir has like so many contracts with the U.S. Oh my gosh. So because of that USDA, Department of Agriculture contract earlier this week, I got curious and I went through literally 6 years worth of Palantir news briefs on their website. I've specifically pulled out monetary contract value specified U.S. contracts that Palantir has made. Then I sorted them out by agency. Obviously, they made the most contracts here with the Army, so max contract value across all their Army contracts is a cool $1.6 billion. Next up, you've got Special Operations Command, about $500 million worth of Palantir contracts. Again, this is like the max total value these contracts could come to. You have the SSC, so Space Systems Command. You've also got smaller contracts here with some nuclear authorities and science authorities, so tons of government contracts with the U.S. for PLTR. This infographic isn't out yet, but you could expect it over the weekend. So always join us at Exit TTV Research. I have tons of content that comes out throughout the weekend. And yeah, I think given we've also heard reports that some entities are concerned about Palantir's involvement with the U.S. government, specifically certain agencies, I think it's a good time to take a look just how deeply they are involved with some of these agencies in terms of those contracts. Back to you.
How deep is your love? Yeah, so right into here, we do. Oh, yeah, that's right. I want to put this up. So there it is. We did say that someone in the chat was like, oh, you missed a super chat. Well, we don't mean to.
Oh,
so
whoops.
there it is. What's up? Andrew Alert Studio. Andrew, AI Wirt Studios? I don't know. That's an AI, right?
Andrew AI
Wirt Studios.
Yeah,
Is
that's
that
right. You got it.
All right, so what is that, RMBS?
What are your thoughts on RMBS? Been watching it since it was in the 80s, and now it's banging.
Banging.
What is it with all the parabolic charts and like what are the? It's always interesting. It's like, what are your thoughts on explosive-looking chart that I have a double up on? Well, first of all, like you found this chart, you liked it, you bought the turn or even the bottom, whatever it might be. Like I can tell you the way I always approach things, and you know, I'm a very much like I'll show you a parabolic chart, and here's the best example I can make for something that I'm in and I made a decision on. Right, like I bought a dip in ARM, and when it got to the high, I took 20% off, like I always do, and now I'm letting it fly. And then I look at the other thing I look at, and again, I'm just looking at a similar chart and telling you effectively what I would look at. Then you look at the kind of this measured move to the bottom. It's like 180-ish to this low, which is about 95, right? So call it $85, and you throw that on the top. And if I see it get to 265 or anywhere close to it in turn, then I'm going to take a little bit more out and then look for a place to settle down and buy the dip because it's a long-term position for myself. So you have to determine, is it a long-term position for me? Was it a trade? What's my target? Like, what were you looking to get out of it? I can only look at a similar chart, in my opinion, and give you the idea of what I would do with it. Because when you have a blue sky setup, it's a great problem to have. There's a million ways you can look to hold or cover something which has gone parabolic or given you a double up. And there's almost no way you can do that and lose. I mean, you can lose if you do absolutely nothing and let it come all the way back in, but you'd imagine that's not a likely scenario. So yeah, great look. Congrats. I mean, there's not much else you can do with it. Yeah, I guess I was waiting for a potential. Just wanted to see something, do something different. Like I was looking at this trend, it completely failed, so you're back underneath. Still a chance that we could get a late breakout, but it's now 3:15. There was new on the locator. It's only 314, but this is already 3 million shares. And it's only done 15 million shares on the day. So it's done 20%, 20% of the day's volume is currently a sell imbalance on NU while the market's at the high. And on top of that, there's like this very distinct wall right around 1450 to 5152. So if I see that start to grow and you see NU pop in as like a short at 49, then I'm just kind of looking to sit here, see a short imbalance, and try to scalp it because it's got such a distinct HOD, which is only 3 cents from here. If you can risk 2 or 3 cents and that imbalance comes out even bigger than 3, that's what I'm going to throw up on my radar because I just don't see a lot of movement. The market's looking pretty strong, but it's a very slow, low volume grind up. Ooh, because I was asking Sean where Palantir is reporting. It's not next week because we have everything that reports.
Well, this is what I was going to get to. So we went over into Adair's calendar here, and this is the events for next week. So we can maybe blow this thing up a little bit here. But there it is. Let's go like that, and we'll see a little bit better. So yeah, wow, what a sort of a great opportunity for next week, man. I mean, this is like the Super Bowl of earnings. We talk about that. The best thing about earnings date is it's Super Bowl 4 times a year. But yeah, so Monday, nothing going to come. We have pre-market listed here. We have SoFi in the pre-market. But yeah, what a crazy. Go here. I'll put this in the chat right here. As you guys want to look at this with me, we can do that together right now. But there it is. I mean, so many names to come through. We'll be doing an aftermarket show probably on like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, it looks like.
Oh, yeah.
Right there. Monday, not much, right? Domino's, Verizon, pre and post, Celestica, Amcor. So that'd be interesting there as well. And then we have some big consumer packaging names. We have Coca-Cola coming through in the pre-market. GM, going to hit there as well. JetBlue, we'll see what's going on. And then it starts, right, with Robinhood. I mean, a lot of people are excited for that. That'll be Tuesday night Robinhood. There's your Bloom Energy. We talked about that in the back already. That was one of your polls. Then we got Visa, Enphase coming through. Not too much on this day, but Robinhood's going to be important. I think a lot of traders looking for that. And then after Robinhood, we'll get a little taste of potentially what SoFi wants to say. I know they're completely different businesses, but we'll see what that happens. Pre-market on Wednesday, looking for some SoFi. I did get some SoFi more back into the account yesterday. I said that at $18. And then AbbVie, Lemonade, the tasty treat there, coming for you on Wednesday morning. And then boom, here it is. Adair brought this to our attention earlier. It's not 1 or 2. It's not even 3 mega cap huge spenders and obviously part of the Mag 7. But there's the biggest and the baddest of them all right there, I believe. Anyways, we'll see what Google comes out with. I think Amazon will have the best report, but I'm looking for excitement from Google. Ford following GM should be interesting. And then on Thursday, okay, here we go, man. Wow, by the way, you're really starting to get going on Tesla. Now $1.20 in the money on the only trade I've had this afternoon. I hope you guys have had this with me. There's Caterpillar and Eli Lilly early. I'm really interested in Eli Lilly to see what they do. We talked about maybe picking some up right now. We'll hear what they have to say about their new oral weight loss drug there and what sort of some of the reports coming out. Interesting to see Apple getting kicked in the face today a little bit there, down 1.2%. We'll see if Apple can come up with something. There's Rivian Randy. He likes the name. We'll see. It'll be interesting to hear what their R2 production schedule is looking like right now for them. And then obviously on Friday, a little slower, but you still get this there. Talking about $1 trillion name, we have Exxon coming through there on pre-market on Friday. So, and Estee Lauder just had a couple buyouts there, or they bought some, I forget who it was, but there's Estee Lauder coming there. So I think it's going to be a super, here's Tesla. Super exciting look. I'm just going to punch some out there at 61s. I'll take a little bit more out on Tesla. I'm actually at the next offer I had was basically high, 377.20. So I was hoping to get a breakout right there back through. But we were shorting Tesla on VWAP. Once it broke, we went long, and we've just been supporting this long. Not really worth it for me to sit there and fight any kind of trends on that. So we'll just play Tesla long. And there's the dip buy right there. There goes Tesla upside. So let's go Tesla. And we'll see if we can get that going here a little higher. But yeah, there it goes, man. Next week is going to be wild.
It's also what it just means for the market, man.
Yeah, it means a lot.
Like you see, like the hyperscale. Well,
Nasdaq's at highs.
Tesla with that 25 bill CapEx spend. I think that also gave the boost to the chips. right? So I think if you just continue to see that ridiculous growth in CapEx, that'll be huge. That's going to be absolutely huge for the chip names because they're going to need that momentum. If there's any hiccup there's been so much parabolic movement. Like for as good as like Renova's been, let's just say, or AMD and Nvidia, I really do feel I don't think there's going to be a pullback, but if there is any kind of a warning sign from those hyperscalers on Wednesday, then you're going to have to watch out for some of these. Oh, there it goes. I was going to be like, why is there a gap and it just filled in the ridiculous earnings day that had. No, this would be a name that would be under concern. You've got to watch out for the hyperscalers. I was just looking at that IPO. So remember I said like that new has that early look imbalance. There it is, it's 3 million. I just sat on the offer, got filled. XE's trying to go. I don't love the volume, but it's trying to get off the schneid. I just want something with a good R&R. And a sneaky little double bottom here at 27. I haven't had a good look at it, but if there's enough size down there, oftentimes you'll get like a round number that'll just get defended. And when I say they, I'm generally talking about market makers and underwriters, right? It's been an unsuccessful IPO. Well, successful if you got the issue price, but it's been unsuccessful. And there seems to be a support at that even dollar at 27. Just want to give it a chance. Like it's already broken. Like if I do this, like it's already broken any kind of reasonable uptrend, and it's consolidating. So if I can sit in this consolidation, just take a quick little shot at it. The other thing I'm going to adjust to is there's no. I always hold these silly things until you get the opening print, and if it does this move again, I'm no longer just holding it until it decides to break that channel. Like that's kind of silly. Because you can get out there, and then if it holds, get back in again. Even when we're only talking about a few percentage points, it's just silly to give it back. Like I'm thinking about if this was SpaceX, would I have actually held on? Because I gave up a third of my gains on that trail. And if this was SpaceX, I'm not doing that. When SpaceX comes out, if it's the same thing, and I see it break the trend in VWAP like that, I'm just going to exit, assuming it's going to take out the low. And then if it holds the low, I'll just try to get back in again. Because I don't want, if SpaceX does that, I feel like we're going to be trading probably a little bit heavier, and it's going to be a more crowded trade, and the slippage could get nastier. They could really game that one.
Nastier, I like that one.
Well, everything about SpaceX is going to be regular IPO on drugs. I don't know, but I don't know enough.
Well, I mean, I think a good example is this one went from $23 expected. It came out at $30.11. So that rate there is already a bump of like 25%.
Yeah.
So, if SpaceX is expected, let's just use a number, $100, and it comes out at 120, 130, 140, which I think it's going to come out way more than that, then yeah, you could see some big selling. There's so much private money in SpaceX right now. They're looking for exit liquidity, and will that exit liquidity be you? That's the question that we all have to ask right there. You out of here, Sia? Yeah. Okay. Oh. Have a great weekend.
Good luck on the exam.
She's got an exam there. The reason why we're here is to make a little bit of money. So let's go over and look at, we sit on a prop floor, and we always talk about this. There's no point in sitting here on a prop floor if you're not going to throw some money around. And we're going to go to see our top profitable traders here at Real Trading. This is yesterday's numbers. And again, we don't have the other side of it, but these are all the winning top 10 traders, and they're not huge. I mean, this is yesterday's numbers. Again, these are the markets that were traded, and it's nothing sexy here as they all look like the same markets. And I'll scroll down a little bit.
AMEX.
This is all in USDs.
Same thing last week, AMEX.
Yeah, so there it goes, man. Amex is all over the place, and NASDAQ. I know, I saw that about Ford. I actually called Ford stock up there and didn't see much going on. But looks like top dog yesterday, 22 grand. It looks like everybody's trying to either trade USO, silver, Amex name, SPY, something like that. This trader, of course, is
SOX as well.
SOXL, yeah, all that kind of stuff. And then 4 grand. So it's not like a monster day or anything like that yesterday. These are some of the markets that we do have. Like someone in the Paris market there made 1,500, Hong Kong 1,800. As you can see, OTC markets, someone did 2,400 there as well. So that's what's making the money in and around here these days. All right, so 277. outs for us. Let's see if it can go higher, man. I mean, that's what we're looking for. We want this name to get going a little bit. I don't have any other offers now until 277 quarters, like we said, which is just a break of this high into these levels that we had seen earlier for Tesla. So we can get something into here. That's 277 quarter there. So we'll see if we can get out of the way of that trade. Hopefully we will be able to. And it'll print us. So we'll see if we can get that trade going. Right now, so that's what I'm looking forward to, and then that's the only trade that I have on right now. And I mean, you got 2 on, so include.
Well, new is just this. It's got to look at it.
Yeah, and then you were in VMNR. I don't know what that's doing anymore. IBIT 7750. Nothing going on there. And then the name that I really liked earlier today was Netflix. It's just hitting some scanners here as we try to break a little bit higher on Netflix. But this $93 level has been something. Here is the 50-period moving average. Sorry, the 200-period moving average on a 5-minute chart. It's been sloping down, so maybe a potential short in and around 93, as we haven't broken above it since we took it at 1140. So that could be something there. But here we go, man. We are now a little bit of moon right now. You know, again, this name trying to go, all right, you know what? I was at 377.20. I'm just going to put that offer, punch it out. Ooh, we just went to 05s there. We didn't get filled, so of course that's not good. But we'll wait a little bit lower now. It just went to 20s and we didn't get filled. So hopefully one more blast up. We're waiting at 05. We'll take another piece out here on Tesla. But there it goes right now, just over $1.50 now in the money on TSLA, and we'll just wait to see if we get printed there. Just see, we just miss it. Oh man, that's too bad. We just, I'll punch out a little bit more. We only have a half hour left. Those imbalances will come out. Don't necessarily want to be involved in those. Could always go the other way, but I don't think this swipes down that far against us, but we'll wait to see what happens with Tesla there. We had to punch out some at 70s there. We'll wait to see if we get O's again there on TSLA. What's up, Adara?
Keep an eye here on USO. A little bit of a pop here. Al Haddad reporting that Pakistan is going to be working with the foreign minister of Iran during the coming hours to first solve the Strait of Hormuz crisis before they solve anything else. So not sure why oil is moving up on this, because it sounds like they want to get the issue resolved. But if they get any more details, I'll keep you posted. Like I said, a lot of headlines are coming out here that the market's reacting to, even though there are very few distinctions between these stories. Back to you.
Thanks, Adara. I'm with you. Like, that sounds like it would be good, but yeah, USO did pop higher through the volume-weighted average price. Doesn't seem to be affecting. I don't know. It's not affecting. It's maybe slightly affecting the Qs, but it wasn't affecting like the XLE. Did a bit of an indecision candle, but it still broke the consolidation. So jumped in on the consolidation. Give it to this little support at the quarter mark. Again, I'm not going to give it to that even dollar. The way I see it is if one of these IPOs has that even dollar level, I'd rather get out before it tests that because the slippage will be nasty. Whereas if I get out here, I'm going to get slipped a couple of cents because it's in the inside part of the range. And then we already talked about that NU. NVIDIA's on a bit of a churn. Oh, shoot, my charts have been doing this. But I've looked at NVIDIA today. Most of the issues, if I went to a chart that I haven't looked at on the day, and then it would take forever. All right, now that's happening. Thank you very much. It's only mine today. All right, well, NVIDIA is pulling back a little bit from a prior high, but trust me, it didn't halt. That's just my chart being a bit of a punk. So you're getting a little bit of a dip on that, I guess, USO move. So I'm just going to try to scalp the first half out into 28. And I'm not thinking VWAP, a little bit too weak for that. Look at the body in here on XE was about 28 quarter into this 28.75. Like, that'll be the ultimate target. Like, just push into where the support was after it flushed, and then try to get a bit of a scalp trade on that bad boy. And then NU, if it grows, I would add to this, but the imbalance, it's now been 30 minutes, and the imbalance is exactly what it was. Like, it was 3.3 30 minutes ago. It's 3.3 to sell now. The idea sometimes is you want to see 3.3 turn into 4, turn into 5, and then by the time you get to 350, maybe you've got, like 10 million or something. But the fact that it's stagnant indicates to me you might want to be out. You want to be out of this thing by the time the imbalance is kind of, because then it'll probably show up at 350 as half of this, and then you really want to get out of Dodge. We'll see.
I mean, first day IPO. This might have been worth trading off $27 there. We had a nice little runner today, MXL. Oops. Wrong chart. MXL, we had that one going there again, max linear, kind of went linear early there, just all the way to the upside, and now it's trying to hold VWAP, which has been doing a great job of there today. So here's VWAP. There's reasons why we look at this. It was part of the Tesla idea that I have. And there it is right now with MXL trying to hold fort here. So a good little opportunity today for MXL, and that's CHSN. This was another name, Chanson International Holdings, either French or Chinese, I guess. Not doing too much, but this one down 93%. It was halting all over the place. We have a new halter here. What is SMX? Another one just halted, reopened. Couple halts here, 4 halts in a row. SMX dancing around here again. Started the day up at 9:30 there, at 9:30 up at 350, all the way back down to $2. A couple halts back and forth here, looking to go lower on SMX. And if you sort of zoom out, there must have been some splits here or something. But there's a nice, well, yeah. Look, this our charts are showing $500 right there as the high, right back in now into $1. So SMX not doing great there.
Security
for
matters.
investors.
Why is it down? Why is it doing that? Like,
I don't
there's
know.
no news on it.
There's
no news
I
on
thought
it.
I remember this name, Security Matters.
It sounds familiar, but there's the latest news was on Tuesday, so it was featured on a story of Recycle, whatever. That's not the reason it's doing anything today.
Well, here it is. I mean, this is a chart from 23.
That is what the.
So, what was that other one called again?
There's a few.
The car one.
What, Mullen?
Mullen. Oh, yeah, Mullen. Yeah,
they renamed themselves.
Yeah, exactly. So that's whatever they named themselves. Yeah. But this one here, Security Matters. I mean, this is going to be a chart that goes all the way back, as I just showed you.
29 billion.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how many zeros this is, but that was what the idea was there. So now it's all the way down, and after all of the splits, and it split 1 to 75. There it split 2 to 57. I don't know how that happens. It split 10 to 41 there. 1 to 7 again. A big split again, about almost 10 to 1 there. Another split of 1. How many times are you allowed to split? I mean, no wonder why this price is where it is. But there it goes, man. SMX just all over the place.
There need to be better rules.
Absolute disaster for that one. And
like, don't you think there should be more stringent rules regarding?
my guess is there are. We just don't know them.
Yeah, it could be that. But I feel like
times?
there's so many names that just abuse that.
Yeah, I mean, the reason why they keep doing that is because you want to stay above $1 for compliance reasons.
It's like, but you should only be able to do that some certain number of times, and the exchange should be like, forget you. Just a quick update on XE. Now that it's broken back through the 28 level and it's worked into that low, I'm trailing it through the even dollar. If it loses the even dollar, I'm going to be out of it. So break there, scalp to 28, scalp to 28 quarter, and then we're looking for 28, like 60 or so, like kind of into that body. But I'm not letting it get back underneath the 28 level. It's been so incredibly weak, which is surprising to me. I really thought because this was a nuclear name, it was going to have a much better fate on day one. But you take what you can get. Like it's worked twice now for a long when the stock has been a short the entirety of its life, per se. But you know what? You know what was actually working against this? SMR. Like, look at SMR the last 2 days as we have another small modular reactor name coming in as an IPO. And unfortunately, you have these guys coming on the back end of it. Like, maybe if there had been a bit more strength, then XE would have done a little bit better. That said, you could have looked at SMR chart and favored the shorts. Here, our locates on this, day one, shout out to Real Trading, 3 cents per share to short an IPO on day one. Like, to me, that's a huge advantage at Real Trading. And then here you have a downward trend when the sector was down. Low-hanging fruit, but whatever, went long anyways.
And here's an example of a name. I mean, this is why I don't know why Security Matters just doesn't go down into the pink sheets. It's, of course, Spirit.
Oh, Spirit.
Yeah, Aviation. So they get the call last couple of days that Donald Trump was here he comes to save the day, as the U.S. government is willing to pay. 0.2 right there, 20 cents on Spirit. Basically, that was, quite clear bottom there, around 16 or 17 cents. These names, obviously, that go down into the pink sheets. it can survive a long time down there. We've seen Luckin Coffee. There's been many, many names. DD's another one. Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac. They're all down there. So 10 cents, some of the ADRs going. But there goes Fly QQ, as this could be another name that someone's looking at. So there goes nice upside play there for sure. So something to take consideration if you're looking and saying, oh, you're stuck on a name or it gets down into the pink sheets. Just watch out for some levels. There can still be some decent money to be made down there. And there goes Fly. I didn't trade it at all today, but good volume, good liquidity. If I zoom this out, these are all the prints in the last minute and a half. So definitely some volume going through. As you say, a big shout out to our good friend Jeff Mendel, who I don't know, next time he's here will be on. So yeah, it's been a minute since he's been on. So we'll see what's going on there with Fly QQ, but another good name coming through. The story of the day started with Intel. We can try to end it with Intel a little. Wow, yeah, Tesla. Now Tesla $1.70 and starting to go as well right now. But there goes Tesla. Big movement now. We get that price. Okay, 377.15s. We get that. We told you we sort of repriced it there. So there it goes. Nice move there for TSLA back there to the upside. We could just hold now, man. I mean, let's see if this market finally wants to go. We took it off the 200 period moving average. We were going, look at these shorts. That's $3 there, so on and so forth and so on and so forth until eventually the move looks like it wants to go higher. We break through view up. We then switch up our game plan into the short and we see if we can get some luck going
someone
through.
Asked this before. Someone asked you this before, but I didn't want to interrupt. But they asked again. And it was like, why are you not trading TSLL instead? I know we get that question a lot, but it's worth an answer because we're on a prop desk and not retail.
It's worth an answer if I had one. I don't really have one.
Well, TSLL, retail likes TSLL because it's $12. Right? So therefore, if you don't have a ton of buying power, then absolutely, you probably would want to trade TSLL. If you have more buying power, the chart will look exactly the same, although I suppose if you ever see an arbitrage opportunity that the algos don't take up in a couple of seconds, you can take advantage of that. I just had to flip stocks. I'm trying to flip
got
stocks.
straight cash, homie.
But no, the charts are exactly the same, so it just has to do with your BP more than anything else. On a prop desk, you're going to have more buying power than you would usually relative to retail, and that's pretty much it. Like sometimes I think the reverse ones can be interesting if you don't have access to
Tesla. What
like
the
if you
hell?
can't short, then fair enough. That's one thing that you can definitely look at. If you can't short, then the reverse ETFs are good. But if it's just straight up,
I mean, I could switch over. It's not a big deal for me. I just,
same thing.
looking at Tesla, we were trading it like at $100. I was trading at $300 or $400. Just comfortable with the way it moves. And I just, for the Qs, I've always traded TQQs, so it's not. I don't really look at it. I know it's triple levered, but I just sort of, because the price, $62, just means it moves a little quicker. Today we went short, didn't work out. Well, it worked out there, and then we gave it back when we went short into there again. But yeah, something similar. I think it was a good call. We can go over to TS. I mean, I have no problem using the shares on this name. So, I'm pretty comfortable trading it. Like the stock, some of the price levels are more stuck in my head, but I think TSLL, we could definitely switch it over. I know Joe likes to do it. I have, I have obviously have more buying power than Joe. I mean, we've been here a little longer and so on and so forth. So, but I do like this move, and I think that I can switch over to TSLL maybe. I mean, it looks very, very similar, right, to Tesla. So it will follow it. It'll be good to go. TSLL, potentially we'll trade that for maybe you guys on Monday. I don't mind switching it up at all. So we can do that if you guys so like. But yeah, that's what we're on right now, TSLA, and we'll just see where it goes. What's up, Notorious Dingleberg over there? We appreciate all that. Robinhood's coming on Tuesday morning or Tuesday night? Tuesday night, that's what it was. It was the morning. The following morning is SoFi. So there's Robinhood. A little bit of a pullback, but still up that 1%. We really like that stock there. Great base. It still has. Could have gone lower, but I think it was matching a level in and around here. Yeah, not really. I mean, maybe this little high there, $65. So we do come in and bounce nicely there off Robinhood. So something to consider there as we look out for this name coming next week. A pullback into 65. I think if they don't have the greatest quarter, which I'm not sure they're going to have a good quarter. I think they could actually have a pretty bad quarter. I think coming back into 65, $66 could be something there for Robinhood. So watch out for that kind of a play coming in for Hood. And I just know crypto trading will be way down for the quarter, and that was a big driver for them.
I think the PDT for them is
PT could be great. I mean, they could get a great conference call for them as they expect, hopefully, some better calls moving forward. And then there's SoFi. I bought SoFi yesterday at $18 flat. I told you that this morning. And although it's at $18.50 now, whatever, I want to be in this one for the long term. So we'll see if SoFi wants to bounce a little bit there. This is in and around the areas where we started to get that talk from Citron going short there, calling it, I think it was the Enron of the financials or something like that. And that seems to be a little overblown, but it does get down into 15. So I am well aware that this.
Oh, I pressed the wrong button. Ignore that. So I was going to say it was not Citron. I believe it was Muddy Waters.
Oh, yeah.
With that short report, calling it Enron for SoFi.
What new background?
What new background?
Pardon?
Oh, is there a new background there? Oh, Fabian's telling us, is that? Oh,
yeah,
there we go.
New. I was noticing that too. It looks like we're like in a video game. But yeah, so that is the deal there. That was who was short of SoFi. But we'll have to find out if it's SoFi, SoFly on Tuesday, I believe, when it reports, I think.
Okay. Yeah, I actually really do like that.
Fabian, that looks great.
Really do like that background over there. I know does it still change with the time?
Yeah, we had because it was doing like it in the morning. You see the sunrise, and obviously we don't get to see it in the
I'm going to take out just so you guys know, man. We're now $1 and $2 in the money, so we're happy to do that right now. Take out a little bit more there on Tesla. I said we're waiting for this thing to moon. I think it's already done that a little bit. There's $2. I mean, we would like it to go higher, but Tesla only up that 1% there today as we sit right back in the seat and hopefully put on some decent trades there on Tesla today. Too many trades, obviously, too many outs, but it was just slowly grinding it up. You guys take it out as you wish. We are just $2 in the money, and what we do have is 25% left. That's it. Thank you, easy peasy. Welcome back, Sean, the ultimate trader. Well, thank you. I don't know if that's true, but there it is. $3.19, 2.2%. Wow, you had yourself quite the big day.
Easy Peasy's had a good week.
Easy peasy. Yeah, congrats, easy peasy. Yeah. It's Adara with some news we heard.
I do have news. IHRT, this one looks like it's actually halted to the upside here. Big spike after reportedly being ready to hold talks about a merger with SiriusXM. So IHRT looking to merge with SiriusXM. I'll pull up SIRI here. Yeah, this one also spiking around. So iHeartMedia, SIRI reportedly could be merging. Also, seeing more reports here out of the Middle East, guys. I know there's a lot, but trying to keep you guys informed. Seeing reports from a source called Al Mayadeen, I'm guessing out of the Middle East here, saying that Iran says they've proven there's a major gap in decision-making levels within the U.S. and Israel. So, again, just really showing that they're not necessarily ready to come to the table as of yet. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. Well, I got out when it went $1, and now it's more. But the plan of action was pretty clear. It was going to be break this channel here, scalp to there, take some out there, and play it to this lower high. And it did do XC, the new IPO, did do a topping tail candle. So it may have been, I'd argue that this stock has been a short most of its life, but a good trend break. I think if it's going to be tradable next week, which volume-wise, you never really know, maybe the second day is going to be good. At least closing, I think holding the 29 would be key. Much better if it can get back above 30 and hold that, because it would still be under the open price. Yeah, you know what? Forget about it. Holding over 29 is not going to be that big of a deal for the stock. I would chalk this one up as a failed IPO, even though it's up 26%, and it gave you a couple of bounce plays. But overall, now that it's 342, got that one. I knew this would probably be the best stock today, but it could have been traded better. That's the one thing I'm getting at. I paid for the locates and I didn't use them. If you short it, you make more money than if you went long. Still only 3.4 on NU, and it's disappointing because it came out to sell, kind of drifted into VWAP. It hasn't grown. This doesn't look like it's worth reloading. So I'll probably end up just going back to see if I see an opportunity on that XE. I'm thinking potential, like if it reverses off VWAP, maybe look for a little bit of a short, because it's moving now. Like the stock is gone, like it just bounced like $2 off the lows in the last 30 seconds or so. Yeah, but I'm overall feeling bearish about this thing today. I know I've only been long, but I paid for the locates, and if it fails under that prior high, and there's like one last day flush to trade, you don't have to worry about imbalances 99 times out of 100 with an IPO. There's only ever once that I've seen an IPO show up on the end of day imbalance locator in its first week. I believe Rivian did it on one of the first days of the week. I've never once seen an IPO. So it's, like I don't care. Like if it bounces off of VWAP and it's 349, usually I wouldn't take a trade at 349. But in this case, I just wouldn't, it wouldn't matter to me. But let's see it get into VWAP, maybe put a reversal in and look for a short. I just, I'm annoyed that we saw how weak SMR was, and I didn't think to short this at any point today. Like SMR told you. I'd even tried the SMR bounce long here at 12.30. Not the time, the dollar amount. It's back under 12 bucks. This is a failed, well, it's not failed yet. It's looking like a failed break of the 50 period on SMR because it's losing it today. It's not failed until it gets under like 1160, but I'll slap the fail. Anyway, I'm slapping the early fail on this move up for SMR. It looked like it was making a bottom, but maybe the bottom isn't in.
Yeah, good catch there on XE. There's always more than one trade. I mean, I know we talked about, you know, the idea behind
short these things.
The imbalance or the IPO open trade, but yeah, that looks like a good move on the way back, and the short was pretty sweet on that one as well. Nvidia, you know, just bounces off that 200 period moving average. We had mentioned that as a possible look there for the short, so something to think about there for NVDA as it was trying to bounce, and looks like it did bounce back over to 209. You know, that's $2 away or $3 away from all-time high. So we'll see where that one winds up closing. NVIDIA, as we had mentioned again, that we are getting closer and closer to sort of, you know, these imbalances, but with earnings, NVIDIA is always late. It's more about next week. We'll hear, like, if CapEx slows, then yeah, man, we're gonna have a problem. And I think that that's pretty obvious to say. So we'll just wait to see if Google, Meta, and the rest of them, their Amazon continues to sort of pump money NVIDIA's way. If not, I think the one that's going to suffer the most might be AMD there, but we'll wait just because AMD has really gone, the word I'm looking for is parabolic to the upside. AMD, just what a move, man. $200 all the way up to $350. Just a crazy, crazy move there for AMD. All right, in INTC, again, just to see what's going on there. You know, another name that's going to be potentially in for a rough ride if there's downside push. Next week, Intel's just been going off as well. Taiwan Semi, another name to look out for into next week's earnings. I am least concerned, I think, about Amazon. I think Amazon really got rugged last quarter, and we talked about that move. Could easily happen again. I mean, we were last time we were at 245, went all the way down to 200. So if we have something similar, then you're back in here into 220, 225, which is great because that looks like a great buying opportunity there for Amazon down near those levels as well. So stuff coming through there next week. I'm really excited for Amazon. I'm excited for SoFi as well.
What did you do?
IHRT is now halted.
Oh, okay.
Right there. Oh, there's a problem going on over there. iHeartRadio, is that what I
think it's iHeartMedia now.
Oh, iHeartMedia, okay.
I thought it was iHeartRadio.
Yeah, that means it's just called that, but same thing there. As we get it, Dara brought us this story, by the way, when it was sort of moving around, and we had talked about there was Sirius Satellite Radio, right? So potential merger rumor there. So if you took that on her report, hopefully you're nicely now in the money on this trade, and we'll see where it opens up. But I don't know if it's going to reopen. Generally speaking, in and around this time, they'll hold it to 4. But we'll wait to see if it comes through now. I heart that stock if you're in it, that is for sure. All right, a little bit of an offer here. I'm going to just punch some out at 80 there on Tesla as we turn back around. 15% left on this guy.
Yeah, so the first short of the day on this XE, it's kind of the same thing as before. Like it turned at 29, so I'm in at the 3/4, like 74, it doesn't matter. And then I'll give it to the even dollar and try to get out every 25 cents. But it's actually stronger than you would think, because that's a pretty good topping tail candle. And it already came down, and then the buyer stepped right back in at the $0.50, and I wasn't sitting there. So I am sitting there now. I kind of felt like you could flush through. I don't know much about this iHeart, but if Sirius is doing this, what was that?
That was my phone. I was like, huh?
Oh, I was like, that was so weird. Oh, that's right, my bad. If Sirius gets too badly beaten up on this, I'll say Sirius.
That doesn't matter to me.
If Sirius gets too badly beaten up on this, sometimes you can pick up the acquirer as like a value, because that's a breakout chart on this. Like, look at how clean. It's a rounded bottom, yada, yada, yada. And then you got this like 24, 25. And sometimes you will see pressure get put on an acquirer, them being the bigger one, right? And then look at this split top on Sirius. If it could take out that high, that'd be spicy. But again, there's no official, it's not like there's an official deal or anything, like who even knows? Like, you make the assumption that it would be, they'd use stock to dilute a little bit. We have Dave with the super chat. Not sure if beverages would get through customs due to Canada label rules. I have 100 shares. I may be able to ship to one of you individually to try, but the live review may be gray area. Email back. Sorry, don't apologize. Like, hey man, you wanted to send us something. We appreciate it. It's not. This is not the end of the world. If we don't get to, we don't have to sample this beyond. I don't remember what it's called. The protein drink. What was it called?
Yeah, there was a story that one day. We're like, if you guys can get it, we'll try it. And then
it's not a big deal, and there's no need to
for trying at least, and we can.
God forbid Canada would make things easy when it comes to anything, right? Like we are the red tape country.
All right, now we have only 30 seconds to go, so we're going to watch out for that, and we're going to see what goes on here. We're just moments away from this all updating, so we've just been getting out of some Tesla, so we'll see where it goes. Actually, I have to make sure I don't need to buy any more of this. I'm going to switch the sell right now to, let's just go a break of the 200 period as we're just seconds away now. 375. I mean, I don't necessarily want to put this out right away. Let's do it anyways. We'll just make sure we make some kind of profit. 375.50. There it is. Wow, it must have been upside. So nice move there as Tesla goes boom. So we take a little bit out there as it is now out. So we can have a quick look. SoFi with a buy. So that's at 1850. Now gets a buy as well. That's starting to go. Google with a bid. Oh, PAC B I clicked on by accident. There goes Google, 345. That's taking out day's high as well. Right now, you guys can screen cap this if you want, if you're watching. Intel, a little bit of a bid. But yeah, Tesla just went upside. So there it goes. $2, take another piece out right there as it went sort of ham. We got 377.30s as we're getting closer and closer to being out of this trade for TSLA. Well spotted there on the imbalance locator. I don't see it, but the move was there. And there's your SMR. We talked a little bit about that. Interesting to see there is nothing on the new IPO today.
There's pins.
But SMR today down. Oh, it doesn't even show what SMR is down today. When I SMR.ny.ny.
What the heck?
Let me see if I click on that one more time.
Try it again.
Yeah, no, it's still, every time I click on it from here, it's not working.
That's probably a bug in the because mine's fine.
Oh, there. I mean, if I change it like this, now it will work. No. Yeah. Anyways, all right. There's SMR on the imbalance locator today.
Yeah, that's probably just a bug.
Yeah. Well, hopefully it's a bug, not a feature.
Well, yeah, I would.
Oh boy.
Okay. They're gonna ask you to replicate. It doesn't really make a difference.
I can replicate.
I think there was a small buy imbalance on this thing. So in that moment, I forgot that I had a stop in. So I actually punched out at the same moment that my stop went. But we always say, if you actually accidentally get into position, just get right out. I hit offer enter. Obviously, the long reverse would have worked, but it's not about that. It's about understanding that if I didn't mean to be into in a reversal, then I'm not going to hold on to it. But it is going. That NU ended up coming out as expected. It did not grow, and it's not reacting. So literally, you get auto-filled on the bid. So I just jumped out. That's a nothing burger. The idea is you don't want it, if everybody can see it's 3 million, you don't want it to come out as 3 million, you want it to come out as 5 million, you want it to come out as 10 million, something along those lines would have been a heck of a lot more interesting for sure. But if we can just admire for a moment, because we only have 7 minutes to go, I don't see anything on the locator I like. Then I remembered when I look at a stock that I haven't, so I was trying not to flip this chart as often. There we go. AMD, Intel, Broadcom to a certain extent, Marvell, ARM, these have gone meme crazy. The last one, to steal a word from Sean. Yeah. You're up 70% on AMD, not on the year, on the month. On the month, you're up 70%.
Get your money in the market.
On ARM, on the month, you are up, what is this, $100, so call that, I don't know, like 70-something% as well. What's Marvell? I don't know if you can tell me off the top of your head.
Well, it's up 99% since I picked it.
So, but I just want from the beginning of the month.
On the month.
April 1st, 87. It did double, but because it's pulled back today, let's call it 90%. I made that up. It did double, but it's pulled back a little bit. These are ridiculous parabolic moves, insane parabolic moves. The idea that we're not going to see some back end on them, to me, defies a little bit of logic. And I feel like you've already seen a little bit of that with Intel today. Because Intel, for most of the day has been sell the news, trend down. Still don't. There's something I was saying a lot last week, which was just because you're up on the stock, it doesn't mean you traded it well. Because there was like 3 days last week where I looked at the end of the day, I looked at what my best stock was, and it was a reversion long on an all-day short. It's like, well, okay, well that kind of worked, but the stock was an all-day short. I came in looking short on Intel today. I started short on Intel today, took one trend break into VWAP, and then stopped shorting it. And it ends up being a short all day on Intel. Sometimes profit taking is the way to go, but you always just look to get a little bit better. Oh, and remember that iHeart, that's not going to open because it's halted this late. It might open after the bell, but this might also be news related. Did we confirm that it wasn't just halted for news?
Well, I mean, Adair brought that Siri story.
It is. Yeah, it is just limit.
I don't know what does seriousness.
If you are in it, it halted 15 minutes ago, but it'll likely open up at 4 o'clock. That's the way the rules work. If it doesn't open before 3:50, once you're in the last 10 minutes, the open becomes the closing print, unless they're holding it for some other reason. Like if it was an information request by the NASDAQ or if it was a news halt, which I don't see it. I see it as a volatility halt when I looked it up. This will be interesting next week. Because I think if Sirius got beat up enough, that's an interesting buy on the daily chart. And because they're only selling this off because the presumption that it would be expensive or the presumption they would dilute to pay for it.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they're serious about that offer or not. Okay, so there it is. Yeah. There it is right there. Nice little last second spike there on Tesla with 5% left now. Putting orders right at these levels, easy day for me. That's what we're looking for. So hopefully, we don't suffer the fate of not having orders out. And so that's what we do right now. I mean, I'm just waiting to see if we can get a 378 here, but now we can sort of switch our stop order because nothing's hitting. If it breaks there, 376.50, we'll just take that dollar out of it, 376.49. I would just put this in. If it breaks it, it breaks it. We stop out, hands off the keys, and we'll just wait to see what's going on right now. But yeah, it's the end of the week, so hopefully everybody does have a good weekend. Just a little quick look. I know Sia I had to talk to her because her recap was fine, but it was crazy. She had couldn't see anything into here. But she just had the whole S&P 500, right? So you gotta really kind of zoom in there. But today, this is the interesting name for me, honestly. I mean, there's a lot of interesting plays today and names that went hard and didn't go hard, but Apple being down in what was a big market today. So interesting to hear what that story is for Apple and what was going on there. So we'll have to wait to see if Apple does something on Monday. I want to buy dips on that name. Their report's coming on Thursday. I really like Apple. I think that's going to be a good, is it Wednesday?
No, it's Thursday, but it's second last report under Tim Cook, I think. Because we're going to get this report, then we're going to get the report.
Oh, yeah, maybe that's why it's down.
My brain has just shut off. We're going to get the report in July, early August, and then after that, he's gone. So we're not going to be Tim Cookin for much longer. It's going to be time for Turnus, and I don't even have a good pun for him yet.
He doesn't have as iconic. It's like Jobs
think of some stuff.
and Cook, and then Turnus. I mean, I don't know.
Well, let's hopefully he can turn his stock around.
But turn his stock, it's a great stock. I don't want. Do you want? I don't want.
Every time it's down, we could say that.
Yeah, every time it's down, we can say that. But I just stay the course, man. Don't muck it up. It's a good ship to be able to lead, right? Like you're in a great spot. All you have to do. It's like if you're. Like in football, coaches matter a lot. You're drawing up X's and O's. In basketball, you're drawing up X's and O's. In hockey, the line changes, all the management. In baseball, your manager just needs to not be bad. Like a good team just needs somebody.
Oh, I need a good bullpen. I mean,
you don't control it as much as you do in other sports. So if you have a really good team, it's usually more important that you just make the easy right calls. I feel like that's the position that Turnus is going to be in here.
The thing is, these guys are not, these been part of the team for a while. They've been groomed in there.
It was a non-controversial pick.
Yeah, exactly. Good way of putting it. Right there. No controversy there. So we'll just wait to see what winds up happening with Apple and company moving forward. And that's probably why it's down. And here's a look at the stock. It's not, look, man, sure, it's down. But this is what Apple's been doing. It's basically moments away, I really do feel, from this kind of an all-time high. So if we get dip buy opportunities again on Apple, I think we should do that, especially heading into what could happen next week. with some of those mega cap names again. We are getting close to stopping out of Tesla, but again, 5% left. We had 15%, took out 10% right there, 5% each of those. Now we wait to see one more push back down in. And yes, Eerie Pages, Friday as a day trader is the worst days because when you're hot and you're going on one, you always want to continue to trade. But it's good to spend a little bit of time away from the markets as well. And we'll see everybody back here on Monday, bright and early at 8 a.m. as we get ready for just an absolute monster week. You know, it's going to be an absolutely huge week on next week. We already go to TTV Research. You can find out everything you need to know there. As Adara will be posting up earnings expectations and cool infographic.
And posts all weekend, guys. We have posts all weekend. You don't have to go without market content. And usually it's like lighter stuff. So even if you do want to break, it's not going to be anything too crazy. It'll always be stuff relevant for either the prior week or the week ahead.
Yeah, if it's raining and you're bored, like what should I do? Just curl up, read a good article, prepare yourself for next week, which is going to be a monster. It'll be busy for us. 3 out of the 5 days we get to do the aftermarket show like we did. We had a full one this week, and then we had that the 10 minutes of intel. But next week it'll be huge. Let's ring that closing bell for the final time. An unreal day for the markets today.
Yeah, up another 2%. I mean, Nasdaq will close at all-time highs. Everything's sort of starting to bump a little bit forward. It's great to come back. Glad to see everybody still here and kicking. Thanks for all the attendance today. It was a good one. Their highest viewership of the week. So we want to say thank you to that one there today, which is kind of strange for a Friday, but we like it. We did it.
Well, with the SOX S doing what it did, they're not a surprise.
Yeah, I mean, Nasdaq up 2%, right? So IHRT there. I thought it would have been lowest there because I'm back, but there's IHRT. So there it goes, man. Halting at 450, opening up at 550, and starting to go a little higher right now, IHRT. So there we go. We're getting ready to rock and roll there with that one. SMX, another crazy mover. We'll check these all out on Monday. So thank you so much to everybody again. Thanks to Adara for all the news. Thanks to Sia, Tiffany, Andre, Fabian there, Ramin as well, Brendo, Sharif, and Joe all out of here. Start their weekend early.
Around, but
yeah, well, Joe, probably a
put
tired
in work
guy.
this week.
I'm surprised I'm not exhausted.
Well, I got a treat for you guys. Are going to see Joe on Monday.
Okay, great.
Well, no, I have a couple appointments. I was going to do them sometime next week, but I was able to get it done on Monday.
Ooh,
I don't want to miss the. But I don't want to miss the
Get
earnings.
it over on Monday, yeah.
Well, because there's no big earnings on Monday and Friday. So.
Nice, that makes sense.
Yeah, so I'm like, if I can.
Ooh, so I'll get to host with Joe?
Joey Options will be back.
Okay, on your seat.
Joey
there.
Shivers as well, we like to call him.
Is he really cold all the time?
He's always cold. I know I'm always like rubbing my hands, but he gets a little chilly.
All right, well, we'll see myself and Joe there. All right, have a good weekend and good luck with everything. And we will see everybody there on Monday. See you at 5? See you at 8 a.m.
You can show up
on
at 5
Monday. You can show up at 5
Nobody's going to be here, but
Mike Peter Wright will be talking to himself. See you guys.
Truth, actually.